10. Political ideology, collective emotions, and diagnosis in psychiatry. Keywords. 10.1 Psychiatry and social values. The practice of psychiatric diagnosis does not occur in a social vacuum. Rather, it takes place within complex networks of political ideologies, institutional frameworks, and collective emotional responses that shape how society mental distress and pathology. Historically, psychiatry has not only sought to address mental illness, but also functioned as a tool for regulating considered deviant or undesirable by dominant social standards. The history of psychiatry reveals a consistent pattern wherein diagnostic categories have reflected and reinforced prevailing social values and political arrangements. From the diagnosis of 1-1 in enslaved individuals who attempted to escape captivity in the 19th century American South, to hysteria and hysterical neurosis 2-2 in women who rejected traditional gender roles, to the classification of homosexuality as a mental disorder until its removal from the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, DSM, in 19,873-3. Psychiatric diagnoses have often delineated the boundaries between acceptable and unacceptable expressions of human difference. This delineation process is deeply embedded in the socio-political climate of each historical period, serving to and experiences that challenge existing power structures, social norms, and cultural biases rather than objective scientific evidence, reflecting broader societal attitudes and control. Furthermore, the practice of psychiatric treatment, from to lobotomies, have often been influenced by the need to enforce social conformity rather than promote individual well-being. Perhaps we can agree on the fact that understanding mental health is inextricably linked to shifting conceptions of normalcy, morality, and managing public health and individual. This ongoing interplay underscores the need for psychiatric practice to be critically engaged with the social contexts in which it operates, ensuring that medical advancements do not perpetuate harmful social values. The emergence of modern psychiatry in the late 18th and early 19th centuries coincided with the rise of industrial capitalism and liberal democracy in Western Europe and North America. This historical convergence was not merely coincidental, but reflected shared philosophical underpinnings and social objectives. As the French philosopher, 1965, argued in his seminal work Madness and Civilization 4, the rise of psychiatric institutions represented a new form of social control in which unreasonable individuals were confined and subjected to medical authority. This confinement served both to remove perceived social threats and to reinforce the values of rationality, productivity, and self-regulation central to emerging capitalist economies. His interest in the science of psychiatry stemmed from the way in which it implicated a political structure and moral practice 5, PXXI. The control on the physical body of the individual very rapidly becomes the control on the social body of the community 6. Psychiatry immediately perceived itself as a permanent function of social order and made use of the asylums for two purposes. First, to treat the most obvious, the most embarrassing cases, and at the same time to provide a sort of guarantee, an image of, by making the place of confinement look like a hospital 7, p. 180. By categorizing certain conditions or individuals as pathological, diagnosis serves to define the boundaries of normalcy and regulate conformity to societal norms. This process led to, and of individuals or groups who were outside these prescribed norms, often reinforcing existing power structures. For instance, psychiatric diagnoses have been used to silence dissent or nonconformity, labeling politically or socially active individuals as mentally ill, thus their actions, and removing them from the political sphere. In post-Stalinist Soviet Union, psychiatry became a powerful tool of political repression, as by the fabricated diagnosis of sluggish schizophrenia, a condition conveniently by symptoms such as reform delusions and anti-government thinking, which allowed authorities to dissidents in psychiatric hospitals where they endured forced medication and isolation for similarly key categories in the social sciences, such as those applied to race, gender, and class, often reflect and reinforce ideologies that justify inequality. An example of this may be found in the historical IQ testing that claimed to find inherent intellectual differences between racial groups, used to justify educational segregation, or the labeling of poverty-related survival as criminal tendencies or antisocial personality traits. When diagnostic frameworks intersect with cultural assumptions embedded in dominant power structures, they can distort our understanding of psychological experiences across diverse communities. The ongoing of schizophrenia in Black patients compared to white patients presenting with identical symptoms. 8. Illustrates how psychiatric classification systems risk to reproduce in social hierarchies rather than accurately represent mental health variations across cultures and individual experiences. The early psychiatric nosology developed by Benjamin Rush and others reflected these socio-political imperatives. Mental disorders were frequently defined in relation to patients' inability or unwillingness to participate productively in industrial society. Moral treatment, the dominant therapeutic approach of the era, explicitly aimed to values of self-discipline, industriousness, and social conformity in psychiatric patients. 9. Thus, from its inception, psychiatric diagnosis served not merely to identify and treat suffering, but to reinforce particular political and economic arrangements. This pattern of diagnostically encoding social and political values continued throughout the 19th and 20th centuries. Psychiatric classification has frequently served to resistance to dominant social norms by framing it as illness rather than dissent. 10. Even as psychiatry developed increasingly sophisticated biological explanations for mental illness, its diagnostic categories continued to reflect and reinforce prevailing social values. While contemporary psychiatry has disavowed many of its most explicitly political diagnostic practices, the relationship between psychiatric diagnosis and social values persists in more subtle forms. The DSM-V, for instance, continues to reflect culturally specific understandings of normal and abnormal, despite its authors' attempts to create universal, culture-free diagnostic criteria. Conditions such as attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD, and oppositional defiant disorder have been for that conflict with the demands of contemporary educational and economic systems, rather than representing inherent psychopathology. 11. Moreover, the increasing of psychiatric diagnosis, while scientifically productive in many respects, has also served political functions. As Rose 12 argues, the emphasis on neurochemical explanations for mental distress tends to suffering that often has social causes, directing attention away from structural factors such as inequality, discrimination, and exploitation. The framing of mental illness as primarily a brain disorder, rather than a response to adverse social conditions, aligns with neoliberal political ideologies that individual responsibility over collective welfare and structural change. Even ostensibly progressive developments in psychiatric diagnosis reflect broader political currents. The inclusion of stress disorder, PTSD, in the DSM-III in 1980, while representing an important recognition of trauma's psychological impacts, also served to and collective experiences of violence and oppression. By conceptualizing trauma primarily as an individual psychopathology rather than a normal response to abnormal social conditions, the PTSD diagnosis has sometimes directed attention away from the political and social contexts that produce traumatic experiences. 13. These examples illustrate how contemporary psychiatric diagnosis risks to function as what termed a discourse of power, defining the boundaries of normality and abnormality in ways that generally align with dominant political interests. This is not to suggest that psychiatric diagnoses are merely political constructs with no relation to real suffering. Rather, it is to that the identification and treatment of this suffering are inevitably shaped by the socio-political contexts in which they occur, and a critical philosophical attitude is necessary to increase awareness on these issues. Certainly, it would be partial not recognizing that, despite navigating through difficult decades of questionable treatments and institutional practices, contemporary psychiatry has evolved into a discipline that has also meaningfully improved the lives of countless individuals suffering from mental illness, while also advancing our understanding of the brain. 10.2 Collective emotions and their weight in the making of a diagnosis. In order to understand the epistemological framework of what follows, I would like to discuss the role of collective emotions and draw some philosophical distinctions between collective emotions and group-based emotions and their relationship with and the ascertainment of a mental diagnosis. Collective emotions are shared affective states that emerge and circulate within social groups. They powerfully influence how societies interpret and respond to human differences. These emotions, ranging from fear and disgust to compassion and admiration, shape public perceptions of and experiences that may become targets of psychiatric diagnosis. As 14 argues in The Cultural Politics of Emotion, collective emotions are not merely psychological states but social and political forces that stick to certain bodies and identities, marking them as either valued or problematic. In the context of psychiatric diagnosis, collective emotions often precede and shape diagnostic categories rather than merely responding to them. Collective emotions can function as pre-diagnostic forces that influence which human differences become. These collective emotional responses are rarely spontaneous or natural. Rather, they are cultivated and channeled through various social institutions and cultural narratives. Media representations, political rhetoric, and educational practices all contribute to the formation of emotional regimes that govern how societies feel about different forms of human and experience. These emotional regimes then become embedded in diagnostic criteria and practices, often in ways that remain unacknowledged by mental health professionals. Collective emotions possess the capacity to influence diagnostic processes, and reciprocally, diagnoses can reinforce specific collective emotions. As previously said, by collective emotions, I refer to emotions experienced by multiple subjects simultaneously. 15-16. Collective emotions serve dual functions: cohesion of group identity and demarcation of boundaries. Within the scholarly literature on collective emotional phenomena, a significant conceptual distinction emerges between collective emotions proper and group-based emotions. Group-based emotions are contingent upon an individual's identification with a particular social collective, arising in response to events perceived as relevant to the entire group, and frequently by with categorical distinctions. In contrast, collective emotions constitute affective states that are synchronously shared and experienced by multiple individuals within a societal context. A prominent theoretical proposition within collective emotion scholarship posits that an aggregation of multiple group-based emotional responses to societal phenomena may transmute into genuine collective emotion. This distinction highlights that whereas group-based emotions represent individual affective experiences triggered by group-relevant occurrences, collective emotions position the collective entity itself as the primary affective agent, suggesting a qualitative transformation in the ontological status of the emotional phenomenon. 17. It is essential to underscore that collective emotions necessitate a specific mode of self, the experiential recognition of oneself as a constituent member of a social collective, a process more precisely termed group identification. This identification process encompasses two distinct requisite components: a motivational phenomenological transformation, where an individual self-experience transmutes into collective we experience, and b. a cognitive perceptual reorientation involving the adoption of the collective's perspectival framework. This latter component represents an evolutionarily derivative and more complex manifestation of perspective-taking capacity, suggesting that once individuals develop the ability to adopt alternative perspectives at the interpersonal level, they may subsequently acquire the capacity to collective perspectives. In contrast to group-based emotions, collective emotions presuppose an additional phenomenological quality, often in the literature as a sense of togetherness or collective affective intentionality, which transcends mere aggregated individual experiences. 18. In this view, we can have group-based political emotions and collective political emotions, which are based on joint evaluations, feeling toward together, in light of political concerns. 19. Not just in name of the group, but rather as our affective intentional state. Considering the centrality of conformity within diagnostic frameworks, the significance of collective emotional dynamics becomes readily apparent. The impetus to adhere to socially sanctioned norms necessarily entails mechanisms of group identification, which in turn can engender affective responses shared across individuals within a given social context. Collective political emotions may be defined as jointly felt appraisals of a politically relevant object, person, or even in light of the given community's political concerns. 20, p. 13. Shared political emotions entail specific conditions that can exert considerable influence on diagnostic practices, particularly where notions of conformity and perceived societal threats, both indicative of a reinforced collective identity, shape the epistemological and approaches employed. Such emotions are by several key elements. 1. A two-dimensional affective intentionality, wherein the shared nature of the emotion is constitutive of the emotion itself and is accompanied by a mutual awareness of this. 2. A public recognition component, whereby the emotion is acknowledged by external observers, with the public sphere serving as a central arena. 3. A reciprocity condition, involving dynamic interrelations between the community's collective perspective and the perspectives of individual members. And 4. A criterion, which governs the appropriateness and legitimacy of the emotional expression within a given socio-political context. Functions to realign individuals around a shared emotional perspective and enforce the political identity of groups, 20 p. 18. Consequently, experiences of robust political emotions not only impact how we ought to feel in a particular moment, but how we ought to feel in similar moments going forward, and they work to strengthen one's sense of belonging to a political community, 20 p. 18. In this epistemological framework, it is important to consider the weight ideologies have. Ideologies employ a threefold use of emotion. They wrap rational discourse in varying layers of emotive idiom, they assign emotional import to their key values, and they openly recognize the centrality of emotion in socio-political interaction. 21. 11-12. The emphasis put on emotions and feelings has a significant rhetorical effect and impact on public opinion. The use of emotion is a very powerful tool in the widespread communication, and very easily answers the yes or no logic through inferences and supposed implications. And as we have seen, the use of social emotions may contribute to and labeling people, not only in mental health, but also in our social and political life. Accordingly, the normative function of collective emotions holds the capacity to reassert moral or social norms and foster effective commitments to particular values. B. Shape sociological processes that, in turn, may amplify or sustain other collective emotions and political affective climates, e.g. sentiments of justice, nationalism, or public passions. C. Contribute to the consolidation and emergence of new ontological categories by orienting individuals around a shared evaluative framework, thus reinforcing a sense of belonging to a collective we. D. And influence the development and of novel diagnostic categories. Notably, during the Nazi era, psychiatric institutions aligned themselves with prevailing socio-political agendas, contributing to ethically and scientifically harmful and inhumane practices. In those years, eugenics, racism, and nationalism were allied to an academic approach in which the individual was readily submerged by the doctrine of the greater good of the nation. 22. 10.3 The history of syndrome between social political emotion and neurodiversity. The history of syndrome offers a compelling case study of how political ideologies and social emotions converge in psychiatric diagnosis. First described by Hans in Vienna during the Nazi era, this condition was initially within a political context that valued neurotypical conformity and productivity. Himself navigated this context strategically, portraying some of his patients as potentially valuable to the Reich, while acknowledging that others might be considered useless eaters under Nazi ideology. 23. This early framing reveals how the very recognition of the condition was shaped by contemporary political values regarding human worth and productivity. Despite its work in the 1940s, the condition that now bears his name remained largely unknown in Anglophone psychiatry until the 1980s, when winged the term 24. Its subsequent inclusion in the DSM-IV in 1994 coincided with increasing public awareness of autism spectrum conditions and changing social attitudes toward neurodevelopmental differences. This diagnostic recognition reflected not only advancing clinical knowledge, but also shifting political and cultural contexts that allowed for new interpretations of previously simply as oddity or social maladjustment. 25. To understand the emergence of autism within the context of National Socialism, it is essential to consider the ideological framework in which belonging to the national community was contingent not only on racial and physiological criteria, but also on the demonstration of shared political spirit. Conformity to the collective, both in belief and was construed as vital to the health and vitality of the German, as defined by Nazi ideology. This intense of social cohesion, reflects the fascist foundations of Nazism, wherein collective emotions became instrumental to the regime's eugenic vision. In this framework, sociability itself was reconfigured as a criterion of inclusion or exclusion, joining race, political ideology, religion, sexuality, criminality, and physiology as axes of persecution. And his senior colleagues adopted the term to capture this concept. Originally denoting soul in 18th-century German thought, was redefined within Nazi child psychiatry to signify a metaphysical capacity for social connectedness, a crucial marker of one's integration into the collective. This notion became central to psychiatric assessments, as children deemed to possess a poor were identified as socially deficient, incapable of forming the emotional bonds necessary for participation in the fascist social order. Long before formally described autistic psychopathology in 1944, diagnostic categories were already emerging around the concept of lacking. Himself described autism in terms of a defect in 1213, positioning it as a disruption in the individual's affective orientation toward the social world. In this sense, anticipates what has been described as the affective intentionality requirement of collective emotions, an essential orientation toward shared emotional experience and social attunement. This understanding of autism also reflects a deep engagement with the etymological roots of the term. Deriving from the Greek autos, self, used the word autism to describe those who, in his view, were most fundamentally themselves, individuals defined by an intensified self-relatedness and a diminished responsiveness to social convention. For the typical person was shaped through learned and conditioned social, embedded in a matrix of normative expectations. In contrast, the autistic individual stood apart, expressing a more spontaneous, unmediated mode of being. This, a radical being oneself alone, was for the defining essence of autism, a mode of existence marked by distance from the social world and a uniquely self-contained subjectivity. As noticed, the idea of autism pervaded the Third Reich long before anyone defined it, which means the idea of children who appeared to have less community feeling, who forged weaker social bonds and did not align with collectivist expectations. 27 p. 158. By offering a clinically detailed of certain children under the label of autistic psychopaths, 28, Hans effectively responded to the ideological and institutional demands of the Nazi regime. In this context, diagnostic framework can be seen as contributing to the construction of biologically grounded criteria for determining inclusion within the national racial community, or conversely, for legitimizing the exclusion and potential elimination of those deemed undesirable. Central to his conception of autism was the notion of personal distance, a detachment from the instinctual and affective dimensions of social life, which he identified as the defining hallmark of the condition. In 1944, he published his thesis I Am the Autistic Psychopaths in Childhood. In his early descriptions, Hans, the children he observed as exhibiting a form of personality disorder. These were primarily young boys who demonstrated normal intelligence and language development, yet presented with now as autistic in nature, alongside significant deficits in social interaction and communication. Delineated core diagnostic features that included a profound incapacity for effective emotional connection with others, a marked insistence on sameness and routine, mutism or abnormalities in speech, an intense preoccupation with object manipulation, heightened visuospatial abilities or exceptional rote memory coupled with notable learning challenges in other domains, and an appearance marked by alertness, attractiveness, and apparent intelligence. What warrants particular emphasis is not only unequivocal presumption that these children lacked emotional and affective connection, an absence deeply significant in a society structured around the moral and political value of emotional cohesion, but also his reduction in the complex and heterogeneous presentations of autism into a singular deficit, the absence of the metaphysical capacity for social bonds. In the socio-political context of Nazi Germany, where it was valorized as a cornerstone of collective identity and moral worth, this diagnosis functioned not merely as a clinical label, but as a form of moral exclusion. This diagnosis of autistic psychopathy thus operated within a broader ideological apparatus in which deviation from the fascist ideal of emotional conformity was construed as pathological. The diagnostic judgment became, in many cases, tantamount to a death sentence. More disturbingly, it served as a mechanism of moral legitimation for clinicians, including himself, who understood their work as a service to the state, and for parents who, identifying with the Nazi conception of the collective self, often brought children they perceived as deviant to institutions such as the clinic in Vienna, where, under the guise of medical care, 789 children were murdered during the Second World War. In this context, the diagnosis functioned as a tool of social control, a mechanism through which individuals who failed to exhibit the requisite traits of the Nazi social and collective identity, particularly the emotional attunement foundational to collective political life, were systematically excluded. Nonconformity was, and difference came to signify danger, uselessness, and moral failure. How much politics and social emotions influenced the elaboration of the diagnosis is evident even in words. In 1937, in a talk entitled The Mentally Abnormal Child, and published in the Viennese Clinical Weekly, he asserted that there are as many approaches as there are different personalities. It is impossible to establish a rigid set of criteria for a diagnosis, 29 p. 1461. But a year later, in October 1938, in a lecture under the same name, given in the same place, and published in the same journal, he introduced his own diagnosis, this well group of children who we name autistic psychopaths because the confinement of the self autos has led to a narrowing of relations to their environment 30 p. 1316. This was the same disorder with two different perspectives, the destiny of which was decided by the meaning given to one word, diversity. The history of syndrome culminated in significant diagnostic revision with the publication of the DSM-V in 2013, which eliminated, as a distinct category, and incorporated it within the broader autism spectrum disorder diagnosis. This revision reflected scientific developments in understanding autism as a continuous spectrum rather than discrete categories, but it also emerged from political contestation over the diagnosis itself. Neurodiversity advocates had the separation of from other forms of autism as creating a problematic hierarchy that privileged individuals perceived as high-functioning, while those with more significant support needs. This critique reflected broader disability rights perspectives that rejected functioning labels as reinforcing values. These competing perspectives revealed underlying ideological tensions about the nature of disability, the value of medical labels, and the relationship between individual identity and collective. The diagnostic revision thus represented not merely a scientific, but a political negotiation of competing claims about how neurodevelopmental differences should be and addressed. 10.4 Concluding Remarks. In the history of medicine and in particular of psychiatry, diagnosis has historically functioned also as a significant tool for social and political control. The power of diagnosis lies not only in its capacity to classify, but also in its ability to shape the perception of what is considered acceptable or legitimate, thereby consolidating political and social control through the of difference. This phenomenon raises critical questions about the intersection of science, politics, and authority in shaping individual and collective experiences within society. As we have seen, collective emotions play a significant role in the construction of psychiatric diagnoses, as they are often shaped by the prevailing cultural, social, and political contexts. The Scottish psychiatrist Lang, in his critique of the medical model of psychiatry, emphasized how societal pressures and collective emotional responses to perceived deviance can influence the labeling of individuals as mentally ill. He argued that psychiatric diagnoses often reflect the conflict between the individual's lived experience and societal norms, suggesting that mental illness is not solely an individual pathology, but a socially constructed response to alienation and trauma. 31. Similarly, Franco's reformist approach in Italy challenged the of mental illness, advocating for a shift from the rigid, dehumanizing structures of psychiatric care to a more compassionate understanding that the role of social values and collective emotions in shaping mental health. His work 32 highlighted how psychiatric diagnoses can serve as instruments of social control, influenced by collective emotions such as fear or moral panic, rather than objective medical criteria. Together, Lang and underscore the need to critically examine how collective emotions, ranging from empathy to fear, inform the diagnosis and treatment of mental health, urging a more nuanced understanding of mental illness that moves beyond clinical detachment. In other words, being embedded and situated in a social, cultural, political, collective environment has the power to shape our existence, to define our identity, and to support or destroy it. Being aware of the power of collective stances, like collective emotions or social atmospheres, is important to preserve the reciprocal engagement that usually shapes our identity without losing it. We may say that the construction of a diagnosis involves not only physiology, chemistry, and anatomy, but also class, race, gender, language, technology, culture, the political economy, and institutional and professional structures and norms in shaping the knowledge base which produces our assumptions about the prevalence, incidence, treatment, and meaning of disease. 33, p. 34. The philosopher Hacking has described how diagnosis led to making up people. 34, and the Third Reich was making up people in the most extreme sense. What we call illness and health are always socially and culturally determined, racially anchored to a predominant set of values. This examination of the relationships between political ideology, social emotions, and psychiatric diagnosis reveals several important insights. First, psychiatric diagnoses never function as purely objective medical designations, but always incorporate prevailing social values and political arrangements. This incorporation occurs not through conscious conspiracy, but through the subtle infusion of cultural assumptions into ostensibly scientific criteria and practices. Second, collective emotions powerfully shape which human differences become, how diagnosed conditions are interpreted, and what interventions are deemed appropriate. These emotions are not merely responses to diagnosed conditions, but active forces in their construction and maintenance. Finally, as illustrated by the case of syndrome, psychiatric diagnoses remain sites of ongoing political contestation, with various stakeholders advancing competing interpretations based on different values and objectives. These insights carry significant implications for psychiatric practice, social policy, and individual experience. For clinicians, they suggest the need for greater reflexivity about how political and emotional factors influence diagnostic decisions. For policymakers, they highlight the importance of considering how mental health policies may reinforce or challenge existing power arrangements. For individuals receiving psychiatric diagnoses, they provide frameworks for understanding personal experiences within broader social and political contexts. Moving forward, several directions for research and practice emerge from this analysis. First, greater attention should be paid to how specific political ideologies shape particular diagnostic categories and practices. Second, more sophisticated analyses of the relationship between collective emotions and psychiatric diagnosis could help reveal the effective dimensions of. Finally, increased dialogue between psychiatric professionals, social theorists, and individuals with lived experience of mental distress could generate more nuanced understandings of how diagnosis functions in contemporary society. At the core of this contribution lies the recognition that health and illness, particularly the so-called mental disorders, are never merely physiological conditions, but always also social constructs that reflect particular values, emotions, and power arrangements. By acknowledging this social dimension of psychiatric diagnosis, we can work toward diagnostic practices that minimize harm, benefit, and remain accountable to diverse human needs and experiences. These epistemological and ethical imperatives must be carefully considered within the interdisciplinary context of contemporary discourse. In light of these ponderings, it is essential to adopt a critically engaged approach to medical practice, one that plurality as a fundamental aspect of our interaction with the world. This involves actively preventing any form of epistemic injustice that may impact service users, while also safeguarding against the potential reduction in psychiatry to a practice that neglects the complexities of the psyche. Psychiatric diagnosis is not purely objective in any commonly understood sense of the word, but is shaped by social values, political ideologies, and collective emotions. Historically, diagnosis has reflected and reinforced dominant social standards, sometimes functioning as a tool for regulating considered deviant or undesirable. It has also been used to delineate the boundaries between acceptable and unacceptable expressions of human difference, often that challenge existing power structures or norms. Psychiatric diagnosis is not purely objective in any commonly understood sense of the word, but is shaped by social values, political ideologies, and collective emotions. Historically, diagnosis has reflected and reinforced dominant social standards, sometimes functioning as a tool for regulating considered deviant or undesirable. It has also been used to delineate the boundaries between acceptable and unacceptable expressions of human difference, often that challenge existing power structures or norms. Collective emotions significantly influence which human differences become and how diagnosed conditions are interpreted. Shared affective states such as fear or disgust can act as pre-diagnostic forces that precede and shape diagnostic categories. They are cultivated through various social institutions and cultural narratives and can become embedded in diagnostic criteria. Collective emotions significantly influence which human differences become and how diagnosed conditions are interpreted. Shared affective states such as fear or disgust can act as pre-diagnostic forces that precede and shape diagnostic categories. They are cultivated through various social institutions and cultural narratives and can become embedded in diagnostic criteria. Psychiatric diagnosis has historically functioned as a tool for social and political control. Examples include the use of diagnoses like hysteria and homosexuality to enforce conformity, the use of sluggish schizophrenia for political repression in the Soviet Union, and the framing of resistance to norms as illness rather than dissent. This process defines normalcy, regulates conformity, and can or stigmatize individuals or groups outside prescribed norms. Psychiatric diagnosis has historically functioned as a tool for social and political control. Examples include the use of diagnoses like hysteria and homosexuality to enforce conformity, the use of sluggish schizophrenia for political repression in the Soviet Union, and the framing of resistance to norms as illness rather than dissent. This process defines normalcy, regulates conformity, and can or stigmatize individuals or groups outside prescribed norms. The history of syndrome illustrates how political ideologies and social emotions converge in diagnosis. Hand's initial occurred within the Nazi context, valuing neurotypical conformity and productivity, where the condition was framed in relation to a perceived lack of a capacity for social connection crucial to Nazi ideology. This diagnosis functioned as a tool of social control, contributing to the exclusion and potential elimination of those deemed undesirable or lacking the requisite traits for the Nazi collective identity. The history of syndrome illustrates how political ideologies and social emotions converge in diagnosis. Hand's initial occurred within the Nazi context, valuing neurotypical conformity and productivity, where the condition was framed in relation to a perceived lack of a capacity for social connection crucial to Nazi ideology. This diagnosis functioned as a tool of social control, contributing to the exclusion and potential elimination of those deemed undesirable or lacking the requisite traits for the Nazi collective identity. Even contemporary psychiatric diagnoses, like those in the DSM-V, continue to reflect culturally specific understandings and political influences. Criticisms of conditions like ADHD or oppositional defiant disorder suggest they conflicting with contemporary educational and occupational performance demanding systems. The increasing of diagnosis can also suffering, potentially diverting attention from social causes, and aligning with ideologies emphasizing individual responsibility over structural change. The inclusion of PTSD, while recognizing trauma, has also been seen as individualizing and collective experiences, potentially directing attention away from political and social contexts. Even contemporary psychiatric diagnoses, like those in the DSM-V, continue to reflect culturally specific understandings and political influences. Criticisms of conditions like ADHD or oppositional defiant disorder suggest they conflicting with contemporary educational and occupational performance demanding systems. The increasing of diagnosis can also suffering, potentially diverting attention from social causes, and aligning with ideologies emphasizing individual responsibility over structural change. The inclusion of PTSD, while recognizing trauma, has also been seen as individualizing and collective experiences, potentially directing attention away from political and social contexts. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License (ORG) licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: 1 essay. Report on the diseases and physical peculiarities of the Negro race. New Orleans Med-Surg J 1851-1, 851691-715. 2 Tosca C. M. M.G. B. Women and Hysteria in the History of Mental Health. Ment Health. 2012 81109. Org 1021741745017901208010101110 PubMed Central. 3 Robles R. Real T. Reed G. Sexual Orientation and Transgender Identities in Psychiatric Classifications. Consort. 2021 224553. Org 10-17816, CP6 PubMed Central. 4M Madness and Civilization, A History of Insanity in the Age of Reason. New York Pantheon Books, 1965. 5 LD. And the Politics of the Experience. In LD Editor. Politics, Philosophy, Culture, Interview and Other Writings, 1977 1984. New York, 1988. 6P Medicalization and Social Control. Rev. 1992 1812 0932. Org 10-1146, so 180801920012333. 7M Politics, Philosophy, Culture, Interview and Other Writings, 1977 1984. New York, 1988. 8S A. Hampton D. Pan D. D. M. G. D. Examining Racial Disparity in Psychotic Disorders, Related Ambulatory Care Visits, an Observational Study Using National Ambulatory Medical Care Survey 2010-2015. BMC Psychiatry. 2023 231601. Org 10-1186S1288802305095Y. PubMed Central. 9 Skull A. Museums of Madness, The Social Organization of Insanity in 19th Century England. New York. Martin's Press, 1979. 10P J.W. Deviance and Medicalization, From Badness to Sickness. Philadelphia Temple University Press, 1992. 11S Leo J. Rethinking ADHD, From Brain to Culture. London 2009. End the Politics of Life Itself, Biomedicine, Power and Subjectivity in the 21st Century. Princeton University Press, 2007. 13D R. The Empire of Trauma, An Inquiry into the Condition of Victimhood. Princeton University Press, 2009. 14S. The Cultural Politics of Emotion. Edinburgh University Press, 2004. 15 HB. Plural Action, Essays in Philosophy and Social Science. Cam Springer, 2009. 16C. S Towards a Theory of Collective Emotions. Rev. 2013 5440613. 17V. F. Psychiatric Diagnosis as a Political and Social Device. Epistemological and Historical Insights on the Role of Collective Emotions. Humanist Cycle. 2024 52 17082. Org 10-103 7hum0000307. 18D Yume and Wait. The Sharing of Emotional Experiences. J. Conscious Stud. 2015-22 84 101. 19 Guerrero H. Feeling Together and Caring with One Another. Berlin Springer, 2016. 20 L. T. Political Emotions and Political Atmospheres. Ins D. Editor. Shared Emotions and Atmospheres. London's 2021. P. 162-88. 21 M. Ideology, Political Theory and Political Philosophy. In Gauss GF.C. Editors. Handbook of Political Theory. London Sage 2004. P. 11-2. 22 R. Walter G. From 2, Psychiatry's Long Road to Genocide. N.C. Editor. Genocide Perspectives IV. Sydney UTS EPRSS 2012. Org 10513097809872369775D. 23 Czech H. Hands, National Socialism and Race Hygiene in Nazi-era Vienna. Autism 2021-12-145. Org 101186S13229021000433X. PubMed Central. 24 Wing L Syndrome, A Clinical Account. Cycle Med. 1980 111111529. Org 101017S0033291700053332 PubMed. 25 M Constructing Autism, Unraveling the Truth and Understanding the Social. London 2005. 26 East Children, The Origin of Autism in Nazi Vienna. New York and Company 2018. 27 Todd S.H. The Turn to the Self, A History of Autism Doctoral Dissertation. University of Chicago. 2015, Org 106082M1668BBD. 28 H Autistic Psychopathy in Childhood. In Frith U, Editor and Trans. Autism and Syndrome. Cambridge University Press, 1991. P. 3792. Original work published 1944. 29 H. Does Kind the Mentally Abnormal Child. W. 1930 751 4601. 30 H. Does Kind the Mentally Abnormal Child. W. 1930 849 51 13147. 31 Lying R.D. The Divided Self, An Existential Study in Sanity and Madness. London Penguin Classics, 2010. 32 F. A 2017. 33 Brown P. Naming and Framing, The Social Construction of Diagnosis and Illness. J. Health Soc. 1995 35 34 52. Org 10230-726-26956. 34 Hacking Icons of People, Moving Targets. London British Academy Lecture, 2006. Available at Y Documents 2043-151P285. In 1851, American physician Samuel A. introduced the term, a purported mental disorder that he claimed explained why enslaved Africans attempted to escape captivity. This scientifically unfounded concept stemmed from the racist presumption that slavery represented an improvement in the lives of enslaved people, leading to conclude that only those suffering from mental illness would seek freedom. He specifically identified plantation escapes as evidence of this supposed condition. Reasoned that contentment with enslavement was the natural state, and therefore resistance must indicate psychological abnormality. Modern scholarship has thoroughly rejected as pseudoscience, and it is a clear example of scientific racism used to reinforce oppressive systems. The term combines the Greek words meaning runaway slave and mania. This historical example offers the occasion to remark the need of decolonizing mental health, an issue which is still urgent in our contemporary landscape. It challenges dominant Western psychiatric frameworks that have historically non-white experiences and contributed to biases inherent in psychiatric knowledge production. The work of Fanon, a psychiatrist, is cardinal in this. His critical analysis examines how colonialism affects psychological well-being. In doing so, he deploys the historical racial schema, which identifies how colonial power structures damage both and. Key elements of this schema include psychological of racist narratives, destruction of the person's sense of self, understanding race as a dynamic power relationship rather than fixed category, systemic, and the necessity of dismantling these structures for true liberation. Until 1968, hysteria was included among the mental disorders. Only with the publication of the DSM-II revised in 1987, the American Psychiatric Association removed it from the classification of mental disorders. Homosexuality was classified as a mental disorder in the first edition of the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, DSM, published in 1952, and was only fully removed from subsequent editions in 1987. On 17 May 1990, the World Health Organization, WHO, officially eliminated homosexuality from its list of mental disorders. The All-Union Society of Psychiatrists and Neuropathologists from the World Psychiatric Association in 1983, facing imminent expulsion over allegations that Soviet psychiatry was being misused to suppress political dissidents. 11. The Continental Philosophical Psychiatric Tradition and the Dialectics of Madness. Keywords. 11.1 Introduction. In 2023, the French documentary filmmaker won the Golden Bear at the Berlin International Film Festival for his film On the Adamant, an exploration of psychiatric care in an innovative day center in Paris 1. The Adamant, named in the title of the film, is a permanently moored boat on the Seine, co-designed by architects and patients that is a place of solace, refuge, and creativity for the patients and staff alike. The boat is beautifully designed, with louvered windows that, when slowly opened, catch shafts of sunlight. The situation of a psychiatric facility on the water in the midst of a busy capital city captures an idea of refuge. The film focuses on a range of aesthetic practices that produce a psychiatric space that is open to difference, open to the creation of sense through music, poetry, film, and painting. In 1996, directed another film set in a psychiatric facility, one far more famous in the tradition of French psychiatry, the Radical Institution of Law in the Cher region of France, known as the most famous institution of the approach of institutional psychotherapy under the leadership of the psychiatrist Jean. His film La Choses, translated as Every Little Thing, follows the production of the annual play at Law, produced by patients and staff too. The public health system for psychiatry is actually abandoned, it's kind of going downhill. What I wanted to show was some doctors, some nursing staff who are still trying to do some kind of human psychiatry, where you take time, where you listen, where you try to recreate the link between the patients and the society and the world they're living in. But this human psychiatry is really, really endangered. 3. Refers to a tradition of human psychiatry that is beautifully encapsulated by Jean's idea that one of the main functions of psychiatry, perhaps the most important function of psychiatry according to, is to welcome madness. His films on psychiatry, which include 2 further recent documentaries that form a triptych with On the Adamant, give a wonderful summary of this endangered tradition of psychiatry, of what it might mean to welcome madness. In Owen's interesting book On the Heels of Ignorance, he argues that psychiatry after has been determined by a fundamental ignorance, and this ignorance has been managed only through continual reinventions and paradigm shifts that then turn out to be failures themselves for. These failures stem from a twofold ignorance. One is ontological. Psychiatry fails to define exactly what mental illness is. The second is epistemological. Psychiatry oscillates between different ways of approaching mental illness, shifting from biological to psychological to social approaches that all fundamentally fail to address the problems and conditions that surround us and come into the orbit of psychiatric care. Underlying this argument is the idea that a successful scientific approach to mental illness would be one that somehow mastered madness, submerged it within a medical paradigm dominated by positivist conceptions of disease and health. But as George writes in a perceptive review of his book, psychiatry's goal should not be mastery, but a toleration of uncertainty, and the ability to creatively share these uncertainties, without concealing or denying them. 5. The welcome becomes an invention, a permanent fabrication, of the most unnoticed events where an uncertain arrival arranges itself through a precarious syntax.
6.
A techne is an art or craft, but one not wholly separated from an episteme, from a form of knowledge. It is conceived as a constant fabrication and invention of a space for encounter within psychiatry, which can involve the creation of new forms of sense through welcoming madness. To welcome madness means 4 things for the practice of psychiatry, according to. First, it is an art of sympathy, of being alongside the mad person that understands madness both as a breakdown of meaning, even a catastrophe, but also as a creation of a new life within the illness. 7. Second, to welcome madness requires a collective resistance to structures that attempt to isolate and exclude the mentally ill from society. Third, welcome requires a practice of self-reflection on the structures of psychiatric care. One of his famous statements is that the hospital is ill, and this idea of a necessary attention to the ways in which psychiatric care can reinforce exclusionary dynamics was central to the practice of institutional psychotherapy. 8. Finally, welcoming madness means an attention to a double alienation of madness, to see it as both a psychic illness and a result of social and historical forms of alienation, without dissolving these two into each other or reducing one of these to the other. In this chapter, I will outline some of the main concepts and practices of institutional psychotherapy as one representative of the continental tradition of psychiatry, of this minor or human psychiatry in terms, that I trace in my longer and more comprehensive book on continental philosophy of psychiatry 9. Institutional psychotherapy is relatively unknown in Anglophone countries, although there is a rapidly increasing range of publications. 10. I think the core practices and concepts of this tradition have much to teach us about pluralistic psychiatric practice. 11.2 Dialectics of Madness. Before outlining the approach of institutional psychotherapy in more detail, it is important to clarify what I mean by writing of a dialectics of madness. The concept of madness is a problematic term, often used in the past to denigrate people with mental illness as a slur. However, in a range of work from the 1990s onwards in Mad Pride and Mad Studies, the term is revalued around an understanding of madness as an oppressed identity. 11. See chap. 12. I use the term here to refer to a philosophical tradition that views madness as both incorporating a concept of mental illness and an experience that also always escapes the bounds of any as illness. My approach to dialectics is indebted to the philosophy of W. Adorno and the concept of negative dialectics that he outlines in his book of the same name, published in 1966. 12. A positive dialectics of reason and madness involves a deeper interpretation of the difference between reason and madness that reveals an identity. Within madness there lies purpose, survival, and adaptation. Justin has recently termed this approach madness as strategy, an understanding that underlying the negative experiences of mental illness there is a kind of purpose and meaning, function and not dysfunction. 13. The ostensible difference of reason and madness is synthesized in a greater unity and identity. A negative dialectical approach adds a different perspective, one that stresses the importance of heterogeneity and difference. However much one can assert and develop an identity of reason and madness beneath their ostensible difference, there remains a final non-identity, something recalcitrant to the demands of reason in the experience of madness. For Adorno, as outlined in Negative Dialectics, philosophy begins in an attention to this non-identity, this difference. This non-identity is not an absolute otherness. Negative dialectics requires a moment of identity between reason and madness. Approaches that search for purpose and meaning within madness respect this moment of identity. However, this identity itself is dialectical. Madness is not only understood as a form of reason, but reason too has its own pathology, its own history. The difference between madness and reason is constituted by a history of violence and suffering. 14. This approach enables an understanding of madness as illness, immediately a radical problem of individual flourishing being in the world, but at the same time, madness is always a political as well as a clinical question. It is such an approach that I construct in my book on continental philosophy of psychiatry. One of the important consequences of a negative dialectics is a changed concept of reconciliation. Reconciliation does not lie in a putative identity of differences, but with a final sense of being at home with that which is alien. One could say reconciliation lies in welcoming madness. Negative dialectics attempts an anti-systematic philosophy, one that will always turn against itself, insist on an attention to the singular, on a priority of that which escapes a complete interpretation or master narrative. The debate over the nature of psychiatry has been by a series of binary oppositions. From one perspective, mental distress is not as an illness but as a normal reaction to adverse circumstances, and to the contrary perspective, mental illness is as some kind of biological internal dysfunction. Defenders of psychiatry argue that mental illness is properly conceived as a medical problem, whilst critics argue that mental illness is a myth and should be taken out of the medical realm. Some critics argue that mental distress should be seen primarily as an opportunity for self-growth, whilst others see mental illness in terms of dysfunction, lack, and suffering. Following the approach of negative dialectics means that we should not be concerned with overcoming these oppositions or synthesizing them into a higher unity, but that acknowledging these contradictions both philosophically and clinically can be productive. It is just such an approach of dwelling within contradictions that institutional psychotherapy offers. 11.3 Institutional Psychotherapy. A key figure in the and practice of institutional psychotherapy who worked at law with defines this approach as a practice that does not isolate the study and treatment of mental illness from its social and its specific institutional context. The institution as both a deadened space of repression and the space where the possibility of the formation of new spaces for subjectivity can be foregrounded. 15. There is an emphasis on treating the institution, treating the staff as part of the institution as much as treating the patients. Outlines 3 core principles of institutional psychotherapy. 16. First, mentally ill patients can only be successfully treated within an institution that itself operates a process of self-reflection. Such a self-reflection involves foregrounding the oppressive potentiality of institutions to deteriorate into establishments and attempts to put a block on such a deterioration through a range of therapeutic practices that enable non-hierarchical relationships and spaces. Second, the treatment of mental illness occurs within the constant and ongoing group creation of the institution. It is not a matter of individual, one-to-one diagnosis and interpretation, but the creation of what terms spaces of saying, and these spaces operate through the circulation of unconscious desires and meanings. 17. Third, treatment becomes a process of a constant introduction of new arrangements, structures, and spaces for subjectivity to develop. In his account of institutional psychotherapy, draws attention to the different inflections of the word institution in French, and particularly to a contrast between a notion of institution and 18. Notes that the notion of an institution carries connotations of instituting something and particularly of a creative institution of subjectivity that it doesn't have in English, and it is this contrast between the idea of an institution as a creative space for madness contrasting with a deadened notion of a bureaucratic establishment that foregrounds in his attempt to create a radical clinic at law. Institutional psychotherapy begins as a response to 2 major wars of the mid-20th century, the Spanish Civil War and the Second World War. 19. It is incubated at the Saint Hospital in the region of southern France, which during the war was part of the collaborationist Vichy regime. During the Second World War, in the whole of France, both Nazi-occupied and under the Vichy regime, there was a catastrophic death toll within psychiatric institutions caused by the setting of rations for psychiatric inpatients at a level too low for the maintenance of life. During this period, approximately 45,000 psychiatric patients died of starvation and disease in asylums across France, in conditions of terrible deprivation, in what became known as the soft extermination douce. The extent of this disaster only became apparent in France from the 1980s onwards, when historians began to systematically explore and document historical records. 20. During this period, there were no excess deaths at Saint, due to the resistance of staff and patients working alongside the local community, and also harboring resistance fighters within the hospital grounds. This experience of resistance created a space within Saint that David terms a conceptual brewing pot, creating and resisting. 21. The key figure at Saint during this period was the Catalan psychiatrist. was a founding member of the POUM in Catalonia and had been active in the Republican cause in the Spanish Civil War, and had eventually found his way to Saint after fleeing Spain, and then spending time in a refugee detention camp in France 22. Was influenced by phenomenology, Lacanian psychoanalysis, and a form of social psychiatry. He envisaged the hospital as a place where there could be a possibility of people finding freedom again, but he also acknowledged that the wider social situation of war and conflict impacted on the of mental disorders within the asylum. And his colleagues at Saint created a space for practicing psychiatry where illness was understood as both clinical and political, where the hospital becomes a space of resistance to occupation and resistance to the enclosure, abandonment, and starvation of the inpatient psychiatric population. The goal of this psychiatric experiment was a utopian one, the of what another important figure at Saint termed the total fact of madness 23. Psychic illness, societal abandonment and alienation, and the wider situation of the war all needed to be addressed without being reduced to one another deterministically. In his book on resistance, the philosopher writes of a trilogy of MD theses written just following the Second World War, all of which have a connection to Saint and the ideas of institutional psychotherapy 24. In the next sections of the chapter, I will outline these 3 medical theses that refers to and add one more that is not mentioned by him. I think the concepts developed in these theses represent an important strand of psychiatric thinking that encapsulates a human psychiatry and has great resonance for what it means to dwell within the dialectical contradictions earlier outlined. The concepts developed in these works give a further depth to what it might mean for psychiatry to welcome madness. 11.4 Georges, 1904-1995 on the normal and the pathological. Is the one figure not mentioned by, and for good reasons, as his connections with Saint were brief, and his writings on psychiatry, rather than medicine as a whole, are not extensive. Nevertheless, the remarkable thesis that produced during the war in 1943, titled On the Normal and the Pathological, is very important in the way that it outlines a series of key themes that are then taken up by other thinkers in this tradition 25. Studied philosophy at the in 1924 and was an exact contemporary of Jean and a near contemporary of other key figures in French philosophy such as and 26. He is known for his work as a historian and philosopher of science with a particular interest in medicine. From the mid-1930s onwards, embarked on a training in medicine and graduated in 1943 with the thesis on the normal and the pathological. After the occupation and the partition of France into occupied and collaborationist zones, refused to continue to teach under the Vichy regime, stating that he had not taken to teach the Vichy regime's insipid morality of work, family, fatherland. 27. Joined the resistance and worked as a medic alongside combatants. He took refuge at Saint for a few months in 1944, retreating there with his resistance comrades following the battle. The Italian philosopher Roberto has written that nothing about philosophy is comprehensible outside of this military commitment during the war years 28. Health is a way of tackling existence as one feels that one is not only possessor or bearer, but also, if necessary, creator of value, establisher of vital norms. 29. For the living being, life is not a monotonous deduction, a rectilinear movement. It ignores rigidity. It is discussion or explanation, what calls, with an environment where there are leaks, holes, escapes, and unexpected resistances. 30. The reference to this work is key for other thinkers who we will discuss later. For the neurologist and psychiatrist who studied brain injury in First World War soldiers, the key understanding of pathology was to identify how symptoms of illness still expressed a need for the creation of new forms of life, even within reduced parameters. The key to understanding illness is to understand it as a form of life in which the creative transcendence that refers to continues to occur, but in a diminished, sometimes catastrophic situation. 31. The pathological state has its own creativity within a diminished or lower range, but there is still creativity and sense-making here, and any healing will have to address symptoms as attempts to create new forms of sense. Victoria has outlined the significance of his work for mapping a space for thought between anti-psychiatry and positivist psychiatry. 32. She argues that this work gives us a way of accepting that mental illness is not a myth, whilst recognizing that this category cannot be reduced to the positivist medical notion of illness as pure lack, deficit, or absence. Institutes an important reflection on the psychopathological that doesn't relate it to a problematic idea of the norm, nor does it reduce illness to a pure deficit model. Rather, attention is drawn to the ways in which mental illness can be both catastrophe and the production of a new form of sense. These ideas are also at the heart of thesis that concerns the lived experience of the end of the world. 11.5 1912-1994, The Lived Experience of the End of the World. Thesis was published in 1948 and served as his qualification as a psychiatrist in France, with his previous qualifications not being due to his status as a refugee. The thesis is titled The Lived Experience of the End of the World in Madness, La Fin dans la 33. The theme of the thesis is this experience of the end of the world that occurs across a range of mental disorders, but focuses for the most part on schizophrenia. He considers patient testimony from his work at Saint, the writings of the 19th-century novelist, who had written an account of his own madness in the book, and a range of theoretical writings including those of phenomenological psychopathology, with extensive reference to work that we have already mentioned in relation to. Young or old, we were in any case all more or less burnt during this period from 1939 to 1945. My arrival at Saint made vivid for us all, but with a particular resonance for me, the true phantasmagorias which surround the perspective on the end of the world. 34. In the thesis examines the end of the world experience as both a catastrophic loss of meaning and sense, a collapse of meaning and the rebirth of a new sense, a new creativity within the illness. He is concerned with understanding both this withdrawal from the world and the creativity and sense-making that might follow, and it is through understanding and working with this creativity that a kind of healing can occur. The important point in working with people who experience such phenomena is to understand what, in an echo of, refers to as a vital need to create a new form of life even within and through the illness. 35. Many patients seem to shift or waver between the poles of diminished versus expanded selfhood, or even paradoxically to maintain both positions at the same moment, seemingly incommensurable tendencies of being a divine center, yet also of being targeted and controlled. 37. It is these incommensurable moments that fascinate and that he returns to again and again in the text, emphasizing the moments of creativity and sense-making in madness, without dissolving the pathology within a facile notion of an understandable reaction to catastrophic events and circumstances, whilst at the same time acknowledging the social situation in which these experiences occur. Refuses the notion of a lack of contact with reality and prefers to think of a turning of attention, whilst recognizing that this creative moment within madness also has its pathological center in an enchantment of possibilities that run away with themselves. 39. Juggling with the will and the imagination, the movement of thought in an intellectual intoxication on an infinite field in front of oneself, where all forms, all events are possible, where one can be anything at all events are possible, where one cannot maintain the slightest stability, one cultivates the arbitrary. 38. This aesthetic mode of creativity within psychosis becomes a feeling of terrifying possibility and lack of stability. Symptoms of illness then are an effort at regaining health in its terms, as the restitution of new forms of existence within a catastrophic situation, but these new forms of existence themselves become a disorder of grandiose possibility. For the work of psychiatry lies in a recognition of this aesthetic creativity within madness that the psychiatrist must follow and redirect towards a healthier state. It is this focus on aesthetic existence and striving that is at the center of Jean's work. 11.6 Jean, 1924-2014 on aesthetic conation. Jean arrived at Saint following the war in 1947 after making contact with. Stayed at Saint until 1950, before eventually setting up the Asylum of Law in 1953. In 1950, presented his thesis on aesthetic conation, sur la conation 40. His thesis was an interrogation of this notion of aesthetic sense-making within madness and focused on artistic practice at Saint, and particularly on the artist and patient. Had grown up with a passion for travel, often fleeing his family village, only to be brought back by the police. He was eventually at Saint in 1914 after causing a derailment of a train by placing stones on a track. He constantly attempted to escape from the hospital in his early years after confinement, but eventually substituted his desire for travel through his artistic practice and his creation of sculptures of ships and human-animal hybrids made from remnants of found objects in the Asylum 41. Forst's work represented a transformation of sense-making within the narrow confinements of the hospital situation that nevertheless preserved his imaginary world and his desire for travel. Wrote of a fundamental aesthetic drive within existence that took shape within psychosis, but this drive or conation could not be completely subjected to intentional practice. Stresses the importance of chance moments and encounters within aesthetic forming, and have written about this in relation to the concept of ins work, which can be translated as an idea of giving form to an experience of the formless, a process of forming which never has a final fixed shape or pattern. 42. Took these notions of an aesthetic practice within madness that focused on allowing an uncertain and never fixed space for articulation into the practice at law. His conception of psychosis revolved around both a phenomenological understanding of a loss of attunement to pre-reflective life and a Lacanian analysis of psychosis as a loss of access to the symbolic order. For the symbolic order represents the linguistic and cultural structures that determine the formation of subjectivity, and psychosis is as a structure where access to the symbolic is blocked or interrupted. For because the person with schizophrenia has not a space for themselves within the symbolic register, then it is imperative to try and create a space for them to exist, even if for a short while. Such a space refers to a phenomenological understanding of pre-reflective experience that refers primarily to an aesthetic physiognomic issue, a problem of finding a space for the body within a rhythm of life. The task when working with people with schizophrenia is to locate this space, and not to impose a forced meaning or access to the symbolic register. One cannot impose an artificial space upon the person, but you have to allow an opening to occur through the notion of chance encounters, in which the person with schizophrenia can find a place for their unconscious desire. We encounters, we chance. I have often thought our task is one of constructing and producing secured areas of transitional space. 43. This understanding of psychosis is an understanding of it as an absence of location in space, an absence of an attunement to the rhythm of life that exists at an unconscious pre-reflective level. The affective life of the person with psychosis has no location, no grasp on reality. However, the route towards some kind of is by enabling spaces in which desires can circulate and find openings that are always collectively created and facilitated within an institution. However, he is acutely aware of the ways in which institutions can easily ossify and repress creativity and openness, so the hierarchical, repressive nature of institutions must be foregrounded to free the creative work of instituting a space for subjectivity. To reach the simple, the fact of being here, the fact of saying hello, of performing a very simple diagnostic, we need to traverse an enormous complexity. What I call the architectonic, the totality of relations, roles, functions, and people that defines the site where something happens, is based upon a heterogeneity rather than homogeneity. This is the fundamental word, heterogeneity. 44. States that here at law we work at the level of gesture, and what he means by this is that the goal is through the complex and heterogeneous to reach the simple, the point at which a person can say hello, or find a space to pick up a newspaper and read 17. Has referred to the emphasis on a concept of the pathic in work 45. This is an attention to the ways that bodies can suffer and experience an interruption or distortion of fundamental structures of experience, drawing attention to the way that the pathic refers to a sense of suffering or undergoing. However, as notes, the pathic does not just refer to a kind of suffering, but also the possibilities that might lie in different forms of life or different ways of forming life. Refers to his work on the pathic and the way that the pathic refers to both a pathology, a suffering, but also to a path beyond such suffering, a becoming that cannot just be reduced to illness or suffering. 46. 11.7 Fanon, 1925-1961 Black skin, white masks. The final figure to discuss who arises out of this tradition from Saint is the most famous, the philosopher and psychiatrist Fanon. Fanon was born in Fort-de-France, Martinique in 1925. Martinique is one of the Windward Islands in the Caribbean, and until 1946 was a French colonial possession. In common with the French approach to colonialism, were brought up to consider themselves as French and as citizens of a wider France. This notion was further entrenched in Martinique after 1946, when it didn't follow a path of but became subsumed into a greater French territory as one of the MER, France's overseas territories 47. Martinique was under a particularly brutal Vichy-supporting regime during the early 1940s. Fanon attempted to escape this regime and join the fight with the Free French at the age of 17, but his attempt to flee Martinique was initially a failure. By 1944, the Vichy-supporting regime had been overthrown, and Fanon joined a light infantry battalion to fight for the Free French. His war experiences as a young man opened his eyes to racism. He fought in Morocco, Algeria, and then in France and saw how African Senegalese troops were treated as lesser than contingents from the Caribbean. He also experienced racism towards himself from the French population. Suddenly, Fanon felt a part 48. Following the war, Fanon studied medicine and specialized in psychiatry at the University of. He was introduced to progressive currents in psychiatry through contacts with who was working in but had previously been the director at St. At this time, Fanon was writing his first major philosophical work, Black Skin, White Masks, which is a radical of phenomenology, psychoanalysis, literary criticism, and political rhetoric. He initially wanted to submit this as his thesis to be appointed as a psychiatrist, but was strongly discouraged from doing so and eventually worked up a thesis on the neurological condition, ataxia. Fanon's thesis was written quickly, but is an interesting attempt to situate his own psychiatric thinking in relation to central currents that were influential in radical French psychiatry. In 1952 and 1953, Fanon worked at St. alongside. From his experience at St., Fanon took on a central aspect of his psychiatric practice that he carried with him throughout his career. This was the emphasis on the institution as a social space and the need for active forms of democratic communication within psychiatric hospitals. In all the places he worked following this experience at St., Fanon instituted journals, social clubs, and community meetings. The social aspect of mental illness and the relationship between madness and the wider social situation became increasingly important to Fanon after he moved to Algeria, but the formative experience for him occurred with at St. In his early psychiatric practice in France, Fanon observed the way in which psychiatry treated North African migrants. Fanon's practice in a psychiatric profession was structured by a set of presuppositions about North African minds formulated by the Algiers School of French colonial psychiatrists. This was a form of that viewed the North African as fundamentally different from Western minds, and that demanded a culturally sensitive psychiatry based on racist designations. The so-called Algiers School of Psychiatry combined this racist with a neurological understanding of racial differences with the African mind at the bottom, followed by the Arab and then the Western mind at the summative, although, as Fanon points out, at the psychophysiological level, the North African and the Black African represent a unity of underdeveloped minds. Faced with this psychiatric milieu, Fanon writes an excoriating critical essay on the North African syndrome, his first published work 49. He begins by situating the encounter between the psychiatrist and the North African patient. The North African arrives at the consultation enveloped in vagueness, and particularly a vagueness about. He complains of a range of delineated physical symptoms for which no organic cause can be found. Fanon describes this vague pain as an existential angst that cannot be responded to because the psychiatrist looks for some kind of cause 50. In the absence of any cause, the recourse to the designations of the Algiers School is second nature. As Fanon writes, in the face of this pain without lesion, the psychiatrist can only respond by stating that the North African is prone to simulation. He is a liar, a malingerer, a sluggard, a thief. A label of a specific ethnic psychosomatic illness is attached, the North African Syndrome 51. Threatened in his affectivity, threatened in his social activity, threatened in his membership of the community, the North African combines all the conditions that make a sick man. 52. The fearful expression of a concern over imminent death represents the social death of his existence. He will feel himself emptied, without life, in a bodily struggle with death, a death on this side of death, a death in life. When he encounters a psychiatrist, this feeling of social death is confirmed in a complete dismissal of his personhood, and he is further emptied of agency and substance. 53. Efforts should be undertaken to render less vicious a system whose doctrinal bases stood opposed daily to an authentic existence. Madness is one of the ways that humans have of losing their freedom. I have measured with terror the extent of the alienation of this country's inhabitants. If psychiatry is the medical technique that sets out to enable individuals no longer to be foreign to their environment, I owe it to myself to state that the Arab, permanently alienated in his own country, lives in an absolute state of the troubles in Algeria are the logical consequence of an abortive attempt to a people. 54. Fanon left Algeria for Tunisia, but continued his psychiatric practice, and in his last years moved towards experiments in community psychiatry, increasingly feeling that institutions robbed people of their freedom. His practice as a psychiatrist in Algeria, in the context of a vicious war of liberation, brought him face to face with the question of the impossibility of any recognition within the colonial situation. Fanon died very young in Bethesda Hospital, Maryland, 6 December 1961, from at the age of 36. The central chapter of Fanon's first major work, Black Skin, White Masks, which he originally intended to submit as his medical thesis, is translated as The Fact of Blackness, but this translation includes Fanon's phenomenological heritage, as the original French uses the phrase, lived experience, the lived experience of blackness. 55. Fanon's text is a complex and searing into the psychic damage of racism. Fanon takes the earlier emphasis on the centrality of lived experience that he imbibed from phenomenology and his work at St., and inflects it with an understanding of how racism and colonial societies impact on fundamental structures of experience. I came into the world imbued with the desire to attain to the source of the world, and then I found that I was an object in the midst of other objects. 56. Fanon's work identifies pathologies at the heart of a society that impact on the psyche of both, and however, this does not mean that Fanon reduces the question of mental illness to a social question, that all mental illness can just be referred to through a social etiology. Throughout his work, he retains a commitment to understanding mental illness as a pathology of freedom, a way that life can be stuck in a stasis. However, his work pushes institutional psychotherapy to understand, in the clearest way, the impact of social pathologies on the psyche of both so-called normal populations and the mentally ill. Fanon therefore sees both clinical practice and political practice as practices of attempts to rid the psyche of the power structures that distort human relationships. Towards the end of his life, though, Fanon questions the notion of transforming the treatment of mental illness through institutions, and is wary of any process of self-reflection within institutions, and, as stated above, becomes increasingly interested in experiments in community psychiatry. 11.8 Conclusion: The Afterlife of a Tradition. In the final section of this chapter, I will consider some of the key points of resonance when thinking about the tradition I have outlined with contemporary issues in psychiatry. I will consider the following issues that are directly related to the central concepts of institutional psychotherapy outlined above. These are the questions of a pathic or affective element of life as the focus of psychiatry's concern, how to relate this notion of the pathic to questions of psychopathology and within psychiatry, and finally the move from institutions into the community in psychiatric services, and how this impacts on a discourse that originally focused on institutions. George has written of how affect not the brain is the object of psychiatrists' specialist medical expertise. 57. This attention to the pathic aspects of life is central to the approach of institutional psychotherapy. Attention to affect and the pathic means an attention to the possibilities as well as suffering that lie in mental illness, and an attention to how the psyche may be at an effective level by power structures in society, as Fanon outlined. We may question those emphasis on health as the creation of vital norms as being too much of a powerfully affirmative concept of transcendence, and when revisited his work, he paid attention to the importance of concepts of error and going astray as well as productive creation. Thomas and Rose, inspired by, have recently referred to a vitalism as much of pathos as of affirmation 58. Drawing on the work of Peer, they have vital that is concerned with an understanding of the difficulties of all humans and non-human animals of stabilizing a situation in an environmental milieu. They argue for an attention to persons that moves beyond any conception of normality towards the ways that people strive towards fragile forms of, however, and precarious 59. 2 has referred to an intrinsic vulnerability of the human being, that human illness, that we shouldn't in terms of normality or abnormality, but rather as an intrinsic property of being human 60. How does this thinking affect the whole project of psychopathology, a central of psychiatry since? Should we give up on understanding mental illness as a form of psychopathology and label all forms of mental distress as understandable reactions to bad events? The problem with such approaches is that they tend to dissolve the difference of madness in a uniformity of sanity, thus not respecting the radically different ways of living that can arise in madness. One of the great achievements of psychiatry since is the development of a structural psychopathology that richly delineates the lived world of madness, and that cannot be reduced to nosography. Nevertheless, the other face of this psychopathology is in the negative sense of the word, a reduction in the patient to silence, a specimen of a lack of vital contact, someone completely other to any notions of recognition and discourse. One of the key tasks then will be to the truths of psychopathology without the negative effects, and it is just this in-between space that institutional psychotherapy maps through its attention to the possibilities and the suffering that lie in madness. To draw on a distinction made by, we need both a pathology that is to be attentive to sickness, suffering, lack of flourishing, and a logi that is a critical and liberating discourse on the meanings and significance of madness beyond illness 61. The possibility of such an in-between space has been nourished greatly in the last 25 years and more by the growth of survivor movements and the voice of lived experience within psychiatry. This attention to the meanings within madness, though, should not be reduced to an ideology of a secular theodicy, a justification of the sufferings of mental illness as an opportunity for self-growth. Rather, an attention to the meanings within madness has to stay close to the experience itself and pay attention to the singularities of such experiences. Has referred to this as the importance of an ability of the psychiatrist to embrace all that is fragmentary and individual in the patient's suffering, 62. One of the key factors within institutional psychotherapy is a psychiatry that takes place within institutions. Paradoxically, the ability to creatively experiment with care is perhaps easier within an institutional space, particularly one that is acutely attentive to its own tendencies towards repressive and coercive forms of power. The undoing of the institution only takes place within the institution, but what happens when both people's lives and psychiatric care are scattered across populations, encounters, and spaces? And write about a psychiatry, a kind of psychiatry that comes after community psychiatry, in which the very idea of community is in question 63. One of the central ideas of institutional psychotherapy was the idea of the collectivity, of working with and alongside patients in a flattened hierarchy that would model a different way of being alongside madness. To return to Moored Boat. What tries to trace in his film is the fragile space of such a community in the dispersed, fragmented world of contemporary psychiatry, a community open to creativity, open to an idea of refuge, open to welcome. There is a scene in the film which operates a nice reversal of this notion of welcoming madness. This is a committee meeting chaired by one of the patients that is concerned with welcoming new members of the community. In this scene, the new member to be welcomed is the psychiatrist. She is gently mocked by the patients, who draw attention to imbalances of power, but what is really apparent in the film is the joy of the psychiatrist to be in this space, to work alongside people in a place where there is creativity and community. Welcoming madness then may need to be unmoored from a singular place of hospitality, of the powerful position of the one who is the host, to try and create spaces where the tables can be turned, if only in a jocular and tentative fashion, and even just for a moment. I have outlined an approach to the dialectics of madness that lies in dwelling with the contradictions that surround mental illness, and argued that this approach is both clinically and philosophically productive. I have outlined an approach to the dialectics of madness that lies in dwelling with the contradictions that surround mental illness, and argued that this approach is both clinically and philosophically productive. This chapter outlines the French tradition of institutional psychotherapy as one aspect of the European tradition since. This chapter outlines the French tradition of institutional psychotherapy as one aspect of the European tradition since. Central conceptual components of the tradition of institutional psychotherapy have been outlined through the figures of and Fanon. Central conceptual components of the tradition of institutional psychotherapy have been outlined through the figures of and Fanon. These central concepts are a different way of thinking about the relationship between the pathological and the norm that stresses forms of sense-making even within madness, an attention to both the possibilities and the losses that lie in the experience of madness, an attention to the aesthetic sense when working with and healing mental illness, a focus on madness as socially situated within structures of power and discrimination. These central concepts are a different way of thinking about the relationship between the pathological and the norm that stresses forms of sense-making even within madness, an attention to both the possibilities and the losses that lie in the experience of madness, an attention to the aesthetic sense when working with and healing mental illness, a focus on madness as socially situated within structures of power and discrimination. This chapter concludes with some reflections on the significance of this tradition for contemporary psychiatry by focusing on the question of affect the pathic, the problems and promises of psychopathology and transformations in psychiatry caused by. This chapter concludes with some reflections on the significance of this tradition for contemporary psychiatry by focusing on the question of affect the pathic, the problems and promises of psychopathology and transformations in psychiatry caused by. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License (ORG) licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: 1. On the Adamant. Home Cinema. Films. 2023. 2. Every Little Thing. DVD. Second Run DVD. 1996. 3. Human Psychiatry is Really, Really Endangered. Interview with by Oliver Johnston. Co 202-402-17. Human Psychiatry is Really, Really Endangered on Rosa Parks at 2024 Access 27 Mar 2025. 4.0 On the Heels of Ignorance, Psychiatry and the Politics of Not Knowing. University of Chicago Press, 2019. 5G Not Doomed, Sociology and Psychiatry and Ignorance and Expertise. Bull. 2023, 47-294. Org 1011922022, 60 PubMed Central. 6J 2012. In F. La Fin Danslaw. P10 My Translation. 7D The Ethic, Phenomenology and Diagnostic of Post-War French Psychiatry. Doctoral Thesis, Goldsmiths, University of London, D. Thesis, 2006. P81. 8J The Hospital is Ill, Interview with David. 2007, 143-3245. 9 Morgan, A Continental Philosophy of Psychiatry. The Lure of Madness. 2022. 10C. Politics, Philosophy, and Radical Psychiatry in Post-War France. University of Chicago Press, 2021. Warren S. Storming Bedlam. Madness, Utopia, and Revolt. Commons Notions Press, 2024. 11P Mad Studies and Advancing Inclusive Resistance. Soc 3581333742. M. H. Solidarities and Tensions in Mental Health Politics, Mad Studies and Crit Rad Soc Work. 2016 4335773. 12 Adorno T.W. Negative Dialectics, translated by E.B. 1966-1990. 13 J. Madness. A Philosophical Exploration. Oxford University Press, 2022. 14 Adorno T.W. Lectures on Negative Dialectics, edited by R and translated by R. Polity Press, 2008. Pay 1-2. 15 F. Students, The Mad and Delinquents. In Molecular Revolution, Psychiatry and Politics, translated by Stead R. and with an introduction by Cooper D. Penguin, 1984. Pay 208. 16 F. Gills and Intersecting Lives, translated by Glassman D. Columbia University Press, 2010. Pay 60. J. 2007. P. 45. 18A and Transversality, Institutions, Analysis and Experimentation. 2016 195 38 47 38. 19A Crisis and Resistance, Institutional Psychotherapy and the Politics of Care. Stud. 2023 17 2 196 216. 20 Mills B. Asylum. 2021 online at Co-Essays Patients and Psychiatrists Fought Against Fascism Together at St. 21D 2006. Pi 90. 22C and the Psychiatric Revolution in Post-War France. Constellations. 2016 23 22 11 22. 23F Psychopathology and Dialectical Materialism, translated by S. in Psychotherapy and Materialism, Essays by and Jean, edited by M. E. Cultural Inquiry. Berlin, ICI Berlin Press, 2024. 4788. 24 H. 2013. On Resistance. A Philosophy of Defiance. Bloomsbury, P. 99. 25 G. The Normal and the Pathological. New York Zone Books, 1998. 26 S. Key Contemporary Thinkers. Polity Press, 2019. Pi 3. 27 S. 2019, P. 5. 28 R. and Philosophy, translated and with an introduction by T. Campbell. Minneapolis, London, University of Minnesota Press, 2008. P. 180. 29 G. 1998. P. 201. 30 G. 1998. P. 198. 31 J. 2022. P. 205. 32 V. Normal and Abnormal, Georges and the Question of Mental Pathology. Psychiatry Cycle. 2002 94299 312. Org 10-13532 00300056. 33 F. Olafin, Danslaw. 2012. 34 F. 2012. P. 14 My Translation. 35 F. 2012. P. 69 My Translation. 36 F. 2012. 97 8. 37 J. Sass L. Self-Disorder in Schizophrenia, A Revised View 1. Comprehensive Review Dualities of Self and World Experience. Bull. 2023 52 460 71. Org 10-1093169. 38 F. 2012. P. 111 My Translation. 39 F. 2012. P. 98. 40 J. Sur la Conation. 2005. 41 S. Unbroken Wanderlust. 2017 26 2 28 30 PubMed. 42 HC G. Dancing with Schizophrenia, Choreography as a Resource for Healing Psychosis. J. 34 2972 9, J. Paris, 1989. 43 J. 2007. P. 44. 44 J. 2007. Pais 34. 45 Apathic, Experiments with Contact. Body Soch. 2022, 28, 1215479. 46 L's Notion of the Pathic, Affective Liminality of Experience and Illness. 2024, 58, 46, 58, 47. 47 Dai Fanon. A Life. London 2000. P 30 172. 48 Dai 2007. 72 112. 49 Fanon, F. 1988, The North African Syndrome, in Fanon F. Toward the African Revolution, translated by H. Chevalier, Broadway, New York, Grove Press. 50 Fanon F. 1988. P. 4. 51 Fanon F. 1988. 78. 52 Fanon F. 1988. P. 13. 53 Fanon F. 1988. P. 14. 54 Fanon F. Alienation and Freedom, edited by Jean and Robert J. C. Young, translated by Stephen. London, New York, Bloomsbury, 2018. 433-4. 55 Fanon F. Black Skin, White Masks, translated by Charles Lamb, London, Pluto Press, 1993. 56 Fanon F. 1993. P. 109. 57 G. Psychiatric Expertise. J. Psychiatry. 2015-2 07399. Org 10-1192-115-169946 PubMed. 58 T. Rose N. Against, Notes Towards and of Personhood. Theory Cult Soch. 2023 411321. Well, 59 T. Rose N. 2023. P. 17. 60 G. The Dynamic Paradigm of Illness in Psychopathology. World Psychiatry. 2020 for a 23-1-163-4 PubMed Central. 61 N. Homo. A New Theory of Imitation. Leiden University Press, 2022. P. 38. 62 G. The Splendors and Miseries of Narrativity, the Virtue of the Fragment, and the Formation of Clinicians in XXI Century. Rev. Psychiatry. 2024 Bay 1103. Org 10-108-0095402-612-0242402918. 63 G. N. The Current Status of Psychiatry and Mental Health Care and Implications for the Future. 2024 21373. Org 10-1192202-415 PubMed Central. 12. Mad People and Mad Studies. Keywords. 12.1 Introduction. As this book's editors suggest, the continuing relevance of is that prevailing psychiatric understandings of mental illness and psychopathology are still set on essentially along the same path that he and others established over a century ago. However, there is currently growing international interest in a different framework, mad studies. This has been shaped by people with lived experience of madness and the distress associated with it, as well as direct experience of being in the receiving end of psychiatry and mental health services. My aim is to explore the insights that people with such experiences and their international movement can offer in relation to both madness and distress and the Western psychiatric system. For me, the focus I have been given for this chapter, namely Mad People and Mad Studies, begs at least three key questions. What is madness? Who are the mad? And why mad studies? I thank the editors for this well-chosen title, and it is these questions that I will try and address here. I believe they highlight some of the most fundamental issues, not only for this book and psychiatry in general, but also for our mental and overall well-being more broadly. They also offer clues as to why such hesitant progress seems to have been made in policy terms on advancing on these issues, both locally and globally, and why something different is required now. Therefore, they provide a framework for this discussion. However, before I proceed further, I want to address three important preliminary considerations. where I in this chapter are coming from, a cautionary note when criticizing psychiatry and the social problematics of and their relevance today. 12.2 Part A, Preliminary Considerations. 12.2.1 Where I in this chapter are coming from. First, I must make my own place in this discussion clear. As a long-term recipient of UK National Health Service, NHS, mental health services, I write from a psychiatric system survivor perspective, drawing on principles developed by the international survivor movement, that is, as someone identified as mentally ill, processed by psychiatric services as such and active in critiquing and seeking to reform the system and its services. Furthermore, like so many other UK mental health service survivors, most of the 12 or so years during which I used psychiatric services, I was also reliant on welfare state poverty level benefits. The two, mental health services and state benefits, so often go together because of both the impoverishment associated with mental distress and the psychiatric system. That is to say, the identification of mental illness has long been associated with downward social mobility and people's inclusion in the mental health system, as stigmatizing and signifying restrictions on their employability. 16.24. Speaking from experience, the problems and stigma associated with living with mental distress tend to be by the hostility generated against those who have to claim benefits. This has enduring effects. I can truly say that it is difficult to isolate the impact of the welfare system from that of the psychiatric system. This coupling still fosters dread in me at the thought of ever having to turn again to the benefit system, especially in its harsh current form in the UK. 27. I make no claim to neutrality or objectivity in contributing to this discussion. But then similarly, as we shall see, there is much to tell us that any claims to neutrality on the part of so-called scientific psychiatry from the time of onwards are equally open to question, demanding much more scrutiny. But some words of caution first. 12.2.2 A cautionary note. As I say, I come to psychiatry and the so-called psych system from a critical perspective. But hostility towards and attacks on psychiatry should not automatically be thought of as virtuous. As we have seen with the cult of Scientology and right-wing libertarian reactionaries like Thomas, it can also signify something very sinister. Furthermore, we need to acknowledge that psychiatry has also been a profession which has come in for some of the harshest criticism from within its own ranks, from R.D. Laing and the anti-psychiatry movement in the 1960s to critical psychiatry in more recent decades. This, however, paradoxically perhaps, further emphasizes the need for caution. While some people with lived experience of distress and psychiatry have attached themselves to these critiques, others have been wary of them as extensions of psychiatry by other means. Any of us, including me, exploring alternatives need to be as rigorous and demanding of ourselves and our proposals as of conventional wisdoms. We need to avoid setting up new monoliths. Only this way can we be true to the rights and needs of so many who need to receive decent help and support when they face madness or distress. A leitmotif in the thoughts and actions of many survivors is that they do not want to replace one orthodoxy with another, and that is an approach to which I am also committed. I also want to start with reference to the social taints associated with 12.2.3 The social problematics of. The publicity for a conference held at the Royal Society of Medicine on 6 and 7 March 2025 on the theme of After, Ambition Images Practices in the History of Psychiatry 1926-2026, described as probably the single most significant figure in the history of psychiatry, and certainly one of a handful of most impactful psychiatrists to have shaped the profession. If this is so, a quick check on the history of the Herr Professor may well bring a chill to the hearts of anyone needing to seek psychiatric help for themselves or a loved one. Here was a man, according to peer-reviewed journals, and the editors of this book have also not been coy about it, who is a supporter of eugenics, enthusiastic nationalist, racist, anti-gay, and champion of social Darwinism who promoted a policy and research agenda in racial hygiene and eugenics, and was the mentor of subsequently prominent Nazi psychiatrists 14, 31, 33. Whatever positives we may take from his association with Western science must then be juxtaposed with its ideological context. Therefore, may seem an unlikely source of inspiration for the 21st century future of a key discipline, with a remit to address people's mental well-being. Although not an inspiration, however, his story may have a renewed resonance and relevance both for psychiatry and the rest of us, and we shouldn't ignore this either. It is perhaps highly relevant in an age of seemingly permanent neoliberalism, personal and political alienation, and international conflict, division, and prejudice. Now again it is a time of European conflict, far-right ideology, demagoguery, populism, significant social division, and increased nationalism and anti-immigrant feeling. Our current geopolitical and world economic predicament is something I will return to later. Before that, I want to focus here more on other broader frameworks within which seem to work and some principles which he helped establish, which still resonate strongly in prevailing understandings of our mental well-being and mental illness, and which need to be challenged. This will then lead us directly back to those three questions I asked at the beginning. What is madness? Who are the mad? And why mad studies? 12.3 Part B, Shifting the Paradigm. 12.3.1 A Fixed Paradigm. This book's editors have traced a direct line from, and his work to modern psychiatry. The specialty can still be seen as essentially reliant on similar frameworks, diagnostic categories, drug treatments and responses of more than half a century ago, in some cases even going back to time. The long-standing preoccupations with drugs and control persist. There is still an overemphasis on these elements. Cognitive therapy (CBT) is the main talking treatment on offer. The same can probably be said of only few other sciences over such a period. In contrast, for example, physical medicine and healthcare have now moved into a brave new world of keyhole and robotic-assisted surgery, IVF, gene and stem cell treatment, three-dimensional 3D cell and tissue printing, implant surgery, and so on. This divergence in achievements compels the need for a search for a new paradigm in psychiatry. As just summarized, it is the continuity rather than change in psychiatry that has been most apparent. While some might see this as a strength, for others it may be a cause for concern. That particularly seems to be the case for those on the receiving end of psychiatry. As Thomas argued, most developments in science relate to paradigm shifts 19. In psychiatry and mental health care in recent decades, one key shift that has innovation in addressing people's emotional and psychological well-being has been the renewed role of people on the receiving end of psych services. This has been the real paradigm shift in this field. Below, I will share a UK perspective on its historical development. 12.3.2 The Emergence of a New Movement, Part 1. The modern UK survivor or psychiatric system survivor movement has a history going back over about half a century, with antecedents traced by some as stretching even further back to the early 19th century 1235. In the United States, writings of hundreds of former asylum inmates from as early as the early 19th century, previously hidden from history, have now been brought together 28. The modern movement is identified as a new social movement, NSM. Based on identity and lived experience, NSMs go beyond the goals of traditional movements, with their NSMs, aims related to the achievement of civil, human, and social rights 2536. The pioneering UK survivor-led Survivors Speak Out, founded in 1986, set out its aims and objectives as to empower service users, increase public understanding, develop alternative user-led models, advance user involvement, promote self and other forms of advocacy, build collective action, and promote positive images and survivor training and education 34. Following from its commitment to a direct voice and influence for people as service users survivors, this has almost been an essential agenda for the survivor movement more generally since. As the above highlights, the emerging survivor movement has certainly been strong on values and principles, something many may wish could equally be said of such founding fathers of psychiatry as and his ideological peers. However, one thing that does emerge is that the movement has tended to be weaker on theory and ideology. This may have helped it become a broad church, but it has led to ambiguity and boundary erosion and is likely to have weakened its impact and effectiveness. This has been most clearly illustrated by the fact that if some survivors have rejected a mental illness model of their experience, others have seemed not to do so. Unlike the disabled people's movement, for example, the survivor movement has not had the kind of strong unifying intellectual core provided by the development of the groundbreaking social model of disability and philosophy of independent living 25. This omission on the part of the survivor movement, however, should not be seen as a measure of its limitations or inadequacy. Instead, from my experience, it is likely to have more to do with survivors' reluctance to replace one monolithic framework with another. It reflects, in part at least, their realistic fears that rejecting conventional analyses of mental illness would be seen as further evidence of their irrationality and pathology. This, in turn, could be used to further them. 12.4 Key Question 1. What is madness? Before we return to psychiatry and the challenges it now faces from MAD studies, more needs to be said about the language in this field, particularly about the language of madness that MAD studies has helped resurrect. This is a much more universal and enduring than more recent language and frameworks based on disease and disorder. As reminds us, madness has been throughout history in every known society. 39. Since the time of the Enlightenment, it has typically been defined as the loss of reason. More generally, it has variously been seen as a spiritual and material issue, amenable to moral, faith-based, mechanical, or drug-based responses. Madness has been treated with care and control, kindness and violent cruelty. Responses have varied over place and time, politics and ideology. Meanings placed upon the word have also varied enormously. The label madness continues to be used pejoratively as a term of abuse, but has also reemerged in the late 20th century, used in a mad-positive way. For instance, in relation to mad pride, it is used to celebrate the diversity and insights of mad people. More recently still, it has been used to describe a second iteration of survivor self, the MAD studies movement. While there is no agreement about when the term MAD studies was first used, it appears to have emerged around the turn of this century. It has been described as in discipline and was never restricted to an academic setting, being equally rooted in action and the community 17. Like other NSMs, for example, the Black, LGBTQIA and disabled people's movement, MAD studies has appropriated prevailing stigmatizing terminology to reclaim it, redefining, for example, crip, queer, and dyke, and now MAD. 12.5 Key Historic Themes. Science, separateness and. I want first to explore their historic relationship with psychiatry, and then review the very different take on them that MAD studies can offer. I believe this opens a route to answering the questions I raised at the top of this chapter. What is madness, which we have already begun to address? Who are the MAD, and why MAD studies? 12.6 Key Question 2. Who are the MAD? First, I intend briefly to explore science, separateness, and in relation to, and then contrast the very different approaches subsequently adopted by psychiatry, and then MAD studies and the psychiatric system survivor movement, in principle and by definition. This is perhaps particularly where significance for psychiatry is most important and influential. My suggestion is that the specialty is still largely ruled by these three preoccupations: science, separateness, and MAD studies challenges psychiatry in each of these discourses and practices, and in so doing helps us come afresh to the three key questions I have raised. So, beginning with science, was a child of the 18th century Western Enlightenment. This was a time of a shift from the ecclesiastical to the secular, and from metaphysics to science in Europe. As reminds us, the 5 traditional principles of Western science are observation, identification, description, experimental investigation, and theoretical explanation of natural phenomena. In this tradition, the scientist is seen as the expert observer and judge, essentially the mediator between us and what is to be known. 40. It is helpful to remember that science means no more than knowing, from the Latin, but it has come to have much more weight attached to it and a very specific meaning, presented, again as tells us, as the pursuit and application of knowledge and understanding of the natural and social world following a systematic methodology based on evidence. 40 op. This led pioneers like with their medical studies background to see psychiatry as a branch of medical science to be investigated by observation and experimentation, like other natural sciences. But this is a very particular understanding both of knowledge acquisition and science. It has resulted in the adoption of positivist research values of neutrality, objectivity, and distance, which, as we will see, have come in for increasing questioning from NSMs among others. It is the same science that for years has reinforced and perpetuated ideas of women, Black people, LGBTQIA, and other and stigmatized people and groups as inferior and pathological. It is a science and approach to validating knowledge that has been imposed on countries in the global south through processes of and subordination, regardless of the situational factors, cultural understandings, and approaches to knowledge formation, historically associated with their indigenous populations. While this understanding of science has been adopted in the West as a systematic and robust route to developing knowledge, it isn't necessarily how science or knowledge development is understood elsewhere. Nor is it how most of us develop our own knowledge on a day-to-day basis. It rests on a very narrow understanding of the scientific, tied to Newtonian age assumptions about the natural sciences, unaffected by the complexities of post-Newtonian thinking and developments. 37. It shouldn't take us long to work out that the biased notion of science that people like started with, fixed in a particular politics, belief system, and prejudices, is unlikely to provide a convincing basis for the development of rigorous and reliable knowledge for now and the future. A distinguishing feature of his work is his preoccupation with madness or mental illness as something which is associated with particular people or groups. While there is more to modern psychiatry than this, and we have, for example, seen the development, as well as subsequent, of social psychiatry, in its explanations and understandings, psychiatry has similarly been by a preoccupation with the particularity of the mentally ill. The search is always on for what distinguishes its clientele, what it is about them that makes them ill, what predisposes them, what makes them different and separate from other people, unlike us. In other words, they are perceived as a problem, a separate, special group. Not surprisingly, perhaps, associated with this, and again traceable to the mindset of pioneers like, there has been an emphasis in psychiatry on control and compulsion as well as help and support. This may apply to both individuals and groups, thus the way that search is always for predisposing factors for pathology, whether in the individual or the group, for example, the Jews, identified by him as a defective and damaging ethnic group. Similarly, we know that in policy and practice many Black people tend to be treated in different and inferior ways within the UK psychiatric mental health system, more likely to end up on the receiving end of its controlling provisions, and more likely to be prescribed psychotropic drugs than more valued talking treatments too. In essence, this is very unlike in Shakespeare's King Lear, where anyone can be driven mad by what happens to them. Instead, it is about particular susceptibilities, difference, deviance, and deficiencies. From this period onwards to our own, over time different criteria have been identified in efforts to distinguish and differentiate a distinct, separate, susceptible group, based on biology, heredity, congenital and genetic difference and malfunction, chemical makeup, related to organic and metabolic disease and/or degeneration. This is to use personal difference to obscure our different circumstances, to replace human diversity with oversimplified sameness within the separate group, and to ignore what the sociologist C. Wright Mills called the intersection of history and biography, of which more next 22. Perhaps not surprisingly, in the work of pioneers like, the emphasis on separateness has been associated with and encouraged the dominance of explanations of mental illness madness. Thus, the scientific search has focused on and within the individual through surveys of their individual characteristics, personality, makeup, emotions, and so on. The simple logic seems to have been that if you see something wrong with a person, then you look within them for the answer. Such has not produced true knowledge, as intended for science by the Age of Enlightenment. Instead, what it occasioned was the of madness. We can how seeing a problem as related to a particular group sits comfortably with analysis which disconnects them from their context. Also, punitive segregation, as in, and custodial approaches within psychiatry, can be seen to have a logic where those involved are constructed as distinct and separate from the rest of us. Whatever the intended safeguards, a massive area arises here because of the gap between day-to-day practice and the protection or otherwise that the courts and legal process are meant to offer. Even where some recognition is given to the impact of what are seen as social factors, this is still based on taking as given the overarching framework of disease and disorder. the individual model of disorder tends to be accepted. These are merely understood as further contributors towards such an illness pathology model, framed in diagnostic terms. An example that this is the current diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, originating with the effects of war and combat or other severe trauma. How are we meant to assume that a response to something as awful and destructive as war or combat or other severe trauma can be seen as a disorder? Should we not expect it to be understood as normal in response to an extreme social situation? Unless perhaps we were an aspiring career general who had made a profession of such violence and for whom it is the norm. Emphasizing the individual origins of mental illness means that the pressure is then on to highlight the way in which people placed within the overall group and particular diagnostic categories are similar to each other and different to us. This also encourages and underpins, as has been mentioned, the tendency to lump them together, separating them from the rest of us. This is a process long known as congregation and segregation. We can see this happening historically more generally, from the ghetto to the workhouse, from special education to, of course, the asylum. It is almost invariably based of some imputed problem, deviance, defect, or damaging nature associated with the group so identified. It resulted in the 19th century in the massive expansion of institutions and in custodial living. 12.7 Key Question 3. Why MAD Studies? We now turn to MAD Studies, the second expression of the modern survivor movement. What is different about this new social movement that has emerged from psychiatric system survivors, their survivor movement, and their allies? Clearly, there are some similarities and overlaps with what had gone before. However, there are also differences and perhaps confusions. The MAD Studies movement can be seen to have grown out of the international survivors movement. It is particularly identified with developments in Canada and Scotland, where it was associated with new MAD Studies courses. It can perhaps best be seen as a development from the survivor movement rather than any kind of breakaway or challenge. MAD Studies now has a strong if shifting international presence on social media with sites for debate and discussion, as well as ones providing information and guidance. There is no agreement about the origins of the usage, although different accounts are to be found in MAD Studies Literature 17. The use of the word studies suggests a more academic orientation, but the terms has always been used to describe a praxis involving action as well as analysis, rather than an abstracted area of study. The pioneering survivor activist Peter's Psychopolitics of 1982 highlights this with his attention to the survivor movement's clear ideological and theoretical affiliations and repudiation of both anti- and mainstream psychiatry. Did not explicitly anticipate MAD Studies, but his interest in theory and ideology can be seen as representing a bridge towards it. 4:30. To reiterate, some survivors had always found anti-psychiatry helpful, while others were much more dismissive of it. Let's now look at MAD Studies through the three key issues already identified in relation to psychiatry. Rejects a biomedical model of our mental well-being, mental illness disorder, etc. Rejects a biomedical model of our mental well-being, mental illness disorder, etc. Is based on a rights, social, and holistic model and approach, rather than understandings and approaches. Is based on a rights, social, and holistic model and approach, rather than understandings and approaches. Challenges so-called compulsory treatment and its associated restriction of rights, and seeks preventive and supportive ways of addressing risk or threat to self and others. Challenges so-called compulsory treatment and its associated restriction of rights, and seeks preventive and supportive ways of addressing risk or threat to self and others. Values and gives priority to survivors, lived experience, and first-person experiential knowledge. Values and gives priority to survivors, lived experience, and first-person experiential knowledge. Values survivors being able to speak and act for themselves. Values survivors being able to speak and act for themselves. Emphasizes the importance of inclusion and responds to diversity with equality. Emphasizes the importance of inclusion and responds to diversity with equality. Champions and challenges the dominance of global North ideas and models, which devalue indigenous and global South understandings. Champions and challenges the dominance of global North ideas and models, which devalue indigenous and global South understandings. Is survivor-led, but, as not limited to survivors, it is open to all to be involved who accept its principles. Is survivor-led, but, as not limited to survivors, it is open to all to be involved who accept its principles. Is supportive of building broader alliances beyond mental health with other groups committed to the principles on which it is based. Is supportive of building broader alliances beyond mental health with other groups committed to the principles on which it is based. Builds on collectivist approaches to understanding, organizing, and making change happen. Builds on collectivist approaches to understanding, organizing, and making change happen. Is clearly ideologically and theoretically based 15, 20, 21, 26, 38. Is clearly ideologically and theoretically based 15, 20, 21, 26, 38. As can be seen, this is much more clearly a worked-through set of values explicitly in line with new social movements, NSMs, more generally than earlier survivor principles, and where the aim of a group already as irrational and defective often seemed to be to avoid being counted out as extreme or separatist. It also becomes clear that such principles are consistent with some long-established indigenous groups' principles and values. 13. 12.8 Part C, Discussion. We can quickly see how MAD studies collides and conflicts with taken-as-given principles of inspired psychiatry. It rejects a biomedical model of our mental well-being, mental illness, disorder, etc. It challenges assumptions about madness and distress, highlighting the way that social issues, discrimination, trauma, and oppression have a bearing on its scale and distribution, and the interaction between these social conditions and us as individuals. 10, 29, 32. We are not assumed to be the problem. The circumstances and conditions that engender any difficulties we have are also included in the frame, and there is attention to the interaction between them. MAD studies challenges the positivists' devaluing of lived experience and experiential knowledge as biased and subjective, suggesting instead that what we know from what we experience may have an equal value to other forms of knowledge that have gained ascendancy since the Enlightenment. 3:11. We have seen this emerging from feminist and queer research, emancipatory disability research, and research from Black and people, as well as research addressing their intersections, thus challenging the bias and assumptions of traditional dominant positivist research and its associated knowledge development. Madness is particularly associated with peoples and outgroups. They are especially subject to the pressures, political, social, and cultural, associated with madness, as well as the imposition of Psychiatry 18:23. But madness is something that can happen to any of us, given loss, trauma, abuse, or oppression. MAD studies encourages us to reintroduce kindness, humanity, warmth, empathy, and understanding into the relationship between the person and the professional, emphasizing the overlaps, not the distinctions. What actually unites us as survivors are three interrelated phenomena: our lived experience of madness, distress, and the direct knowledge that comes from it, and the discrimination we may face and experience of being in the psychiatric system. This is what unifies us. It is not having a different makeup, being part of a distinct group or category. Through MAD studies, we hope to speak for ourselves and challenge the identity imposed on us. Thus, the irony that we must highlight our difference to be restored to the mainstream. Of course, as I suggested at the beginning of this chapter, MAD studies is subject to its own difficulties and threats, of co-option and incorporation by psychiatry, of over-delegitimation and underfunding. 7. The psychiatric system is a powerful one with very influential allies. It has had such effects on other survivor-led developments, like taking over user-led services, peer workers, colonizing the idea of recovery, and user involvement in research and development. As an institution, psychiatry, thus, represents a significant threat to MAD studies. This is particularly true at a time of the long-term dominance of neoliberal ideology, which, with its commitment to the market, the minimally supportive state, division, and attacks on minorities and individual responsibility, is akin to and consistent with the kind of principles and values we have seen embraced by 5. The targets and divisions may be different. For example, instead of Jews and homosexuals, Western psychiatry has come in for criticism for Eurocentrism, racist discrimination, and in some cases racism, for example, in relation to African Caribbeans and Muslims. Also, increasingly, the psych system has been linked with restoring people to work within a production-orientated market. This, too often, can be both personally damaging and maddening, as well as destructive to the planet 8. We cannot be sure that MAD studies will escape the fate of other earlier attempts to challenge the dominance of psychiatry. One strength it does have is the possibility and recognition of the importance of building alliances with other identity and experience-based new social movements. As I have argued elsewhere, a key strategy for the future both of MAD studies and other NSMs will need to be forging more equal and inclusive alliances with each other to challenge the long-standing global political and ideological dominance of neoliberalism. 5. 12.9 Part D, Conclusions and Next Steps. We know from the evidence that the threats to our well-being and the pressures leading to madness and distress have increased over half a century of global neoliberal ideology, at the same time as formal systems of support have been eroded and reduced. Global poverty, conflict, morbidity, and premature death have all increased in scale. 19 has highlighted the failure of market-driven politics and policy approaches to respond effectively to public health threats, as can be seen by contrasting the outcomes in the United States and United Kingdom with those in South Korea and New Zealand. We must stop treating such issues, including madness and distress, in isolation. This is a context where we can only expect problems of mental illness, madness, and distress to increase, whatever our understanding of them. This is an issue that is about more than psychiatry and its problems. It's about the frequently harsh, punitive, and ill-directed human responses to madness. The world is now both a very maddening place and one where its own futures are increasingly insecure because of climate change and environmental damage, and a rising threat of conflict and nuclear war. We cannot treat these issues in isolation without acknowledging such context. Simply seeking to export Western psychiatry globally, as in the global mental health strategy, is unworkable as a policy and perpetuates rather than challenging colonizing approaches and understandings and building on indigenous ones. As activists and governments are beginning to show in some global South countries, their own traditions and the provisions of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of People with Disabilities, which addresses the rights of mental health service users and people experiencing madness and distress, can offer other helpful routes forwards, consistent with a MAD Studies approach. 6.8. In a world where we frequently hear that the interests of the 1% dominate those of the rest of us, this, of course, as I have stressed here, means building equal alliances between the different new social movements that have emerged to counter this anti-democratic situation. We have already seen this happening in relation to the women's and environmental movements, the LGBTQIA, survivors, and disabled people's movements. But this is just the beginning of adopting an approach to challenging traditional structures and elites. It will mean supporting people's empowerment to build understanding and work in co-produced ways. We need strategically to build such stronger, inclusive, and equal alliances with each other in our different roles and experience, our overlapping and intersecting identities and understandings, challenging stigma and scapegoating, and the divisiveness of populist neoliberal politics. We can share and spread information with each other as survivors, with families affected and professionals. There are now internationally MAD Studies websites, networks, groups, journals, newsletters, activities, and events, both virtual and face-to-face. This is something that concerns us all, that all of us can engage with who share a commitment to our own and other people's well-being and the future of the planet. One, psychiatry and related psych professions remain the dominant Western response to what are identified as mental illness disorder psychopathology. Psychiatry and related psych professions remain the dominant Western response to what are identified as mental illness disorder psychopathology. 2, they are primarily based on individual models of presumed pathology, which have been developed based on particular understandings of causation, evidence, and the difference and deficiencies of people and groups affected by such perceived conditions. They are primarily based on individual models of presumed pathology, which have been developed based on particular understandings of causation, evidence, and the difference and deficiencies of people and groups affected by such perceived conditions. 3, in recent years, related international new social movements, NSMs, of psychiatric system survivors and MAD studies, based on self and involvement, have developed which have challenged key principles of psychiatry and the psych system. In recent years, related international new social movements, NSMs, of psychiatric system survivors and MAD studies, based on self and involvement, have developed which have challenged key principles of psychiatry and the psych system. 4 NSMs have instead highlighted social and holistic models of causation, the value of direct involvement, lived experience, experiential knowledge, and user-led research in developing evidence and understanding. NSMs have instead highlighted social and holistic models of causation, the value of direct involvement, lived experience, experiential knowledge, and user-led research in developing evidence and understanding. 5. They have emphasized the rights rather than pathology of people experiencing madness and distress, highlighting their social relations and the growing maddening consequences of a world shaped by the dominance of neoliberal ideology and the consequences of conflict and environmental threat. They have emphasized the rights rather than pathology of people experiencing madness and distress, highlighting their social relations and the growing maddening consequences of a world shaped by the dominance of neoliberal ideology and the consequences of conflict and environmental threat. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License (org) licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: 1a. The Eurocentric History of Science. In The Dialogue of Civilizations in the Birth of Modern Science. New York, 2006. Org 10105797802306012153. 2N S SB R Chugram CA. A. Understanding Ethnic Inequalities in Mental Health Care in the UK, a meta-ethnography. PLOS 2022. Org 101371 Journal PM'd 1004139. Access 27th, 2025. 3P It's Our Lives, A Short Theory of Knowledge, Distance, and Experience. London, Citizen Press in association with Shaping Our Lives, 2003. 4P From Psychopolitics to Mad Studies, Learning the Legacy of Peter. Crit Radical Social Work. 2016 433-4355. 5P The Antidote, How People-Powered Movements Can Renew Politics, Policy, and Practice. Bristol Policy Press, 2025. 6P Rose D. Decolonizing Global Mental Health, The Role of Mad Studies. Cambridge Prisms. 2023 10-18. Org 101017202321. 7P J Supporting the Sustainability of Mad Studies and Preventing Its Co-option. Zoj. 2016 30-12274. 8P J The International Handbook of Mad Studies. London 2022. 9S Chapter 10 Activist Sources and the Survivor Movement. In Sources in the History of Psychiatry, from 1800 to the Present, Millard C. J. Editors. London 2022. Library org Bitstream id 03970 FF534429 E8812 F52029292787810030876943249781003087694111. Access 19th, 2024. 10B Psychiatry and the Business of Madness, An Ethical and Epistemological Accounting. New York, 2015. 11B BA Diamond S Psychiatry Disrupted, Theorizing Resistance and Crafting the R-Evolution. New York, Gilqueen's University Press, 2014. 12 Campbell P. From Little Acorns, The Mental Health Service User Movement. In Belle P. Editors. Beyond the Water Towers, The Unfinished Revolution in Mental Health Services, 1985-2005. London, The Centre for Mental Health, 2005. p. 7382. 13F Madness and Mental Health Activism in Africa. NPJ Editors. The International Handbook of Mad Studies. London, 2022. p. 27339. H.G. N. Psychiatry and the Origins of Nazism. J. Health Serve. 1980 10-2 177-96. Org Stable 451303339 PubMed. 15M. See Disrupting the Academy with Lived Experience-Led Knowledge. Bristol Policy Press, 2024. 16 Ob. R. E. Social Mobility and Mental Illness. M. Soch. Rev. 1954 1955 77 84. 17 Ra. A Genealogy of the Concept of Mad Studies. NPJ Editors. The International Handbook of Mad Studies, 2022. p. 93-7. 18 Joseph A.J. Deportation and the Confluence of Violence Within Forensic Mental Health and Immigration Systems. 2015. 19 T.S. The Structure of Scientific Revolutions. 3rd ed. University of Chicago Press, 1996. 20 B.A. R. G. Mad Matters, a critical reader in Canadian Mad Studies. Toronto Canadian Scholars Press, 2013. 21 Lewis B. Ali A. J. Editors. Mad Studies Reader, Interdisciplinary Innovations in Mental Health. London, 2025. 22 Mills, C.W. The Sociological Imagination. Oxford University Press, 1959. 23 Mills C. Decolonizing Global Mental Health, of the Majority World. London, 2014. 24 National Collaborating Center for Mental Health. Mental Health Problems and Social Mobility, a Systematic Review. London, National Collaborating Center for Mental Health, 2021. 25 Oliver M. Understanding Disability, From Theory to Practice. 1996. 26 Pilling, M.D. Mad Studies, The Basics. London, 2025. 27 Preing, J. 2024, The Department, How a Violent Government Bureaucracy Killed Hundreds and Hid the Evidence, London, Pluto Press. 28 M. Writing Mad Lives in the Age of the Asylum. New York, Oxford University Press, 2024. 29 J. A. Editors. Searching for a Rose Garden, Challenging Psychiatry, Fostering Mad Studies. On Why PCSS Books, 2016. 30 P. Psychopolitics. London Pluto Press, 1982. 31 Shepard M. and Modern Psychiatry. Arch Psychiatry. 1995-2, 45 189-95. Org 101007 BF0, 2191796 PubMed. 32H. Anderson J. B. Editors. Madness, Distress, and the Politics of Disablement. Bristol Policy Press, 2015. 33 R.D. Reflections on Icon and Reality, Letters to the Editor, Psychiatry Online. M.J. Psychiatry. 2016 173-3. Org 10117620 1615111414. 34 Survivors Speak Out. Survivors Speak Out. Survivor History Archive. 2013. Org. Access 19th, 2024. 35 Together. Henry Hawkins website Together for Mental Wellbeing website. ND Together Org Who We Are Our History Henry Hawkins Access 20th 2024. 36 A The Voice and the Eye an analysis of social movements. Cambridge University Press, 1981. 37K Land LRJM Sampson R.K. Editors. The Science of Citizen Science. Berlin Springer Cam. Org 10100797830305827784. Accessed 16th, 2025. 38 Warren S. Storming Bedlam, Madness, Utopia, and Revolt. Brooklyn, 2024. 39. Madness to be found at search word insanity. 2025. N.org Wiki Insanity. Accessed 8th, 2025. 40. Science. 2025 B. N.org Wiki Science. Accessed 8th, 2025. 13. Adverse Childhood Experiences and Brain Development. Keywords. 13.1 Introduction. Brain development results from a complex interaction between genes and environmental factors. Indeed, although the genetic blueprint can drive the cellular and molecular processes that are necessary to build the brain, the course of brain development is highly influenced by the personal experiences that occur in the early years of life too. Brain development starts about 2 weeks after conception and continues through adolescence and early adulthood 3. During the first few years of life, there is a dramatic increase in the number of new neural connections, with more than 1 million synapses formed every second. This overproduction of synapses is followed by a phase of synaptic pruning, in which the unused synapses are eliminated for. Importantly, synaptic pruning occurs at different times in different areas of the brain. For example, pruning in areas involved in sensory processing is completed between ages 4 and 6 years. In contrast, pruning in areas involved in higher cognitive functions and emotion regulation continues through adolescence 5. The initial overproduction of synapses and the following synaptic pruning are fundamental to support the flexibility required for the adaptive changes of the developing brain. Indeed, the pathways that go unused are removed, while the ones that are more activated by environmental factors are strengthened. In this way, the networks of neurons involved in the development of are fine-tuned and modified as needed. Myelination is the final step of brain development, with wrapping of neuronal axons by a myelin lipid bilayer 6. Myelination is important in creating connectivity in the developing brain, as it facilitates a rapid and transmission of information across the brain, which is fundamental for higher-order cognitive function and emotion processing 7. As in synaptic pruning, the timing of myelination depends on the region of the brain in which it takes place. Myelination of sensory and motor areas is completed before the age of 6 years, while for regions involved in higher cognitive abilities, such as the prefrontal cortex, the process is completed in adolescence or early adulthood 8. Box 13.1 provides a select glossary of some of the terms used in this chapter to aid the general reader. Terms included in the glossary are printed in italics when first encountered in the text. Childhood represents a particularly important period for brain development. The foundations of sensory and perceptual systems that are critical for cognition, emotion processing, and social are formed in these early years and are strongly influenced by experiences during this time. In this chapter, we will provide an overview of the role of adverse childhood experiences on brain development. Following a brief discussion on how to study the developing brain, we will examine how adverse childhood experiences can affect brain development. Lastly, we will discuss evidence from psychosis as a neurodevelopmental disorder, and we highlight the main neuroimaging findings reported in individuals at the early stages of this disorder. 13.2 Studying the developing brain. Brain areas most commonly altered in individuals with exposed to adverse childhood experiences. In contrast to MRI, which studies structural architecture, functional magnetic resonance imaging (fMRI) has been used to elucidate the dynamic functional mechanisms accompanying cognitive and emotional development. 14. Of note, fMRI can be conducted both during the performance of a task to evaluate how brain activity changes when a person is engaged in that task, or during rest 15. Regions that co-activate at rest are considered to be functionally connected and involved in the same set of functions 16. While task-based fMRI has been largely employed to investigate brain functional development in older children and adolescents, resting state fMRI represents a crucial tool for studies in very young children at critical developmental milestones, as it does not require the execution of a specific task 17. Resting state fMRI studies examining functional brain in infants, children, and adolescents have revealed consistent findings with respect to the development of functional connectivity between brain regions and regional functional 14. Component structures of brain networks most commonly altered in individuals exposed to adverse childhood experiences. 13.3 Adverse childhood experiences. Adverse childhood experiences are defined as potentially stressful events that occur before the age of 18. They include adverse events that affect children both directly, e.g., physical, emotional, and sexual abuse, physical and emotional neglect, and indirectly through their environment, e.g., parental conflict, domestic violence, substance abuse, mental illness. 18. Exposure to adverse childhood experiences can significantly affect. In addition to the type of adversity, other factors can have an additive effect on the negative consequences of adverse childhood experiences on development. Among these, the duration of exposure to adversity, the timing, the number of adversities, the interaction among them, and the presence of exacerbating factors are all crucial factors. 19-20. The negative effects of adverse childhood experiences on cognitive and emotional development are well documented. Indeed, exposure to adverse childhood experiences has been associated with deficits in several cognitive domains, including intelligence, memory, executive function, speed of processing, perceptual reasoning, and verbal comprehension in adolescence and adulthood. 21-23. Similarly, children who experienced potentially traumatic events present higher rates of emotional difficulties during adolescence and early adulthood. 24-25. In addition, exposure to adverse childhood experiences is strongly related to negative psychosocial outcomes, including mental disorders, suicide attempts, sexual risk-taking, and interpersonal violence. 26. In line with this evidence, data show that adverse childhood experiences increase the risk of developing and externalizing symptoms across development. For instance, a recent study conducted on 11,876 children exposed to 268 different negative life events has shown that almost all forms of adversity are associated with higher and externalizing problems in children. 27. Furthermore, the risk of developing both anxiety and depression before the age of 18 is highly increased in children exposed to adverse experiences. 28. Extensive research also highlights the presence of a potential relationship between adverse experiences and the incidence of psychotic experiences. 29-30, and the early onset of psychotic symptoms. 31-33. Importantly, exposure to adverse childhood experiences dramatically increases the risk for several physical health problems throughout childhood and later in life, including common diseases of childhood, e.g., viral infections, asthma, dermatitis, urticaria, intestinal infectious diseases and urinary tract infections, and adult chronic conditions such as cardiovascular disease, stroke, cancer, diabetes, overweight or obesity, asthma, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, and kidney failure. 34. Of note, the presence of adverse childhood experiences is also associated with shortened life expectancy, as shown by two large cohort studies. 35-36. In a Danish cohort of 1.5 million children born between 1981 and 2010, children exposed to 1, 2, or 3 adverse childhood experiences presented 1.45, 1.72, and 2.28 higher mortality risks through age 18, respectively. 35. Another birth cohort investigation has shown that children with higher rates of adverse childhood experiences had a nearly twofold higher risk of premature mortality through middle adulthood compared to children without adverse childhood experiences. 36. Among the leading causes of death in adulthood, drug overdose, heart disease, and cancer are those more commonly observed. 37-38. 13.4 Effects of adverse childhood experiences on brain development. 13.4.1 and early childhood neglect. For healthy, the individual needs to have positive experiences, and their lack may lead to deviations from the regular neurodevelopmental processes. An example of early childhood neglect is, indeed, children growing up in institutional settings do not experience the nurturing and stimulating environment required for healthy physical, psychological, and development. 39. The most important work in the field of and brain development is represented by the Bucharest Early Intervention Project, BEIP, a longitudinal investigation that started in Romania in 1989. In this study, 136 children and 72 children living with their biological parents were recruited from the Bucharest region. After a baseline assessment conducted while children were living in the institutions, the 136 children were randomly assigned to either high-quality foster care or continued institutional care. 40. Children were initially followed up at 30, 42, and 54 months when the trial ended. Children were seen again at 8, 12, and 16 years, and a 22-year follow-up is still in progress. 41. The main finding of the study is that, at a young age, leads to severe disruptions in the development of both brain and. Indeed, electroencephalograms, EEG, demonstrated that children raised in institutional settings presented different patterns of brain activity compared to children living with their biological parents, possibly reflecting a delay in brain development. 42. Furthermore, children who were placed in foster care before the age of 2 years had patterns of brain activity more similar to children living with their biological parents than did those placed in foster care after the age of 2 years, demonstrating that the lack of positive experience detrimentally affects brain function, and that these effects become more marked once children are older than 2 years. 43. Consistent with these results, at 12 years, children who were removed from institutions and placed into foster care demonstrated continuing benefits as a result of the intervention, as shown by the fact that EEG measures of children placed in foster care were similar to the measures of the Never group. 44. MRI investigations of the BEIP project have shown that at the age of 9-10 years, the children with a history of exhibited significantly smaller cortical and white matter volumes compared to children living with their biological parents. Interestingly, there were no differences in cortical white matter between children who were to foster care between 6 and 31 months of age and never children, suggesting the presence of a potential catch-up in white matter growth even following severe environmental deprivation. 45. Another investigation in children aged 8-11 years found an association between neglect in early life and microstructural integrity of the body of the corpus, and of tracts involved in emotion regulation and sensory processing. 46. As reported in the study by Sheridan al. 2012, this study showed that the parameters of these white matter tracts in the foster care group did not present significant differences from the Never group, which highlights the potential for remediation of specific white matter tracts for children removed from institution and placed in high-quality care early in life. 46. The same research group explored the link between white matter changes and deprivation, and found that alterations in the external capsule and corpus in the group in part explained the relationship between status and symptoms in 8-14-year-old children. 47. Lastly, an MRI study conducted in 8-10-year-old children reported that children who grew up in institutions presented lower cortical thickness across prefrontal, parietal, and temporal regions compared to children who were never. 48. Reduced thickness across numerous cortical areas was associated with higher levels of attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD, symptoms. 48. These results have provided novel evidence of the negative effects of psychosocial deprivation on cortical development and the subsequent risk of developing psychopathology later in life. They have also demonstrated that extended cognitive and emotional enrichment in adoptive homes in early life can facilitate healthy neurodevelopmental processes. The effects of are not just evident in childhood, but they persist throughout adolescence. The BEIP research group also found that children assigned to foster care had greater thinning of the prefrontal cortex from 9 to 16 years compared to children who remained in institutions. In addition, among those to foster care, children removed from institutional care before the age of 24 months showed higher thinning in these regions relative to those removed later. 49. Considering that rapid cortical thinning in cortices supporting higher-order cognitive processes is a physiological process of adolescence 50, the reduced thinning observed among children exposed to prolonged represents a deviation from the expected developmental patterns. These results 50 were replicated in a later BIP study that included adolescents at 16 years of age 51. Here, the authors also showed that the white matter pathways associated with psychopathology in previously individuals differed from those related to psychopathology in other populations, which indicate that early may disrupt commonly observed developmental trajectories 51. In addition to the BIP, numerous other studies that explored the effects of on-brain measures consistently showed its negative association with brain development. For instance, a small investigation conducted on 7 children adopted from Romania and 7 children born in North America found smaller whole brain, white and matter volumes among previously children compared with children who were never 52. Furthermore, previously children presented lower diffusion metrics and fractional anisotropy across all white matter tracks compared with never children, indicating a general deficit of white matter integrity in this population 52. A study that examined 14 previously adolescents adopted from Romania to the United Kingdom and 11 never adoptees from the United Kingdom found smaller and white matter volumes in the adopted group compared to the never group. Additionally, previously children exhibited a smaller volume of the left hippocampus and a larger volume in the right amygdala 53. Another study of 34 children adopted into the United States and 28 children living in the United States with their biological families did not replicate the finding of smaller hippocampal or larger amygdala volume across groups 54. However, the authors observed that the amygdala was larger in children adopted after 15 months of age compared to children adopted before 15 months of age. Of note, late adoption was also associated with emotion regulation and higher anxiety levels 54. A later study that included children adopted from Romania, Russia, China, and Bulgaria found that children who suffered early neglect had lower white matter directional in the prefrontal cortex and in tracts connecting the prefrontal and temporal areas 55. Differences in white matter microstructure were associated with cognitive performance among the children raised in institutional care 55. More recently, a study of 67 previously Romanian young adults with between 3 and 41 months of deprivation and 21 UK adoptees showed that deprived adoptees had smaller total brain volumes, right inferior frontal surface area and volume, as well as greater right inferior temporal lobe thickness, surface area and volume compared to the adoptees 56. Notably, deprivation duration was negatively associated with total brain volume and positively associated with right medial prefrontal volume and surface area. A decrease in total brain volume mediated the relationship between and lower intelligence quotient and more severe ADHD symptoms. Conversely, the increase in right inferior temporal volume was associated with lower levels of ADHD symptoms 56. Overall, these studies provide compelling evidence that severe deprivation in the first years of life is related to alterations in brain structure later in life, despite emotional and cognitive enrichment in adoptive homes in adolescence. Evidence from fMRI studies suggests that brain function may also be affected by. For example, a task-based fMRI study conducted on 22 previously children and 22 children raised with their biological families reported that the previously group manifested higher activity of the amygdala and lower activity in prefrontal regions during an emotional face go-no-go task, evaluating the emotional modulation of inhibition 57. Of note, amygdala hyperactivity was associated with atypical social assessed with the child checklist 57. In another study, 46 previously children and adolescents and 43 control subjects raised by their biological parents completed an aversive learning task during fMRI, which consisted of visual stimuli paired with aversive sound or with no sound 58. In the aversive condition, IG, visual stimuli paired with aversive sound, the previously group displayed amygdala and higher connectivity of the hippocampus with the prefrontal cortex, which predicted improvements in future anxiety. These findings suggest that alters the neurobiology of aversive learning, by engaging a broader prefrontal subcortical circuit 58. The same research group conducted an fMRI investigation using a visual search task that involved quickly locating negative or positive targets among neutral distractor stimuli 59. In the previously group, greater activation of the amygdala for negative versus positive stimuli was associated with greater anxiety, indicating that institutional care strengthens the relationship between amygdala reactivity and anxiety 59. Furthermore, an fMRI study that focused on the functional connectivity of the ventral striatum reported higher positive connectivity between the ventral striatum and the medial prefrontal cortex in previously youth 60. Stronger ventral striatum, medial prefrontal cortex coupling was associated with parental reports of social problems 60. Overall, these findings indicate that alters the activation of brain areas involved in cognitive, emotional, and social functioning, including the prefrontal cortex, amygdala, and hippocampus. 1342 Exposure to abuse, violence, and maltreatment. Exposure to abuse, violence, and maltreatment has detrimental effects on. Indeed, compelling evidence suggests that children who experienced maltreatment present lower amygdala and hippocampal volume, which is associated with altered patterns of fear conditioning 61-62. These results have been replicated in adults exposed to sexual abuse during childhood 63-64. Longitudinal work showed reduced growth in amygdala volume over time in adolescents exposed to maltreatment, which reflects a slower rate of development 65. In addition, the experience of physical abuse, sexual abuse, and domestic violence has been found to indirectly increase the risk of developing depression over time through hippocampal and amygdala volumes, particularly in those children and adolescents exposed to more stressful life events 62. Recent meta-analytic evidence has reported that individuals with a history of childhood maltreatment have lower cortical thickness in the left middle frontal gyrus, right median cingulate gyri, and right anterior cingulate gyri, as well as lower matter volume in the left supplementary motor area and bilateral median cingulate gyri 66. The results of this study indicate that early life maltreatment affects those brain areas mainly implicated in cognition, socioaffective functioning, and stress regulation 66. Functional MRI investigations have highlighted significant changes in brain activity and functional connectivity in children who experienced abuse, violence, or maltreatment. For instance, exposure to violence has been linked to reduced activation in the dorsal anterior cingulate cortex and prefrontal areas during an emotional face task 67. Also, violence-exposed children have been found to present abnormal activation of parietal regions and hippocampus during an associative learning task with angry, happy, and neutral faces paired with objects, suggesting that violence exposure alters the development of hippocampal and parietal areas 68. Of note, a recent study has indicated that the effects of violence exposure on threat-related networks, e.g. amygdala, depend on the trauma context 69. Indeed, children experiencing greater violence at home showed amygdala throughout an emotional faces task, regardless of the emotion of the face stimuli, while children who experienced more school and community violence showed amygdala habituation, a decrease in amygdala activation with repeated presentations of similar stimuli throughout the task. The authors also highlighted that maternal warmth was associated with a of amygdala in children, and fewer externalizing up to 1 year later, indicating that a positive caregiving can increase resilience 69. Other brain networks seem also affected by childhood traumatic experiences, as reported by a recent meta-analysis showing that children with a trauma history present changes in the activation of the default mode network, posterior insula, and affective networks during emotional tasks, and executive network during reward processing 70. Taken together, these investigations provide convincing evidence that exposure to abuse, violence, and maltreatment in the early years of life results in different activation patterns in the brain during tasks that elicit the processing of traumatic stimuli. 1343 Exposure to socioeconomic and neighborhood disadvantage. Socioeconomic disadvantage is an important stressor and can expose individuals to more adversity and negative life events than the general population 71-72, with associated poor cognitive and psychological outcomes 73. Socioeconomic disadvantage can be considered either at the household level, e.g. Insufficient family income, or at the neighborhood level, e.g. high concentrations of poverty, high rates of unemployment, limited material resources and services. Neighborhood economic disadvantage has been shown to have a negative impact on individuals, including lower academic achievement, lower paying employment, and greater physical and mental health problems 74-75. Among young children, neighborhood disadvantage is associated with a high incidence of and externalizing problems 76-77. Neighborhood disadvantage may affect children through a variety of social and biological mechanisms, including poor social cohesion, high crime and violence, lack of institutional resources, and exposure to environmental pollutants 78-79. In childhood, the quality of local schools may also play a role in, as might the availability of neighborhood resources in adolescence and early adulthood 80. Research shows, for example, that children exposed to socioeconomic and neighborhood disadvantage have higher salivary cortisol levels compared to unexposed children, which can lead to long-term dysregulation of the hypothalamus pituitary, adrenal axis 81. Notably, the increase in cortisol has potentially negative consequences on the developing brain, as it has been associated with atrophy of limbic structures and lower default mode network functional connectivity 82-83. Neuroimaging studies have found that infants from low-income families have smaller frontal and parietal matter volume compared to children growing up with middle and high-income families 84, and these volumetric differences appear to be associated with disruptive 84. In addition, these children also show slower trajectories of growth from infancy to childhood. Lower socioeconomic status has also been linked to abnormal amygdala response to photographs of negatively valenced objects and scenes, suggesting an abnormality in how the brain perceives and responds to potential threats 85-86. A recent meta-analysis of structural and functional neural correlates of socioeconomic disadvantage has found that children with low socioeconomic status present of the parietal opercular networks and hyperactivity of the right caudate nucleus 87. Structural differences in individuals with low socioeconomic status were complementary to the functional results. Indeed, individuals with low socioeconomic status presented smaller matter volume in the anterior cingulate cortex, as well as larger matter volume in the orbital frontal cortex, dorsal lateral prefrontal cortex and hippocampus, key regions of the reward circuit 87. A large study using the Adolescent Brain Cognitive Development ABCD cohort C below also showed that neighborhood disadvantage is associated with lower cortical thickness in the lateral, rostral middle frontal superior parietal, lateral occipital, lingual and cortices 88. Exploratory analyses using these data showed that the association between low educational attainment or neighborhood disadvantage and reduced cortical thickness was less marked in the presence of a high income-to-needs ratio, an index that describes the amount of income relative to the cost of living, suggesting that a high income-to-needs ratio may play a protective role in the context of low educational attainment or neighborhood disadvantage 88. Lastly, a longitudinal study that investigated whether neighborhood disadvantage was associated with trajectories of the difference between brain-predicted age and chronological age, brain age, reported that children exposed to high neighborhood disadvantage show positive brain age, reflecting an older brain-predicted age than chronological age during early adolescence and deceleration through to late adolescence, suggesting delayed brain development 89. 1344 Exposure to adverse childhood experiences. Evidence from studies exploring the effects of different dimensions of adverse childhood experiences on brain measures unequivocally reports changes in areas involved in cognition, emotional processing, and stress regulation. Among these, the ABCD study, a large dataset that contains neuroimaging data, youth-reported adverse experiences, and parent-reported financial adversity of children around the United States, has provided invaluable evidence on the effect of adverse childhood experiences on the brain. In a study conducted on 7,036 children from ages 9-10 to 11-12 years, a higher number of adversities was associated with smaller hippocampal volume at baseline and year 290. In a sample of about 12,000 participants aged 9-13 years, higher family conflict was associated with higher fractional anisotropy levels across brain tracts and within the corpus, fornix, and anterior thalamic radiations 91. Also, lower socioeconomic status and neighborhood safety were linked to decreasing fractional anisotropy trajectory over time and altered fractional anisotropy in the corpus, fornix, and anterior thalamic radiations 91. A study published last year has reported that dimensions of emotional neglect, such as lack of primary and secondary caregiver support and lack of caregiver supervision, are associated with younger-looking brains, while dimensions related to caregiver psychopathology, substance use, family aggression, trauma exposure, separation from biological parent, socioeconomic disadvantage, and neighborhood safety are associated with older-looking brains 92. Higher levels of adverse childhood experiences have also been linked to lower brain activation during a cognitive control task in the right inferior frontal gyrus and in the bilateral presupplementary motor area, key regions implicated in inhibitory control 93. Furthermore, greater brain response correlated with less suggesting reduced activation may not be adaptive in children aged 9-10 years 93. The negative consequences of adverse childhood experiences on the brain are evident also in adults, as highlighted by a meta-analysis that included a subsample of Generation Scotland, N1024, and individuals from the UK Biobank, N27202. Generation Scotland is a population-based cohort of over 24,000 individuals, with in-depth phenotyping recruited between 2006 and 2011, while the UK Biobank is a large, UK-based population cohort of over 500,000 adults recruited between 2006 and 2010. This study reported that childhood traumatic experiences were associated with increased risk lifetime experience of depression in both cohorts, odds ratio or 106 and 1.23 respectively, and early onset and recurrent course of depressive symptoms. Importantly, there was evidence of an association between childhood trauma and smaller global brain volume and cortical surface area of frontal and parietal areas. At a regional level, childhood trauma measures were linked to smaller hippocampus, thalamus, and nucleus volumes. This large study provides robust evidence of the lasting effect of childhood adversity on brain structure 94. In line with these results, meta-analytic evidence consistently shows that adverse childhood experiences are associated with changes in brain areas implicated in functioning, cognitive processing, and stress regulation. For instance, a meta-analysis of 56 studies reported consistent evidence of the effects of adverse childhood experiences on the right-left inferior frontal gyrus, hippocampus, and amygdala matter volume, age-specific effects in the right amygdala and hippocampus in children and adolescents, and maltreatment-specific effects in the right anterior cingulate cortex in adults 95. With respect to brain activation, a meta-analysis that included 68 task-based fMRI studies demonstrated that early life adversities were linked to, in the left superior frontal gyrus in healthy subjects 96. Moreover, when exploring task effects, functional alterations associated with early life adversities were found during emotion processing in the left amygdala, in the left during memory processing, and in the left amygdala and putamen in relation to postnatal maltreatment 96. The same research group explored functional connectivity of the amygdala in relation to prenatal exposures, e.g. substance exposure and postnatal experiences, e.g. childhood maltreatment or poverty, and reported robust evidence for decreased amygdala, anterior cingulate cortex, and altered amygdala, hippocampus connectivity in relation to early life adversities 97. Lastly, a meta-analysis by Al. 2020 demonstrated diverse patterns of association between different dimensions of childhood adversities and pubertal timing, cellular aging, and cortical thickness. In particular, the study showed that threat, but not deprivation or socioeconomic status, was associated with accelerated pubertal development and accelerated cellular aging as measured by both leukocyte telomere length and DNA methylation age. Furthermore, there was a consistent association between early life adversities and accelerated cortical thinning, although the specific brain regions involved varied by adversity type. Associations between threat and cortical thinning were mostly seen in the ventromedial prefrontal cortex, while associations of deprivation with cortical thinning were most consistent in the cortex and default mode network 98. 13.5 Psychosis as a neurodevelopmental disorder. Since 1986, when it was first introduced, the neurodevelopmental model of psychosis has been one of the predominant explanatory theories of psychosis 99. According to this theory, psychosis is the result of alterations in neurodevelopmental processes that begin long before the onset of clinical symptoms and are caused by a combination of genetic and environmental factors 99-100. Evidence for this broad neurodevelopmental model comes from many lines of research. Individuals who later develop schizophrenia are more likely to have experienced pre- or perinatal adverse events or to have been exposed to potentially harmful stressors compared to subjects who do not develop the disorder 1-1-102. In addition, individuals who develop psychosis also exhibit increased rates of minor deviations in motor, cognitive, and social development 103-104. These observations strongly suggest that brain abnormalities appear early in life in individuals who later develop psychosis. Disruptions seem to be linked to both early pre- or perinatal brain changes 105 and to disturbances in brain maturation during childhood and adolescence 106. In particular, abnormalities in normal developmental pruning 107 and deficits in myelination 108 during adolescence have long been implicated in the pathogenesis of psychosis. This is in agreement with brain imaging studies that reveal a pattern of progressive changes both for early onset and chronic schizophrenia. 13.6 Brain imaging in first episode psychosis. As neurodevelopmental disorders, psychotic disorders usually present during adolescence, and 11-18% of patients experience their first episode of psychosis before age 18, 109-110. The outcome of psychosis is negatively affected by the impact of illness onset on adolescents and young adults, whose neurobiological and psychosocial development is not yet complete 111. Individuals with psychosis can have a worse quality of life, a wide and diverse array of psychosocial difficulties, and an increase in morbidity and mortality 112, which make the identification of the neural mechanisms underlying the development of psychotic symptoms especially important. Structural and functional brain correlates have become an established feature of psychosis, and increasing evidence points towards a progressive nature of these alterations from early development to adulthood. MRI studies have consistently shown widespread volume reductions in prefrontal and temporal areas, anterior cingulate cortex, insula, and cerebellum in individuals with first episode psychosis compared to unaffected individuals 113-114. In addition, first episode psychosis is associated with a lower volume of limbic regions, including the amygdala 115 and hippocampus 116. Of note, the experience of childhood maltreatment has been negatively associated with amygdala volumes in first episode psychosis, so people with psychosis with higher scores on the trauma and distress scale show lower amygdala volume 115. Furthermore, individuals with first episode psychosis present lower cortical thickness in the right lateral superior temporal cortex and right anterior cingulate cortex relative to healthy controls 117. Interestingly, a recent study has found that widespread cortical reductions in subjects with first episode psychosis were similar to those associated with exposure during childhood, e.g. socioeconomic deprivation, family disadvantage, negative peer relationships, relative to other types of childhood adverse experiences, such as parental death or being expelled from school 118. Meta-analytic evidence from functional brain investigations has reported that people with first episode psychosis show of the right middle frontal gyrus, right inferior parietal lobule, and left superior parietal lobule during tasks encoding working memory 119. Another meta-analysis of the functional correlates of attentional and memory performance in first episode psychoses showed that during attentional task performance, subjects with first episode psychosis present frontal, parietal, and insular dysfunction, while during memory tasks the activation of the left insula seems altered 120. The same research group also showed that during emotional task performance, subjects with first episode psychosis failed to activate emotional processing-related areas, including the amygdala and the anterior cingulate cortex 114-121. Resting state studies have also consistently described functional abnormalities in first episode psychosis, in particular in the 122 and thalamic network 123, possibly underlying dopamine synthesis capacity abnormalities. Overall, this evidence suggests that brain alterations in subjects with first episode psychosis somehow overlap with changes associated with adverse childhood experiences, indicating that childhood impaired by stress could be an early risk factor for the development of psychosis. 13.7 Conclusion involves an extremely complex set of processes. Adverse childhood experiences can influence these processes in multiple ways that vary as a function of the presence of other risk and protective factors. The brain changes associated with adverse childhood experiences are well documented and mainly affect areas involved in cognition, emotional processing, and stress regulation. Among these, changes in the amygdala and the hippocampus have been most commonly linked to adverse childhood experiences. In addition, stressors in the first years of life seem to negatively affect frontal, parietal, temporal, and cingulate areas development, as well as the default mode and executive networks. These brain changes underlie the development later in life of cognitive deficits and externalizing problems, affective disorders, and psychosis. Studying the effects of different adverse childhood experiences and other environmental and psychological factors is crucial to advancing our understanding of the consequences of adverse childhood experiences on long-term functioning and mental health. 13.7.1 Limitations. During the last 30 years, there have been major advances in our understanding of the effect of adverse childhood experiences on brain development. However, it is necessary to consider several caveats that have affected what we know so far. First, some of the longitudinal studies that explored the effect of adverse childhood experiences on specific outcomes, e.g., symptoms, cognitive function, brain structure, and function, have assessed them at a single point in time. This is particularly critical when the outcome is instead assessed later in life, as it makes it difficult to draw conclusions about changes or stability of these measures during development. Second, the concept of adverse childhood experiences includes a wide array of experiences, spanning from abuse and neglect to exposure to conflict and violence. While exploring adverse childhood experiences as a whole has certain advantages, primarily increasing the sample size of children exposed to adversity, this also hinders a better understanding of the differential effect that specific adverse childhood experiences can have on. There is also little research on the role of contextual factors. For example, abuse and neglect in the context of low socioeconomic status or neighborhood disadvantage may have a different impact from abuse and neglect in children from families with fewer adversities. In the latter case, the child may have more protective factors, and the family may have more resources to reduce the impact of any potentially adverse experience. Related to this, pre-existing vulnerabilities, such as individual and familial clinical and demographic characteristics, are often overlooked in these investigations, which may lead to inappropriate attributions of causality to adverse childhood experiences. To overcome these limitations, future studies with longitudinal designs should distinguish among the different types of adverse childhood experiences and should consider the role of contextual factors and pre-existing vulnerabilities that may play a role in the causes and consequences of adverse childhood experiences. Brain development is the result of an ongoing interaction between genetic and environmental factors. Childhood represents a crucial period for since the foundations of sensory and perceptual systems that are critical to cognition, emotion processing, and social are formed in the early years of life and are strongly influenced by experiences during this time. Brain development is the result of an ongoing interaction between genetic and environmental factors. Childhood represents a crucial period for since the foundations of sensory and perceptual systems that are critical to cognition, emotion processing, and social are formed in the early years of life and are strongly influenced by experiences during this time. Adverse childhood experiences, including harms that affect children both directly, e.g., physical, emotional, and sexual abuse, physical and emotional neglect, and indirectly through their environment, e.g., parental conflict, domestic violence, substance abuse, or mental illness, can influence brain development in numerous ways that vary as a function of the presence of other risk and protective factors. Adverse childhood experiences, including harms that affect children both directly, e.g., physical, emotional, and sexual abuse, physical and emotional neglect, and indirectly through their environment, e.g., Parental conflict, domestic violence, substance abuse, or mental illness can influence brain development in numerous ways that vary as a function of the presence of other risk and protective factors. Adverse childhood experiences mainly affect areas involved in cognition, emotional processing, and stress regulation. Among these, changes in the amygdala and the hippocampus have been most commonly linked to adverse childhood experiences. Adverse childhood experiences mainly affect areas involved in cognition, emotional processing, and stress regulation. Among these, changes in the amygdala and the hippocampus have been most commonly linked to adverse childhood experiences. Adverse childhood experiences also have a negative effect on frontal, parietal, temporal, and cingulate areas development, as well as the default mode and executive networks. Adverse childhood experiences also have a negative effect on frontal, parietal, temporal, and cingulate areas development, as well as the default mode and executive networks. These brain changes underlie the development later in life of cognitive deficits and externalizing problems, affective disorders, and psychosis. These brain changes underlie the development later in life of cognitive deficits and externalizing problems, affective disorders, and psychosis. Anisotropy, property of a structure or material that exhibits physical characteristics that vary depending on the direction of measurement. Anisotropy, property of a structure or material that exhibits physical characteristics that vary depending on the direction of measurement. Brain networks, groups of widespread brain regions that co-activate and deactivate together and are involved in the same sets of functions. Brain networks, groups of widespread brain regions that co-activate and deactivate together and are involved in the same sets of functions. Default mode network, functional brain network that is active during self-directed thought and introspective mental activities. It includes the medial prefrontal cortex, posterior cingulate cortex, and inferior parietal lobule. Default mode network, functional brain network that is active during self-directed thought and introspective mental activities. It includes the medial prefrontal cortex, posterior cingulate cortex, and inferior parietal lobule. Executive network, functional brain network that is active during cognitive tasks. It includes the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex and the posterior parietal cortex. Executive network, functional brain network that is active during cognitive tasks. It includes the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex and the posterior parietal cortex. Externalizing symptoms, maladaptive, directed towards the individual's environment. Examples include aggressive and delinquent. Externalizing symptoms, maladaptive, directed towards the individual's environment. Examples include aggressive and delinquent. Functional connectivity, temporal correlation between the blood oxygen level dependent signal of anatomically separated brain regions. It reflects how widespread brain regions interact and exchange information. Functional connectivity, temporal correlation between the blood oxygen level dependent signal of anatomically separated brain regions. It reflects how widespread brain regions interact and exchange information. Fractional anisotropy, scalar value between 0 and 1 that describes the degree of anisotropy of a diffusion process, with 0 indicating no restriction of diffusion in all directions in the brain and 1 indicating that diffusion is occurring in one direction only. It is generally interpreted as a quantitative biomarker of white matter integrity. Fractional anisotropy, scalar value between 0 and 1 that describes the degree of anisotropy of a diffusion process, with 0 indicating no restriction of diffusion in all directions in the brain and 1 indicating that diffusion is occurring in one direction only. It is generally interpreted as a quantitative biomarker of white matter integrity. Matter area of the central nervous system composed by neuronal bodies, axons, dendrites, glial cells, and synapses. Matter area of the central nervous system composed by neuronal bodies, axons, dendrites, glial cells, and synapses. Symptoms, maladaptive phenomena affecting one's own self. Examples include depressed mood, social withdrawal, guilt, and loneliness. Symptoms, maladaptive phenomena affecting one's own self. Examples include depressed mood, social withdrawal, guilt, and loneliness. Meta-analysis, a type of research study that involves analysis of multiple independent datasets, significantly improving statistical power and the findings. Meta-analysis, a type of research study that involves analysis of multiple independent datasets, significantly improving statistical power and the findings. Meta-analysis, a type of research study that summarizes quantitative data from multiple independent studies addressing a common research question. Meta-analysis, a type of research study that summarizes quantitative data from multiple independent studies addressing a common research question. Synapses, structures that allow a neuron to pass an electrical or chemical signal to another neuron. Synapses, structures that allow a neuron to pass an electrical or chemical signal to another neuron. White matter, area of the central nervous system composed by myelinated axons, also called tracts. White matter, area of the central nervous system composed by myelinated axons, also called tracts. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License (ORG) licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: 1 Zhou Y Song H Ming GLI. Genetics of Human Brain Development. Rev. Genet. 2023, 25 126 45, PubMed Central. 2J Phillips D. From Neurons to Neighborhoods, The Science of Early Childhood Development. From Neurons to Neighborhoods. 2000. Org 101722698824. 3 Houston SM, IR. The Neurobiology of Childhood Structural Brain Development, Conception through Adulthood. Top 2014 16317 PubMed Central. 4 Al, Charles A. Nelson I. Brain Development and the Role of Experience in the Early Years. 03. 2009 39 PubMed Central. 5 A. Regional Differences in and Human Cerebral Cortex. J. Comp. 1997 387 167 70 8 PubMed. 6 Miller DJT CD Al. Prolonged Myelination in Human Neocortical Evolution. Proc Acad USA. 2012 109 16480 5 PubMed Central. 7 Nickel M. See Regulation of Central Nervous System Myelination in Higher Brain Functions. Neural. 2018, Org 101155201864364363. 8 IS, M. Cerebral White Matter Myelination and Relations to Age, Gender, and Cognition, a Selective Review. Front Hum. 2021 15662031 PubMed Central. 9 IL PM. Typical and Atypical Brain Development, a Review of Neuroimaging Studies. Dialogues. 2013 15359 PubMed Central. 10 p.m. IRNJNCN KM Toga. Structural MRI and Brain Development. Rev. 2005 67 85 323 PubMed. 11 JNJ No FX HAT ACJL. Brain Development During Childhood and Adolescence, a Longitudinal MRI Study. 1999 2861 3 PubMed. 12 Bethlehem Rai J. Whiteasar Al. Brain Charts for the Human. Nature. 2022 6 04790 65 2533 PubMed Central. 13 KCBJ NC S. Imaging the Developing Brain. What have we learned about cognitive development? Trends. 2005-91-410 PubMed. 14 LQ-KV Typical and Atypical Development of Functional Human Brain Networks, Insights from Resting State fMRI. Front. 2010-421 PubMed Central. 15 XSABB. Task V's. Rest different network configurations between the and the resting state brain networks. Front Hum. 2013-756300. 16 VDT JADI JJ. A method for making group inferences from functional MRI data using independent component analysis. Hum Brain. 2001-14-140-51 PubMed Central. 17 H. Shen D. W. Resting State Functional MRI Studies on Infant Brains, a decade of gap-filling efforts. Image. 2018-180-5664 PubMed Central. 18J Raw DLPT RSC. Adverse Childhood Experiences and Premature Mortality Through Mid-Adulthood, a 5-decade prospective study. Lancet Health AM. 2022, Org 101016J2022100349. 19 Nelson CA, LJ. Early Adversity and Critical Periods, Neurodevelopmental Consequences of Violating the Expectable Environment. Trends. 2020-43-133 PubMed Central. 20 McDonald CM, I Flaxman S WWD, LE Black RE, M, G. The Effect of Multiple Anthropometric Deficits on Child Mortality, Meta-analysis of individual data in 10 prospective studies from developing countries. J. 2013-97-89690-1 PubMed. 21 SK. Chronic early trauma impairs emotion recognition and executive functions in youth, specifying precursors of risk and resilience. 2022-34-1339-52 PubMed. 22A TAL AL. The Origins of Cognitive Deficits in Victimized Children, Implications for Neuroscientists and Clinicians. J. Psychiatry. 2017-174-349-61 PubMed. 23 Hawkins Ma, Layman HM KT Tabler J L C JM. Adverse Childhood Events in Cognitive Function Among Young Adults, Prospective Results from the National Longitudinal Study of Adolescent to Adult Health. Child Abuse. 2021-115-10-5008 PubMed Central. 24 M. KJ UDK Adverse Childhood Experiences, Psychosocial Well-Being and Cognitive Development Among Orphans and Abandoned Children in 5 Low-Income Countries. BMC Health Hum Rights. 2014, Org 10118614726988x146. 25 MA Peters RM TN MM. The Relationship of Adverse Childhood Experiences and Emotional Distress in Young Adults. J.M. Nurses. 2024-35-32-44 PubMed. 26 Hughes K. Belizame Ka D. A. C. Jones L. MP. The Effect of Multiple Adverse Childhood Experiences on Health, a Systematic Review and Meta-Analysis. Lancet Public Health. 2017-2, E35666 PubMed. 27 JD SAMS-RJ. Traumatic and Adverse Childhood Experiences and Developmental Differences in Psychiatric Risk. JIMA. 2024, Org 101001, JIMA+YCH8RY202432231. 28 Al. Crouch E. The Association of Adverse Childhood Experiences with Anxiety and Depression for Children and Youth, 8 to 17 years of age. ACAD. 2020-2600 PubMed Central. 29 NR TA-DM. Adverse childhood experiences and psychotic-like experiences are associated above and beyond shared correlates. Findings from the Adolescent Brain Cognitive Development Study. RAISE. 2022-22-235 PubMed Central. 30 N. Staines L.C. Canon M. Childhood Adversity and Recurrence of Psychotic Experiences During Adolescence. The Role of Mediation in an Analysis of a Population-Based Longitudinal Cohort Study. PsychMed. 2022 534046 PubMed Central. 31J. S. Child Maltreatment and Psychosis. Dis. 2019. Org 101016 JNBD 2019011015. 32 Morgan C. Geyer Anderson C. Childhood Adversities and Psychosis. Evidence, Challenges, Implications. World Psychiatry. 2016 1593 102 PubMed Central. 33F FM RTW Reed J. Van Oz J. RP. Childhood adversities increase the risk of psychosis. A meta-analysis of patient control, prospective, and cross-sectional cohort studies. Bull. 2012 38 661 71 PubMed Central. 34 Nelson CA, RD, ZA, NB, A. Samara M. Adversity in childhood is linked to mental and physical health throughout life. By MJ. 2020//.org/101136/bmj.m3048. 35 SD, JT, L. Smith JD, E. Psychosocial Adversity in Infancy and Mortality Rates in Childhood and Adolescence, a birth cohort study of 1.5 million individuals. Epidemiology. 2019 32 46 55. 36 Kelly Irving M. B. D. M. D. P. T. See Adverse Childhood Experiences and Premature All-Cause Mortality. J. 2013 28 721 34 PubMed Central. 37 LC Frankfurter C. Cooper M. Lay C. Monder R. M.E. Association of Adverse Childhood Experiences with Cardiovascular Disease Later in Life. A review. JIMA. 2021 6 28 35 PubMed. 38 VJ, RFD, DF, Spitz AM, Edwards V, MP, Marks JS. Relationship of childhood abuse and household dysfunction to many of the leading causes of death in adults. The Adverse Childhood Experiences ACE Study. MJ Prav Med. 1998 14 2 45 58 PubMed. 39 Rutter M. Wood L. Beckett C. Al. Developmental Catch-up and Deficit Following Adoption After Severe Global Early Privation. J. Child Cycle Psychiatry Allied. 1998 39 4 65 76. 40 C.H. Nelson C.A., Foxna, A.T. Marshall P. Parker S.W. S. Designing Research to Study the Effects of Institutionalization on Brain and Behavioral Development. The Bucharest Early Intervention Project. 2003 15 885 907 PubMed. 41 Nelson C.A., Foxna C.H. Romania's Abandoned Children. The Effects of Early Profound Psychosocial Deprivation on the Course of Human Development. Cycle. 2023 32 515 PubMed Central. 42 Marshall P.J. Foxna. A comparison of the electroencephalogram between institutionalized and community children in Romania. J. 2004 16 1327 38 PubMed. 43 Marshall P.J. B.C. Foxna Nelson C.A. C.H. Effects of Early Intervention on EEG Power and Coherence in Previously Institutionalized Children in Romania. 2008 28 61 80 PubMed Central. 44 RE CH Foxna Nelson CA. Normalization of EEG activity among previously institutionalized children placed into foster care, a 12-year follow-up of the Bucharest Early Intervention Project. 2015 1768 PubMed Central. 45 Sheridan M.A., Foxna, C.H. Laughlin Ka Nelson C.A. Variation in neural development as a result of exposure to institutionalization early in childhood. Proc Acad USA. 2012 1091292 732 PubMed Central. 46 JT C. Foxna C. Nelson C.A. Effect of early institutionalization and foster care on long-term white matter development, a randomized clinical trial. JIMA 2015 169-2, 11-9 PubMed Central. 47J Fox N, CH Nelson CA. Early deprivation, atypical brain development, and internalizing symptoms in late childhood. Neuroscience 2015 342, 140 PubMed Central. 48 Laughlin Ka, Sheridan MA Winter W Foxna, CH Nelson CA. Widespread reductions in cortical thickness following severe early life deprivation, a neurodevelopmental pathway to attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. Psychiatry 2014 76 629 38 PubMed. 49 Sheridan MA CA Wade M. Al. Early deprivation alters structural brain development from middle childhood to adolescence. ADV 2022, Org 101126, SCIADV ABN 4316. 50N JN L. Al. Dynamic mapping of human cortical development during childhood through early adulthood. Proc Acad USA. 2004 1, 181749 PubMed Central. 51D Foxna Pine DS, CH Nelson CA Laughlin Ka Sheridan MA. Altered associations between white matter structure and psychopathology in previously institutionalized adolescents. 2024 69 10 1440 PubMed Central. 52 TJ HT Behen ME C O M DC M abnormal brain connectivity in children after early severe deprivation, a diffusion tensor imaging study. Pediatrics 2006 117 209 3100 PubMed. 53 MA NICE A Williams CR Rutter M IJS. Amygdala, hippocampal and corpus size following severe early institutional deprivation, the English and Romanian adoptees study pilot. J. Child Cycle Psychiatry 2009 59 43 51 PubMed. 54N Hertie BT Al. Prolonged institutional rearing is associated with atypically large amygdala volume and difficulties in emotion regulation. 2010 13 46 61 PubMed Central. 55 JL N MK Alexander Al RJ SD. Early neglect is associated with alterations in white matter integrity and cognitive functioning. Child 2013 84 Org 10 11112069. 56 Max NK D Sarkar R Rutter M G MA IJS. Early childhood deprivation is associated with alterations in adult brain structure despite subsequent environmental enrichment. Proc Acad USA. 2021 17 6 41 9 PubMed Central. 57 N Hertie AT Joy D KCBJ. Elevated amygdala response to faces following early deprivation. 2011 14 19204 PubMed Central. 58 Silvers JA DS L Al. Previous institutionalization is followed by broader amygdala hippocampal PFC network connectivity during aversive learning in human development. J. 2016 36 642 030 PubMed Central. 59 Silvers JA B LJ GDG DS Caldera C N Vigilance, the amygdala, and anxiety in youths with a history of institutional care. Psychiatry Neuroimaging. 2017 249350 1 PubMed Central. 60 DS LB J GDG DS Caldera C N altered ventral medial prefrontal cortex resting state connectivity mediates adolescent social problems after early institutional care. 2017 29 186576 PubMed Central. 61 Laughlin Ka Sheridan MA Gold Al A Lambert HK MCT Z Pine DS. Maltreatment exposure, brain structure, and fear conditioning in children and adolescents. Neuropsychopharmacology. 2016 41 195 664 PubMed. 62 DG Lambert HK AM M Sheridan MA Laughlin Ka. Reduced hippocampal and amygdala volume as a mechanism underlying stress sensitization to depression following childhood trauma. Depress anxiety. 2020 37 9 16 25 PubMed Central. 63 SL AMH. Preliminary evidence for sensitive periods in the effect of childhood sexual abuse on regional brain development. J. Neuropsychiatry. 2008 2292 301 PubMed Central. 64 J.D. Randall P. E. L. Ross C. S. McCarthy G. R.B. D.S. Magnetic resonance imaging-based measurement of hippocampal volume in stress disorder related to childhood physical and sexual abuse, a preliminary report. Psychiatry. 1997 41 23 32 PubMed Central. 65 Whittle S. M. N. J. G. M. D. I. C. N. B. Childhood maltreatment and psychopathology affect brain development during adolescence. J. A. M. Acad Child Psychiatry. 2013, Org 101016 JJAC 201306007. 66 Yang W. Jin S. W. H. Ping L. Shenzi, Y. Su X. Zhou see the effects of childhood maltreatment on cortical thickness and gray matter volume, a coordinate-based meta-analysis. Cycle Med. 2023, Org 101017 S00332917230000661. 67 DG, JL, NL Miller Ab, Ka Sheridan MA Laughlin Ka. Altered neural processing of threat-related information in children and adolescents exposed to violence, a mechanism contributing to the emergence of psychopathology. JAM Acad Child Psychiatry. 2020 59 127484 PubMed. 68 Lambert HK M. Ka ML Sheridan MA Laughlin Ka. Altered development of hippocampus-dependent associative learning following early life adversity. 2019, Org 101016 JDCN 20191000666. 69 Stevens JS Van SJH AF TD Powers A Clifford A YJ R N T amygdala responses to threat in violence-exposed children depend on trauma context and maternal caregiving. 2023 35 112. 70 R Hughes A M a functional magnetic resonance imaging meta-analysis of childhood trauma. Psychiatry Neuroimaging. 2024 95 61 70 PubMed. 71 NE SC KIA. Money doesn't talk, it swears. How economic stress and resistance resources impact inner-city women's depressive mood. MJ Community Cycle. 2028 149 73 PubMed. 72 A AH M GH Smit-Ha M. The development of socioeconomic health differences in childhood, results of the Dutch longitudinal PIAMA birth cohort. BMC Public Health. 2011 11 111. 73 ME T C B Carlo SC Ellen Indirect Effects Model of the Association between Poverty and Child Functioning, the Role of Children's Poverty-Related Stress. J. Loss Trauma. 2008 13 156 85. 74 NT HD. How neighborhood effects vary by achievement level. Rev. 2024 117. 75 AISM AL. Association of neighborhood disadvantage and individual socioeconomic position with all-cause mortality, a longitudinal analysis. Lancet Public Health. 2022 7 E4 57 PubMed. 76 JJ EJ RKYE LM. Family and neighborhood level factors as predictors of conduct problems in school among young, urban minority children. Med Washington, D.C. 2015 41 177 85. 77 YT Brooks J. Earls FJ. Neighborhood residents and mental health problems of 5 to 11-year-olds. Arch Gens Psychiatry. 2005-62, 554-63 PubMed. 78 Harding DJ. Collateral consequences of violence in disadvantaged neighborhoods. Social Forces. 2009 88 757 PubMed Central. 79 Lee H. N. S. Crowder K. Effects of prolonged exposure to air pollution and neighborhood disadvantage on self-rated health among adults in the United States. Evidence from the panel study of income dynamics. Environ Health. 2023//.org/101289/EHP11268/supple file/EHP11268S00/1ACCO.pdf. 80 J.C. Wilson I.G. C. Watts Al. K.M. The Childhood Opportunity Index 2, Factor Structure in 9-10-year-olds in the Adolescent Brain Cognitive Development Study. J. Environ Raise Public Health. 2025, Org 103390, IJRPH 220-20228. 81 ID, JRD, Blair C. Exploring Longitudinal Associations Between Neighborhood Disadvantage and Cortisol Levels in Early Childhood. 2017-29-1649-62, PubMed Central. 82 Blair C. Raver Say. Poverty, Stress, and Brain Development. New Directions for Prevention and Intervention. ACAD. 2016-16, S30 PubMed Central. 83 RK Swain J.E. GW Welsh RC. I. Childhood poverty and stress reactivity are associated with aberrant functional connectivity in default mode network. Neuropsychopharmacology. 2014-39-224451, PubMed Central. 84 JL Hair N Shen DG F JH BL SD. Family poverty affects the rate of human infant brain growth. PLO S1. 2013-8 E80954 PubMed Central. 85 White SF JL JJ L Laughlin Ka Miller G. Exposure to violence and low family income are associated with heightened amygdala responsiveness to threat among adolescents. 2019 4100 709 PubMed Central. 86 AA LMMT Davis MM Al. Neighborhood disadvantage associated with blunted amygdala reactivity to predictable and unpredictable threat in a community sample of youth. Psychiatry Global Open. 2022-2242. 87 ZA are functional and structural brain correlates of socioeconomic status. Cortex. 2020-30-180-196 PubMed. 88D, A. Whittle S. Assessment of Parent Income and Education, Neighborhood Disadvantage, and Child Brain Structure. JIMA Open. 2022-5, E2226208 PubMed Central. 89D, V. A. N. NB, Whittle S. Neighborhood Disadvantage and Longitudinal Brain Predicted Age Trajectory During Adolescence. 2021-5110-1002, PubMed Central. 90 FJ KL IL ZP WK AS JM. Early life adversity predicts reduced hippocampal volume in the Adolescent Brain Cognitive Development Study. J Health. 2024 75-75-80 PubMed Central. 91A R Bates K D Making Connections. Neurodevelopmental changes in brain connectivity after adverse experiences in early adolescence. J. 2024, Org 101523, January CI 0991232023. DL Macan AV AMG LT Mills KL CK. Dimensions of early life adversity are differentially associated with patterns of delayed and accelerated brain maturation. Psychiatry. 2025, Org 101016 JBIOPSYCH 202407019. 93 EA RM GY AL CL KM. Childhood adversity is associated with reduced bold response in inhibitory control regions amongst pre-adolescents from the ABCD study. 2024, org 101016 JDCN 202-410-1378. 94 Madden Ra, K. Shen X. Al. Structural brain correlates of childhood trauma with replication across two large, independent community-based samples. Psychiatry. 2023, org 101192 J EURPSY 202222347. 95 TM Kaiser A EJM DT SB NE. Traces of Early Life Adversities, a meta-analysis exploring age and adversity-specific effects. Rev. 2022 135104589 PubMed Central. 96 EJ TM M Kaiser A DT NE. Impact of Early Life Adversities on Human Brain Functioning, a coordinate-based meta-analysis. Rev. 2021 1362-76 PubMed. 97 EJ T SB NI. A coordinate-based meta-analysis of human amygdala connectivity alterations related to early life adversities. Rep. 2023 13-16541 PubMed Central. 98 NL, ML Williams E's Laughlin Ka. Biological Aging in Childhood and Adolescence Following Experiences of Threat and Deprivation, a Systematic Review and Meta-Analysis. Psycho-Bull. 2021 46-7-2164 PubMed Central. 99D The Pathogenesis of Schizophrenia, a Neurodevelopmental Theory. 1986. 100 Murray RM, Lewis S.W., Lecturer L. Is Schizophrenia a Neurodevelopmental Disorder? Med J. Arrays Id. 1987 295 680 12 PubMed Central. 101 E. Murphy S.K. L.M. Prenatal maternal stress and the cascade of risk to schizophrenia spectrum disorders in offspring. Psychiatry Rep. 2019-2199 PubMed Central. 102 CM P. N. Murray RM. S. J. Prenatal and perinatal risk factors for schizophrenia, affective psychosis, and reactive psychosis of early onset. Case control study. By M. J. 1999 318 421 PubMed Central. 103 Van Harten PN. S. Kent J.S. SR VA. The clinical and prognostic value of motor abnormalities in psychosis and the importance of instrumental assessment. Rev. 2017 8476 87 PubMed. 104 Kraepelin A. Pablo G. C. Al. Neurocognitive Functioning in Individuals at Clinical High Risk for Psychosis, a Systematic Review and Meta-Analysis. JIMA Psychiatry. 2021 78 859 67 PubMed Central. 105 JH Van J MA SG SB BS NC. Mild detected in with ultrasound, clinical associations and implications for schizophrenia. Rays. 1998 33 133 40 PubMed. 106 PK LD DL KH. Adolescent and Vulnerability to Psychosis. Psychiatry. 2020 89 184 PubMed Central. 107 MV BB. Unmasking Schizophrenia. Synaptic pruning in adolescence reveals a latent physiological vulnerability in prefrontal recurrent networks. Psychiatry. 2022 92 436 PubMed Central. 108A P. S. Neurodevelopmental disturbances in schizophrenia, evidence from genetic and environmental factors. J. Norrell. 2022 13195 PubMed Central. 109 BG, Conus P, Cotton S, PD, Lambert M. Pretreatment, baseline, and outcome differences between early onset and adult onset psychosis in an epidemiological cohort of 636 first episode patients. Rays. 2007 95 18 PubMed. 110 Ms. J. M. al. Age at onset of mental disorders worldwide. Large-scale meta-analysis of 192 epidemiological studies. Psychiatry. 2021-27, 1280-195 PubMed Central. 111 H. B. Epidemiology of early-onset schizophrenia. Arch Psychiatry. 1995-45 8092 PubMed. 112 A. Ms. Lili al. The interplay between functioning problems and symptoms in first episode of psychosis, an approach from network analysis. J. Reyes. 2021 136-6573 PubMed. 113 P. J. P. S. Neuroanatomical maps of psychosis onset, voxel-wise meta-analysis of antipsychotic naive VBM studies. Bull. 2012 38 129 730 7 PubMed. 114 J. S. A. Calls D. A. PK. P. Multimodal meta-analysis of structural and functional brain changes in first episode psychosis and the effects of antipsychotic medication. Rev. 2012 36 232 533 PubMed. 115 RL, H, T, M, RKR, NJ, L-amygdala volumes in psychosis high-risk state and first episode psychosis. Reyes. 2022 15 284 92 PubMed. 116 Park MTM, Gion P, Con AR, K, MM, JP, Mac M, J, L hippocampal neuroanatomy in first episode psychosis, a putative role for glutamate and serotonin receptors. Prague Psychiatry. 2021, Org 101016J PNPBP 20211102997. 117 YQ Chassis Li Q JA Li F Gong Q cortical thickness abnormalities at different stages of the illness course in schizophrenia, a systematic review and meta-analysis. JIMA Psychiatry. 2022 79 560 PubMed Central. 118 Fairs NE, N, H, al. Triangulating the associations of different types of childhood adversity and first episode psychosis with cortical thickness across brain regions. Cycle Med. 2024, Org 101017 S0033291724002393. 119 Yawai, SBXG, H, Y neural dysfunction underlying working memory processing at different stages of the illness course in schizophrenia, a comparative meta-analysis. Cortex. 2024, Org 101093 CRCOR-BHA 267. 120 Del A, GD, C, SNS, P functional magnetic resonance imaging correlates of first episode psychoses during attentional and memory task performance. 2016 74 22 31 PubMed. 121 Del A, C, GD, S, A, C, G, P, M neural functional correlates of emotional processing in patients with first episode psychoses, and activation likelihood estimation, ALE meta-analysis. Arch. 2018 156 111 PubMed. 122 G, DA, F spontaneous brain activity alterations in first episode psychosis, a meta-analysis of functional magnetic resonance imaging studies. Bull. 2023, Org 101093 SCHBUL SBAD 044. 123 K, A, S, al. Affective connectivity and dopaminergic function in the psychosis continuum. Brain. 2022 146 372. Psychiatry after George. 1. And Leipzig University, short-term stay, long-term impact. Keywords. 1.1 ONS. 1856-1926 is regarded as one of the most influential figures in the history of international psychiatry, but also paved the way in other related sciences. His psychological experiments, for instance, which contain several innovations, form a basis of modern psychopharmacology 1-2, see chap. 2. Against this background, it is surprising that his contributions to psychology, particularly to the psychology of work curve, the so-called question of overburdening, are rarely acknowledged today. This is even more true of research in experimental psychology. Experimental psychology as a scientific discipline was established in Leipzig by philosopher, physiologist, and psychologist, 1832-1920, and he inspired a large number of psychologists from all over the world. He also inspired, and the two were in a lifelong friendship. The ideas that pursued and started working on Under's guidance in Leipzig, and how much he hoped to gain from working in this field, however, are barely today. Believed that simple mental phenomena and simple basic mental functions are the result of the effect of external stimuli on the nervous system. He therefore researched individual basic psychological functions with the help of time measurements, reaction measurements, or association tests through experiments with changing stimuli. He worked exclusively with mentally healthy people. Had the idea that mental illnesses are based on disturbed or altered basic mental functions. This means that mentally ill people react slower, faster, or not at all to external stimuli, or generally react differently. Or that mentally ill people form different associations. Therefore wanted to introduce experimental methods into psychiatry, experiment with mentally ill people, and discover the deviating basic functions that he had assumed to be present in mental illnesses. Assumed that certain mental illnesses were always by the same deviating basic functions. In his experiments, which would ultimately yield masses of data, he would therefore have to find regularities. This would make it possible to natural laws and clinical entities. However, he was unable to implement this first and early research. For a general comment on its impact on C3, 3388-4, 75-251. Consequently, we show in this chapter how failures in using experimental psychology to advance the understanding of mental illness prompted him to undertake a complete and ultimately extremely successful scientific reorientation on C35. 1.2 on. In 1875, was appointed one of two professors of philosophy at Leipzig University. In this post, he adopted particular emphasis on a scientific approach, which matched perfectly the wish of the faculty 6-7. 4 years later, he established the world's first experimental psychological laboratory, which began as his very personal undertaking 811. This initiative became a starting point for the establishment of psychology as a discipline in its own right and its separation from philosophy, a process whose conclusion was only to be achieved after 1945. By the second half of the 1880s, this new approach to psychology had won recognition, but what particularly promoted its dissemination was the continuing growth in interest by a new generation of psychologists, philosophers, and scientists, as well as, finally, medical professionals. It was they who spread this approach throughout the European continent and beyond, and in particular to the Americas. Used experiments and observations to study how people perceive things around them and to understand simple mental processes. He measured these processes to uncover their basic rules. He later applied these methods to associations, which are the building blocks of more complex thoughts. However, did not believe in using these experimental methods to study higher mental processes like conscious thinking and morality 12. He thought these should be studied through fields like sociology, ethnology, mythology, history, and religion, not through scientific measurements. On the other hand, wanted to use these methods to study mentally ill individuals, hoping to find specific patterns that could help distinguish different mental illnesses from one another. 1315. 1.3 Getting in Touch, The Beginnings. Was born in the rural town of. His brother Carl, 8 years his senior, who was to become a renowned zoologist and botanist, was the dominant influence on him during his childhood and adolescence. They often wandered together through the countryside to observe natural phenomena, enjoying to classify what they discovered by the classification system of organisms, i.e., the division of natural phenomena according to naturally occurring criteria. Thus Jung became sensitive to the naturally given order and developed a deep interest in biogenetic but also psychological issues, when he came across lectures on the human and animal soul, Die 16, in the private library of a country doctor who was a close friend of the family and had made a lasting impression on young 17 p3, 18. 109-115. Influenced particularly by the first volume of this edition, and obviously neglecting the second, Jung decided to become a doctor specializing in insane people, a career in which he assumed he could integrate his deep interest in experimental psychology into a bread-and-butter job as a doctor 17 p3. From the start, and guided by his brother, followed the philosophical direction of his mentor only selectively, since in his book of 1863 had already warned explicitly that the experimental approach alone could not guarantee certainty of understanding the human soul. At this stage in his life, the experimental and the sociological and psychological aspects of his work stood side by side almost unconnected, 19 p. 177, probably explaining the selective approach 3 p. 3645 that Jung adopted. It was natural that should at Leipzig University in the summer semester of 1874 to study medicine, as his brother Karl had studied and undertaken work for his doctorate there, and was then lecturing at a school in the city. On in Leipzig c. 420, after only 3 semesters he moved to university to continue his studies, a decision he was soon to regret. After having worked through Principles of Physiological Psychology, 21, he decided to return to Leipzig, where the now 43-year-old author of this book had meanwhile been appointed professor of philosophy. Soon after his return in March 1877, he made himself known to 17 p5. In a letter to his family, he offered a detailed account of this first encounter, stating how surprised he was that had made a rather natural, very businesslike impression, and did not make any specific. Following this initial meeting, was able to get to know even better through eagerly attending his seminar on the Psychological Society, 5. III p. 96-97. A factual description of their meeting, which his scientifically uneducated relatives could understand without difficulty, was followed by an enthusiastic and detailed account of the book by this giant spirit, as he referred to. During the summer semester of 1877, not only attended this private seminar held early on Wednesday evening, 22, 1877 p15, which was not even part of a medical student's syllabus, but also volunteered to contribute a presentation on the sensitivity to light 17, 1983. 5-6. Presumably it was his talk and his general keen interest that attracted his attention. This could explain why in a letter of March 1880, date not entirely certain, asked his mentor to pen a review on his first piece of writing, or even better, a letter of recommendation, which he could use to persuade a publisher to release it as a brochure. This letter of response, dated 20 March 1880, marks the beginning of a correspondence that lasted over 40 years. This exchange provides an unconventional insight into the biographies of 2 outstanding men of science and bears vivid witness on the one hand to the cautious formation of their friendship and understanding based on deep mutual respect, and on the other to the difficult phase of self-discovery of both scientific psychology and modern clinical psychiatry, 18. See also 23. 1.4 on someone having an inclination towards psychology, yet having to stay a psychiatrist out of necessity for the time being. In August 1878, began working as an assistant at the Upper Bavarian County Asylum in Munich. He later reflected in his memoirs on the emotional toll of his work, describing how he was depressed by what he perceived as the vanity, the trivia, and the untidiness of the 150 inpatients, who were, according to him, demented, whining, yelling, and always at the edge of violence. The work left him anxious and sleep-deprived, and he felt scientifically dissatisfied. The confusing bustle of patients, combined with the limited medical therapeutic tools of the time, led him to feel helpless in the face of mental illnesses that still lacked scientific understanding. 17. 11-13. His frustration grew as he questioned whether his supervisor, a proponent of the brain anatomical school, was pursuing a productive approach. Focused on finding organic causes of mental illness through brain anatomical and histological findings, which believed was ultimately a waste of time. 17. 15-17. He did not want to end up like Forel, mocked by colleagues for his repetitive brain slicing as brain preparation assistant, 24 p73. Sought alternative ways to address the confusing bustle of patients, by finding criteria by which patients could be diagnosed reliably during their lifetime rather than trying to find out what they had suffered from post. Psychiatry in the 1880s had made progress with exogenous illnesses, but struggled with endogenous and psychogenic disorders. Felt the need to identify the underlying processes of mental illness and analyze the differences between healthy individuals and the mentally ill. He turned to research on basic psychological processes in healthy people, believing that methods could advance psychiatry by showing how the mentally ill perceive and associate differently. This approach, which varied experimental conditions in order to establish cause and effect links, impressed and convinced him that these methods could offer valuable insights into mental illness. 21 p5. In fact, believed that by using methods mental disorders could be classified like natural phenomena. He also assumed that each mental phenomenon, just like physical phenomena, could be traced to an external cause, an interpretation that was more absolute than his own views. His dissatisfaction with his work and the conditions at the Munich asylum drove him to seek a closer relationship with. In his letter of 18 January 1881, he asked for advice on whether it was feasible to dedicate himself to psychological studies under his guidance, and whether his methods could be applied to psychiatry. He also inquired if a year in Leipzig could prepare him to apply these methods independently. Told that once again he faced the necessity of making a fundamental decision as to which career to follow, and that only against this background he dared once again to bother his much-respected professor with a request that could prove of utmost importance for my future career, namely for advice no other person except you could possibly give. As I had hinted earlier, I have been thinking of following my inclination of psychology, and should that be possible, dedicating myself exclusively to psychological studies under your guidance. Unfortunately, though, given the current circumstances, realizing this idea is far from simple, and for various reasons, I have to consider the situation very carefully before leaving my present secure position here. As I am not a man of means and therefore have to stay a psychiatrist out of necessity, it is essential for me to know how far you think it possible to the psychological studies I can do under your guidance in psychiatry. Have the psychophysical methods, the mastery of which one cannot acquire from books but only by practicing them, reached such a level that one could legitimately apply them fruitfully in psychiatry? I would prefer with all my heart not to have to make this my guiding principle, yet I have already committed myself, and these obligations only allow me to follow my inclinations, if these provide an opportunity of advancing my career as a physician for the insane. These are the circumstances under which I am approaching you, as the only person that can give me competent advice. Would it on the one hand be possible for me to learn to the modern methods of psychological research during, let us say, a half to 1 year stay in Leipzig, to such an extent that I could apply them independently afterwards? And do you believe that these methods could be applied to psychiatry successfully? 18. 41-42. 1.5's recommendation. His mentor replied 5 days later on 23 January 1881, without, however, offering certainty in response to his student's main concern. Stated he did not have enough psychiatric expertise and experience to evaluate if the psychophysical experimental methods could ever be applicable in psychiatry, that is to say, usable for experiments on mentally ill patients on a larger scale. He pointed out that undoubtedly experiments on the insane are likely to prove extremely, underlined in original, difficult. If one were seeking reliable results, they would require a lot of attention, diligence, and intelligence, as well as, finally, a great deal of goodwill and the absence of deliberate deception. However, he ended by saying that many things that one once deemed impossible have become a distinct possibility, and though the experimental methods themselves had without doubt their imperfections, the time had suggested for getting to grips with them would be sufficient. However, after careful consideration of both the research had outlined and his situation, continued, considering all these points I cannot, underlined in original, recommend to give up your secure job for the uncertain chances your studies in experimental psychology might open to your own career in psychiatry. Nevertheless, it should be possible to pursue the one interest without forsaking the other altogether, and therefore concluded, would it be helpful for you to find a job at our local psychiatric hospital, which is going to open in a few months' time, and for which your work will provide good references? It would seem to me that, given the lack of competent and hardworking young psychiatrists, and particularly those who have had training in anatomy, you would have an excellent chance. Were you to write to and refer to me by name, I should be pleased to support your application. 18. 44-45 was clearly suggesting that brain anatomical experience, on which the young psychiatrist himself placed little worth, could be a distinct advantage. After all, was familiar enough with contemporary psychiatry to know that, equally to 1847-1929, was a proponent of the brain anatomical school that almost university-based psychiatry at that time. If we understand the quote from his letter correctly, he also suggested that could be happy to employ a psychiatrist like the young, with practical clinical experience, for himself had none. He had only been made associate professor of psychiatry in 1878, and designated as head of the University Psychiatric Hospital due to open in 1882, because no anatomical or physiological chairs were vacant as his preferred alternative. 425. 2968. Through his letter of 23 January 1881, had a lasting influence on his life, for in February 1882 his student did indeed become the senior assistant in his hospital. At the same time, he was to have the chance of working in his laboratory. Yet his mentor expected would do so on the side, as much as you care and can manage. 18, p. 51. 1.6 The application of psychophysical methods on psychiatric objects had been rather vague as to the chances of success in applying his approach to psychiatry. Still, in his next letter of 27 January 1881 outlined definite plans, almost ignoring his reservations. And these plans were not only very detailed, but also extremely optimistic. It is clear that for the majority of mentally ill patients, all methods that are not objective by nature, but require the assistance of the person being studied, are completely impractical. Yet there is still a residue of patients on whom certain studies, such as the measurement of mental time and stimulus threshold, could be undertaken and are likely to come up with interesting results. First and foremost, I am thinking of patients suffering from slight melancholia, mild rage, and paralytics at an initial stage. In general, I should not apply these methods to the severely mentally ill, since innumerable sources of potential error could exist. Yet it would rather seem to me that the experiments on the persons as proposed above could prove important, since they could provide us with usable clues for an understanding of the so-called neuropathic disposition. This term, which plays a significant role in present-day psychiatry, is by its nature most unclear and many-sided. Consequently, our understanding of both the etiology and nature of mental disorders will barely progress, unless this mysterious something has been precisely defined. As you can see, I am planning to develop the fruitful thought your work has inspired in me, and whose importance to psychiatry I have only hinted at. I am strongly convinced that all predisposing moments produce their effects by altering the mode of reaction. They can either affect all the nerves simultaneously or only those of certain individual areas. A person with a strong hereditary predisposition, an alcoholic, a morphine addict, an epileptic, or someone convalescing from typhoid will respond differently to external stimuli than the normal, sthenic person. Consequently, should it not be possible to identify differences in the reactions between these groups of individuals with the help of your psychophysical methods? I am thinking of differences in the changes of stimulus threshold or mental time under the influence of various agents, emotions, alcohol, or differences as to how soon the individual being tested gets tired or enraged, and to what degree. Most importantly, however, we would also gain insight into the nature and impact of hereditary degeneration, which has been hypothesized to be responsible for a great many of mental disorders, of which we, sadly, do not have a clear understanding. Yet I'd rather not continue giving free rein to my fantasy, but I do think that the ideas mentioned above will suffice to show ways in which I see chances for psychophysical methods being applied to psychiatric objects sick. Original wording preserved. Please blame the boundless optimism and the phantasm contained in my exposition on my youth. I am convinced that there is at least a grain of truth in what I have said. However, I cannot say whether this truth can be found already, or whether it might be me who will be able to do so. Yet I think it is worth giving it a try, and not even your rather negative reply has left me doubting my resolution to carry out my intentions. 1847-48. 1.7 in Leipzig. On 25 February 1882, took up his duties as senior assistant and deputy director at the Mental Hospital of Leipzig University. From the very beginning, he and his boss clashed and was constantly at the edge of being fired. Several facts may explain why the two of them did not get along well. Firstly, both were very similar in being extremely stubborn, proud, and wanting to be in charge. Secondly, it is well established that and were rather intolerant towards different opinions, and hence also scientific approaches that were different from their own views. Their antagonism may have been exacerbated by turning down's admittedly rather vague offer to help him write and defend his habilitation, second MD thesis necessary to be appointed professor. After all, he had not chosen to investigate and report on a brain anatomical topic or a clinical matter, but rather on an experimental psychological subject, a psychological one to be precise. 20. Immediately after had accepted him as his senior assistant, that is, still in Munich and before going to Leipzig, sent his quiz application. As has often been the case in the past, and with your kind permission, I shall seek your advice and support in dedicating myself more and more to psychology, which has always been my inclination. 1852-53. And right away he beseeched his teacher for help, a kingdom for a topic. Might he dare think of analyzing the impact of some of the most well-known nervines, calming and restorative substances, on the response time? Admittedly, this is not very original, but nevertheless appropriate. Should you, however, have another topic up your sleeve which you deem suitable and which you would like me to explore, I should really appreciate it if you could tell me something about it, so that I can do the necessary reading here in Munich, and thus be well prepared to start the experimental work immediately upon my arrival. 18 p56. His response reveals that, contrary to, he was more interested in cognitive psychology rather than the application of experimental psychological methods to psychiatry. He suggested that, should not just investigate the changes in response time certain nervines bring about, it may perhaps be worthwhile observing in addition the changes of decision and will times under the influence of certain substances in order to dissect extremely complex alterations in their individual functional components, employing appropriate methods of combination and elimination. For this purpose, suggested, should perhaps restrict himself to one substance. 18 p58. Ultimately, and made a deal that provided the main reason for constant and increasing dissatisfaction with his senior assistant. It became soon clear to him that simply took advantage of him as the provider of the necessary financial support to enable to pursue his pet subject and make his experiments at laboratory rather than at his brain anatomical laboratory. Possibly the head of the Leipzig department could have developed some acceptance for his situation, had not greatly neglected his duties at the hospital. Had been seeking a competent and efficient assistant who would free him of his duties as a physician and enable him to dedicate himself totally to his own research interests in his brain anatomical laboratory. Yet this was not possible, as work both at and his own experimental laboratory in his hospital was very time-consuming. This situation was made worse by the fact that, at least at the time, lacked interest in the patients, and the interest he did show in them was rather research-oriented, psychopathological in nature, using them as subjects for his experiments. 26-27 p27, 28-29 p217, 30. 153-160. It was only a matter of time before the work at the hospital suffered, and this would consequently lead to open conflict with. This made dismiss without notice in mid-June. The sources we were able to locate in archives provide evidence that this dismissal was fully justified, given the serious failures in hygiene and other shortcomings described. So found himself in a financially difficult situation. Still, he was determined to qualify as soon as possible as, which would give him the right to teach at university and collect fees from his students. Barely 14 days after his dismissal from hospital, handed in his application to be granted the title of for psychiatry at Leipzig University, the very clinical academic subject that represented and who, therefore, was definitely to be included in the examinations committee. As if applying so to say with the man who had fired him just 2 weeks earlier were not enough, he filed a very special request on top of that. This request was to accept, instead of the separate postdoctoral thesis normally required, 3 papers he had already published to assess my scientific capabilities, 31 p1. The papers enclosed instead of a postdoctoral thesis were on the duration of simple psychological processes, Dive 32, on the modulation of simple psychological processes by some medicines, Dive 33, and on the influence of acute diseases on the development of mental illnesses, Dive 34. Leipzig's medical faculty had these works reviewed by Ernst's mentor, physiologist Karl Ludwig, 1816-1895. Ludwig was very critical of the 2 psychological studies, but thanks to an enthusiastic review of the 3rd study by the Faculty Council approved his written works, thus allowing the habilitation procedure to continue. After successfully passing the oral examination, which was the 2nd component of the habilitation procedure, was awarded the title, and on 20 October 1882, officially included in the teaching staff of Leipzig's medical faculty, 35. 1 p. 436. As could not find paid employment in Leipzig at the time, he was pleased to accept an offer from able publishers to author a concise textbook of psychiatry, which was to appear within the renowned Abel's Medical Series 4, p. 236, 17, p. 28. This compendium 36, published in 1883, is the first edition of his textbook of psychiatry. By 1926, this textbook saw 9 editions, and from the 1890s to 1930s was the standard work in its area, the Bible of Psychiatry, 37, p. 116. His compendium is cited here, since even as early as when he penned the introduction, was making extensive reference to his basic idea of integrating the experimental psychological approach into psychiatry. He regarded this as the silver bullet, the only way to make progress in psychiatry. In order to fully understand mental disorders, it is essential to break down given symptoms into their smallest components and to ascribe these elementary alterations of mental processes to pathological changes of basic mental functions in general. The clinical approach in psychiatry, i.e., clinical observation and registration of patients' symptoms, which was described as the 2nd key principle of psychiatric research in the chapter before HS, can only prove successful if it is coupled with an exact analysis of basic mental phenomena and a profound knowledge of basic mental functions established by scientifically based psychology. Without this, facing mental disorders will be like trying to analyze urine without the help of our chemical and physiological knowledge. It would be totally impossible to identify the real pathological components, let alone to ascribe them to a specific organic illness. Hence our uncertainty as to the nature of certain mental illnesses is mainly the result of the severe lack of an appropriate psychological approach. It is therefore essential not only to undertake clinical observations and record pathological symptoms, but also to analytically study them. The science that can provide us with the means to take this 3rd path is experimental psychology. So here in the introduction of his compendium, written in the Easter break of 1883, Experimental Psychology, which is the necessary extension of a pathology of the cerebral cortex, all quotes from 36 p. 1214, is proposed as a complement to clinical observation. This search for complementarity between experimental method and clinical observation can be interpreted as a first forerunner of the approach to mental disorders was to apply later. Moreover, it seems to anticipate the reduced importance attributed to this method later on. Only 2 years earlier, in his letters to, had referred to them as the key to open up the mysterious bustle of mental illnesses. A further 3 years after the release of his compendium was to regard experimental psychiatry as one of several auxiliary disciplines in psychiatry. A transition in his views was taking place, a reorientation of his scientific approach. 1.8 The value of experimental psychology to psychiatry is reduced. Left Leipzig in October 1883 to work at hospital in Munich, but stayed only a few months. He then became a senior assistant at the Silesian Province Asylum in now Poland, but again had a brief tenure. His time there may have influenced his scientific concepts, possibly through contact with Ludwig, 1828-1899-38. Shortly after, he moved to the Dresden Municipal Hospital as a senior consultant in wards for the mentally ill and internal medicine. These frequent changes stemmed from his desire to marry his long time, which he believed required a stable income. However, his short stays also highlight his search for a role suited to his interests and abilities. Despite these shifts, remained focused on starting his own experimental psychological studies using his methods. In contrast to the experimental, his accounts of his clinical work itself during this period are scarce. 17. 30-40. After his workload eased in autumn 1884 with the appointment of 2 junior assistants, he resumed the experiments he had started at his clinic. Unlike Who was of methods 17, p. 15, Director Alter 1843-1918 gave a free hand scientifically. In the rural isolation of, however, it was not easy to find test subjects. So took measurements of psychological time on his recently married wife. Strikingly, no evidence suggests he carried out any experiments on 194 patients by late 1884-39. Why he would bypass this opportunity remains unclear. On 1 June 1886, took up his duties as newly appointed professor of psychiatry and head of the psychiatric hospital at the German-speaking University of present-day in Estonia, which at that time was part of the Russian Empire. His almost 5 years there were of decisive importance for the theoretical foundation of his clinical empirical approach to psychiatry, just as the Heidelberg years later marked the practical of this approach. Parallel to developing his new clinical empirical approach, his disappointment that the experimental psychological methods could not be satisfactorily applied to mentally ill patients was growing. He was dissatisfied with the time those experiments and the efforts to minimize sources for errors took, for he could really have used this time instead to improve his ability to communicate with his foreign-speaking patients, as well as to meet his obligations as both clinical and administrative head of a university department, for whose financial affairs he was fully and solely responsible. This work pressure was increased by the fact that his hospital was remotely situated from both the town and the other university departments, so that communication, and his presenting seminars and lectures were impeded. Yet despite these pressures, tried to continue his experimental psychological studies on the side as much as I can. Even today one can state that his activities left their mark since until the present day is referred to as by far the most important experimental psychologist to have been associated with Estonia 40. As one of his early activities, founded a psychological society in the autumn of 1887 in order to enhance the image of both the subject and his department with the general public and within the university. As we can see from the outcome in terms of studies, was able to attract a considerable number of enthusiastic and self-sacrificing workers, 17, p. 59. First, was able to find room available for their tests at the Physiological Institute. From 1888, he was able to locate more rooms to establish a psychological laboratory within his psychiatric hospital. In the same year 1888, reported to his mentor in Leipzig, most progress has been made in investigating the influence of exercise and fatigue. For this study I had everyday processes, like reading, writing, calculating, counting, etc., analyzed systematically in order to obtain standard values. These could later be used as comparative material for tests on mentally ill people, for whom the application of more exact chronometric methods would be too complicated. It seems it will be possible to work out an adaptation, an exercise and a fatigue coefficient for each of these processes and for each individual, which will reflect both the momentary state of mind and general capability. At the beginning, stuck closely to the procedures and methods that had been developed by. In the course of the experiments, however, he soon complemented these with methods he designed and developed himself. 41, p. 1249. It can be assumed that it was the clinical experience that he gathered that particularly enhanced and the conditions and methodology of the experiments. As 42, p. 262 has pointed out before, this experience made aware of the fact that when a single experiment, and even more so, if a whole series of experiments is conducted, it is always numerous parameters that impact the experiments and their outcome, particularly when experimental subjects demonstrate significant individual variation in their responses to the experimental procedures. All this enabled to revise and correct the results of earlier experiments. In general, the results of the tests carried out in were much more exact than those of the experiments carried out among others in Leipzig, and through their accuracy more convincing, and of a totally new quality. This development illustrates a general trait in Olaf's work, both psychiatric and psychological. He regarded all his findings and views as provisional, results to be improved and by better methods, further eliminating sources of error, and by widening the database by including more and different test subjects. The experimental psychological and psychopharmacological studies 43, 44, published during his years, provide revealing insights into the problems that drove him and the efforts he made to solve them. Thus his essay on the knowledge of psychophysical methods reveals his deep dissatisfaction with the stagnation in the methodology of experimental psychology at the time. He pointed out that discussing the methods of measurements took up an unreasonable amount of space in the psychophysical literature, whereas progress could only be achieved by producing new, more thoroughly elaborated practical experience, 45, p. 503. In the printed version of a talk given in 1890 on mental functional disorders, he even drew the discouraging conclusion that the results of tests on mental time carried out on mentally ill patients were nearly useless. Moreover, a material number of problems had to be overcome before the experimental approach could be applied successfully in the pathological field, 46. 522, 524. He concluded that unfortunately he had not been able to his original research of identifying and classifying the natural regularities that underlay psychological processes in mentally ill people, at least not to the extent originally planned, 17, p. 50, 47, p. 12. In his 90-page overview on the psychological experiment in psychiatry, drew the modest and rather depressing conclusion that what experimental psychology can do for us today will hardly be of material help in making the diagnosis of illnesses any easier. Significantly, it was in his 1892 study on influencing simple mental processes by several drugs, that appeared to put a provisional final line under his first scientific period, which had been closely linked with experimental psychology. Although the book is dedicated to his dear teacher, as a symbol of his steadfast gratitude and devotion, 48 PIV, we can also read here that other projects and topics were becoming more important, most probably since they seemed more promising to him. Since my heavy workload and other pressing scientific challenges do not allow me to foresee if and when I shall be able to continue my work, I have now strived to bring to an end the present study, work on which has taken more than the. Despite being less optimistic about the outcomes achievable with this method, experimental psychology remained an inclination too. Over time, however, it became more and more a secondary field of his activities, and he increasingly delegated the troublesome and time-consuming finicky work to his undergraduate and postgraduate students. This shift in attention had nothing to do with taking on new responsibilities as professor at Heidelberg University in April 1891, which supposedly him the necessary time to pursue his pet subject 17, p. 65, 49, p. 1, see also 50, p. 816. The real reason for this shift becomes clear from many references in the 1892 book, 48. VVI still never gave up hope that one day experimental psychology would bring results as he had hoped, and so he kept providing adequate premises and funding, both while at Heidelberg and later at Munich University, and also at the German Research Institute for Psychiatry, founded by him in 1917. This way guaranteed that experimental psychological investigations have always been an integral part of psychiatric research. Still, it is a proven fact that at the time, the results of experimental psychological school were not acknowledged accordingly, nor his approach adopted by others for several decades, neither in psychiatry nor psychology for a similar view, see 51-52. It was not before the late 1970s and 1980s that experimental and psychological research, in the tradition of investigations of the late 19th and first decades of the 20th century, took off again too, p. 151. This approach and theories can be as relevant to present-day cognitive neurosciences, including clinical neuropsychology. Between 1883 and 1893, he espoused more and more of approach to research, and thus laid the foundations for his clinical empirical approach to psychiatry. It was through working on the fourth edition of his Textbook of Psychiatry, 53, that this broader and more sophisticated approach slowly emerged. His nosological classification of mental illnesses is the most significant and visible fruit of all his efforts, and herein it is his division of endogenous mental illnesses into two large groups that stands out 54. This division, which is still basically used today, could never have been achieved by means of the experimental psychological approach alone. In this regard, was right to downgrade the latter approach from the key science to one of several auxiliary sciences in a combined approach. Nevertheless, although undoubtedly had fruitful links with a variety of people and schools of thought, he still felt the most intense, emotional, and steadfast bond with one man, namely. Even though his experimental psychological schooling had not resulted in the desired breakthrough, but rather guided him to become an empirical and wide-ranging scientific researcher, he valued the bond enormously, based as it was on feelings of most faithful and sincere gratitude to you, to whom I owe so much in the spiritual of my life. While it makes me very proud to be able to demonstrate to you through my actions that the seed you planted into the heart of your youthful student has grown and thrived, I am still aware of the limitations of my own capabilities. I feel strongly that my psychological achievements are only an extension of what I learnt under your guidance and in your laboratory, 18 p. 98. 1.9 Conclusion. Although the psychological methods adopted from did not enable him to reach his original scientific goals to bring order to the confusing bustle of manifestations of mental illness, this failure paved the way to his greatest scientific achievement, the description and classification of mental disorders based on long-term clinical observations as laid out in his comprehensive textbook of psychiatry. Admired the experimental psychologist from the beginning of his career, which led to his decision to return from Munich to Leipzig in 1882 to study under. Admired the experimental psychologist from the beginning of his career, which led to his decision to return from Munich to Leipzig in 1882 to study under. Despite voiced by, set out to use experimental methods to bring order to the confusing bustle of manifestations of mental illness. Despite voiced by, set out to use experimental methods to bring order to the confusing bustle of manifestations of mental illness. During his work in and continued improving on experimental psychological methods, but grew more and more frustrated with its failure to enable the identification of specific mental disorders. During his work in and continued improving on experimental psychological methods, but grew more and more frustrated with its failure to enable the identification of specific mental disorders. This failure led him to adopt an approach to psychiatry, leading to his clinical empirical scientific agenda and ultimately his greatest achievement, the description and classification of mental disorders based primarily on long-term clinical observations. This failure led him to adopt an approach to psychiatry, leading to his clinical empirical scientific agenda and ultimately his greatest achievement, the description and classification of mental disorders based primarily on long-term clinical observations. Even though his experimental psychological schooling had not resulted in the desired breakthrough, but rather guided him to become an empirical and wide-ranging scientific researcher, he considered a key scientific inspiration throughout his life. Even though his experimental psychological schooling had not resulted in the desired breakthrough, but rather guided him to become an empirical and wide-ranging scientific researcher, he considered a key scientific inspiration throughout his life. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License (org licenses by 4.0), which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: 1U Fletcher P.C., H. The Origin of Pharmacopsychology, Experiments in Leipzig and Heidelberg, 1882-1892. Psychopharmacology, 2006 184-131, 8 PubMed. 2HU 1822-83 in Leipzig Sen. IM. In MCH Editors. 200 and Leipzig. Heidelberg Springer 2005. P 12154. 3P Die als Wissenschaft. Berlin Heidelberg Springer 1994. 4H in Leipzig. Bonn 2001. 5 Weber FPD H edition 5 vols. Belleville 2002 005. 6W. Stuttgart 1920. 7SH. Sens. 2001 72 884. 8 Dresden. Bestand 10,280 1322. Leipzig. Does 9 Leipzig. Bestand 979. Des Seminar 1882 1943. 10W Does. In Festschrift 500 Leipzig. 4 Part 1. Leipzig 1909. P 11833. 11D. In Gesellschaft DDR Editor. Berlin W.O. Publisher 1977. P 66. 12G. And 2006. 13 IS. Ist a Problem. Gesellschaft. 2006 12 199 208. 14 R.D. in History. New York Academic 2001. 15 W.R. Studies. Toronto 1980. 16 W. Die. 2 vols. Leipzig 1863. 17 IN. H. Peters G.D. Editors. Berlin Springer 1983. 18 H. Bern 2002. 19 W. Second Aid. Stuttgart 1967. 20 H in Leipzig, Habilitation. In H. Editor. Leipzig 2005. P 75 102. 21 W. Leipzig 1874. 22 IM. Winter 18 XX Leipzig. Leipzig respective years. 23 W. In Marx Leipzig 1409-1959. Leipzig 1959. P 380-291. 24 Forel A. 1935. 25 H 1847-1929. Als. In MC H. Editors. 200 and Leipzig. Heidelberg Springer 2005. P 81 120. 26 K 1856 1926. In K. Editor. 1. Stuttgart 1956. P 175 86. 27 K. Stuttgart 1957. 28 Havens LL. J. Ment Dis. 1965 141 1628 PubMed. 29 Alexander F.G. S.D. Diana 1969. 30 H.G. N. Revolution. 1976. 31 Leipzig. Bestand 1461. I. 32 A. Die. 1881 1882 1654 72. 721 33 75 166. 33 E. Die the Die. Stud. 1881 188 314 1762. 573 605. 34 E. Den Die. 1880 111 137 83. 295 350. 649 77 and 1882 1265 121 287 336. 35 Leipzig. Bestand. BIV 3. 1. Die Pro, 1834-1943. 36 E Compendium. Leipzig Abel, 1883. 37 F. Kindler, 1971. 38 H. M.C. And 2002 7252 8 PubMed. 39 Alter W. 1885. In 1886 823841. 40 J. History of Experimental Psychology from Estonian. Cycle 2007 71 6 1825. 41 MS. Period and IMSS. 1974-74 124453 PubMed. 42 MG. Moskva 1976. 43 A. 1888-715. 44 E. Den Die. 1889-1910. 45 E. Stud. 1896-493-513. 46 E. 1890-46-522-4. 47 I. In. 1895-1896-1191. 48 E. Die. Yana 1892. 49 A. Z. 1927-96-17. 50 G. Are the early development of ideas on classification, a conceptual history. Cycle Med. 1988-18-8-1321 PubMed. 51 H. In. Was 1895. Cycle 1993-5-530. 52 Van IHAC. Die IM. In M. HJB Editors. IM. Berlin's 1994. P. 83-105. 53 I. Leipzig Abel 1893. 54 E. 6th Ada. Leipzig Barth 1899. 2. And the development of physical treatments in psychiatry. Keywords. 2.1 Introduction. The relationship between the work of and the development of physical treatments in psychiatry is complex and multifaceted. Here an assessment of his contribution and impact has been divided into 3 phases. First, the period as a student and a trainee, when he became very enthused with the burgeoning science of experimental psychology and used its techniques to examine the central effects of psychoactive substances. His contribution to this field was considerable, particularly his discussion of research design and methodology, and in a sense, he can be considered as one of the founding fathers of psychopharmacology. Next, during his seminal years of collecting information on large cohorts of patients which led to his nosological theories, there was relatively limited research or study of drugs and other therapeutic agents, which he perceived only to provide some symptomatic relief. This dearth stemmed from the all-consuming nature of his clinical research, but was also related to his predominantly negative view about curability and his views about the role of factors such as alcoholism, venereal disease, and degeneration, which led him to believe that prevention was likely to be the more fruitful approach than therapy. He did study the effects of hormonal tissue extracts and, to a lesser extent, lithium, but was unimpressed with both, which, given his powerful influence on the field and the potential toxicity of these approaches at the time, was probably just as well. One can argue that the discovery of the benefits of drugs in psychiatry, with all its limitations, requires more understanding of biochemistry and pharmacology than was available in Stay. Finally, there is the question of whether nosological legacy has helped or hindered the fields of biological psychiatry and psychopharmacology. As outlined below, the argument can be made that while the categorical classification diagnostic systems that most psychopharmacological research is based on have been shown to be theoretically and scientifically flawed, nonetheless useful data have been collected on the well cohorts that this approach encourages. 2.2 and Psychology. Studied medicine in Leipzig, and from 1874 until 1878. In 1877, while a student in Leipzig, he did an attachment with 1832-1920, professor of philosophy and one of the founders of experimental psychology. After qualifying, worked in a district mental hospital in Munich until 1882, when he returned to Leipzig. He started a research with leading to a promotion to lecturer in 1883, and he also established a clinical appointment with Dr. 1847-1929-1. Reports that influenced in a way that can hardly be overestimated too, see chap. 1. And underlined the attraction felt for, by quoting his remark in his autobiography, I decided to become a psychiatrist as it seemed that this was the only possibility to combine psychological work with an earning profession. 3. Had developed experimental techniques to study various cognitive functions in humans and deployed these techniques to investigate the effects of psychoactive drugs on reaction time. Advised that he restrict his studies to only a very few substances, and accordingly most of his work in Leipzig focused on alcohol, although his later studies in and Heidelberg covered a much wider range of drugs including morphine, chloral hydrate, paraldehyde, and caffeine. Published the results of these studies in 3 long papers written in Leipzig between 1881 and 1883, and in an extensive monograph on the modulation of simple psychological processes by some medicines, written in and Heidelberg in 1892-1-4. These studies, while having their intrinsic merit, are also revealing for what they tell us about the scientist. Firstly, they demonstrate his powerful commitment to research. As Muller and Fletcher argue, the papers are part of the evidence that shows he was aware of practical issues such as funding, time constraints, and the likelihood and importance of publications emerging. Muller and Fletcher also demonstrate that his pharmacological work showed the same creativity that his later work. They show how the studies were innovative, for example by demonstrating clear understanding of the imperative for placebo and control conditions. 1. The papers also evidence early grasp of the importance of statistical issues in such studies. Mayer-Gross, in a 1957 review of these papers, notes that the improvement and elaboration of statistical methods lay close to his heart, and that he discusses the limited certainty with small sample sizes. 5. Several of these commentators describe his enthusiasm and aptitude for what he dubbed psychology. 1-4. Muller and Fletcher suggest that he spent every free minute in his laboratory. As discussed in more detail below, abandoned psychological research during the pursuit of his famous nosographic research projects in Heidelberg and Munich. But experimental psychology was, in his own words, his true obsession, and he returned to lead psychology research after his retirement from his psychiatric clinic post in Munich. 1. His innovations in pharmacological methodologies can be seen as important in the development of modern cognitive neuroscience. The modern term psychopharmacology was first used in the early 20th century and came to prominence with the discovery of chlorpromazine in the 1950s, but in many ways can be seen as one of its founding fathers. His contributions to psychopharmacology and clinical neuropsychology were far ahead of his time, but his conceptual achievements have been largely neglected by modern psychiatry and cognitive neuroscience. 4-5. 2.3 and therapeutics. Despite his interest in the psychological effects of drugs, his insistence on the importance of applying the new science of psychology to morbid mental states, and his use of this science to study the effects of the drugs described above, did not pursue these kinds of studies with the patients he examined in depth in Heidelberg and Munich, where his main focus was on clinical psychopathology and nosology rather than therapeutics. As far as patient management was concerned, he was a firm advocate of non-restraint that was, belatedly compared with England, being introduced into German psychiatric practice in hospitals. He spoke positively about innovations to improve the atmosphere in hospitals such as bed treatment, long soothing baths, farming, good heating and plumbing, family nursing and aftercare by benevolent associations, and negatively about features like isolation room 6. Sedatives like chloral hydrate were becoming much more in use in German institutions, but considered them expedients, whose only benefit was in bringing a quiet atmosphere to the wards. In clinical work, his medication of choice was potassium bromide to promote sleep and calm agitated patients, but it seems clear that he only saw such drugs as alleviating some symptoms and improving the milieu. Spoke of his long-term aim of promoting therapeutic advances, but seems to have put more emphasis on the potential value of prevention. The lack of focus on therapeutics may have been linked to his belief in the incurability of most major mental disorders. Describes how considered only fever, delirium, intoxications, infectious and mental disorders, or certain psychogenic diseases as curable but deemed all other forms of insanity incurable. 6. He was of therapeutics partly due to his conviction, a fatalistic determinism, as puts it, that much of mental illness was secondary to alcoholism, venereal disease, and hereditary degeneration. 7. While he talked forcibly about the benefits of education, particularly temperance and welfare as preventative strategies, argues that he put most faith in eugenic strategies, such as marriage bans and castration, and he urged legal and health policy changes to further these ends. 6. His attitudes to degeneration and the impact of those beliefs are discussed more fully elsewhere in this volume. See chaps 4 and 5. Argues that belief that degeneration was central to the development of dementia was more nuanced than that of classical degeneration theorists. 8. Believed in a chronic autointoxication that led to a self-poisoning, and that the development of rational therapies was possible only if the underlying mechanisms of this process could be elucidated. According to, was particularly intrigued by the findings of the late 19th century of how thyroid extract could cure. This finding led him to believe that abnormal secretions of internal glands could cause disease, and he placed dementia firmly within these new medical paradigms as a metabolic autointoxication. Believed that in dementia there was a tangible morbid process in the brain. He largely rejected the notion that this process was consequent on hereditary degeneration, but posited that, in view of the temporal relationship between the disease onset and sexual development, there may be some processes taking place in the sexual organs. He largely rejected the then popular notion that mental disease was caused by toxins from infections in the intestinal tract. Was active in examining his patients from a physiological perspective. He reported changes in heart rate and temperature regulation, which he opined were secondary to derangement in central control. He implicated increased central sympathetic output with decreased parasympathetic modulation, both of which would speed the heart up, potentially erratically. He ascribed these abnormalities to changes in the thyroid gland, as he also did with the skin and pupil size changes he recorded. Organotherapy, particularly thyroid organotherapy, became popular in the 1890s across Europe, and reports that introduced preparations of every possible organ, but as himself reported in 1919, unfortunately without any effect. 8. Later became agnostic about autointoxication theories and removed dementia from this category, placing it in a category of its own. See chap 14. This change of view, combined with his inherent therapeutic and caution, stopped him from carrying out surgery on his patients, which however became commonplace in some parts of Europe and North America in the early decades of the 20th century, preceding the heroic somatic therapies of the 1930s, insulin and malaria therapies, for example. Given's dominant, influential position in psychiatry at the turn of the 20th century, his reservations must have prevented even more widespread use of harmful surgery in that era. Finally, with respect to therapeutics, took some interest into lithium salts. Describes the long history of Danish research on and use of lithium. Lithium salts entered the Danish Medica in 1863-9. Carl 1834-1900 was a Danish academic neuropathologist in private neurology practice, and his younger brother, Fritz 1842-1907, was an asylum psychiatrist. Carl propounded his thesis on periodic depression and its response to lithium treatment. Distinguished it from manic depressive illness because lack of spirits and is their constant complaint, and from melancholia due to an absence of delusions and hallucinations. His theory of etiology included both heritability, of decisive significance, and a constant tendency of the urine to deposit uric acid sediment. He posited that the rational treatment to counteract this underlying diathesis required the alkaline treatment method. This included lithium as well as dietary restriction to eliminate sources of uric acid. Fritz focused more on the theory of autointoxication due to the uric acid diathesis 10. His verdict was to dismiss Outright's beliefs about periodic depression. He did not confirm it by clinical observations. He also considered that the conceptual framework for the use of lithium was not consistent with his own experience, that only a few patients had co-occurring gout. He viewed the diagnosis of periodic depression as more likely being manic depressive disorder in which the manic phase had been missed. While he did not support lithium in the treatment of affective disorder, he did employ it for epilepsy and acknowledged that at some stage in the future light might be shed on this question by means of metabolic investigations. 11. 2.4 Psychopharmacological legacy. Comments that a strong case could be made that the impetus he gave to psychiatric research was greatest legacy to Psychiatry 7. Provides the model of how to combine research into nosology, but also in related disciplines like neuropathology, psychophysiology, psychopharmacology, and epidemiology, with psychiatry's clinical practice and education. 3. Another legacy is the world's first multidisciplinary psychiatric research institute, which opened in 1917, and which later became the Max Institute of Psychiatry, a world-leading center for all aspects of psychiatric research, including therapeutics, which, as Francis says, embodies his insistence on rigor and excellence. 6.12. The more specific question arises whether the nosological guidelines proposed by have helped or hindered research and productivity in psychopharmacology. Van and, for example, argue that the adoption of traditions in nosology has been unsatisfactory for both biological psychiatry and for psychopharmacology. 13.14. Most scholars in the field now believe that the so-called dichotomy cannot be supported by a variety of neurobiological and genetic evidence, and this would suggest, on first principles, that the outcome of any clinical therapeutic trial based on diagnoses made dichotomously must also be flawed. However, there are important caveats to this sweeping statement. As elegantly demonstrated by and himself had major reservations about his disease categories. 3. He did not claim they had validity or scientific value, and was clear he was not attempting a true classification. In later editions of his textbook, he reported the impossibility of any comprehensive delineation of mental disorders, that the boundary zone between mental health and illness was more or less arbitrary, and that despite best efforts, we are entirely unable to classify many cases. In the middle part of the 20th century, his ideas were challenged and lost influence but were resurrected by clinician scientists, sometimes called in the later decades of the century, where they formed the basis of diagnostic systems such as the DSM and ICD-2. These systems made categorical diagnoses. Many argue that these diagnostic schemes have pragmatic usefulness, particularly in providing a common language that can be understood by clinicians and researchers from different times and backgrounds, and that they have helped reduce the major problem of overdiagnosis, which was an increasing issue, particularly in the USA, when diagnosis had no accepted or acceptable criteria. It is also manifestly true that the adoption of these categorically defined conditions was a major influence on and stimulus to the promotion and burgeoning of research and publication. While the psychiatric conditions being studied might lack validity, at least there was some conformity in the patients chosen for study. However, it can also be argued that the proliferation of diagnoses in subsequent editions of the DSM and the emergence of so-called multiple comorbidities has counteracted these benefits. It is worthwhile recalling that himself understood something that seemed not to, that there are no pathognomonic symptoms for individual mental disorders. See forward. There are no boundaries, but rather they, and their complex and interacting causes, lie on various spectrums. Some argue that because, for example, schizophrenia, unipolar depression, and bipolar disorder are not separate disease entities, but are on a variety of continua, it is fruitless to look for therapeutic signals in these diagnoses. While it is true that response to medication cannot be used as a diagnostic tool, some important findings have been made using the categorical diagnosis schemes. The fact that all these conditions respond to antipsychotics has been taken to show that these conditions are basically similar, but closer inspection shows that while DSM-diagnosed schizophrenia responds to both first- and second-generation antipsychotics, the clinical benefits in the affective disorders are solely associated with second-generation antipsychotics and first-generation antipsychotics, may if anything worsen their outcome 15. Similarly, antidepressants have a positive signal in unipolar depression, but no signal in bipolar depression 16. There may be no demarcation between bipolar disorder and schizophrenia, but detailed research has shown an enormous and clinically relevant difference in how these conditions respond to lithium, so that the latter is the gold standard of prophylactic treatment in bipolar disorder, while being virtually ineffective in schizophrenia 17. All of these examples demonstrate the likelihood of differing neurobiology underlying these diagnoses, and more importantly, flag up neurobiological spectrums which encompass these conditions which require closer inspection and more research. It can be argued that if had not employed course and outcome as a way of delineating the extremes of these spectrums, then such important psychopharmacological advances would not have been made. No model lasts forever and all must be evaluated regularly, a point, as Van comments, given his intellectual stature, would have readily agreed to 13. 2.5 Discussion. As comments since his death almost 100 years ago, his reputation has become iconic 7. It is hard to disagree with the judgment of Mayer Gross and colleagues in 1969 that modern psychiatry begins with, and its assertion that work has been one of the most influential over that period too, 18. Virtually all commentators agree that its main influence lies in the now accepted perception that detailed clinical assessment, including measuring outcome, is the cornerstone of good clinical research, and that himself and the diagnostic schemes constructed in his name have been stimuli for a great deal of productive research. And more directly, some of his ideas about experimental psychology have become central to contemporary cognitive neuroscience. But of course, as with any research and any new conceptual framework, the perspective has what calls its pitfalls and limitations. There are major questions about its determination that mental disorders are categorically distinct objects, natural kinds, as he put it too. A critique of this emphasis is outside the scope of this chapter, focused as it is on his impact on the development of physical treatments, but is to be found elsewhere in this volume, see chaps 6, 8, and 13. Another critique also discussed elsewhere is the lack of emphasis puts on the experiences, particularly social and psychological, of the individual patient. In respect of his impact on physical treatment development, his therapeutic nihilism about dementia, and his notions about its incurability merit serious questioning, as indeed took place contemporaneously, particularly in Germany and later elsewhere 6. Similarly, his conviction about the excellent prognosis for bipolar disorder is not supported by current data. Improving the outcome of both's major diagnostic pillars remains an important therapeutic target. More recently, there have been attempts to move away from the rigidity of the categorical approach to psychiatric and psychopharmacological research. For example, Owen and proposed a move towards a classification that maps the expression of mental illness onto underlying biological systems, and they suggested a series of spectrums from clinical through various cognitive domains to neurobiological and genetic variables along which various disorders, as currently defined, lie 19, see chap 5. And colleagues proposed that neurobiological and therapeutic research should focus on 5 general cognitive and motivational domains, the so-called Ardoucy criteria 20. In the field of psychopharmacology, it has been proposed that drugs be named on the basis of their neurochemistry rather than their confusing and often limited descriptors such as antipsychotic and antidepressant, the neuroscience-based nomenclature 21. These initiatives and many other nascent ones are the beginning of a new non-classification, and one can profoundly hope that these systems, or more probably, their successors, will lead to major therapeutic advances in a currently stalled field. However, these newer classification systems are complex and likely to generate a vast amount of data, much of it hard to interpret. As Paulman described, his views and concepts have been challenged for 100 years, but what and call their binding embrace persists perhaps because of their pragmatic, useful simplicity, something that strived for and which has, on balance, been a pivotal step forward 22-23. One was an early pioneer in psychology and made important contributions to its methodology. Was an early pioneer in psychology and made important contributions to its methodology. 2 was that drugs could help or ameliorate dementia, partly related to his beliefs in the conditions underlying degeneration and incurability. was that drugs could help or ameliorate dementia, partly related to his beliefs in the condition's underlying degeneration and incurability. 3's work led to the use of diagnostic schedules that have acted as a stimulus to research, though their rigidity has also led to false premises. His work led to the use of diagnostic schedules that have acted as a stimulus to research, though their rigidity has also led to false premises. 4. A key legacy of is the acceptance that detailed clinical assessment, including that of illness course, is the cornerstone of good research, especially that on outcome. A key legacy of is the acceptance that detailed clinical assessment, including that of illness course, is the cornerstone of good research, especially that on outcome. 5. Another major contribution that made was his drive and determination to establish and foster multidisciplinary research in psychiatry. Another major contribution that made was his drive and determination to establish and foster multidisciplinary research in psychiatry. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License (ORG) licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: 1U Fletcher P.C. The Origin of Pharmacopsychology, Experiments in Leipzig and Heidelberg, 1882-1892. Psychopharmacology, 2006 184-131, 8 PubMed. 2 Pay the Tradition. Dialogues, 2015 17-3 1141. 3 Ajay Ks. Icon and Reality. MJ Psychiatry, 2015 172 11906 PubMed. 4H H's Habilitation and his Thesis, a pioneer work for modern systematic reviews, research, and categories of psychiatric diseases. World J Psychiatry, 2013 14 248 57 PubMed. 5 Mayer Gross W. Die. 1957 28 97 100 PubMed. 6B As a Historian of Psychiatry, 100 Years On. His Psychiatry, 2023 34 1 1129 PubMed. PubMed Central. 7 Shepard M. and Modern Psychiatry. Arch Psychiatry, 1995 2 45 189 95 PubMed. 8 Ars Lost Biological Psychiatry. Autointoxication, Organotherapy and Surgery for Dementia. His Psychiatry, 2007 18-3 a 120 PubMed. 9 J.A. Did Lithium Therapy of Affective Disorders Turn 140 or 50? NZJ Psychiatry, 2030 4 Sup 1A 60. 10J on Periodical Depressions and Their Pathogenesis by Carl, 1886. His Psychiatry, 2011-22 10815 PubMed. 11E. 6th Ada. Leipzig Barth, 1899. p. 408. 12 Francis X. Introduction. This volume. 13 Van H.M. Biological Psychiatry and Beyond. Arch Psychiatry, 2008 258 29 32 PubMed. 14 J.K. 120th Anniversary of the Dichotomy of Psychiatric Disorders. Psychiatry Rep. 2019 21 18. 15 R.W. Typical and Atypical Antipsychotics in Bipolar Disorder. Acto. 2012 115 9 PubMed. 16O LGV LMJRTM CLMJH. Adjunctive antidepressant treatment among 763 outpatients with bipolar disorder. Findings from the bipolar choice and LITMUS trials. Depress anxiety. 2021 38 114 23 PubMed. 17 SBMWJJ. Lithium for schizophrenia. Database Rev. 2015-10 CD003834. 18 Mayer Gross W. Slater E. M. Clinical Psychiatry. London and 1969. Pi 10. 19N. Owen M.J. The dichotomy going but still not gone. J. Psychiatry. 2010 196 92 5 PubMed Central. 20 TR. The NIMH Research Domain Criteria RDUC Project, Precision Medicine for Psychiatry. J. Psychiatry. 2014 171 395 7 PubMed. 21 Zohar J. S. HJPD. S. H. Spedding M. GM. D. A review of the current nomenclature for psychotropic agents and an introduction to the neuroscience-based nomenclature. 2015 25 2 318 25 PubMed. 22 Palm U. H.J. Reception of Psydias 1901 960. Psychiatry. 2011 65 3 1825 PubMed. 23 GE are the early development of Psydias on classification, a conceptual history. Cycle Med. 1988 18 8 13 21 PubMed. 3. Beyond conceptual history, Jasper's and Arthur's views on psychiatry may not only inform but also guide our present-day debate. Keywords. 3.1 Introduction. The title of this chapter could be misunderstood to say that authors such as Jasper's and Arthur, who shaped the intellectual history of psychiatry, may not only inform but also enrich the content of today's debate on the truly fragile identity of the discipline, is not an expression of hagiography. The latter merely demonstrates a lack of critical distance and never advances the matter. Careful reception and of classical texts, however, bring us closer to their core ideas to offer a historical perspective to build bridges to the current debate. All scientific approaches are time-bound, including our own today. But to prematurely dismiss historically significant authors as outdated or even ignore them simply because they are part of the history of ideas would grossly underestimate the rich intellectual heritage of psychiatry and, in particular, psychopathology. It should be noted that this is not primarily a matter of theory, but rather action-relevant, that is, practical foundations of psychiatry, whether in diagnosis or therapy, in research or teaching. Within the canon of medical disciplines, psychiatry works with a particularly broad array of heterogeneous theoretical assumptions, whether those involved are always aware of this or not. These assumptions have a considerable influence on the actual work of psychiatrists. For this reason alone, attempts to view the theory and practice of psychiatry separately cannot be successful. The undeniable complexity of psychiatric issues, rooted in the very complexity of the mentally ill person, must not be perceived as an obstacle or scientific disadvantage. On the contrary, it encompasses a fruitful conceptual and diversity that must be respected and constantly re-examined. In this sense, reflecting upon the work of influential earlier authors is not merely of historical interest. Rather, in a form adapted to 21st century discourse, it has the potential to stimulate the contemporary development of psychiatry's self-image and to substantially deepen the necessary debate. This shall be illustrated here. 3.2 Why we should have taken the model more seriously. The model of the development and the course of diseases, introduced into the medical debate by George in 1977-1, soon became a widely point of reference, not only for psychiatry, but as the title of his work explicitly states, for biomedical science in general. Yet with regard to mental disorders, the model is particularly illuminating. It understands their development as the endpoint of interacting biological, psychological, and social factors, thus touching on the fields of neuroscience, psychology, psychopathology, and the social sciences. However, the high persuasiveness of this model harbors risks, as cautionary or openly critical voices have insisted, particularly in the last 2 decades. 2, for example, has written pointedly of the rise and fall of the biopsychosocial model. In condensed form, 2 strikingly different, even contradictory interpretations of the model can be identified. The positive interpretation, declared objective, calls for a serious and respectful exchange between the 3 pillars. The aim here is to broaden the scientific horizon and not to replace one pillar with another, or to explain away the contents of one pillar with those of another. In the negative interpretation, the model does lead to the recognition of the 3 pillars, but these stand passively side by side, a merely additive and not a constructive approach that lacks a significant exchange of ideas between the perspectives. The logic of power plays no small role here in the sense of the implicit or explicit tendency of one perspective to assert its fundamental superiority over the other 2. The development of psychiatry since the publication of work in 1977 has led some observers to become disillusioned that the intended respectful dialogue between different perspectives has often fallen by the wayside, whether due to ignorance of or disinterest in other points of view, or, as mentioned above, because of the blunt claim to superiority of a single perspective. Examples of the uncritical overreach of the validity of one's own position could be cited for each of the 3 pillars. However, the decisive factor here is that a reversal of the original intention of the model from a cooperative approach to an exclusionary one has not served the scientific and clinical self-image of psychiatry. Even more so, it has clearly damaged it. 3.3 Psychiatry in the early 20th century, 3 seminal approaches, time-bound like ours, but still thought-provoking and fruitful for us. 3.3.1 Methodology. A key element of each author's thinking is identified and placed in the context of their work. This is based on a careful reading of the relevant historical texts in the sense of close reading 3. The aim is not to provide a comprehensive overview, but rather to build a convincing bridge between the basic positions of Jaspers and the current debate on the self-image of psychiatry. To this end, this chapter formulates 3 specific questions that relate specifically to the approaches of the earlier authors that should be addressed today. 3.3.2 1856-1926 is often perceived primarily as the founder of a psychiatric nosology that exerted a formative influence on the field throughout the 20th century and up to the current Diagnostic Manual's International Classification of Diseases 11th revision, ICD-11, and Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, 5th edition, text revision, DSM-5-TR. This is factually correct. However, it fails to the real motivation that drove throughout his nearly 5 decades of work. At the beginning of his career, psychiatry was still a very young academic discipline, and he wanted to establish it as a respected, or better still, an indispensable element of medical faculties. Was convinced that this goal could only be achieved if psychiatry was conceptually oriented towards the rules of empirical scientific work won for him. This necessarily included a clear idea of what was meant by mental illness, how it could be reliably diagnosed, and how various types of mental illness could be differentiated from each other. He thus entered the fields of clinical nosology and the diagnostics based on it, but he never regarded these as ends in themselves. Instead, rather as concrete, practical applications of his theoretical concept of illness. The latter is now outlined in its main features. Central point of reference was and remained the concept of natural disease entities, which he repeatedly emphasized as the foundation of all psychiatric research. He regarded these entities as predetermined by nature, in today's terminology. Since, according to, they existed completely independently of research, it was the task of research to discover them, and not to construct them conceptually. He consistently assumed that research would always encounter the same natural entities, regardless of the scientific methodology chosen, be it pathological anatomy of the central nervous system, research, or long-term clinical observation, which became the focus of his own work for decades. If we had a thoroughly exhaustive knowledge of all details in one of the 3 fields, pathological anatomy, etiology, or symptomatology of insanity, it would not only be possible to find a uniform and comprehensive classification of psychoses from each of them, but each of these classifications would also, this requirement is the foundation of our scientific research in general, essentially coincide with the other 2. 5p211, translated and italics by PH. If we are actually able to achieve the goal we have in mind of capturing the real disease processes through our nosological categories, then the various delimitations, whether they are made from the pathological, anatomical, causal, or purely clinical point of view, should ultimately coincide. I regard this requirement as the cornerstone of our scientific research into mental disorders in general. 7p17, translated and italics by PH. In his late programmatic works from the years 1918 to 1920, especially in the essay Die 8.3, dealt extensively with objections to his nosological approach. As an experienced clinician, he now made the rather far-reaching concession that clinically observable symptoms, including the long-term course of illness, might not be a reliable enough way of identifying the postulated underlying disease entities, but that further scientific methods beyond descriptive psychopathology needed to be developed. However, never abandoned his conceptual foundation, the idea of the existence and scientific of natural disease entities that do exist in psychiatry as well as in somatic medicine 10. In a nutshell, nosology can be described as well-structured, comparatively easy to comprehend and based on pragmatic clinical considerations. Notwithstanding the existence of critical voices, this self-assured decisiveness, combined with an explicit scientific claim, led to this concept being perceived as modern, that is, timely, clinically practicable, and research-oriented during his lifetime. After his death, 1926, this assessment remained unchanged, which explains significant international influence on psychiatry in the 20th century, and albeit with increasingly objections in the early 21st century. Stands in a tradition of nature observation and research, the roots of which can be traced back to Plato's. There, Socrates speaks of a good butcher who does not cut up the animal arbitrarily, but deliberately along its natural joint structure. Campbell al. 11 explicitly refer to this vivid image when choosing the title for their rich, pluralistic analysis, Carving Nature at its Joints, Natural Kinds in Metaphysics and Science. Precisely because of the complexity of their research, objects for psychiatry and psychology are included in their consideration, but without direct reference to. 333 Jaspers. Jaspers 1883-1969 published one of the fundamental texts in our field, General Psychopathology, at the age of 30 in 1913. However, he only worked in clinical psychiatry for a few years before devoting himself to psychology and later philosophy. 5. His personal life path thus points to the close proximity of psychiatry to epistemological, ethical, and cultural issues. I have discussed Jaspers' differentiated examination of concept of illness elsewhere 14. Since the focus here is not on nosology, but on the self-image of psychiatry, I will now concentrate on a cautionary note that is especially prominent in the late Jaspers. In his view, particular scientific diligence, even modesty, must be exercised as soon as psychiatric research is confronted with issues of, that is, with the image of man and the status of the person. In the world, I can move forward recognizing all sides. The world I cannot. It is no different with humanity. I never capture a person in their entirety once this person has become an object for me. In the world, I can move forward recognizing all sides. The world I cannot. It is no different with humanity. I never capture a person in their entirety once this person has become an object for me. There is no system of being human. In whatever wholeness we think we grasp humanity, it has slipped away from us. 15. 468-641, translated and italics by PH. There is no system of being human. In whatever wholeness we think we grasp humanity, it has slipped away from us. 15. 468-641, translated and italics by PH. On the one hand, Jaspers was concerned with the scientific of psychiatry, which he believed should use clear and consistent terminology. This was of particular importance for psychopathology, for him the indispensable basis for clinical practice and for research. On the other hand, he defended the person, whether mentally healthy or not, against any attempt to appropriate him or her through objectifying, reductive, or even one-dimensional scientific models. 16. 334 Arthur. Arthur 1886-1941 was a contemporary of the other two authors, but 30 years younger than and 3 years younger than Jasper's. Unlike the latter two, is largely unknown today, even among experts. This is all the more regrettable given that made significant contributions to the debate on the identity of psychiatry. During his 25 years as a psychiatrist before being forced into exile by the Nazis in 19,356, he developed an independent position based on a comprehensive knowledge of historical and contemporary literature. 17. However, was anything but a pure theorist. After working in various psychiatric clinics, he ran a psychotherapeutic private practice in Berlin in the 1920s and was heavily involved in continuing medical education. His particular interest in psychopathology, and a few years spent together with Jaspers as assistant doctors at the Heidelberg Psychiatric University Clinic, created a lasting rivalry, although was never to achieve the same level of scientific recognition and influence, of course. In philosophical terms, Arthur was a student and longtime friend of the Kantian Nelson 1882-19277. Nelson was the main representative of the New Frisian School, a school of thought active at the beginning of the 20th century and rooted in a wide variety of academic fields, which sought to bring the teachings of the Kantian Fries 1773-1843 back into the consciousness of the philosophical and political public. Was a highly committed member of this group for many years and pursued the declared goal of systematically applying Fries' teachings to the epistemological foundations of psychiatry. As his main epistemological work does, The Nature of Psychiatric Knowledge, 18, impressively demonstrated, it was crucial for that psychiatry, like all other sciences, committed themselves to a consistent and justifiable terminology and methodology. However, he did not limit this to the empirical quantitative field of natural sciences and experimental psychology, but also applied it to the study of qualitative phenomena at the levels of subjectivity, personhood, and responsibility. One of the reasons why his work is hardly known today is the nature of his writing. His texts are not easily accessible, even for experts. Often used complicated language, and there are frequent redundancies. At the same time, he valued concise formulations in both speech and writing. He did not shy away from academic controversy. 9, and when he deemed it appropriate, resorted to exaggeration and sometimes even polemics. Demanded recognition of the psyche in health and illness as a genuine field of scientific research. However, he argued that it should be studied in a verifiable manner and that speculative approaches were worthless or even harmful. To put this into concrete terms, and in keeping with the Kantianism he espoused, repeatedly spoke of inherent structures and laws of the psyche that needed to be understood. In doing so, he explicitly drew an analogy between the scientific required in psychiatry on the one hand and the empirical natural sciences on the other hand. However, and this is crucial, this analogy was rather than substantive, even if psychiatric research makes use of empirical methods from neighboring sciences, such as neurobiology, which in his view it should certainly do under defined conditions. This in no way affects the epistemological independence of the psyche. 10. Described his field of conceptual tension, which he considered to be central to psychiatry, with at his time and today quite unfamiliar terms, and heterology. In his view, psychiatry works when it draws on concepts and methods from related sciences, such as neuroanatomy or neurophysiology, for its own research. It proceeds when pursuing its clinical and scientific approaches to the realm of the psyche with psychological means as far as possible, without resorting prematurely to other methods. A fundamental flaw, the inherent structure of the mental, remains out of play. It does not take place according to its own law, but as the accidental product of an imagined physiological associative dynamism. This simplification of the mental, however, is not science, but the distorted image of it. 18 p. 248, translated and italics by Ph. We would find it all bearable if only we could get on with it. Now, however, we have had to convince ourselves in our earlier survey that even with this abundance of conscience-pressing concessions too, a period of stagnation threatens to set in, that despite the consistent of those guiding ideas, we are forced to linger on the shore of an unknown sea without a ship to sail on. 18 p. 249, translated by Ph. There should be no explanation of psychopathological phenomena by somatic causation, before they have fully been worked up, including their last, irreducible genuine elements. 18 p. 248, translated by Ph. From the dogma according to which mental phenomena are only random and meaningless epiphenomena from which no information about the underlying brain disorders can be expected. In psychiatry, the exact psychological analysis of symptoms alone will be able to lead to the criterion of the respective type of illness. 18 p. 99, translated by Ph. Nota Bene saw himself as a scientist. He was very interested in biological, in today's terminology, psychiatry. However, he emphasized that this approach quickly reached its limits when it came to subjective experiences and a person's value judgments or actions. He believed that the only scientifically viable path was that of consistently research focused on the irreducible specifics of the psyche. Only this would be able to identify the structures and laws of the psyche that differ from those of the body. For any attempt to replace the perspective with a one was doomed to failure, by which he meant the substantial loss of conceptual and clinical depth. He nevertheless had no objections whatsoever to a meaningful mutual complementarity of both approaches. We do not belittle the outstanding achievement of, when we that the hypertrophy of clinical viewpoints and dogmatism, which grew from edition to edition in his great textbook, has watered down, and this very textbook from edition to edition. He has exposed psychiatric research to the danger of conventionalist relativities. He has more and more eliminated psychiatry as an autochthonous science. At present there is an era of almost slavish dependence of psychiatric research on its auxiliary sciences, on their special methods, which grow on the soil of foreign disciplines, expecting to mediate its own progress in an idle, sterile bondage without finding it. 18 p. 8, translated and italics by Ph. 3.4 Psychiatry in the 21st Century. 3 questions we should ask. In terms of the number of patients treated, psychiatry is a major medical specialty, one that makes a significant contribution to the health care of the population. Nevertheless, in public discourse, psychiatry is often not perceived as on the same level as internal medicine or surgical specialties. In addition, from an insider point of view, the scientific self-understanding of psychiatry also appears to be significantly less robust than that of neighboring disciplines. This raises questions. How justified is it in the 21st century to maintain psychiatry as a medical entity? How does the discipline define its relationship to neuroscience, data science, psychology, or the social sciences? Would it be possible, or to take the most radical version of questioning criticism of the specialty, even advisable to replace it with deliberately clinically and therapeutically oriented versions of the latter disciplines, for example in the sense of clinical neuroscience or computational psychiatry? From my perspective, psychiatry as a clinical and scientific field will continue to be necessary in the future. Of course, this does not refer primarily to the term itself, but rather to the core content it addresses, namely a consistently person-centered approach to people in mental crises and disorders. However, this core must be brought into a constructive dialogue with the relevant neighboring sciences, must be or become linkable 11 in establishing precisely this process. Reflection on the thinking of influential authors in the history of psychiatry can be much more than mere reminiscence. At the epistemological level, it is necessary to clarify what kind of object we mean when we speak of mental illness. This concept of natural disease entities, as the basis of all psychiatric research, is now convincingly countered by the argument that it tends to be rigid, uncritically reifying, and contrary to its original intention, sometimes even inhibiting scientific progress. 2021. This raises the following question. Given the enormous heterogeneity of the scientific methods used in psychiatric research today, how can we find a reasonable balance between the 3 poles of strict reification analogous to thinking, of a hermeneutic approach to mental illness that emphasizes subjectivity and personhood, and of descriptive, quantitative methods based on the analysis of large amounts of data in the sense of computational psychiatry? 12. At the epistemological level, it is necessary to clarify what kind of object we mean when we speak of mental illness. This concept of natural disease entities, as the basis of all psychiatric research, is now convincingly countered by the argument that it tends to be rigid, uncritically reifying, and contrary to its original intention, sometimes even inhibiting scientific progress. 2021. This raises the following question. Given the enormous heterogeneity of the scientific methods used in psychiatric research today, how can we find a reasonable balance between the three poles of strict reification analogous to thinking, of a hermeneutic approach to mental illness that emphasizes subjectivity and personhood, and of descriptive, quantitative methods based on the analysis of large amounts of data in the sense of computational psychiatry 12? The level of the concept of man, the role of the person in psychiatry, is up for debate. However, this central and complex philosophical issue does carry the risk of straying too far from psychiatric practice and of no longer being and remaining relevant to the current scientific discourse. The resulting question is how today, in an age of heterogeneity and in a society of singularities, Gesellschaft 23, it can be possible to convincingly place the concept of the person, specifically of the mentally ill person, at the center of psychiatry. In other words, there is a need for a concise discourse on the in psychiatry that is credible in practice and useful in everyday treatment. Recognizing this as an indispensable framework would be in line with a demand made by Jaspers. At the level of the concept of man, the role of the person in psychiatry is up for debate. However, this central and complex philosophical issue does carry the risk of straying too far from psychiatric practice and of no longer being and remaining relevant to the current scientific discourse. The resulting question is how today, in an age of heterogeneity and in a society of singularities, Gesellschaft 23, it can be possible to convincingly place the concept of the person, specifically of the mentally ill person, at the center of psychiatry. In other words, there is a need for a concise discourse on the in psychiatry that is credible in practice and useful in everyday treatment. Recognizing this as an indispensable framework would be in line with a demand made by Jaspers. The self-understanding of psychiatry, the third level, must be described as fragile today. This has a lot to do with the striking centrifugal forces of rapidly growing neighboring sciences, especially neurosciences and computer and data sciences. There is a risk that the core area of psychiatry, subjectivity and the interpersonal space, will continue to lose scientific attention, if not be fundamentally questioned or even dismissed. The central issue here is how the status of psychiatry as an independent medical discipline can be more than a mere tribute to academic traditions dating back to the 19th century. In other words, how can a critical in Arthur's diction and psychiatry define a genuine field of research that is not claimed step by step by neighboring disciplines, but follows a person-centered and psychopathological approach 24? The self-understanding of psychiatry, the third level, must be described as fragile today. This has a lot to do with the striking centrifugal forces of rapidly growing neighboring sciences, especially neurosciences and computer and data sciences. There is a risk that the core area of psychiatry, subjectivity and the interpersonal space, will continue to lose scientific attention, if not be fundamentally questioned or even dismissed. The central issue here is how the status of psychiatry as an independent medical discipline can be more than a mere tribute to academic traditions dating back to the 19th century. In other words, how can a critical in Arthur's diction and psychiatry define a genuine field of research that is not claimed step by neighboring disciplines, but follows a person-centered and psychopathological approach 24? Nota bene, this is not about backward-looking traditionalism or preserving established academic structures for their own sake. The goal is to make the rich history of psychiatric ideas fruitful for the further development of the field in the 21st century, and thus to prevent its fragmentation and the loss of intellectual depth. 3.5 Conclusion. Conceptual history is an essential tool for approaching and understanding psychiatry as a therapeutical and scientific field. This is true from the historical perspective. Beyond this, however, and since the identity of psychiatry nowadays is substantially challenged in different ways, it harbors considerable potential to carefully link the approaches of seminal psychiatric thinkers with the present-day debate. This puts the historical roots of our field into context. But it also inspires and encourages us to ask the right questions, creative, dense, and forward-looking questions that will prove valuable for psychiatry in the 21st century. The scientific and clinical identity of psychiatry in the 21st century is fragile and requires in-depth debate. The scientific and clinical identity of psychiatry in the 21st century is fragile and requires in-depth debate. And Jaspers continue to exert a significant influence on psychiatry and psychopathology to this day. And Jaspers continue to exert a significant influence on psychiatry and psychopathology to this day. The work of their contemporary Arthur has largely been forgotten, even though he dealt with the self-understanding of psychiatry in an original and multi-layered way. The work of their contemporary Arthur has largely been forgotten, even though he dealt with the self-understanding of psychiatry in an original and multi-layered way. The careful reception of classic psychiatric texts is much more than poor. It provides information about the conceptual history of psychiatry, and it significantly contributes to generating fruitful questions about the future development of our field. The careful reception of classic psychiatric texts is much more than poor. It provides information about the conceptual history of psychiatry, and it significantly contributes to generating fruitful questions about the future development of our field. Psychiatry is particularly dependent on a wealth of theoretical assumptions. This may and will not be apparent at first glance, but it must be taken into account in order to enable sound psychiatric practice in clinics, research, and teaching. Psychiatry is particularly dependent on a wealth of theoretical assumptions. This may and will not be apparent at first glance, but it must be taken into account in order to enable sound psychiatric practice in clinics, research, and teaching. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License (ORG) licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: 1GL. The Need for a New Medical Model, A Challenge for Biomedicine. Science. 1977, 196 4286 129 36 PubMed. 2SN. The Rise and Fall of the Model. J. Psychiatry. 2009, 195 134 PubMed. 3D Close Reading, The Basics. London, New York, 2019. The Basics. 4P H 1817-1868. 2001 72, 11-885-92 PubMed. 5E. 2. Leipzig Abel 1887. 6K Die Als. Die 19 2053 1 21 9. 7E. 9. Leipzig Barth 1927. 8E Die. Die 19 2062 1 29. 9E Patterns of Mental Disorder 1920. In S.R. Shepard M. Editors. Themes and Variations in European Psychiatry, an Anthology. Charlottesville University Press of Virginia, 1974. Pi 730. 10p. Z Cycle. 1988 36 3 28 36. Available from 157226 15500 69679488. 11 Campbell J.K., M. Slater M.H. Carving Nature at Its Joints, Natural Kinds in Metaphysics and Science, Topics in Contemporary Philosophy. Cambridge M.A., MIT Press, 2011. Available from Academic Com Press Scholarship Online Book 14515. 12 Taib Person in 2002 73 3 239 46 PubMed. 13 M. Jaspers, Die. Basel 2022. P. What kind of thing is mental illness? Listening to Jaspers and Rev. Psychiatry. 2024 36 6 557 67 PubMed. 15 Jaspers K. 4. Berlin Springer 1946. 16 M. Jaspers, Owls in. A 2019. Available from L-ID 9944. 17 P. Arthur Die Vom 18. Bis 21. First Aid. Stuttgart 2023. 18 A. Does 1. Berlin Springer 1920. 19 A. Die. Leipzig 1912. 20 P. M. N. Davies C. P. Al. Psychiatry, a Systematic Review. World Psychiatry. 2019 18-2-192-2-07 PubMed Central. 21 P. On Reification of Mental Illness, Historical and Conceptual Issues from AND to DSM-5. In K's J. Editors. Philosophical Issues in Psychiatry IV, Classification of Psychiatric Illness. Oxford University Press, 2017. P. 10720. 22 A. A New Understanding of Mental Disorders, Computational Models for Dimensional Psychiatry. Cambridge, MIT Press, 2017. Available from org-login com/libdetailaction.doc ID 5109052. 23 A. Die Gesellschaft, Modern. Berlin, 2017. 24 G. Mr. Psychopathology as the Basic Science of Psychiatry. J. Psychiatry. 2014 2-05316970 PubMed. A pioneer of scientific psychiatry in the 19th century, 1817-1868, had taken very similar positions in this regard, but is rarely mentioned by four. One example worth mentioning is 1878-1950, who presented a study by a differentiated psychopathological approach entitled Structural Analysis as a Clinical Research Principle, Die Als 6. This has been translated in English as Patterns of Mental Disorder, 1929. The decisive object of research in psychiatry is precisely not an object, but the mentally ill person. 12. Jasper's early departure from acute clinical psychiatry may have been motivated by physical limitations resulting from his chronic lung disease 13. First emigrated to Switzerland and from there to Moscow, where he and his wife completed suicide on 16 October 1941 as Nazi troops approached the city. However, a careful biographical account of his years in exile has yet to be written. The term Kantianism suggests a theoretical unity that never existed. On the contrary, the Marburg school of Kantianism focused strongly on scientific theory and mathematical-logical topics. Its main representative was 1842-1918. Nelson was much closer to this current than to the competing Southwest German school around 1848-1915 and 1863-1936. They emphasized the systematic importance of values for the scientific process of generating knowledge. One reason for this may be that his main epistemological work from 1920 had not been written in a continuous process. Rather, due to disruptions in life plans during the First World War, it brought together earlier texts, some of which were thoroughly reworked with newly written ones. Expressed vehement criticism of psychoanalysis at the very beginning of his career, at the age of 26, which attracted considerable attention in contemporary Debate 19. This is strongly reminiscent of one of the founders of scientific psychiatry in the 19th century, 1817-1868. Following the contemporary philosopher Albert, 1828-1875, he declared materialism to be the most suitable conceptual framework for certain areas of psychiatric research. In contrast, he strictly rejected the much more far-reaching metaphysical materialism as speculative and therefore unscientific. 4. There seems to be no more concise translation of the German expression. 22 provides thoughtful insights into the notion of computational psychiatry and its potential clinical and scientific benefits. 4. Degeneration and eugenics. Keywords. 4.1 Introduction. eugenics and racial hygiene. The social purity and abstinence movements were popular in Europe, Britain, and North America from the late 1860s into the 1910s, exerting an important influence on the emergence of eugenics. Eugenicists followed social purists and abstinence campaigners by also advertising themselves as guardians of society's moral, promoting sexual control, cleanliness, temperance, and the ideal of married life, while at the same time offering a biological critique of what they perceived to be the degenerative impact of modernity. When the English scientist Francis coined the term eugenics in 1883, drawing on the Greek expression well-born, one degeneration was already in use. It's increased with the publication by the French psychiatrist A. Morel of his treatise on degeneration in 1857 too, reaching new heights of intensity at the end of the 19th century. Richard, Max, Auguste Forel, and R. are some of the well-known figures associated with the Findy obsession with degeneration 3-4. These authors appealed to different professional and popular audiences, but their writings shared one underlying conviction, that degeneration directly threatened the survival of the race and nation. Therefore, they argued, there was no greater public responsibility than to try to prevent its spread. In search for solutions, many of them turned to eugenics for inspiration and guidance. 5. After 1900, eugenics emerged as a unifying term within debates about the degeneration and regeneration of the race. The which followed certainly helped the spread of eugenic ideas in scientific literature and popular culture. By the time of his death in 1911, eugenic societies had been established in Germany, Britain, Sweden, and the United States. In these and other countries, eugenics found a hospitable environment. It was received, welcomed, and embraced by many professions, particularly by physicians, anthropologists, biologists, and social educators. During the first decade of the 20th century, eugenics drew sustenance from many local and scientific disciplines. These included not only animal breeding, but also modern approaches to medicine, social hygiene, and public health. Anthropology and statistics was invoked alongside political efforts to restrict immigration and to prevent racial mixing. And of course, there was the newly rediscovered Mendelian experiments on plant and inheritance 6. Spurred by important works on Darwinism, evolution, and heredity by Ernst and August, eugenic ideas of race improvement traveled fast and wide across Germany during the last decade of the 19th century. Was among the first German physicians to formulate a theory of race improvement based on the idea of hereditary hygiene. Another complementary concept, racial hygiene, was formulated by physician Alfred. In his widely acclaimed Hygiene, The Foundations of Racial Hygiene, published in 1895, placed the focus of eugenics on the protection of the inherited qualities not just of the individual but more importantly of the race. In 1904, together with sociologist and zoologist Ludwig Plate, Alfred launched the world's first journal devoted solely to the of racial hygiene, Gesellschafts. A year later, he founded the world's first eugenics society in Berlin. 7-8. By 1910s, the racial hygiene movement in Germany was already one of the world's most thriving. And psychiatrists contributed significantly to the movement's success, adding medical credibility to the, by then, popular view that society needed to be protected from the growing numbers of those unfit, feeble-minded, mentally defective, dysgenic, and subnormal due to their physical and mental disabilities. Many such observations were based on clinical examinations of individuals whose lives the psychiatrists controlled and supervised in asylums, hospitals, and private clinics. The implications in the context of a generalized concern with the future of the race were particularly serious, as contemporary observers alarmingly pointed out. 4.2 The Specter of Alcoholism. Alcoholism is a recurrent theme in both psychiatric and eugenic literature. Racial hygienists considered alcoholism as one of the major factors contributing to individual and collective degeneration. 9. At the I International Congress Against Alcoholism held in Bremen in 1903, and psychiatrist Ernst painted alcoholism in dark eugenic terms. Alcoholic intoxication depleted the individual of physical vitality and, in the long term, weakened the race. While prudence, foresight, and self-restraint were required from each individual, and believed that racial hygiene could provide the long-term antidote to degeneration. Among the many features that distinguishes this eugenically infused abstinence narrative from other condemnations of alcoholism was the intensity of its anxiety about the degeneration of the race and the decline of European 1011. Reproduced some of these ideas in a pamphlet entitled The Influence of Alcohol Upon the Race, published in English in 1907. Alfred declared alcohol a poison to the race, suggesting that, from the point of view of racial hygiene, what was needed was an absolute cessation of the drinking of alcohol. Aware that this suggestion to completely eliminate alcohol consumption might be unrealistic, recommended other methods for the elimination of the unfit, which would act more quickly and more thoroughly. Preventing them from reproduction and denying them marriage might work in practice, he pointed out. The overall responsibility for the prevention of the alcohol-induced degeneration of the race rested on both the expert and the state. It was the duty not only of the physician and hygienist, but also of the modern statesman, to keep a sharp lookout for all possible sources of degeneracy, and therefore for the injuries from alcohol. 12. Believed that excessive drinking was a cause for racial degeneration. This view was widely shared by psychiatrists such as Forel 13, 14, and in 1902, Study of the Drinking Habits of the German Students was published in English 15. It was one of his many public interventions on behalf of the fight against alcoholism. 16. Next to syphilis, he considered the abuse of alcohol as the main contributing factor to the increasing number of the insane admitted to mental institutions. The growing degeneration of our race in the future, he noted, was still an open question, but certainly it might be very greatly promoted by both these causes. 17. After the First World War, in a darker mood, would widen the explanation for Germany's ruinous present to include the negative impact of homosexuality on the reproductive capacity of the nation. 18, as well as the preponderant influence of the Jewish spirit on German science. 19. While took up the topic of degeneration caused by alcoholism in his acclaimed lectures on clinical psychiatry and in various editions of his classical textbook, it is the article with the eponym title, published in 1908, that is mentioned most frequently in the scholarship 2022. But before discussing this article, however, it is worth taking a detour to one of the corners of the Dutch colonial empires. 4.3 A Trip to Java. In 1903, shortly after taking up the chair in psychiatry in Munich together with his brother, embarks on a trip to Western Java in the Dutch West Indies, Indonesia. During a 3-month spell in a mental hospital he observes and examines 100 European and 100 native Javanese, as well as 25 Chinese patients, hoping to understand whether dementia, schizophrenia, the psychiatric diagnosis whose understanding and nosology he is most notably associated with, was a symptom of and of race. What he hoped to demonstrate was, as he recalled in his memoirs, whether the character of a certain race could be demonstrated by the frequency and the individual forms of insanity. In other words, were the European, the Javanese, and the Chinese patients affected by the same mental diseases and in the same way? And if they were not, was that difference due to their race? As he further notes, I was able to make a number of observations on the special symptoms of well-known European diseases in the Javanese patients, and this seemed to be very important for an understanding of the connection between the type of race and the mental disorder. 23. The juxtaposition of race and brain diseases reflects his understanding of the dynamics of degeneration. His objective was not unusual. Many scientists at the time claimed that human mental faculties varied from race to race. On one hand, perpetuates a generally accepted view of racial difference, typical of European colonialism at the time. 24. On the other, as noted already, he shares with the eugenicists the view that modernity has drained the natural abilities of the Europeans and that the increase in defective heredity was a threat to the future of the race. Upon his return, publishes a short summary of his clinical observations in a central journal for nervous diseases and psychiatry. The findings were somber. Severe cases of paralysis and neurosyphilis were found only among the Europeans. While syphilis did exist amongst the indigenous population, it was about 5 times less common. Furthermore, did not find any cases of alcoholism amongst the natives either, whilst among the 50 European men, 2, both Germans, were suffering from severe alcoholism. These clinical observations seem to paint a clear picture. The mental morbidity of the Europeans, concludes, was caused by alcohol and syphilis, two hallmarks of the modern Western. Is using the prevalence of these two conditions to highlight the contrast in character between indigenous and European patients, but also to explain the difference between various stages of. He clearly that some indigenous people display degenerative proclivities similar, but the crucial term here is degeneration. This was an explicitly European condition, caused by particular historical conditions. Accordingly, the possible solution to this problem needed to be one born out of modern scientific rationality, and the belief that unwanted hereditary traits could be passed on from one generation to another, progressively weakening the race until its complete demise. Racial hygiene eugenics served this purpose. A reasonable racial hygiene was needed, believes, to combat degeneration. 25. 4.4 on degeneration. In 1908, published on the question of degeneration. 26. From the outset, his message is clear. One of the most disturbing phenomenon of our cultural life is the rapid and continuous rise of mentally ill people who need institutional care. 27. This was a phenomenon which countries such as Germany, Holland, and Britain, and the white European race, more generally. His research trip to Java, as noted, has fortified this conviction. The focus is paralytics, alcoholics, epileptics, and alcoholic psychopaths. As for the causes contributing to this phenomenon, mentions alcohol and syphilis, the two epidemic toxins, which, especially in the large urban centers, have contributed significantly to asylum expansion and to a surge in psychiatric. The term used here suggests that concern is not solely with the health of the individual, but equally with the health of the community. Using a term by the German biologist August, germ, but in a nod to Lamarckism, describes an environmentally induced degeneration which could be passed on generationally. Thus, the damage to the germ, caused by alcohol and syphilis, which in turn can result in the degeneration of entire lineages, was what worried him even more. The prospects for race regeneration were not encouraging, he claims. Degenerative psychosis, insists, was widespread amongst the educated urban elites. Rural communities as well as non-European indigenous population were less prone to anxieties and phobias as well as obsessive doubt and brooding, features which, and many others at the time, attributed to the decadent urbanites, whose brain had already been softened, and whose body was weakened by the one-sided cultivation of intellectual faculties. Not surprisingly, he laments, the risk of effeminacy looms large. 26-27. This was at the time a widely shared view. For instance, psychiatrist Richard had noted in his classic, published in 1886, that periods of moral decadence in life of a people are always contemporaneous with times of effeminacy, sensuality, and luxury. 28. According to the ruinous impact of modern, Western, was an accomplished fact. As he explains, modern culture led to domestication, that is, the inability to benefit from the natural conditions of life. Domestication stealthily saps our tenacity and our powers of resistance against debilitating influences and reduces our fertility. It also leads to a process defined by urban poverty, malnutrition, and dreadful living conditions for the poor working class. Large modern cities, remarks, abound not in physical strength but in atrophy and weakened vitality. These were all threatening signs, for not just the health of the individual was under threat from these degenerative factors, but that of our entire race as well. What then was to be done in order to prevent the progressive deterioration of the race in certain directions? His answer, and indeed his eugenic, is to involve the state to apply a nationwide management of degeneration. With the support of the state, he argued, extensive, careful, decades-long studies of large cities and rural areas can be accomplished. And the scientific guidance for such grand project should come from professionals such as himself, the expert who wished to shape the biological Weltanschauung of the race. In short, these studies must be undertaken by specially trained commissions, comprised of doctors and statisticians whose attention is devoted solely to the task of degeneration. Beyond the number and fertility of marriages, the rates of illness and mortality, the life expectancy and military fitness, consideration would also need to be given to rates of crime, prostitution, drunkenness, epilepsy, as well as to occurrences of mental illness, idiocy, psychopathy, epilepsy, and the transmission of these disorders to progeny. In other words, all aspects of national life should fall under the purview of racial hygienists working with the state. This was an important assertion of the social role of medicine in general and of psychiatry in particular. Ultimately assumes that by reducing the number of feeble-minded people, social problems such as poverty, crime, and illegitimacy would be brought under control. But what his psychiatric treatment of degeneration targeted was the unfit and eugenically unworthy individuals seen to be impeding the betterment of the race. And similar to, concludes by invoking the duty expected from psychiatrists. It is our responsibility to inform the people and the governments, and simultaneously to show them the paths that need to be taken toward the recovery of our race. 26-27. This article was well received. In 1909, Ernst, at the Times collaborator at the University of Munich, wrote an enthusiastic article for Gesellschafts. The issue of mental degeneration was central to racial hygiene, remarked, and to have someone of academic and international reputation engage with this question sent a very positive message to other psychiatrists willing to become more involved with the movement. Is described as the advocate of much-needed eugenic work, while at the same time demonstrating a tenaciousness that was hoping to be able to emulate 29. Indeed, in 1917, he became the director of the Department of Genealogy and Demography at the German Institute for Psychiatric Research in Munich, which in 1926 became the Kaiser Institute for Psychiatry. An avid promoter of compulsory, helped draft the 1933 Nazi law for the prevention of hereditarily diseased offspring. It seemed that, as had hoped, the German state had finally embraced the regeneration of the race as one of its major goals. The aim was to create a new German, purged of degenerative characteristics and decadent tendencies. 4.5 Conclusion. After 1933, the racial hygiene movement in Germany became the world's most infamous. It mixed with racism and anti-Semitism, leading to the murder of thousands of children and adults with disabilities through the T4 euthanasia, and then to the extermination of millions of people in the Holocaust. But died in 1926. He might have disliked the racial fanaticism of other eugenically motivated German psychiatrists, but he shared with them the hope for a racial future, one in which a scientific model of biological and national engineering was introduced under the guidance of medical and population experts. German historian of medicine has suggested that was not a practitioner of racialist hygiene, 30 an opinion not shared by psychiatrist Sami. Notes in Searching for Normal was a keen eugenicist and racist, 31. That's eugenic views continue to receive attention from psychiatrists is important, 32. His exposure to the racial hygiene movement needs to be properly understood. As noted by Jay, there is little doubt that eugenics and racial hygiene inflected especially powerfully in the third stage of research work, 33. But we cannot separate his views on degeneration from the historical context in which they were developed. To his contribution to eugenic debates on degeneration requires not only that we enclose it in its specific temporality, but also that we attempt to grasp the meaning of its lingering impact in the writing of other scientists both during and after the demise of Nazism. It bears repetition. Eugenics was constantly sustained by expert knowledge and bolstered by scientific research that poured out of institutes, universities, private and state, and various government agencies. Even a cursory look at any modern state in the 20th century reveals how popular eugenics was with every ideology and every form of government. Its polymorphous character is truly striking. It bears repetition. Eugenics was constantly sustained by expert knowledge and bolstered by scientific research that poured out of institutes, universities, private and state, and various government agencies. Even a cursory look at any modern state in the 20th century reveals how popular eugenics was with every ideology and every form of government. Its polymorphous character is truly striking. Regrettably, eugenics continues to shape our lives, whether it is forced based on ethnicity, gender or criminal record, immigration restrictions, and various methods for pursuing prenatal genetic testing for disabilities. It is, therefore, imperative to understand the implications of eugenic thinking and practice for the world today. Regrettably, eugenics continues to shape our lives, whether it is forced based on ethnicity, gender, or criminal record, immigration restrictions, and various methods for pursuing prenatal genetic testing for disabilities. It is, therefore, imperative to understand the implications of eugenic thinking and practice for the world today. There have been numerous recent and necessary calls for anti-racism by psychiatrists, as well as the wider scientific and medical communities. But while an obsession with degeneration was one of the key drivers of historical eugenics at the beginning of the 20th century, present-day eugenics functions much more broadly as a set of ideas and practices which continue to stigmatize individuals with developmental and cognitive disabilities. There have been numerous recent and necessary calls for anti-racism by psychiatrists, as well as the wider scientific and medical communities. But while an obsession with degeneration was one of the key drivers of historical eugenics at the beginning of the 20th century, present-day eugenics functions much more broadly as a set of ideas and practices which continue to stigmatize individuals with developmental and cognitive disabilities. Therefore, to combat the legacies of eugenics and scientific racism in psychiatry, there must be an even broader, bolder, large-scale effort to follow a strict line of respect of the humanity of individuals in psychiatric treatment and care. Therefore, to combat the legacies of eugenics and scientific racism in psychiatry, there must be an even broader, bolder, large-scale effort to follow a strict line of respect of the humanity of individuals in psychiatric treatment and care. Psychiatrists must put an end to practices that may reflect a D of people with developmental and cognitive disabilities by unlearning the eugenic of their profession formulated by the founding figures of the discipline at the end of the 19th century. Psychiatrists must put an end to practices that may reflect a D of people with developmental and cognitive disabilities by unlearning the eugenic of their profession formulated by the founding figures of the discipline at the end of the 19th century. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License (org) licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: 1M Modernism and Eugenics, 2010. 2 Morel B.A. Physiques morales et causes, Paris, J.B., 1857. 3 Pic D. Faces of Degeneration. A European Disorder, c. 1848 c. 1918. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1989. 4 J.E. S.L. Degeneration, The Dark Side of Progress. New York, Columbia University Press, 1985. 5M Biology and Eugenics. Ins M. Editor. The Findy World. A 2015. p. 456-70. 6a. p. The Oxford Handbook of the History of Eugenics. New York, Oxford University Press, 2010. 7 SF Race Hygiene and National Efficiency, The Eugenics of University of California Press, Berkeley, 1987. 8 J. Health, Race, and German Politics Between National Unification and Nazism, 1871-945. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1989. 9J. Alcohol, Abstinence, and in Germany, c. 1870s 1910s. In Ernst W. T. Editors. Alcohol, Psychiatry, and Society. Comparative and Transnational Perspectives. 1701-990. Manchester, Manchester University Press, 2022. p. 185-219. 10a. EIM. In Den IX. Den Bremen 1419. IV 1903. Jena 1904. P 7107. 11 Die in Deutschlands, Berlin 1909. 12a The influence of alcohol upon the race. Westerville, American Issue Publishing Company, 1907. P 21. 13b The psychiatrist Forel and his attitude to eugenics. His Psychiatry. 2008 19.2, 1523 PubMed. 14r The influence of alcohol upon the functions of the brain. Westerville, American Issue Publishing Company, 1907. 15e The University Man and the Alcohol Question. Westerville, American Issue Publishing Company, 1902. 16e Basel in 1910. 17e Lecture on Clinical Psychiatry. N.T. Editor. 2. Second. Ed. Revised ed. London and Cox, 1906. 18a. Med. 1918-65, 11720. 19e Psychiatric Observations on Contemporary Issues. His Psychiatry. 1992, 32536. Original German 1919 PubMed. 20p and Degeneration Theory. Arch Psychiatry. 2008 258 Supple. 212-7 PubMed. 21v Electrified Nerves, Degenerated Bodies. Medical Discourse on Neurasthenia in Germany, circa 1880-1914. In M. Porter R. Editors. Cultures of Neurasthenia from Beard to the First World War. Amsterdam 2001. P. 177-97. 22 E.J. Clinical Psychiatry in Imperial Germany. A History of Psychiatric Practice. Ithaca, London. University Press 2003. 23 E. Memoirs. Translated by Wooding, Springer, Berlin, Germany, 1987, 108 and 115. 24 Pauls H. The Development of Psychiatry in Indonesia, from Colonial to Modern Times. Rev. Psychiatry. 2006 18.3 6370 PubMed. 25 E. Java. Psychiatry. 1904 27 468 9. 26a. Psychiatry. 1908 31 745 51. 27e On the Question of Degeneration. His Psychiatry. 2007 18 399 404. 28r Authorized Trans. Of the 7th Enlarged and Revised German Edition by C.G. 6. London F.J. 1894. 29e Review of 1909 6 254 7. 30v Social Facts, an early 20th century debate on concepts of culture, neurasthenia, and degeneration. Cult Med Psychiatry. 1997 21 3 83 403. Quote edit p. 399. 31 S. Searching for Normal. A New Approach to Understanding Mental Health, Distress, and Neurodiversity, Fern Press, London 2025. Quote at p. 53. 32K M. Revisiting Eugenic Arguments. His Psychiatry. 2024 35 2 06 14 PubMed. 33 IJ. On the Question of Degeneration by 1908. His Psychiatry. 2007 18 3 89 98, here at p. 396 PubMed. 5. Evolutionary Psychiatry Before, During and After and His Times. Keywords. 5.1 and the History of Evolution with Psychiatry. 5.1.1 Introduction. In the distant future, I see open fields for far more important researches. Psychology will be based on a new foundation, that of the necessary acquirement of each mental power and capacity by gradation. Light will be thrown on the origin of man and his history, so ends masterpiece on the origin of species, won the first book in his great trilogy. Charles' landmark book was first published on 24 November 1859. May have been born 47 years before, but the former's ideas on biology and human have had a huge impact on biological perspectives and theories right up to and including the present day. His theories, therefore, indirectly must have had some impact on biological theories such as, albeit perhaps not explicitly. Be that as it may, the birth of Darwinian psychiatry, also known as evolutionary psychiatry, only really came about in the 1990s with the publication of such books as Randolph and George Williams' book, Why We Get Sick. There are accordingly 3 sections in this chapter. First, a brief general chronology of the interaction of psychiatry with evolutionary thinking. Secondly, the interaction with evolutionary thinking. And thirdly, an overview of contemporary post-evolutionary psychiatry. 5.2 Part 1. 5.2.1 Chronology. To put both figures in historical context, Charles was born on 12 February 1809 in England and died on 19 April 1882 at the age of 73. Was born on 15 February 1856 in the Grand Duchy of now part of Germany and died on 7 October 1926 at the age of 70. Began formulating the ideas that led to On the Origin of Species 1 in the late 1830s, after his voyage on the HMS Beagle, 1831-1836. The main concept was first seen in published form in the joint paper with, in 1858. From his research formulated the revolutionary idea that there was a demonstrable materialist process, as distinct from supernatural creation myths, by which species and their characteristics evolved. He was not the first to describe evolution, but along with Alfred, 1823-1913, was the first to publish systematic evidence for evolution and identify a plausible mechanism for it, natural selection. Evolution by natural selection stands as the principal scientific theory that explains how existing species, and their inherited characteristics, came into existence through selective changes over time and how particular adaptations were shaped because of their survival and reproductive value due to exposure to certain specific environments, an ongoing process that continues to this day. It is based on the observations that the diversity of life arises through the gradual process, driven by variation, inheritance, competition, cooperation, resulting in differential reproductive success. This theory was first fully spelled out in 1859. It was later refined with the advent of modern genetics, becoming the foundation of modern evolutionary biology, or what is now called the modern synthesis, which transformed evolutionary theory by making genetics central to understanding evolution. The view that evolution is a change in the genetic composition, frequency of populations over time, with natural selection acting on any genetic variation within those populations. The theory of evolution by natural selection is currently the cornerstone of all life sciences, and this fact has profound implications for psychiatry and the rest of medicine regarding any conditions with a heritable component, and we maintain it should be an integral part of psychiatric knowledge and education. Perhaps of more direct relevance to psychiatry was Expression of the Emotions in Man and Animals, first published on 26 November 1872. 3. This work explored the continuity of the biological basis of emotional expressions and their evolutionary significance. It built on the ideas he developed in his earlier works, particularly focusing on the universality of emotions across human cultures and their continuity with expressions observed in animals. This, the third book in the trilogy, has been considered Charles' forgotten masterpiece and is his only book on psychology. It is also the first ever systematic application of Darwinian theory to the expression of emotions and is considered by some to be the foundational text of evolutionary psychology. Its main objectives were to show how human facial expressions constitute a shared heritage of our species, have parallels with the expressions of other animals, and hence provide an argument for evolutionary continuity. The book was about the expression of emotions and not about the nature or adaptive value of emotions. Its approach in this work is primarily a phylogenetic one, which is to establish the continuity of emotional expression between humans and animals, as well as its universality across human populations. While had no specific interest or approach to psychiatry, he had significant connections with several prominent figures in the fields of psychiatry and psychology, including James Henry, and with whom he engaged in extensive correspondence. These were some of the most important figures in the development of mental health sciences, and their interactions with helped shape the emerging understanding of human and emotion. May thus have been influenced by Charles, particularly by his ideas about evolution and the biological basis of. A pioneer in psychiatry, also approached mental illness from a biological perspective, possibly reflecting a Darwinian understanding of humans as biological organisms shaped by evolution. By framing mental illness as a biological phenomenon, laid the groundwork for contemporary psychiatric thinking rooted in neuroscience and genetics. This will be discussed further in Part 2. And were also influenced by Darwinian thinking, or at least the kudos surrounding the theory. However, they appear to only use selective aspects of evolution as a justification for their own models of mental functioning, and therefore have had only a tangential influence on modern post-evolutionary psychiatry. John is widely considered to be the first clearly systematic evolutionary thinker in clinical psychiatry. He considered the nature of the environment that humans evolved within after separation from the last common ancestor with the other great apes. He named this the environment of evolutionary adaptedness, EEA, a concept fully demarcated by and in the 1980s, and which has become a cornerstone of evolutionary thinking in both psychology and psychiatry. 5 formulated this idea along with his attachment theory, and the result is considered to be the first definitively evolutionary within the field of mental health. 5. Evolutionists that the EEA does not refer to a single specific time or place, but that it is a statistical composite of a range of past human environments in which ancestral humans lived and to which they adapted over time. We may also view each adaptation as having its own unique EEA. For general purposes in humans, the EEA is often thought to be the environment in which our early ancestors, Homo and earlier hominins, lived during the Pleistocene era, roughly 2.5 million to 12,000 years ago. The EEA is important because, according to evolutionary psychology, the human brain evolved to solve the problems faced by our ancestors in that environment. The challenges and conditions of the EEA, such as finding food, avoiding predators, forming social bonds, and reproducing, shape the mental and traits that we observe in humans today. Attachment theory was deeply influenced by Darwinian evolutionary theory. He believed that attachment, such as seeking proximity to caregivers, were biologically programmed and evolved because they played a crucial role in survival. Integrated ideas about the adaptive nature into his understanding of human development, suggesting that attachment served the evolutionary purpose of ensuring safety and promoting the child's exploration and learning. His work in attachment theory emphasized the innate, evolutionary, and adaptive nature of human attachment, borrowing concepts from ethology, comparative psychology, and evolutionary biology. Ultimately, his ideas helped reshape the understanding of child development and mental health, viewing attachment as a fundamental and evolutionarily derived system critical for human survival. Other early evolutionary ideas in psychiatry occurred in the 20th century, including schizophrenia paradox 6. Applying evolutionary thinking, they raised the question, why, if it is heritable, does schizophrenia persist, and why has it not been eliminated by natural selection? The paradox is evident from the observation that schizophrenia, a disorder with severely detrimental effects on reproductive success, persists at quite a high rate, around 1% in the overall human population. They suggested that this puzzle might be explained by the genetic trade-offs associated with the disorder, whereby the same genes that predispose to schizophrenia may also confer adaptive advantages in important domains, such as creativity or problem-solving abilities, e.g. in unaffected close relatives. Such hypothetical advantages may be considered as trade-offs and explain why the genes for the disorder persist, despite their negative impact on individuals. This evolutionary question remains valid to this day. Tim Crow further explored this paradox in the 1980s. 7. Crow's theory also suggested that schizophrenia is a byproduct of the evolutionary process that led to the development of the advanced cognitive abilities that humans, especially language and complex thought processes. Schizophrenia might therefore be the result of the selection of genetic changes that, although they led to improved human cognitive functions, also increased the risk of mental disorders as a side effect. Thus, the concept of evolutionary trade-offs posits that the same genetic adaptations that enabled humans to develop advanced intelligence and language may have also made the brain more vulnerable to dysfunctions like schizophrenia. Ultimately, Crow's theory emphasizes the idea that schizophrenia, rather than being purely maladaptive, might be the price paid by the few for the enormous evolutionary benefits, e.g. language enjoyed by the vast majority of Homo. Other notable contributions have been made by Brandt in the 1980s regarding sociobiology and mental disorder 8-9. Special mention also needs to be made for the pioneering evolutionary work of John Price on depression, dominance hierarchies, and the evolution of mental illness 10. More contemporaneously and spanning the modern era, important contributions came from Price's book Evolutionary Psychiatry, A New Beginning 11. Further landmark books on the subject include And Darwinian Psychiatry in 1998-12 and Martin Brune, Textbook of Evolutionary Psychiatry, 2008-13. 522 The Modern Era, post 2000. Despite the insights of and early evolutionists, there was no overarching or general evolutionary theory applied to psychiatry until the early 1990s through the introduction of the idea of Darwinian medicine by and Williams II, who laid the foundation for evolutionary psychiatry, emphasizing that mental disorders should be studied through an evolutionary lens, see Part 3. Their work has had a lasting impact on the way mental disorders are understood, moving away from purely proximate mechanistic models and encouraging a broader, evolutionary, ultimate perspective on the origins for human vulnerability to mental health conditions. The foundational idea, proposed by pioneering evolutionary psychologists, which now pervades the whole of evolutionary psychology and psychiatry, is that natural selection shaped not only our physical bodies, but also our psychological systems. Mental health, therefore, must be partly understood as the result of evolutionary pressures. However, because of the limitations of natural selection, compared to a designed body-mind, some mental disorders arise as unwanted byproducts of the process. This results in various vulnerabilities, which are discussed in Part 3. His contributions have helped shape the understanding of mental health in a way that emphasizes the interplay between evolutionary pressures, environmental changes, and modern psychological well-being. Ultimately, psychiatry is that branch of medicine that deals with mental disorders that manifest themselves through disturbances in cognition, emotions, and psychiatrists therefore should have some understanding of the origins of these processes. Argues that significant benefits of utilizing evolutionary thinking include 1. Asking new questions about why evolution has left us all vulnerable to mental disorders. 2. Providing a way to think clearly about development and the ways that early experiences influence later characteristics. 3. Providing a foundation for understanding emotions and their regulation. And 4. Providing a foundation for a scientific diagnostic system. We argue that evolutionary psychology and evolutionary biology can serve as a vital basic science for psychiatry, and we propose in a post-age that evolution is uniquely well-placed to guide psychiatrists in determining what the phenotypic end products of neurobiological systems are. Importantly, the evolutionary emphasis on function can provide the scientific basis for expanding the concept of the biological to encompass the psychological, social, and the cultural domains. Hence, in contrast with mainstream biological psychiatry's rather narrow and decontextualized view of mental disorder as brain disorder or brain circuit disorder, evolutionists consider the environmental context to be vital in determining the existence of mental disorder. 5.3 Part 2. 531 An Evolutionary Theory. To understand scientific position and explanatory models of psychiatric illnesses, it is imperative to first consider the socioeconomic environment into which he was born. The middle and late 19th century, as well as the early 20th century, were by tremendous changes, politically, economically, and socially. Socially, the Industrial Revolution brought about a collapse of the system of estates, replaced by a new system of social classes. This was accompanied, on one hand, by politicizing the social classes, but also by pauperism of the growing working class. Around the same time, new scientific ideas were published, among which Charles' theory of evolution by natural selection played a significant role in the social and natural sciences, including medicine. In fact, even though himself opposed drawing conclusions from his theory regarding societal issues, many, including Champion, Spencer, readily mixed biological theory with social developments such as impoverishment and poor physical and mental health among the socially disadvantaged part of society. Faced with increasing numbers of people with mental illnesses admitted to asylums and psychiatric hospitals, it was quite straightforward to adopt, like many of his fellow psychiatrists, a social Darwinist stance. That said, we can conclude from his publications that was aware of his work, but never seemed to arrive at a full understanding of his theory and what the theory could mean for the understanding of mental illnesses. Instead, while readily and uncritically endorsing Spencer's expression of survival of the fittest, in its derived and misleading form survival of the strongest, views were also heavily influenced by contemporary views on the impact of modern on the human race, which included the theory of degeneration, and connected to the degeneration paradigm, speculations about human self-domestication. In addition, also held the erroneous view that, as a consequence of degeneration, i.e., germ lesion, a term coined by Forel, a Swiss psychiatrist and eugenicist and predecessor of, at the famous hospital, was passed down the generations, an idea resembling Lamarckian inheritance. Indeed, ideas about human degeneration were already around before the publication of his work. For example, Gene 14 argued that had a negative impact on human nature. A century later, Morel 15 proposed that under modern living conditions humankind would suffer moral and physical decline due to progressive deterioration of the germ material. Note that the work of Gregor was lost for several decades and only rediscovered by and at the beginning of the 20th century. Morel introduced the idea that subtle physical abnormalities, asymmetry of facial features, etc., could serve as biological markers for the alleged deterioration and also provide a biological explanation of delinquent. Was convinced that degeneration was also responsible for the rapid and steady increase in numbers of the mentally ill 16, whereby he entirely ignored social factors that were clearly causally involved in the rise of mental illnesses. Related to this, adopted the hypothesis of human self-domestication, which he thought would induce effeminacy, German, and weakening of natural drives in populations, accompanied by a deterioration of physical strength and willpower. To get an impression of stance, the following paragraphs illustrate the wording that he used in his publications, translated by M.B. These examples also show that clinical perspectives had shifted from individual well-being of patients to the mental health of the was concerned, for example, that the mass of idiots, epileptics, psychopaths, criminals, prostitutes, and tramps who descend from alcoholic and syphilitic parents, and who transfer their inferiority to their offspring, is incalculable. Of course, the damage will be balanced in part by their lower viability. However, our highly developed social welfare has the sad side effect that it operates against the natural self-cleansing of our people. We may barely hope that the degeneration potential will be strong enough in the long term to eliminate the overflowing sources of germ lesion. Nevertheless, the well-known example of the Jews, with their strong disposition towards nervous and mental disorders, teaches us that their extraordinarily advanced domestication may eventually imprint clear marks on the race. Note that his ideas on domestication were included in the 8th edition of his textbook of psychiatry, published in 1909. 1908, M.B.'s translation. Held similar views on alcoholism, which he fought vigorously, possibly based on his own biography, while again disregarding social factors in the etiology of alcoholism. He tried to buttress his stance by empirical numbers showing that the number of acute admissions to the psychiatric hospital in Munich of patients with alcohol-related disorders was 32 in 1904, compared with 284 in 1905-18. Moreover, nearly 30% of men's acute admissions happened due to alcohol-related disorders, compared to only about 6% in women 19. Also believed that he found evidence for degeneration, as 17% of the alcohol-dependent patients had a family history of alcoholism. Moreover, in a study of 29 families of alcoholics, there were 33 abortions, and among the surviving 183 infants, 32.7% died within the first year and another 10.9% during early childhood. Among the remaining living children, 35.7% were nervous or psychopathic, 8.1% were possibly or probably epileptic, 12.2% were mentally retarded, and 3% were idiotic. In sum, 59% of the children of alcohol-dependent parents were regarded as mentally ill. Of the remaining 40 children, 6 were diagnosed as weak or otherwise developmentally retarded, 7 as rickety, 3 as scrofulous, and 1 child as tuberculous. Only 23 were thought to be free of physical or mental diseases. Furthermore, following Morel, described physical signs supposed to indicate degeneration, e.g. anomalies of the skull, ears, teeth, and palate in 31 of the mentally ill children, in 4 children who were physically disabled, and in 12 cases among the physically and mentally healthy children 18. The following passage is quoted from papers on In Alcoholism in Munich, 19, published in 1906, and On the Question of Degeneration, 16, 1908, illustrates attitude towards alcoholism and the strong tie to the degeneration paradigm and eventually to social Darwinism. Among all psychiatric questions, not a single one is by far as important as the influence of alcohol consumption on the mental health of the people. It seems therefore to be of particular significance, in order to meet an enemy such as alcoholism, which is widely underestimated, to get a reliable impression from the calamity induced by it, in order to take the most suitable action to combat it. MB's translation. For it was clear that inferior personalities such as servants, idlers, beggars, tramps, swindlers, and annuitant receivers were most likely to become alcohol dependent. Moreover, he readily concluded that, in at least 2/3 of the cases, alcohol was the most important reason for economic sterility. Furthermore, he referred to the forensic relevance of the disturbances associated with alcoholism. These examples clearly show that a hodgepodge of pseudoscientific ideas of his time to push forward his biologistic agenda concerning mental illness, which were, at best, loosely connected to his work. His interest in cross-cultural aspects of psychiatry was no exception to this. In fact, travel to Indonesia served no other purpose but to seek evidence supporting the degeneration paradigm. His idea was to examine the mental state of individuals belonging to primitive races. To this end, he visited the psychiatric hospital in Java in 1904, and that the paralysis of the insane and alcoholism were rare despite a high prevalence of syphilitic infections among the Java people. This, he reasoned, would indicate a greater resistance against diseases in these peoples compared to inheritable germ lesions acquired by the forces of, which ultimately would lead to an increase of degeneration insanity. 16. In summary, his thinking and clinical perspective were somehow influenced by his work, but more indirectly. It is more plausible to conclude that adopted several crude, and even for his time, scientifically poorly supported explanatory models of mental illness, foremost the degeneration paradigm and the idea of human domestication, as well as Lamarckian inheritance as causal factors involved in mental illness. In addition, there is absolutely no doubt that a social Darwinist perspective to justify eugenic measures, rather than advocating an improvement in social support and health care. His pupil and successor as head of the Kaiser Institute for Psychiatric Research in Munich, Ernst, who later was involved in the introduction of the law of prevention of hereditary diseased offspring, in Nazi Germany, greatly acknowledged his attitude. In a paper published in 1910 in the Archives of Racial and Societal Biology, which back then was one of the leading journals in the field of genetics and eugenics, and of which was co-editor-in-chief, he reasoned that the medical care for the insane was a distortion of the natural laws of the survival of the fittest, and that medicine would be obliged to clean the genetic pool of the in order to prevent ongoing degeneration. 20. Thus, in light of their outstanding position and international recognition, it can be argued that the impact of Sin's views concerning causal mechanisms of mental illness can hardly be overestimated. Was highly praised as an internationally leading authority in psychiatric genetics, and was invited to attend the International Genetic Congress even in summer 1939, at the brink of WWII. Notably, his work on psychiatric genetics was still cited in a textbook of medical genetics in the early 1970s, quoted from 2002-21. Fortunately for his reputation, one might cynically conclude, died quite conveniently in 1926 at the age of 70. Thus escaping a potentially harsher historical appraisal on his contributions to psychiatric nosology, treatment, let alone his political aspirations and views. 22. The development of human personality has been perfected only after a process by infinitely small, barely perceptible forward steps. Retrograde steps have also occurred. Detours have been followed and then left behind. The end result of this unpredictable progress naturally retains traces and vestiges of the various stages of development, even if the vast majority of once formed then superseded mechanisms have been completely lost. If we therefore try today to fit the expressions of insanity to the individual stages of personality development, then we find the necessary evidence conspicuous only by its absence. Should such attempts ever be successful, it will be necessary to trace back manifestations of our psychological life to their roots in the psyche of the child, of primitive man and of animals. In this way we can discover to what extent certain illnesses reflect a recrudescence of emotions hitherto concealed in our individual or phylogenetic developmental history. Prospects for this seem to me encouraging, despite the poverty of our current knowledge. From this we may receive help toward our foremost and hardest task, the clinical understanding of disease. Forms 23. We will now explore and summarize some of these insights in Part 3. 5.4 Part 3. 5.4.1 An outline of modern evolutionary psychiatry. Unlike mainstream psychiatry that focuses on proximate causation, primarily mechanistic explanations of disease and disorder, evolutionary psychiatry extends its scope to include ultimate or evolutionary causation. 24. Evolutionary psychiatry, EP, has been concisely defined as the of evolutionary medicine that uses the basic science of evolutionary biology to better understand and treat mental disorder. 25. However, this is not to deny the vital contribution to EP of a range of other disciplines, including evolutionary anthropology, evolutionary psychology, and evolutionary genetics, as well as many others. Hence, EP is fundamentally a cross-disciplinary field, drawing on insights from a wide range of seemingly disparate sciences and domains of knowledge. The evolutionary perspective helps clarify thinking about mental health and mental disorder in a number of unique ways. 3 areas stand out as illustrative of the effectiveness of evolutionary theory as a powerful epistemic tool in psychiatry. The first is in helping to clarify the concept of mental disorder. Thus, while the question of what a mental disorder is remains an intractably unresolved issue, utilizing the evolutionary concepts of function, dysfunction, adaptation, and fitness has led to the formulation of concepts such as Wakefield, harmful dysfunction that represent important and promising theoretical advances. 26. The other 2 unique contributions of evolutionary theory to psychiatry and medicine generally include a deeper understanding of biological causation relevant to health and disease, and the causal pathways for the human vulnerability to disease and disorder. See below. 5.4.2 Evolution and Causation. 4 questions. 4 causal domains. 4 questions. 2 objects of explanation. Sequence. Diachronic. Single form. Synchronic. 2 kinds of explanation. Proximate. Ontogeny. Mechanism. Mechanisms and their ontogeny. How does the trait develop in individuals? What is the trait's structure? How does it work? Evolutionary. Phylogeny. Adaptive significance. Functions and phylogeny. What is the evolutionary history of the trait? Why does the trait exist in this way? How have variations in the trait influenced fitness? Why does the trait exist? These 4 causal domains are collectively referred to as 4 questions. It should be noted that all 4 causes apply simultaneously for the proper understanding of any biological phenomenon as they refer to distinct domains. Thus, no amount of exploration of brain events, neurobiology, or neurochemistry of patients with anxiety or low mood can answer the question as to why the capacity for anxiety and low mood are universal in humans. Such why questions are unique to the evolutionary perspective and are essential if we are to make progress in differentiating distressing normative states from states that are truly dysfunctional. It is acknowledged that unlike proximate causation, which can directly lead to therapeutic interventions, understanding ultimate causation is somewhat removed from direct clinical applications, but is no less important. For example, neglecting the question of function, ultimate causation, runs the risk of inadvertently altering psychological functioning through interventions to relieve distressing but adaptive states, leading to potentially negative consequences for some patients. It can also lead us to construct defective models of how and why psychopathology arises. Focusing exclusively on the proximate is akin to a technician's view of a machine, whereas considering ultimate causation as well is more like an engineer's view 29. Hence, it may be adequate for a busy clinician to simply the existence of depression or anxiety in a given patient and to dispense standard advice and treatment. However, a clinician who also understands why we have such emotions in the first place and how emotional systems interact with people's current lives is likely to have a deeper understanding of the patient's emotional problems and be able to take greater account of the patient's circumstances that may be contributing to their current state. Ultimate causation also has the potential for influencing the research agenda through testing hypotheses regarding what the normative function is of the system that is giving rise to psychopathology, a question that is seldom asked by mainstream psychiatry. 543 Causal pathways for the persistence of disease and disorder. It should be noted that selection shapes vulnerability to disease and disorder, and not disorders themselves. 29. This applies throughout medicine, including psychiatry, and stems primarily from the fact that bodies and brains are a bundle of traits, systems, organs, and adaptations shaped by selection over thousands of generations to increase reproductive success and not necessarily good health, happiness, or longevity. Evolution helps us that selection, on average, shapes functional systems and not dysfunctional ones. But it is worth remembering that all functional systems, whether biologically evolved or man-made, can malfunction under certain conditions. Also, it should be noted that biological systems frequently have multiple, overlapping functions, and this applies particularly to neurobiological systems, where the function of many systems remains poorly understood. The answer to the pivotal conundrum as to why evolution has left humans so vulnerable to disease and disorder has itself been evolving ever since it was first posed by the founders of modern evolutionary medicine too. Accordingly, pathways by which evolutionary processes can lead to the existence and persistence of disease or disorder have been proposed. Box 5.1. 1. Mismatch. 2. Life history factors. 3. Overactive defense mechanisms. 4. Co-evolutionary considerations. Consequences of the arms race against pathogens. Co-evolutionary considerations. Consequences of the arms race against pathogens. 5. Constraints imposed by evolutionary history. 6. Trade-offs. 7. Sexual selection and its consequences. 8. Balancing selection, maintaining an allele that raises disease risk. 9. Mutation load and mutation selection balance. 10. Demographic history and its consequences, path dependency. 11. Selection, reproductive success at the expense of health. 12. Extremes of adaptations. These causal pathways for the persistence of disease and disorder apply to all species including humans and are not mutually exclusive. Several pathways may be implicated concurrently or sequentially in the causation of a given mental disorder. They represent a list of ultimate causes of vulnerability to disease disorder, or dysfunction. These evolutionary explanations for vulnerability to disorder are based on the recognition that selection is unable to eliminate all harmful mutations and can be too slow to respond to rapidly changing environments, creating states of evolutionary mismatch. 31. The concept of mismatch is arguably one of the most important insights in evolutionary medicine and is crucial for understanding and explaining the existence of diseases such as obesity, metabolic syndrome, type 2 diabetes, eating disorders, anorexia and bulimia, and many others. Evolutionary mismatch occurs when the environment changes too rapidly for selection to be able to track it, resulting in residual traits that are no longer suited to the new environmental conditions. Developmental mismatch arises when circumstances alter radically during an individual's lifetime. For example, moving from a state of impoverishment during early development to a state of affluence in adult life can increase the risk of cardiovascular disease, type 2 diabetes, and metabolic syndrome. 32. Furthermore, the extreme ends of functional adaptations can become maladaptive, for example, when adaptive personality traits are and intensified. 33. Additionally, overactivation of useful emotional defenses, mood states, and anxiety can result in harmful outcomes, leading to what has been termed defense activation disorders, for example, anxiety and depressive disorders. 31. It is important that selection inevitably involves trade-offs. Thus, increasing the potency of one trait is often at the expense of worsening performance of another. For example, increasing resistance to infections may increase the risk of autoimmune diseases, and improving nutritional conservation can increase the risk of obesity. Also, reducing the threshold for environmental risk avoidance can result in a greater risk of anxiety disorders. Trade-offs are also involved in life history strategies. Life history theory (LHT) deals with species-typical solutions for problems associated with survival and reproduction that change over an individual's 30. Hence, the choices individuals make as to whether they invest in somatic growth, mating, or parental effort entail trade-offs and involve both fitness payoffs and risks and costs. The trade-offs are the present versus the future, mating versus parenting, and quality versus quantity of offspring. This produces a spectrum of LH strategy ranging from the fast, producing a large number of offspring with low levels of parental investment in each, or a slow LH strategy, few offspring with a large investment in each. Thus, LHT provides a framework for understanding how organisms allocate time and energy in achieving core biosocial goals across the. Differences in life history strategies are partly under genetic control, but it appears that the nature and quality of the individual's early environment may also be important. 544 The model. 12 EBPS questions. 3 BPS levels. 4 questions. Proximate. Evolutionary ultimate. Mechanism. Ontogeny. Phylogeny. Function. Biological somatic. 1. What are the proximate somatic mechanisms? 2. What are the developmental processes that shape the mechanisms? 3. What are the phylogenetic roots of the mechanism? 4. What function did the somatic mechanism serve in the ancestral environment? Psychological. 5. What are the psychological mechanisms involved? 6. What is the developmental history of the said psychological mechanisms? 7. What are the phylogenetic roots of the psychological mechanism? 8. What function did the psychological mechanism serve in the ancestral environment? Social. 9. What are the immediate social circumstances of importance to the condition? 10. How do the social circumstances affect development over an individual's life course? 11. What is the phylogenetic history of social arrangements and structures? 12. What functions did such social structures serve in the ancestral environment, if any? Adapted from Hunt al. 3641. Hence, the 3 levels of analysis proposed by BPSM can each be more deeply and properly understood with 4 questions. Combining these parallel frameworks results in a 3x4 table with 12 cells, Table 5.2. It should be noted that standard biomedical approaches exclusively ask questions of biological, or somatic, mechanism and ontogeny, represented in questions 1 and 2 of Table 5.2. George, being dissatisfied with biomedicine, expanded analysis with the addition of psychological and social dimensions, but did not place them within a comprehensive framework. Hence, the eBPSM firstly clarifies how the BPSM levels relate to each other. Despite nominal separation, all three of its levels have a significant biological component. Clearly, the mechanisms mediating effects at the psycho and social levels are functional biological systems that have been shaped by selection, and psychosocial interventions are effective precisely because of their downstream effects on neurobiological and other somatic systems. Also, the evolutionary perspective draws attention to the fact that biological adaptations can evolve at multiple levels, beyond the strictly somatic. Therefore, the evolutionary questions add critical context, elucidating the fact that the biological, psychological, and social factors had functions over our deep evolutionary history, which explains their present form. However, we acknowledge that the boundaries between the 12 questions of Table 5.2 can be fuzzy and overlapping. For example, should dysfunctions in pair bonding, the predominant human mating system, be placed in the psychological or social domains? Clearly, this involves a subjective, psychological state, romantic love, commitment, as well as an interpersonal social state, the formation of a bond between two people. Nevertheless, such ambiguities and complexities are ubiquitous in the life and human sciences. 545 Benefits of eBPSM over its original model. Providing a more coherent, scientifically complete, and philosophically sound model of medicine, the eBPSM has specific practical benefits for understanding and improving medical research and practice. One major insight arising from the evolutionary perspective relates to the propriety of using specific animal models in psychiatry. Current non-evolutionary approaches pay scant attention to the importance of phylogenetics and function. Animal models are often selected based on surface similarities between certain animal and features of mental disorders in human. For example, animal models of obsessive-compulsive disorder, OCD, focus on features of compulsive, stereotypy, and perseveration in mice and rats, but whether this reflects the same dysfunction involved in OCD in humans is questionable. An evolutionary perspective endorses the utility of animal models to the extent that the system in question is phylogenetically conserved, serves similar functions, and is shared between species. For fundamental emotional responses such as fear or anxiety, this suggests laboratory rodents may be useful animal models. For more complex emotional and cognitive states related to recent evolutionary pressures, e.g., related to pair bonds, complex social structures, or language, rodent models would be much less useful, and more closely related species such as primates may be more appropriate. The evolutionary perspective distinguishes two different states when making cross-species comparisons regarding phenotypic traits. Traits can be the result of common descent, homologous, or independent parallel evolutionary processes, convergent traits. Such vital, fine distinctions are entirely invisible to non-evolutionists. Also, phylogenetic distance between the specific system under investigation is another key factor, almost entirely missing from modern medical research. A further critical benefit of adopting evolutionary approaches to psychiatric problems is in expanding upon the benefits of holistic perspectives which George endorsed. For example, depression is often clearly somatic differences in brain function, debilitating psychological processes, and social factors are simultaneously relevant. However, the additional evolutionary perspective asks important questions about those factors. What is the functional mood system which may be? Are there unusual modern environmental factors, e.g., social isolation, so-called evolutionary mismatches, which may be causing the dysregulation of that system? This offers novel directions for identifying harmful social environments by the depressed mood as a psychological state arising within a very different environment to that in which it originally evolved. Unlike BPSM, the evolutionary approach fully human psychological functioning within the environment it was designed to function within. Hence, the EBPSM encourages practical holism with crucial additional scientific information relating to human evolutionary history. We suggest this automatically makes clinicians less reductionistic in dealing with patients and can help foster improved patient empathy and understanding of the problems being faced. Indeed, recent evidence has shown that evolutionary explanations of depression help in reducing self in patients 37, box 5.2. Embeds the BPS firmly within the life sciences, providing a solid scientific grounding. Embeds the BPS firmly within the life sciences, providing a solid scientific grounding. Combining four causal domains with the BPS's 3 levels provides the opportunity to uncover processes and levels of interaction that otherwise remain hidden. Combining four causal domains with the BPS's 3 levels provides the opportunity to uncover processes and levels of interaction that otherwise remain hidden. Has the potential for producing future, novel avenues for theorizing, research, and interventions on disease and disorder in diverse areas of medicine, including mental health. Has the potential for producing future, novel avenues for theorizing, research, and interventions on disease and disorder in diverse areas of medicine, including mental health. As is the case with all scientific constructs, the EBPSM is work in progress and it is at early stages of development, but holds the promise of important future insights and practical applications. As is the case with all scientific constructs, the EBPSM is work in progress and it is at early stages of development, but holds the promise of important future insights and practical applications. 546 Genomics and Mental Disorder. Mutations. Mutation selection balance. Mutation selection balance. Positive selection in the ancestral environment, but mismatched to current conditions. Positive selection in the ancestral environment, but mismatched to current conditions. Selective neutrality neutral. Selective neutrality neutral. Balancing selection heterozygous, advantage frequency dependent selection pleiotropy. Heterozygous advantage. Heterozygous advantage. Frequency dependent selection. Frequency dependent selection. Pleiotropy. Pleiotropy. Taking an evolutionary perspective, one comes to that viewing the human genome as a static blueprint for the human phenotype is both erroneous and misleading. At the population level and over multiple generations, the frequency of genes is in a state of continuous change, with some genes increasing in frequency while others decreasing or are eliminated completely as a result of positive and negative selection pressures, natural, sexual, social, as well as drift, random, chance events, 23-24. This raises the question as to why apparently harmful or disease-causing genes exist and persist in the human gene pool 37-38, see box 5.3. We suggest that the question, why do disease-causing genes persist in the population, can only be conceived by taking an evolutionary perspective. Non-evolutionary approaches simply note the existence of such genes and studies their composition and effects. Evolutionists that the human genome is a historical record of past selection pressures. It also that variation is the rule rather than the exception, and most importantly, that there is no such thing as a single normative human genome. With the exception of harmful genes which arise from mutations in the parental germline and not carried by the parent, all other disease-causing genes have been subject to selection pressures of some form. Some harmful genes that are compatible with survival and reproduction will be subject to purifying selection over many generations, while others may be eliminated more quickly. However, those that persist within the population over numerous generations may be subject to a process known as balancing selection. Balancing selection takes place where there is a trade-off between the positive and the negative effects of a given genetic variant, thus maintaining that variant at a more or less steady level in the population. Examples include where the gene is 1. Advantageous in the heterozygous state, but harmful in the homozygous state, e.g. sickle cell. 2. Where the gene is subject to frequency-dependent selection, potentially advantageous when low in frequency in the population but disadvantageous at higher frequencies, e.g. Psychopathy or 3, or where the gene has pleiotropic effects, i.e. multiple effects, some advantageous, others not at different life stages, e.g. aging. Other causes for the persistence of harmful genes are ancestral neutrality or positive selection in ancestral times, but being mismatched to the current human environment, see sections above. It should be noted that since the advent of the genomic revolution and the advances in the methodologies of the science of genetics, studies have demonstrated that, with very rare exceptions, mental disorders are both highly polygenic and heterogeneous. In other words, there are few, if any, simple Mendelian conditions among the common mental disorders. This finding raises fundamental questions regarding the evolutionary roots of common mental disorders and rules out simplistic one-gene-one disorder models. 5.5 Conclusion: Looking towards the future. In this chapter, we have outlined some of the theoretical developments underlying evolutionary psychiatry that have been introduced since the time of. Despite prescient suggestions of 1984 on Darwinian or evolutionary psychiatry 39, which predate much evolutionary psychology and medicine, psychiatry has been slow to take up the mantle. However, it is proposed that evolutionary science provides a powerful epistemic tool that can help a wide range of facts about human biology and psychology into a coherent narrative that, in time, can lead to insights that give rise to novel models, and subsequently novel treatments and interventions for mental disorders. And given how little is currently known of the etiology of mental disorder, see foreword by Francis, this volume 40, it would be remiss of the psychiatric community to overlook the potential of evolutionary theory in advancing psychiatry, especially that evolution forms the cornerstone of all modern life sciences. On a final note, it is imperative to note that evolutionary psychiatry requires the highest modern ethical standards, whereby psychiatrists should work for the benefit of individual patients and their welfare. Medicine, psychiatry, genetics, and biomedical research in general should be there to provide treatment and care for individual patients as well as to promote well-being for communities, not to act as guardians of some human genome or act to advance some social construction or opinion as to what humans should be. This lesson should be learned from legacy. Once ideas had some impact on psychiatry and psychology in the late 19th century and early 20th century, although his ideas were often misunderstood and misused. Ideas had some impact on psychiatry and psychology in the late 19th century and early 20th century, although his ideas were often misunderstood and misused. 2 was among those who did not fully appreciate or accurately ideas. Was among those who did not fully appreciate or accurately ideas. 3 Darwinian thinking after World War II inspired some important theorizing in psychiatry, though no general theory or formal model of evolutionary medicine or psychiatry was envisioned until the 1990s. Darwinian thinking after World War II inspired some important theorizing in psychiatry, though no general theory or formal model of evolutionary medicine or psychiatry was envisioned until the 1990s. 4 Evolutionary psychiatry emerged as a framework for understanding mental health and mental disorder in the 1990s. Evolutionary psychiatry emerged as a framework for understanding mental health and mental disorder in the 1990s. 5 Although evolutionary psychiatry is slowly gaining acceptance among mental health professionals, it has not yet been fully integrated into mainstream medical and psychiatric education and training. Although evolutionary psychiatry is slowly gaining acceptance among mental health professionals, it has not yet been fully integrated into mainstream medical and psychiatric education and training. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License (ORG) licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: 1C 1859. On the origin of species by means of natural selection or the preservation of races in the struggle for life. See Volume 11 Gale and the British Library. 2 R.M. Williams G.C. Why We Get Sick, The New Science of Darwinian Medicine. Vintage 1996. 3C The Expression of the Emotions in Man and Animals, 1872. In The Portable, 1993. p. 364-93. 4 L and J, 1997. Evolutionary Psychology, a Primer. 13. Center for Evolutionary Psychology, Barbara. 5J M. I. The Origins of Attachment Theory. Cycle, 1992, 28-5-759-75. 6J E. H. A. Schizophrenia as a Genetic Morphism. Nature, 1964 2, 0449552221 PubMed. 7 Crow T.J. Schizophrenia as the Price That Homo Pays for Language, a resolution of the central paradox in the origin of the species. Brain Rays Rev. 2030 123 11829 PubMed. 8B Sociobiology and Mental Disorder. Addison 1984. 9B Sociobiological Psychiatry. Lexington Books 1991. 10 Price J Hypothesis, the Dominance Hierarchy and the Evolution of Mental Illness. Lancet 1967 243. 11 Stevens A. Price J Evolutionary Psychiatry, A New Beginning. 2015. 12 MT A. Darwinian Psychiatry. Oxford University Press, 1998. 13 M. Textbook of Evolutionary Psychiatry. The Origins of Psychopathology. Oxford University Press, 2008. 14 J.J. Discowers Sir. Amsterdam Mark, 1755. 15 Morel B.A. Degenerescences physiques, morales, causes, par B.A. Morel. Shay J.B. 1857. 16 E. Z. 1908 31 745 51. 17 E. In I. 8th Ed. Leipzig Barth 1909. 18 A. In a 1907. Pi 22 8. 19 I. In 1906 53 730 741. 28 Den a Kultur. Arch 1910 7722 48. 21 V Zeitgeist, I. M. Europa 1930 2002 73 10 1930. 22 I.J. Psychiatry and Public Affairs in Germany. Hist Psychiatry. 1991 1 1132 PubMed. 23 I. Die. Z. 19 2062 129. Translated into English by Beer Pubble. In History of Psychiatry 3 1992, 509 529. 24 Abed R. John Smith P. Evolutionary Psychiatry, Current Perspectives on Evolution and Mental Health. Cambridge Cup 2022. 25 R.M. Stein D.J. How Evolutionary Psychiatry Can Advance Psychopharmacology. Dialogues 2019 21 2 16775. Org 10318887 DCNS 201921-2. PubMed Central. 26 Wakefield J.C. The Concept of Mental Disorder on the Boundary Between Biological Facts and Social Values. M. Cycle. 1992 4733 7388. Org 1010370003 66X473373 PubMed. 27 N on Aims and Methods of Ethology. Z. 1963, 24-10-33. 28 cause and effect in biology. Science. 1961, 1343489150116. Org 101126, Science 13434891501 PubMed. 29 RM. Good reasons for bad feelings. Insights from the frontier of evolutionary psychiatry. New York's 2019. 30M Textbook of Evolutionary Psychiatry and Psychosomatic Medicine, The Origins of Psychopathology. Second Aid. Oxford University Press, 2016. 31 Del M. Evolutionary Psychopathology, A Unified Approach. New York, Oxford University Press, 2018. 32 M. Mismatch, Why Our World No Longer Fits Our Bodies. Oxford, New York, Oxford University Press, 2006. 33 JL. The Clinical Application of the Model. MJ Psychiatry. 1980, 137-5-535-44. Org 10117613755535 PubMed. 34 Troll TJ, TA. Dimensional Models of Personality, the 5-Factor Model and the DSM-5. Dialogues. 2013-15-2, 135-46, PubMed Central. 35 Abed R. Hunt A.S., John Smith P. Evolutionary Theory Can Advance and the Model. J. Psychiatry. 2024-2, 25-4-4-24-6 PubMed. 36 Hunt A.D., John Smith P. Abed R. Medicine. Med Public Health. 2022, 11-167-77. Org 10-109-3041 PubMed Central. 37Z BHK PW. Using Evolutionary Theory to Guide Mental Health Research. Khan J. 2016, 61-3-159-65. 38 HS A. Fisher B.J. Framing Depression as a Functional Signal, Not a Disease. Rationale and Initial Randomized Controlled Trial. Soch Med. 2023, 3-28-1-15995. 39 RM. An Evolutionary Perspective on Psychiatry. Psychiatry. 1984, 25-6-575-80 PubMed. 40 Francis A. and His Legacy Forward. N. G. Becker T. Editors. Psychiatry After, Ambition Images Practices 1926-2026, 2026. 41 Hunt A.D., John Smith P., Abed R. The Model Advanced by Evolutionary Theory. In Abed R. John Smith P. Editors. Evolutionary Psychiatry, Current Perspectives on Evolution and Mental Health. Cambridge University Press, 2022. p. 1934. 6. A Genetic Perspective on Nosology. Keywords. 6.1 Introduction. In 1899, divided the psychoses into two distinct diagnostic categories, dementia and manic-depressive insanity 1. In current practice, following the perspective adopted in Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorder, 3rd edition, DSM-III, this approach has been retained with the older terms being replaced by schizophrenia, SZ, and bipolar disorder, BD. The so-called dichotomy thus remains the cornerstone of the modern classification of psychotic disorders and is arguably its most enduring legacy. Came to the limitations of this simple categorical approach, and the architects of DSM-III never intended their diagnostic system to identify valid disease categories given the lack of understanding of etiology and pathogenesis too. Nevertheless, because of the convenience and reliability of the diagnostic systems instigated in DSM-III and adopted in subsequent iterations of DSM and International Classification of Diseases, ICD, lack of validity was overlooked, leading to a process of reification whereby researchers, practitioners, and regulators have come to view psychiatric diagnoses as valid categories defining distinct natural disease entities, each with their own underlying etiology and pathogenesis. 3, 4. A glossary of the main terms is available at the end of the chapter. Terms to be found in the glossary are printed in italics when first encountered in the main text. 611. The dichotomy, a tradition of dissent. The limitations of a categorical and dichotomous approach to the classification of the psychoses have been apparent on clinical and epidemiological grounds for some time. 510. In brief, there is no symptomatic point of rarity between the two diagnostic categories, which remain syndromic in nature and not distinguishable by diagnostic tests or biomarkers. Individuals with a diagnosis of SZ or BD share many clinical features, including psychotic and affective symptoms over the course of their illness, and it is not uncommon for patients to receive both diagnoses at different times. It is also not uncommon for clinicians to be unable to place a patient into one category or the other, and to label the case as having disorder and of the two prototypical psychoses. 6.2. Genetics and the dichotomy. Evidence from genetic epidemiology indicates that SZ and BD are both substantially heritable, with heritability estimates from twin studies of 0.64081 for SZ and 0.59085 for BD. 11. Genetics has always played a key role in shaping and validating psychiatric nosology. 12. And for many years the dichotomy appeared to be supported by findings suggesting that the two prototypical psychoses appear to breed true. 5. That is to say that the risk of SZ but not BD was increased in the relatives of those with SZ and vice versa in the relatives of bipolar probands. This notion was challenged by a few studies. 13, 14, but the case was settled by a large family study of over 2 million nuclear families from the Swedish population and hospital discharge registers. 15. The results were, first-degree relatives of probands with SZ or BD have an increased risk of both disorders. Moreover, evidence from half-siblings and adopted-away relatives indicated that this effect is mainly due to genetic factors. These findings indicate that SZ and BD partly share genetic risk factors and undermine the genetic validity of the dichotomy. They are in line with a previous proposal that the studies suggesting the two conditions breed true were underpowered to detect shared genetic risk. 14. Since Al. landmark study in 2009-15, there have been many advances in the genomics of SZ and BD. These confirm that they substantially share genetic risk factors and are in line with a continuum of genetic risk. They also point to some distinguishing characteristics that inform our understanding of the nature of the psychosis continuum. Before addressing these, it is necessary to summarize recent advances in genomic studies of SZ and BD. Interested readers can find more detailed treatments elsewhere. 11, 16. 6.3 Genomics of SZ and BD. 6.3.1 Common variants. Large Collaborative Genome-Wide Association Studies, GWAS, on many thousands of cases and controls have revealed that SZ and BD are among the most polygenic of all human disorders, with around 10,000 or more common variants estimated to confer risk to each 11. Moreover, many hundreds of individual common risk loci and genes have been identified at stringent genome-wide levels of significance. 11. Each common variant accounts for a very small amount of risk odds ratios, or 123, but N common variants account for around a third of heritability estimates from twin studies and currently constitute the class of genetic variant explaining most of the heritability of SZ and BD. 632 Rare variants. Both copy number variants, CNVs, and rare coding variants, RCVs, have been identified that confer risk to psychotic disorders, though, as we shall see, this appears to be greater for SZ than BD. The rare risk variants implicated to date confer larger individual risks, ORs, 280, than common risk variants. Indeed, there is an approximate inverse relationship between effect size and allele frequency. 11, 16. This reflects the fact that SZ and to a lesser extent BD are associated with reduced fecundity. 17. Therefore, alleles that confer high risk will be subject to negative selection and removed from the population before they can increase in frequency, whereas common risk alleles must by evolutionary necessity confer low risk. 633 Common and rare variants act together. As discussed below, the rare risk variants CNVs and RCVs that confer risk to psychotic disorders are also associated with a variety of other neurodevelopmental disorders, NDDs. There is evidence from several sources 11 that the specific clinical outcomes in individuals who carry such a rare variant reflect the additional influence of common variants that are associated with those outcomes. In other words, the clinical outcomes in rare variant carriers reflect the combined effects of common and rare variants. For example, individuals with SC who carry a risk CNV also have more common SC risk alleles than carriers of CNVs who do not have SC, 18-19. Importantly, this means that rare and common variants confer risk together rather than there being distinct common and rare variant forms of psychotic disorders. 634 Evolutionary Considerations. As Z is highly heritable, yet persists in the population despite markedly reduced fecundity. Recent genomic findings have helped to explain this evolutionary paradox. 1620. Briefly, the population frequency of rare high penetrance alleles seems to be determined by the balance between negative selection and the occurrence of new mutations, so-called mutation selection balance. For common risk alleles, the evidence suggests that negative selection predominates, but the effects are weak, allowing risk alleles to achieve high frequencies through genetic drift, so-called mutation selection drift, with this process being facilitated at some loci by a reduction in diversity due to background selection 2021. These findings do not, however, exclude a role for other mechanisms that might maintain some risk alleles in the population 20. Whatever the explanation of the evolutionary paradox of SZ, the fact that the disorder persists in the face of markedly reduced fecundity points to the futility of attempts to eradicate it through eugenics and explains why the incidence of SZ was not reduced in subsequent generations following the Nazis. Eugenics Program 22-23. 6.4 Implications of genomic findings for the dichotomy. 641 The relationship between SZ and BD, common alleles. It is possible to estimate the genetic correlation between two traits, which is a measure of the average similarity in risk alleles between them. In other words, it is a measure of the genetic overlap between two conditions. The common variant genetic correlation between SZ and BD is 0.7, suggesting a 70% overlap in common risk alleles between them. These findings are unlikely to be accounted for by assortative mating or by reciprocal misdiagnosis of distinct categorical disorders 11. Rather, they point to extensive overlap of common risk variants between SZ and BD. This high degree of pleiotropy undermines the biological validity of the dichotomy in line with the results of family studies, the extensive overlap in clinical features, and the lack of diagnostic tests and biomarkers distinguishing between the two conditions. Given that clinical features such as psychosis and affective symptoms are in that they are seen across the psychotic disorders, one plausible explanation for the extensive pleiotropy observed between SZ and BD is that genetic risk maps better onto psychopathology rather than onto specific diagnosis. Support for this idea comes from several recent studies that have looked at the relationship between measures of specific genetic risk calculated from GWAS data and diagnostic outcomes or symptom dimensions. SZ common variant liability is highest in people with SZ followed by disorder bipolar subtype, then BD1 bipolar disorder type 1, followed by BD2 bipolar disorder type 2, and then unaffected individuals 24-26. One of these studies looked at a mixed diagnosis psychotic disorders group and demonstrated that as SZ genetic risk increased, there was a corresponding increase in the proportion of cases with a diagnosis of SZ, with a corresponding decrease in the proportion with a diagnosis of BD, 24. Furthermore, in people with BD, SZ liability was highest in those with psychotic symptoms and higher still in those with mood-incongruent psychotic symptoms, the symptoms most akin to SZ, 24-25. Conversely, in those with SZ, BD liability is associated with the level of manic symptoms, 25, and MDD, major depressive disorder, liability is associated with depressive symptoms, 27. Finally, there is evidence that in people with BD, the SZ liability associations seen with mood-incongruent psychosis do not derive from shared SZ and BD alleles, but from a component of liability that is relatively specific to SZ28. These findings suggest that, at least in part, rather than being genetically and distinct disorders, the clinical picture expressed by someone with a psychotic disorder is the result of a confluence of partly orthogonal, non-overlapping symptom dimensions and their underlying genetic risk factors. 642 Rare variants and the relationship between psychotic disorders and childhood neurodevelopmental disorders. All the CNVs that confer risk to SZ also confer risk to childhood neurodevelopmental disorders, NDDs, such as intellectual disability, ID, autism and attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD 16. Rare coding variants also implicate shared genes and specific mutations between SZ and childhood NDDs 29. This implies a degree of overlap in the primary molecular pathology and implicates neurodevelopmental process in SZ in line with much other evidence suggesting that SZ is, at least in part, a neurodevelopmental disorder 30. The overall contribution of CNVs and RCVs to psychiatric and neurodevelopmental conditions is not uniform. Thus, CNVs and RCVs make the strongest contribution to ID, then autism and ADHD, then SZ, followed by BD16. Thus, the enrichments of rare mutations are greatest in disorders with the strongest neurodevelopmental contribution as inferred from earlier onset and greater cognitive impairment. Among cases of SZ, the burden of rare mutations is also not uniform, being higher in those with more severe cognitive impairment, although it is still elevated in those without it 31. Evidence that premorbid cognitive and psychomotor impairments are more prominent in SZ than BD suggests that neurodevelopmental insults may contribute to differences between the two conditions 32. The evidence from rare variants summarized above allowed this conception to be extended to include the relationship between psychotic disorders and childhood NDDs. The Neurodevelopmental Continuum and Gradient Model 1033 proposes that childhood NDDs and psychotic disorders lie on a neurodevelopmental continuum, whereby there is a gradient of decreasing neurodevelopmental severity running from ID through childhood NDDs, SZ, disorder, and BD, 1130. Regarding the dichotomy, this suggests that while the diagnoses of SZ and BD do not delineate distinct disorders, the two diagnoses differ quantitatively in the extent to which neurodevelopmental processes are involved, and that there is a gradient of decreasing neurodevelopmental impairment within the psychotic disorders running from SZ through disorder to BD. As well as the accumulating evidence from genomics, the neurodevelopmental gradient model has been supported by several other recent lines of. First, there is compelling evidence that cognitive impairment in SZ is substantially present before onset, and that this premorbid deficit is neurodevelopmental in origin 34. When cognition is tested across the SZ-BD spectrum, the pattern of impairment seen is similar, but the degree of impairment is most severe in SZ, followed by disorder-depressed subtype, followed by disorder-bipolar subtype, with BD having the least severe impairments 35. Second, while large-scale brain imaging studies have not identified circumscribed neuroanatomical differences that allow individuals with SZ and BD to be distinguished from each other or from controls, structural abnormalities have been found, including widespread reductions in cortical surface area and thickness, and in the size of subcortical structures 36-39, c. 7. Moreover, across disorders, the effect sizes for different measures are generally in the same direction, but are greater in SZ than BD40. While some of the measures, particularly cortical thickness, appear to be influenced by environmental factors operating after illness onset, including drug treatment, cortical surface area seems to be predominantly neurodevelopmental in origin 37. Finally, evidence from large-scale epidemiological studies indicates that risk of SZ is better indexed by the extent to which cognitive ability falls short of that expected from familial potential than by cognitive ability per 34-41. This also applies to other conditions, and the magnitude of the effect in SZ is substantially higher than in BD, but less than in autism 42. As well as supporting the neurodevelopmental gradient model, these findings point to an important role for non-familial factors such as environmental factors and variants impacting on neurodevelopmental processes. 6.5 The dichotomy in 2026. The Psychosis Continuum 2025. Figure shows the overlap between current diagnostic categories SZ, schizophrenia, SAD, disorder, BD, bipolar disorder. The ovals illustrate the lack of clear diagnostic boundaries between the three diagnoses. Individuals towards the left of the continuum are more likely to experience psychotic, negative, and symptoms, and to receive a diagnosis of SZ. As we move to the right, the probability of manic and depressive symptoms increases, as does the likelihood of an individual receiving a diagnosis of SAD and then BD. Also, moving to the right, the prevalence of mood-congruent MC, as opposed to mood-incongruent MI, psychotic symptoms increases. The psychotic continuum contains several dimensions. First, there is a gradient of decreasing neurodevelopmental impairment going from SZ through SAD to BD. This is the result of contributions from inherited genetic variants, both rare and common, but also reflects a substantial involvement of non-familial factors such as rare risk variants and environmental factors. The degree of neurodevelopmental impairment is indexed by the degree of cognitive impairment, but more particularly by the extent to which cognitive function deviates from that expected from familial potential. Second, psychotic disorders vary across several symptomatic dimensions, including psychosis, depression, and mania, that are in the sense that they cut across the current categorical diagnoses. Each symptom dimension is the result of different combinations of common genetic risk variants that are partly independent. The mix of symptoms experienced by an individual depends upon the mix of risk variants they inherit. The first important dimension along which psychotic disorders vary is neurodevelopmental, with a gradient of decreasing neurodevelopmental impairment going from SZ through disorder to BD. Here there are contributions from inherited genetic variants, both rare and common, but also evidence for a substantial involvement of non-familial factors such as rare risk variants and environmental factors, Fig. 6.1. The latter are indexed by the degree of cognitive impairment, but more particularly by the extent to which cognitive function deviates from that expected from familial potential. Second, the psychotic disorders vary across several symptomatic dimensions, including psychosis, depression, and mania, that are in the sense that they cut across the current categorical diagnoses, Fig. 6.1. The clinical picture expressed by an individual seems to be the result of a confluence of partly symptom dimensions and their underlying common genetic risk factors. In other words, common variant genetic risk maps better onto symptom domains than diagnoses, and the resulting clinical picture depends upon the pattern of genetic risk across each of these. There is currently considerable interest in so-called genomic research, including using approaches modeling the latent structure of the pleiotropic relationships between multiple psychiatric disorders, and these have identified broad factors that may underlie some cross-disorder correlations 28, 43, 44. There is now a need to apply these approaches to symptoms, rather than diagnostic categories, to further refine biologically informed dimensions that cross existing diagnostic boundaries. 6.6 Biological Insights from Genomics. The genetic findings reviewed so far have focused on those that inform our understanding of the relationship between different diagnostic categories and the implications for classification and nosology. However, given that genetics is the biggest risk factor for psychotic disorders, genomic findings might therefore be expected to inform our understanding where key pathogenic events might be unfolding. For example, we can ask whether psychotic disorders are fundamentally disorders of brain biology, despite still being referred to as functional psychoses, and if so, whether particular brain regions, structures, or cell types are implicated. Indeed, one of the strengths of genomics for understanding biological risk is that variation in genomic DNA is causally privileged 45 in that, unlike other biological markers, it is not subject to reverse causation, whereby a supposed risk factor is actually a consequence of the disorder or its treatment rather than a cause, and thus allows causation to be inferred with greater confidence. This work, called functional genomics, essentially seeks to determine whether the genes implicated by genomic studies are enriched for those specifically expressed in different tissues, brain regions, cell types, or neuronal structures. The methodology on which such studies are based is rapidly evolving, but so far it appears that a substantial proportion of genetic risk for psychotic disorders involves genes that are specifically expressed in the brain and particularly in neurons rather than glia 11. There is evidence for important roles for neurodevelopmental processes and perturbation of neuronal and synaptic function, particularly of and neurons across many regions of the forebrain 11. This is consistent with findings from brain imaging studies reviewed above suggesting that psychotic disorders result from subtle but widespread neuronal pathology. It is also consistent with the fact that psychotic disorders are broad multi-domain conditions that impact on many aspects of brain function and cognition. 16. Functional genomics studies thus support the view that genetic risk for psychotic disorders is manifest largely in the neurons of the brain. Moreover, they point to fundamental disturbances of neuronal function that are not confined to a small number of brain regions or structures. This would explain the diverse psychopathology of psychotic disorders, their association with a broad range of cognitive impairments, and the lack of regional specificity in associated neuroimaging findings. While psychotic disorders may result from widely distributed neuronal pathology, it is likely that individual symptoms, cognitive impairments, and other features are associated with dysfunction in specific brain regions, and circuits with the variation between individuals reflecting regional and circuit-level variability in the downstream impact of these disturbances in neuronal function. If this is the case, there are important implications for research aiming to identify neurobiological mechanisms mediating the effects of genetic risk on or symptomatic outcomes. 46. 6.7 Implications. It seems as if, in the clinic at least, its legacy is here to stay until the next iterations of DSM and ICD, perhaps beyond them too. It is often claimed that we should retain the current categories of SZ and BD until there is convincing evidence for new diagnoses to replace them. But an alternative is for psychiatry to admit that the current diagnostic system is not fit for purpose either for clinical classification or research purposes, and to replace it with a single diagnostic category encompassing SZ, disorder, and BD. In the meantime, we must be advocating for a diagnostic system that encourages clinicians and regulators to take a broader view of psychotic disorders than simply assessing the presence or not of the symptoms necessary to make a diagnosis. We need to ensure that clinicians can capture the dimensional variety of symptoms and associated features and how they change over time. Developing and implementing reliable and clinically applicable dimensional measures of the major domains, which clinicians are required to assess, should be a priority and will benefit clinical management, allowing more treatment selections to be made. 47. Among researchers, there is now a consensus that the current diagnostic systems do not define distinct disorders, and there is an increasing focus on research across the current diagnostic categories. As we have seen, this is beginning to reveal partly separate genetic risk for the major symptom categories, but there is a need now for similar approaches to be taken in relation to other risk factors, to integrate neuroscience research, and to identify potential biomarkers. These approaches have the potential to identify valid, biologically informed diagnoses that cross existing diagnostic categories. However, they will require sufficiently granular phenotype data, including measures of symptom domains, as well as measures of clinical and functional outcomes, and for these to be combined with potential biomarkers such as cognition, neuroimaging, and blood-based assays. Pioneering work combining clinical and neurobiological data in the psychoses has identified evidence for different biotypes that transcend current diagnostic categories. 48. And further work of this kind incorporating genomic data is likely to be fruitful. 6.8 Conclusion. Dichotomous syndromic classification remains the foundation of current diagnostic practice in psychotic disorders nearly 100 years after his death. That this is the case is clearly evidence of his significance in the history of psychiatry. However, it is not evidence for a century of stasis in understanding the psychotic disorders or in the lack of evidence against the dichotomous classification. Rather, given the strength of the evidence undermining the dichotomy, it represents the innate conservatism of the bodies regulating international diagnostic practice and psychiatry's lack of confidence in admitting to its flawed diagnostic processes. The diagnostic categories currently applied to psychotic disorders do not define conditions that are distinct or homogeneous, whether regarding psychopathology, etiology, or mechanism. The diagnostic categories currently applied to psychotic disorders do not define conditions that are distinct or homogeneous, whether regarding psychopathology, etiology, or mechanism. The evidence suggests a continuum with several dimensions. The evidence suggests a continuum with several dimensions. One dimension is a gradient of neurodevelopmental impairment, which is greatest in cases diagnosed with SZ, followed by disorder, then by BD. This is indexed by cognitive impairment, and particularly the degree to which cognitive function deviates from that expected based on family history. One dimension is a gradient of neurodevelopmental impairment, which is greatest in cases diagnosed with SZ, followed by disorder, then by BD. This is indexed by cognitive impairment, and particularly the degree to which cognitive function deviates from that expected based on family history. Current evidence suggests that the clinical picture expressed by an individual with a psychotic disorder is the result of a confluence of partly orthogonal symptom dimensions and their underlying genetic risk factors. Genetic risk maps better onto symptom domains than diagnoses, and the resulting clinical picture depends upon the pattern of genetic risk for each of these. Current evidence suggests that the clinical picture expressed by an individual with a psychotic disorder is the result of a confluence of partly orthogonal symptom dimensions and their underlying genetic risk factors. Genetic risk maps better onto symptom domains than diagnoses, and the resulting clinical picture depends upon the pattern of genetic risk for each of these. Psychotic disorders as syndromes are fundamentally disorders of neuronal function and development across multiple brain regions, with broad impacts on brain function. The pattern of symptoms, cognitive impairments, and other features in each case likely reflects the pattern of resulting dysfunction in specific brain regions or circuits, depending on the individual mix of genetic and other risk or modifying factors. Psychotic disorders as syndromes are fundamentally disorders of neuronal function and development across multiple brain regions, with broad impacts on brain function. The pattern of symptoms, cognitive impairments, and other features in each case likely reflects the pattern of resulting dysfunction in specific brain regions or circuits, depending on the individual mix of genetic and other risk or modifying factors. I am very grateful to Nick, Mick Udd, and James Walters who have contributed to the ideas expressed in this chapter. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License (ORG) licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. Glossary: the different versions of a gene variant. The phenomenon whereby individuals with similar phenotypes or genotypes mate with each other more often than would be expected by chance. These are defined as those in which the minor, less frequent, allele is present in the population at frequencies of 1% or more. In particular, they include single nucleotide polymorphisms, SNPs, that can be assayed in parallel across the genome in what are called genome-wide association studies, GWAS. Variants in which the number of copies of a specific segment of DNA varies in the population. These structural differences may have come about because of duplications, deletions, or other changes. A change in the DNA sequence of an individual that was not inherited from its parents, but rather is the result of a new mutation. An adjective referring to phenomena that relate to or occur in a family or its members. In genetics, it is often used to refer to a characteristic, phenotype, that occurs with greater frequency in a family than in the general population. A branch of molecular biology which studies the genome, which is an organism's complete set of DNA including all its genes. The proportion of variation in disease risk in a population that is due to inherited genetic variation. It can be estimated through the familial occurrence of disease in family, twin, and adoption studies. the phenomenon whereby deleterious alleles are maintained in the population because the rate at which they are eliminated by selection is balanced by the rate at which they are created by new mutation. An explanation for genetic variation in traits that are associated with reduced reproductive fitness that particularly applies to highly polygenic traits where the effects of individual alleles are small. It proposes that mildly deleterious alleles can drift to high frequencies through chance events, as well as being subject to the opposing effects of new mutation and selection. In the context of human disease genetics, this refers to the proportion of individuals with a particular genetic variant who exhibit the disorder in question. A set of observable characteristics. In human genetics, this can cover traits such as height or hair, the presence or absence of disease, or disease attributes such as symptoms, signs, and the results of special investigations. The phenomenon when a variant or a gene influences more than one phenotype. A polygenic trait or disorder is one that reflects the combined effects of multiple genetic variants. They are to be distinguished from traits or disorders that result from variants in a single gene that show clearer inheritance patterns. These are the most common type of human genetic variation. Each SNP represents a difference in a single nucleotide base. Nucleotide bases are the building blocks of DNA. Variants in the coding sequence of a gene that are present in less than 1% of the population. They can be detected by genome-wide sequencing studies. A DNA site which varies between individuals in the population. References: 1a. 6th Ed. Leipzig, Barth, 1899. 2. Owen, M.J. New Approaches to Psychiatric Diagnostic Classification. Neuron, 2014, 84, 35, 64, 71. 3R. A. Distinguishing between the validity and utility of psychiatric diagnoses. M.J. Psychiatry, 2003, 161, 412. 4. S.E. The Diagnosis of Mental Disorders, the Problem of Reification. Rev. Cycle, 2010, 6, 155, 79. 5. R.E. Diagnosis and Classification of Functional Psychoses. Med. Bull, 1987, 43, 3, 499, 513. 6. IF.Hy. The Nosology of Psychosis. 1983, 143, 1738. 7a. I. Chess. The Overlap of Affective and Schizophrenic Spectra. Cambridge University Press, 2006. 8n. Owen, M.J. The Beginning of the End for the Dichotomy. Editorial. J. Psychiatry, 2005, 186, 53, 64, 6. 9n. Owen, M.J. Rethinking Psychosis. The disadvantages of a dichotomous classification now outweigh the advantages. World Psychiatry, 2007, 62, 8491, PubMed Central. 10n. Owen, M.J. The Dichotomy Going, but Still Not Gone. J. Psychiatry, 2010, 196, 292, 5 PubMed Central. 11. Owen, M.J., Bray, N.J., Walters, J.T.R., UD, M.C. Genomics of Schizophrenia, Bipolar Disorder, and Major Depressive Disorder. Rev. Gennett, 2025, 26, 12, 8, 62, 8, 77. 12. Robbins, E. S.B. Establishment of Diagnostic Validity in Psychiatric Illness, Its Application to Schizophrenia. M.J. Psychiatry, 1971, 26, 7983, 7. 13. A.G., F.V., Sham P.C., Murray R.M., McGuffin P. A Twin Study of Genetic Relationships Between Psychotic Symptoms. M.J. Psychiatry, 2002, 159, 4539, 45. 14. A. Sham P.C. The Common Genetic Liability Between Schizophrenia and Bipolar Disorder, a Review. Psychiatry Rep. 2001, 343, 32, 7. 15p Yip BHCY Canon TD PFCM. Common genetic determinants of schizophrenia and bipolar disorder in Swedish families, a population-based study. Lancet, 2009, 373-9659234-9, PubMed Central. 16 Owen MJ, SC, E. Walters JTR, UD MC. Genomic Findings in Schizophrenia and Their Implications. Psychiatry. 2023, 289363-847 PubMed Central. 17 Power Raw, SR MacGHN M. Al. Fecundity of patients with schizophrenia, autism, bipolar disorder, depression, anorexia, or substance abuse versus their unaffected siblings. JIMA. 2013, 71, 2230. 18 Ka. E. Linden DIS KD Morin JL Al. Common alleles contribute to schizophrenia in CNV carriers. Psychiatry. 2016-21, 810859. 19 Bergen SC, A.D. CNV Analysis Group in the Schizophrenia Working Group of the Psychiatric Genomics Consortium, UD MC JW Al. Joint contributions of rare copy number variants and common SNPs to risk for schizophrenia. MJ Psychiatry. 2019 176 129 35. 20 MC. Evolutionary Perspectives on Genetic and Environmental Risk Factors for Psychiatric Disorders. Rev Cycle. 2018-14 1471 93. 21 AFP AJ Price v. S. N. Al. Common schizophrenia alleles are enriched in mutation-intolerant genes and in regions under strong background selection. Janet. 2018-53-3-80-19 PubMed Central. 22 IF RH. Psychiatric Genocide, Nazi Attempts to Eradicate Schizophrenia. Bull. 2010-36-126-32. 23H Comment on EF and RH, Psychiatric Genocide, Nazi Attempts to Eradicate Schizophrenia, Bull. 2010-36-126-32 and RD, Psychiatric Genocide, Reflections and Responsibilities. Bull. 2010-36-454 PubMed Central. 24J-GM AF40L S. Al. Association between schizophrenia-related polygenic liability and the occurrence and level of mood-incongruent psychotic symptoms in bipolar disorder. JIMA Psychiatry. 2018-75 128-35 PubMed Central. 25 DM SAJEAJM Al. Genomic Dissection of Bipolar Disorder and Schizophrenia, including 28. Cell. 2018-173 7170-515. 26 DM EA Morin JL K. Ra Al. Evidence for genetic heterogeneity between clinical subtypes of bipolar disorder. Psychiatry. 2017 71E993 PubMed Central. 27 CA SCL AJSP Al. Risk factors, clinical features, and polygenic risk scores in schizophrenia and disorder depressive type. Bull. 2021 475137 PubMed Central. 28 Richards Al. A. Harold G. NJ. A. Jones L. Al. Genetic liabilities differentiating bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, and major depressive disorder, and phenotypic heterogeneity in bipolar disorder. JIMA Psychiatry. 2022 79 1010 329 PubMed Central. 29E HD HG WJM SJ Al. Schizophrenia, autism spectrum disorders, and developmental disorders share specific disruptive coding mutations. 2021-12 15353 PubMed Central. 30 Owen MJ UD MC. Schizophrenia and the Neurodevelopmental Continuum, Evidence from Genomics. World Psychiatry. 2017 1632 2735 PubMed Central. 31 Singh T. Walters JTR M. DJ M. Al. The contribution of rare variants to risk of schizophrenia in individuals with and without intellectual disability. Janet, 2017 49 8116773, PubMed Central. 32 Murray R.M., Champy, Van Oz J., Cannon M., McDonald C. A developmental model for similarities and dissimilarities between schizophrenia and bipolar disorder. Rays, 2004 71 234 0516. 33 Owen M.J., UD M.C., A. N. Neurodevelopmental Hypothesis of Schizophrenia. J. Psychiatry. 2011 198 3173 5, PubMed Central. 34 Owen M.J., UD M.C. The Genetics of Cognition in Schizophrenia. Genome Psychiatry. 2024 118. 35 AJ, L. K.E. M.L. S.C. Owen M.J. Jones I.R. Walters J.T.R. Examining Cognition Across the Bipolar Schizophrenia Diagnostic Spectrum. J. Psychiatry. 2018 43 42 45 53, PubMed Central. 36 Vantigi, D.P. J.M. D.C. Jadi, O.A. Al. Subcortical brain volume abnormalities in 2028 individuals with schizophrenia and 2540 healthy controls via the Enigma Consortium. Psychiatry. 2016-21 4 5 47 53. 37 Vantigi, E.D.P. L.W. D.C. Al. Cortical brain abnormalities in 4474 individuals with schizophrenia and 5098 control subjects via the Enhancing Imaging Genetics through Meta-Analysis, Enigma Consortium. Psychiatry. 2018 84 9 6 44 54, PubMed Central. 38 DP, LT Vantigi J. Leonardo C.D. J. Al. Subcortical volumetric abnormalities in bipolar disorder. Psychiatry. 2016 21 12 17106, PubMed Central. 39 DP, LT NTN JW Ching CR. Cortical abnormalities in bipolar disorder, an MRI analysis of 6503 individuals from the Enigma Bipolar Disorder Working Group. Psychiatry. 2018-23 49 32 42. 40 EJ CE Sundi Ching CR OA L Al. Cross-disorder comparisons of brain structure in schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, major depressive disorder, and 22q11.2 deletion syndrome, a review of Enigma findings. Psychiatry. 2022 76 5 140 61, PubMed Central. 41 Ks HBJO, K observed cognitive performance and deviation from familial cognitive aptitude at age 16 years and ages 18 to 20 years, and risk for schizophrenia and bipolar illness in a Swedish national sample. JIMA Psychiatry. 2016 73 54 65 71. 42 Ks H RSC K J. The joint impact of cognitive performance in adolescence and familial cognitive aptitude on risk for major psychiatric disorders, a delineation of 4 potential pathways to illness. Psychiatry. 2018-23 410 7683. 43 Cross-Disorder Group of the Psychiatric Genomics Consortium. Genomic relationships, novel loci, and pleiotropic mechanisms across 8 psychiatric disorders. Cell. 2019-179 7146 982. 44 AD Mallard TT, Wa HF Adams MJ Lewis CM Al. Genetic architecture of 11 major psychiatric disorders at functional genomic and molecular genetic levels of analysis. Janet. 2022 54 55 48 59, PubMed Central. 45 Ks. Are psychiatric disorders brain? New look at an old question. JIMA Psychiatry. 2024 8143 25 6. 46 UD MC Owen MJ. The implications of the shared genetics of psychiatric disorders. Med. 2016-22 11 12149. 47 DM J.W. Gore S.D. al. Logic and Justification for Dimensional Assessment of Symptoms and Related Clinical Phenomena in Psychosis, Relevance to DSM-5. Rays. 2013 151 1520. 48 BA MJAEs Aske Hillaske al. Categorical and Dimensional Approaches for Psychiatric Classification and Treatment Targeting, Considerations from Psychosis Biotypes. In Dicey JC Editors. Biomarkers in Neuropsychiatric Disorders, Etiologic and Treatment Considerations. Cam Springer 2024. P 685 723. 7. Brain Imaging in Schizophrenia. Keywords. Brain imaging studies have advanced our understanding of the structure, chemistry, and function of the brain in schizophrenia. Matter is reduced, and these reductions are related to the severity of some symptoms. White matter is also reduced and correlates with reductions in cognitive function. The clearest evidence for altered brain chemistry is of increased dopamine synthesis and turnover, which drives hallucinations and delusions. In terms of brain function, the frontal lobes are underactive, so-called, and the connections between different parts of the brain are less well than in healthy controls. Some of these changes are present before the onset of illness, get worse as schizophrenia develops, and get worse still in those who go on to have a poor outcome. This raises the possibility that brain imaging could help in making an early diagnosis or prognosis in clinical practice. 7.1 Introduction. The first direct suggestions that the structure and function of the brain in schizophrenia might be different from controls came from pneumoencephalography in the early years of the 20th century and from the first functional imaging studies in mid-century 1-2. These were, however, qualitative impressions. The modern era of quantitative neuroimaging in psychiatry arguably began about 50 years ago with the publication of a landmark report by Tim Crow and colleagues. Motivated by finding that 20% of long-stay patients had age disorientation, they used computerized tomography and showed greater ventricular size in schizophrenia than healthy controls on computerized tomography 3. Many replications followed. Some studies found similar changes in first episode patients, but others found correlations with duration of illness, suggesting both premorbid alterations and progression. After some 15 years, a meta-analysis of 53 studies of 3810 patients and controls found evidence for both 4. Around the same time, a narrative literature review showed that the most consistent associate of was cognitive impairment 5. The advent of sensitive, commercially available MRI machines, which did not expose participants to X-rays, led to an explosion of research, complemented by PET and MISES studies, of differences in schizophrenia and in those at high risk, with the prospect of being able to provide quantitative assessments of diagnosis and prognosis. In this chapter, I shall review the landmark papers using each technology and the most recent systematic reviews, meta-analyses and mega-analyses of the literature comparing participants with schizophrenia versus controls, those at familial or clinical high risk versus patients and or controls, and studies of those at high risk and with schizophrenia over time using each method. These studies typically report any such differences in terms of an overall effect size and standard deviation est units, either as D or hedge, G. Note, however, that much of the functional imaging literature reports areas of differential activation beyond a statistical threshold, rather than quantitative differences, constraining quantitative reviews to coordinate-based meta-analyses, CBMAs of common effects rather than calculating overall effect sizes. Convincing if N cases 1000, P106, I2 50%, the 95% confidence interval CI excludes the null with no evidence of publication bias. Convincing if N cases 1000, P106, I2 50%, the 95% confidence interval CI excludes the null with no evidence of publication bias. Highly suggestive if N1000, P106, and the largest study has a significant effect. Highly suggestive if N1000, P106, and the largest study has a significant effect. Suggestive if N1000 and P103. Suggestive if N1000 and P103. Otherwise weak. Otherwise weak. This review will therefore provide an overview of what we do and don't know about brain structure, chemistry, and function in schizophrenia, and suggest a course towards solidifying that knowledge and evaluating clinical applications. I will also touch upon the main replicated findings in bipolar disorder and those at elevated risk of that condition. Regions of the brain consistently implicated in schizophrenia. A lateral view of key frontal and temporal gyri on cortical surface. B. Lateral view showing defined DLPFC. C. Medial view of cortex. D. Subcortical structures. This figure was prepared by using a tool called Brain Painter. Reference L. 7. AI Artificial Intelligence. AI Artificial Intelligence. AVH Auditory Verbal Hallucination. AVH Auditory Verbal Hallucination. Bold blood oxygen level dependent imaging, fMRI. Bold blood oxygen level dependent imaging, fMRI. CA14 cornu, 14 regions of hippocampus. CA14 cornu, 14 regions of hippocampus. CBMA coordinate-based meta-analysis. CBMA coordinate-based meta-analysis. CHR clinical high-risk participants. CHR clinical high-risk participants. CNS central nervous system. CNS central nervous system. CT cortical thickness. CT cortical thickness. D measure of effect size D. D measure of effect size D. D2 dopamine 2 receptor. D2 dopamine 2 receptor. DLPFC dorsolateral prefrontal cortex. DLPFC dorsolateral prefrontal cortex. DMRI diffusion weighted MRI. DMRI diffusion weighted MRI. Dopa amino acid dopamine precursor. Dopa amino acid dopamine precursor. DSD dendritic spine density. DSD dendritic spine density. DTI diffusion tensor imaging. DTI diffusion tensor imaging. Enigma enhancing imaging genetics through meta-analysis consortium. Enigma enhancing imaging genetics through meta-analysis consortium. Fa fractional anisotropy MRI. Fa fractional anisotropy MRI. FDR first degree relative. FDR first degree relative. FEP first episode psychosis. FEP first episode psychosis. FHR familial high risk participants. FHR familial high risk participants. fMRI functional MRI. fMRI functional MRI. FTD formal thought disorder. FTD formal thought disorder. FWER family-wise error rate. FWER family-wise error rate. G-gram unit of mass in metric system. G-gram unit of mass in metric system. G measure of effect size. G measure of effect size. GABA gamma acid CNS transmitter. GABA gamma acid CNS transmitter. GABA BZR GABA benzodiazepine receptor. GABA BZR GABA benzodiazepine receptor. Acid. Combined levels of glutamate and glutamine. Combined levels of glutamate and glutamine. GM matter. GM matter. GMV matter volume. GMV matter volume. 99M HMPAO radioactive tracer used in SPECT. 99M HMPAO radioactive tracer used in SPECT. 123I IBZM radio tracer. 123I IBZM radio tracer. ICC class correlation coefficient. ICC class correlation coefficient. ICV intracranial volume. ICV intracranial volume. ILF inferior longitudinal brain WM tract. ILF inferior longitudinal brain WM tract. IQ intelligent quotient. IQ intelligent quotient. K number of groups of categories compared in statistical analysis, ANOVA. K number of groups of categories compared in statistical analysis, ANOVA. MCC cortex. MCC cortex. MOFC medial cortex. MOFC medial cortex. MPFC prefrontal cortex. MPFC prefrontal cortex. Mr. Mendelian. Mr. Mendelian. MRI magnetic resonance imaging. MRI magnetic resonance imaging. Mrs. Magnetic resonance spectroscopy. Mrs. Magnetic resonance spectroscopy. N number. N number. NIA N-acetyl aspartate. NIA N-acetyl aspartate. NMDA N-methyl diaspartate amino acid. NMDA N-methyl diaspartate amino acid. P probability measure of statistical significance. P probability measure of statistical significance. PET positron emission tomography. PET positron emission tomography. PFC prefrontal cortex. PFC prefrontal cortex. PM post. PM post. 15O or 18F radionuclides, oxygen 15 or fluorine 18 radionuclides. 15O or 18F radionuclides, oxygen 15 or fluorine 18 radionuclides. RCBF regional cerebral blood flow. RCBF regional cerebral blood flow. RDUC National Institute of Mental Health Research, domain criteria. RDUC National Institute of Mental Health Research, domain criteria. ROI region of interest. ROI region of interest. MRI resting state functional connectivity, MRI. MRI resting state functional connectivity, MRI. SA surface area. SA surface area. S&D MRI structural and diffusion, weighted, MRI. S&D MRI structural and diffusion, weighted, MRI. SD standard deviation. SD standard deviation. SLF superior longitudinal, brain WM tract. SLF superior longitudinal, brain WM tract. SMRI structural MRI. SMRI structural MRI. SPECT single photon emission computed tomography. SPECT single photon emission computed tomography. SDG superior temporal gyrus. SDG superior temporal gyrus. SUDI substance use disorder. SUDI substance use disorder. SV2A synaptic vesicle glycoprotein, brain marker. SV2A synaptic vesicle glycoprotein, brain marker. T Tesla unit of strength of magnetic field in MRI. T Tesla unit of strength of magnetic field in MRI. TBSS tract-based spatial statistics. TBSS tract-based spatial statistics. TPJ parietal junction. TPJ parietal junction. TSBO protein brain ligand. TSBO protein brain ligand. VBM voxel-based morphometry. VBM voxel-based morphometry. VLPFC ventrolateral prefrontal cortex. VLPFC ventrolateral prefrontal cortex. V's ventral striatum. V's ventral striatum. WBV whole brain volume. WBV whole brain volume. WM white matter. WM white matter. 7.2 structural MRI SMRI. SMRI of the brain for usually acquires T1 data in 1 tomb thick slices. Regions of interest ROIs used to be delineated manually or semi-automatically, and some to produce volumes, with some arbitrary neuroanatomical boundaries to facilitate measurement reliability, but this was a very laborious process. Various types of computational morphometry were developed, of which VBM became the industry standard, to automatically survey the whole brain, including complex structures such as the insula. Assaying tens of thousands of volume elements, voxels, is, however, anatomically imprecise and requires correction for multiple hypothesis testing. More recently, the Enigma, Enhancing Imaging Genetics Through Meta-Analysis Consortium, has facilitated neuroimaging groups to use the same software to identically analyze fMRI scans and pool results in a mega-analysis. Uses high-resolution automatic surface-based techniques to return measures of cortical thickness, CT, and surface area, SA, for 32 bilateral cortical parcels and 8 bilateral subcortical volumes, and is now the industry-standard approach to fMRI analysis. 721 Schizophrenia compared to healthy controls. The landmark SMRI report in schizophrenia didn't exactly use healthy controls, but unaffected identical twins of those with schizophrenia 8. Controlling for genetic influences on brain structure in this way meant that increases in the volumes of the ventricles and reductions in, for example, hippocampus could actually be seen with the naked eye, in the sense that a blinded radiologist could almost always identify the scan that came from a given patient rather than their healthy twin. Given the essentially identical genetic and environmental upbringing these twins would have had, however, the finding raised issues as to whether the differences were attributable to some sort of disease process, or might reflect differential exposure to risk factors or post-onset effects of the illness, such as antipsychotic medication, alcohol excess, or social drift to unemployment and poverty. These questions remain to be fully resolved. See Sect. 7.6. Meta-analytical reviews followed around a decade later and delivered some consensus about the brain regions most affected. 9-10 tried to explain differences, heterogeneity between studies. 10 highlighted the issue of publication bias. 9-11 and found some evidence of antipsychotic medication effects in terms of enlarged components of the basal ganglia. 9-10. Some commentators even suggested that structural neuroimaging in schizophrenia was inconclusive and potentially, or epiphenomenal. 12. This view is now, however, difficult to sustain given the volume and strength of the evidence available. There is, for example, a meta-analysis of 387 ROI studies of 98 patients. 13, which reported a small but highly significant reduction of 2% in intracranial volume ICV, especially in male patients, suggesting some neurodevelopmental underpinnings, with greater reductions in whole brain volume WBV, reduction at 2.6%, and in matter GM 4.3%, effect size D049. Other moderate effect sizes included lateral and third ventricular, and increases and reduced GM in prefrontal D049 and temporal lobes D043, hippocampus D052, fusiform D052, and superior temporal gyrus STG D058. By the standards of clinical epidemiology, some of these results are convincing, e.g. amygdala, thalamus, or highly suggestive, e.g. WBV, GM, hippocampus, but some are only suggestive, anterior cingulate, STG, insula. The largest available coordinate-based meta-analysis, CBMA, of VBM data reports GM reductions in very similar regions, plus the anterior cingula 14. The largest Enigma studies of schizophrenia to date further reinforce these findings. Comparing 4474 patients and 5098 controls, widespread reductions in CT D052 and SA D025 were found, with larger effect sizes for prefrontal and temporal regions, all P000001, highly suggestive, 15. Subcortical volume reductions in 2028 patients and 2540 controls include bilateral hippocampus, amygdala, thalamus, as well as ICV, with volume increases in the lateral ventricles, all P000001, highly suggestive, but these results were subject to notable heterogeneity, only partly explained by age, sex, medication, and other effects. 16. Overall, ROI, VBM, CBMA, and Enigma results provide complementary evidence, which is likely to become stronger as more patients are added, and the similarities in the regions affected and their effect sizes are striking. This provides measurement validity and argues against the results being. Some of the highlighted regions are illustrated in Fig. 7.1. 722 SMRI symptom. Finding correlations between volume reductions and symptoms or cognitive impairment, see below, supports the view that these changes are relevant to the disorder and not epiphenomenal. L. Produced the initial landmark report of structural associations with positive symptoms 17. They studied 15 patients and controls and found reduced volumes of the left STG 15%, among other regions. The volume of left posterior STG correlated with thought disorder severity. A systematic review of ROI studies found that 18 of 30 studies which reported analyses found negative correlations of 0.3 between STG volume, especially on the left, with positive symptom severity, particularly of hallucinations, although the strength of this association is probably elevated by publication bias 18. A CBMA of 13 correlational studies of GM and hallucinations found that hallucination severity correlated with decreased GM in left STG and left posterior insula, and 11 studies of a total of 504 hallucinating patients had reduced GM in the left anterior insula and left inferior frontal gyrus compared to controls 19. Several Enigma meta-analyses have reported on the SMRI associations of symptoms. Positive symptoms are negatively related to STG thickness in 1987 patients, left, 0052 P0021 right, 0073 P0001 weak, robust to controlling for duration of illness and antipsychotic medication 20. Negative symptom severity is associated with left frontal cortex and pars thickness, N1985. 0075 P0019 weak, 21, while patients with the deficit syndrome have more pronounced CT reductions in the right parietal cortices 22. Symptoms are, however, not attributable to reduced GM in lone brain regions. See fMRI below. In a recent analysis of neural networks for positive and negative formal thought disorder, FTD, in 752 patients, both networks encompassed amygdala regions, while positive FTD included lateral temporal cortices 23. Thus, positive symptoms and particularly hallucinations have been related to STG reductions by 3 methods, but these are all weak associations, and the direction of causality is unknown. 723 Specificity. There are some suggestions of some disorder specificity with respect to diagnosis 14, but in the main, these reflect less significant changes, for example, in bipolar disorder than schizophrenia, rather than complete separation. For example, Al. 24 reported greater reductions in the anterior cingulate in schizophrenia than in other disorders, but this was related to impairments in executive function, which are greater in schizophrenia. On the other hand, Al. 25 recently provided evidence for an identifiable psychosis anatomical component, albeit relevant to all psychotic disorders. 724 high-risk studies and predicting psychosis. Studying people at high risk of schizophrenia can reveal premorbid differences and possible predictors of or changes with the transition to a psychotic disorder. The 2 main approaches are to sample young people with affected relatives at familial high risk, FHR, or those at clinical high risk, CHR, with psychotic symptoms short of a diagnosis. Each approach led to landmark reports of differences in those at FHR before they became ill 26, with further changes in those at CHR leading up to and after diagnosis 27. Replications were, however, inconsistent, necessitating systematic reviews of the literature. Booz al. 28 reviewed 25 ROI studies of 1065 first-degree relatives, FDRs. GM was slightly reduced, D021, and the third ventricle was slightly larger in relatives than in controls, D021. Consistent differences were also found in the hippocampus, D031, but all these results are weak. A slightly larger effect in combined amygdala hippocampal volumes was subject to significant, unexplained heterogeneity. Importantly, a larger hippocampal volume in 511 relatives than 335 patients, D043, K9, with heterogeneity attributable to one outlier study, D029, K8, suggests changes between being at FHR and schizophrenia. The largest CBMA in FHR29 found similar GM reductions in the left amygdala extending to left STG, but this was not significant after correction for multiple comparisons. Similarly, those at CHR had reduced GM in the medial frontal gyrus, not statistically significant after correction. An Enigma analysis 30 of 1228 FDRs of 1016 patients with schizophrenia found reductions in the relatives in ICV, and controlling for that in cortical GM, WM, amygdala, and hippocampus, but the effects were all small and non-significant after correction, except for the thalamus D013, P005, weak, and third ventricle. Enigma has also performed the largest pooled study of CHR individuals to date, 31, in 1792 CHRs and 1377 controls. CHRs had widespread lower CT D018, P000001 corrected, highly suggestive, with similar effects in right hippocampus, fusiform gyri, and insula. 725 predicting psychosis. There is as yet no meta-analysis of ROI studies. A CBMA of 1248 at CHR32 found that later transition to psychosis over 771 months, N153, mean age 21, was associated with less GM in the right STG and left anterior cingulate, unrelated to medication exposure, but neither result survived correction, FWER005. Similarly, in the Enigma study already cited 31, lower CT in fusiform, STG, and regions were non-significantly associated with subsequent psychosis, but resembled patterns of CT differences in schizophrenia, 0.35, 95% CI, 0.12055. In sum, ROI and CBMA meta-analyses and mega-analyses provide consistent but weak evidence of small effects in the medial temporal lobes in FHR, and stronger evidence of wider effects in CHR populations, but are equivocal about prediction. 726 longitudinal changes and outcome. The first suggestions of progressive SMRI changes in established schizophrenia emerged in the early 1990s and tended to show associations with some form of poor outcome, but none of the studies were large enough to be definitive. Many reviews of cross-sectional studies of people in their first episode and those with chronic schizophrenia report greater differences in chronic patients, suggesting possible changes over time, although these do not, of course, directly measure progression. L. 33 reviewed 27 longitudinal studies of 928 patients, mean age 1342 years, and 867 controls over 110 years. Those with schizophrenia showed significantly greater longitudinal decreases in whole brain volume, percentage volume change 0.07%, whole brain 0.59%, and frontal 0.32% GM and frontal 0.32%, parietal 0.32%, and temporal 0.39% WM volume, as well as larger increases in bilateral lateral ventricular volume, plus 0.36%, but the evidence is weak, and there was notable heterogeneity between studies that was only partly explained by differences in patient age and illness duration. There was no evidence to suggest progressive medial temporal lobe reductions. Vita al. 34 focused on GM changes after the first episode and found a moderate effect, D050, N532, weak, but with heterogeneity related to age at onset, proportion on second-generation antipsychotics, and MRI slice thickness, one of the few reviews to find an effect of image acquisition processing. Studies of parts of the STG showed potentially larger effects, but in fewer studies, with heterogeneity and/or publication bias. Clearly, 0.306% annual reductions cannot continue indefinitely when overall reductions are 3–5% depending on the region. It is possible that some changes occur around the time of onset, and that further changes occur, possibly for longer, in those with a poor outcome. 727 Neuropathology. Macroscopic post-PM studies of the brain offer a directly comparable approach to ROI SMRI, but the PM studies tend to be even smaller. Harrison al. 35 combined data from 17 studies and found that the brains in 540 people with schizophrenia were, on average, 2%, 24G, lighter than those from the 794 controls. In a meta-analysis of 32 even smaller studies of hippocampal volumes, in 413 patients and 415 controls, volume and neuron number was significantly reduced in multiple hippocampal in the left hippocampus, but not on the right, of which there were fewer studies with more heterogeneity. Neuron size but not density, averaged bilaterally, was significantly reduced in all calculated. The effect sizes G were generally around 0.406, although that for CA4 was 0.7436. These results are weak in themselves but are compatible with ROI meta-analyses, VBM, CBMAs, and Enigma mega-analyses, and provide measurement validity of those findings. Microscopically, a review of 31 studies of dendritic spine density, DSD, density and protein expression revealed an overall decrease in all such elements in schizophrenia, Hedges G03337. Subgroup analyses showed a significant reduction of them all in cortical, G044, but not subcortical tissues, G011, and a large decrease for DSD, G081, but substantial heterogeneity was present. These consistent findings of smaller, less connected neurons in schizophrenia likely represent the cellular underpinnings of the reduced GM observed in both PM and SMRI studies, given that axons and dendrites each make up 30% of human GM38. Disrupted neurodevelopmental, synaptic, GABA, and inflammatory and stress responses are, however, also implicated. 7.3 Diffusion MRI DMRI. Cerebral white matter WM is in bundles, and DMRI is the standard approach for examining WM tracts. The most commonly used imaging technique has been diffusion tensor imaging DTI, analyzed with tract-based spatial statistics TBSS. TBSS averages and compares DTI data from a thin WM skeleton to estimate water diffusion along up to 23 key tracts in the brain, but DMRI has limitations in dealing with crossing and tracts near the cortex. The most common index is fractional anisotropy Fa, which ranges from 0 to 1, from isotropic water diffusion to anisotropic as constrained by tracts. A systematic review and meta-analysis of 6 DMRI quantities found that all, including Fa, were related to myelin content on direct histological examination 39. Early notable studies showed reduced Fa in PFC, corpus, and indeed across the whole brain 40, 41, and in specific tracts such as the uncinate 42, and in the cingulate bundle, which correlated with cognition 43. The largest CBMA of DTI, Studies 44, examined 1543 people with schizophrenia and found decreased Fa and WM volume in the bilateral corpus, extending to the anterior and superior corona, correlated with both illness duration and medication usage. There were also negative symptom correlations in the inferior longitudinal, ILF, connecting the inferior temporal and occipital lobes. That review also found some potentially schizophrenia-specific alterations in the left cingulum and in the right anterior limb of the internal capsule compared to bipolar disorder, but these were also related to the frequency of antipsychotic medication. There is also a review 45 of 5 DTI studies comparing 106 patients with hallucinations and 150 controls, which showed reduced Fa in the left arcuate of hallucinators, G042, a tract connecting inferior PFC with SDG. An Enigma mega-analysis of DTI compared 1963 people with schizophrenia and 2359 healthy controls with harmonized TBSS processing. It found significant Fa reductions in 20 of 25 major WM tracts. Effect sizes varied by region, peaking with average Fa D042, P0002, suggestive for the entire WM skeleton. The anterior corona, D040, and corpus, D039, showed the largest effects. No significant effects of age at onset, duration of illness, cigarette smoking, or medication dosage were detected, but there were again associations with negative symptom severity 46. A further Enigma analysis of 760 patients and 957 controls with cognition data found that a global Fa component accounted for a significant amount of variation in IQ and processing speed in the full sample, G027, P0001, suggestive, with similar effects in patients, G020, and controls, G032. Comparable associations were also found between a Fa component for 6 long association tracks and cognition for the full sample, G028, the patients, G023, and controls, G031-47. There are also systematic reviews of high-risk DTI studies. These provide weak evidence for decreased Fa in the genu and splenium of the corpus in FHR 48, and for reduced Fa in the SLF, the ILF, and the inferior occipital in CHR49. There are only isolated reports of possible further longitudinal changes with the development of psychosis or a poor outcome. Similarly, there is some evidence that DTI could predict treatment resistance in established schizophrenia 50. Overall, there is suggestive evidence that Fa is generally reduced in schizophrenia and correlates with cognition, mediated by processing speed, with lesser evidence for some more regionally specific associations with positive and negative symptoms, and alterations in those at high risk for familial or clinical reasons. 7.4 Neurochemical imaging with MISs and SPECT PET ligands. Magnetic resonance spectroscopy, MISs, is the third commonly used adaptation of MRI to study schizophrenia and other conditions. It can be used to study the levels of various cellular metabolites in body tissues, producing a spectrum of resonances that correspond to the amount of different molecules, such as phosphorus-containing compounds, N-acetyl aspartate, NAA, and glutamate. The technique, however, has low resolution, requiring a focus on regions of interest such as DLPFC and hippocampus with a 510 cubed search volume, and has low reproducibility at lower field strengths. Mrs. studies of schizophrenia in the 1990s, conducted with 115T magnets, suggested reduced and increased in PFC on phosphorus spectroscopy, and reduced NAA in frontal and temporal lobes on proton spectroscopy, with possibly greater reductions in NAA in the basal ganglia in bipolar disorder 51. In a grand total of 182 studies, NAA levels were significantly lower in chronic schizophrenia than controls in the frontal lobe, Hedges G036, P0001, N1362, suggestive, with other consistent but evidentially weak reductions in hippocampus, G052, P0001, temporal lobe, G035, P0031, thalamus, G032. P0012, and parietal lobe, G025, P0028. They were also lower in first episodes than controls in the frontal lobe, G026, P0002, anterior cingulate cortex, G024, P0016, and thalamus, G028, P0028, and lower in those at high risk in the hippocampus, G020, P0049, suggesting a possible progression of NAA alterations from hippocampus to frontal cortex and thalamus. And other regions 52. It is, however, difficult to interpret NAA reductions in terms of what they mean about the pathophysiology of schizophrenia, other than as nonspecific markers of impaired neuronal metabolic function. The advent of widely available 3T machines has facilitated the study of absolute levels of glutamate and GABA, which convey more obvious neurobiological meaning as the major excitatory and inhibitory neurotransmitters, even if glutamate is often combined with glutamine as. The largest systematic review and meta-analysis to date included 134 studies, including 7993 participants with schizophrenia spectrum disorders, including high-risk first episodes, established and treatment-resistant cases, and 8744 healthy controls, although no more than 88 patients contributed data to any analysis, and the associations are accordingly weak. Levels in the basal ganglia, G032, were elevated overall. Subgroup analyses showed elevated levels in the hippocampus, G047, and dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, DLPFC, G025, in patients than in controls. GABA levels in the cortex, MCC, were decreased in the first episode psychosis, FEP group compared with controls, G040. Intriguingly, the treatment-resistant schizophrenia, TRS, group had elevated and levels in the MCC, G07, G063, while MCC levels were decreased in the patient group except TRS, G53. Another review has reported evidence of increased in the thalamus in genetically high-risk people, G036, P0003, N113, K5, weak, 54. Increased metabolite levels are consistent with animal data, suggesting that this is secondary to NMDA hypofunction and may actually drive increased dopaminergic activity. Positron emission tomography, PET, and single photon emission computerized tomography, SPECT, are typically employed to study blood flow and glucose uptake with PET, see below, but can also study neurotransmission with the addition of radioactive ligands for brain receptors. In the 1970s and 1980s, competing research groups in the USA and Sweden used different PET D2 receptor ligands to assay D2 receptor density in the striatum, and could not agree as to whether D2 receptors were increased or not. The data overall suggests not, but there may be other regional differences. Examinations of dopamine turnover have been much more revealing. In one particularly elegant study, Al. 55 measured amphetamine-induced dopamine release, estimated by the amphetamine-induced reduction in dopamine D2 receptor availability, measured as the binding potential of the specific D2 receptor radiotracer, 123I-IBZM. The amphetamine-induced decrease in 123I-IBZM binding potential was significantly greater in a group of people with schizophrenia who were not taking antipsychotic medication, 19.5 plus 4.1%, compared with a healthy control group, 7.6 plus 2.1%. Moreover, in the schizophrenia group, the elevated amphetamine effect on 123I-IBZM binding potential was associated with the emergence or worsening of positive psychotic symptoms, providing a direct neurochemical symptom link and support for the dopamine hypothesis of schizophrenia. By far the most compelling evidence comes from the use of the PET ligand dopa, which is incorporated into neurons to dopamine, particularly in the striatum, and as such measures dopamine activity in presynaptic neurons. In a systematic review and meta-analysis of 21 such studies, 56, presynaptic dopamine function was significantly elevated in individuals with schizophrenia relative to controls with a summary effect size of 0.68 and 269 p0001 weak, with, if anything, a slightly larger effect in drug-naive patients, G078. Intriguingly, the effect is primarily seen in the associative dorsal striatum caudate and putamen, rather than the limbic ventral striatum nucleus, etc., which has implications for how this may drive psychotic symptoms and is in keeping with fMRI studies, see below. A few small studies also suggest that such changes are seen to a lesser extent in people at high risk of psychosis, and that the risk of transition is higher in those with higher levels, with some possible further increases as they develop schizophrenia, although these results are not significant on meta-analysis 54. Note, however, that increased dopa synthesis and release is also seen in bipolar disorder with psychotic symptoms 57. Elevated dopamine turnover is therefore a nonspecific marker of psychosis. A few other PET ligands have been studied in a few small studies of schizophrenia. There is preliminary evidence from 5 studies of 61 people with psychotic disorders, using the synaptic vesicle glycoprotein 2A SV2A marker, that there may be widespread and large reductions in synaptic density, which could underlie GM reductions 58. There is equivocal evidence for neuroinflammation using the 18K-DA protein TSBO ligand, from 12 studies comprising 190 patients with schizophrenia and 200 healthy controls, in that there was a significant elevation in tracer binding potential G031, P003, but no significant differences when volume of distribution was used as the outcome G022, P029, 59. Finally, a review of 7 PET SPECT studies of GABAA benzodiazepine receptor, GABAA BZR, availability, 118 controls, 113 patients, did not suggest replicable group differences in regional GABAA BZR availability 60. Overall, therefore, the best available neurochemical imaging evidence in schizophrenia is for increased neurotransmission in the cingulate cortex and increased dopamine turnover in the striatum. On its own, this is rather weak evidence, but it finds a lot of support from other studies and can be blended into a coherent account of the condition, see below. 7.5 Functional imaging with SPECT, PET, and fMRI. Functional imaging is attractive because it can capture objective evidence of cognitive processes and subjective thoughts, feelings, and emotions. Functional brain images are, however, indirect measures of neuronal activity, indexed by blood flow and metabolism. Synaptic excitation and inhibition, action potentials and local field potentials are indexed by just one dimension of hemodynamic and metabolic response, according to energy need. SPECT imaging uses intravenous radioactive tracers, typically 99 mHMPAO, which omit gamma rays that are detected by rotating gamma cameras. These include a sodium iodide crystal, which scintillates on contact. Thus, the origin of the signal is calculated. A PET scan, in contrast, typically uses injectable 15O or 18F radionuclides, incorporated into, e.g., water or glucose, which are unstable have an excess of positrons and travel one three before colliding with electrons. An annihilation reaction follows, releasing two gamma-ray photons at 180 degrees to each other, picked up by a ring of radiation detectors, and thus providing greater spatial resolution 2-3 than SPECT. Functional MRI, fMRI, uses the blood oxygen level dependent bold contrast between oxygenated and deoxygenated in blood flow to active brain regions with a similar resolution. Analysis of fMRI typically follows 5 key stages: alignment of 3-4s each scan with each other, co-registration with a structural imaging, spatial so that each brain fits a standardized template, spatial smoothing over 8-10 for valid signal detection, and then the statistical analysis. 751. The first demonstrations of quantitative reductions in regional CBF, RCBF blood flow to the frontal lobe 61, and glucose use 62 in schizophrenia came from cognitive pain activation studies, the latter including those with affective disorders. L. 63. This to the DLPFC during the Wisconsin card sort test. Generally was most clearly evident in chronic patients with negative symptoms. It was, however, difficult to distinguish due to a primary reduction in blood flow glucose uptake from patients simply not doing the task, and when researchers purposefully paced tasks or otherwise ensured patients did them, was less evident, and a tendency to emerged if the patients were able to do that task 64, with a progressive loss of frontal activity as the task becomes more difficult, and performance failed 65. Fell out of as a consequence, but remains one of the best replicated findings in the functional imaging literature on schizophrenia, although antipsychotic medication is a confound. An early quantitative review found that resting and activation frontal flow metabolism were both reduced with a medium effect size, with a small effect of neuroleptic treatment. The most robust result is a relative resting reduction in blood flow glucose uptake, D032, N1474, P001, suggestive, 66. A recent systematic review and meta-analysis 67, reporting on 36 studies in 1335 subjects overall, found reduced frontal absolute glucose uptake, G074, P001, N29 but with heterogeneity, weak and relative to whole brain G044, P001, N195, weak in schizophrenia than controls. Absolute frontal glucose uptake was lower in chronic, G1-18073, than in first episode patients, G009088 and controls. Medicated patients showed frontal, relative to controls, 104026, but drug-free patients did not differ significantly from controls. 752. Episodic memory. Long-term declarative, episodic memory is arguably the main specific cognitive function that may show a greater deficit than general cognition in schizophrenia. It depends on interactions between the hippocampus and parts of the PFC. There is a consistent thread in the functional imaging literature on schizophrenia of an increased activation of the parahippocampus, with reductions of PFC activity during encoding and retrieval 68. 753. Emotion and social cognition. The amygdala, another region that is reduced in volume in schizophrenia, is central to the perception and expression of emotion, especially fear. Amygdala activation to emotional images, especially faces, is consistently reduced in schizophrenia, but may be partly attributable to an overactivation to neutral faces 69-70. A CBMA found that patients with chronic schizophrenia demonstrated attenuated activations in the limbic emotional system, along with compensatory overactivation in the medial prefrontal cortex, MPFC, during threatening faces processing. It is, however, unclear whether task instructions in the scanner, such as whether patients are expressly asked to judge fear or simply look at the faces, influence the results 70-71. Social cognition more broadly, during such tasks as theory of mind, appreciating others' mental states, recruits the parietal junction TPJ region as well as MPFC and amygdala. A recent CBMA of emotional attribution and intention belief inference found that brain activation in patients was significantly decreased in the right ventrolateral prefrontal cortex, VLPFC, during emotional attribution, while there was a significant decrease in the left posterior TPJ during intention belief attribution 72. It seems likely that some combination of oversensitivity to social threat, e.g., facial fear processing, and impaired evaluation of others' intentions could underlie persecutory delusions. The studies that have directly addressed this have not been able to robustly replicate a clear link, but see symptoms below. 754 Reward and Salience. A more recent approach shows real promise for bridging the gaps between neurophysiology, pharmacology, and phenomenology by building on cutting-edge neuroscience approaches to the same using motivational learning paradigms. All human learning arises from prediction errors, that is, the discrepancies between expectations and outcomes, and disruptions of such processes are thought to underlie motivational impairments in schizophrenia. On perceptual salience tasks, judging whether stimuli are relevant versus irrelevant, early landmark studies showed a decrease in midbrain and ventral V's signals in first episode psychosis 73. Overall, the literature shows a clear, albeit weak, V's during reward anticipation. 23 studies, 917 patients, left-right D0507, P0001, which correlates on the left side with the severity of negative symptoms R041. V's is also evident on reward feedback 74. Moreover, a meta-analysis of whole-brain neuroimaging studies that investigated prediction error signal processing in schizophrenia using reinforcement learning paradigms, 14 studies of 324 schizophrenia patients, found reduced activity in the circuit, including the striatum, thalamus, amygdala, hippocampus, anterior cingulate cortex, insula, superior temporal gyrus, and cerebellum when processing prediction errors, which reads like a list of brain regions recurrently implicated in the disorder 75. That review also found hyperactivity in frontal areas and in areas when encoding prediction error signals in schizophrenia patients, in keeping with abnormal dopamine signaling of reward prediction error and failures representing the value of alternative responses during prediction error learning and decision-making. 755 Connectivity and Resting State fMRI. fMRI is well suited to measuring the interrelations between brain regions during neuronal activity and provides complementary information to DMRI-measured structural connectivity. The simplest approach is to estimate functional connectivity, which is the temporal correlation fMRI time series between two regions, while effective connectivity adds a causal consideration through a more complex multivariate modeling procedure. One would expect, for example, that hippocampal interactions during memory tasks and/or amygdala interactions during socio-emotional processing would be disrupted in schizophrenia. Indeed, there are studies which demonstrate such, but the literature is inconsistent. 76. Much more consistency has been forthcoming from analyses of resting state functional connectivity MRI, when participants are asked to lie still, with eyes closed. Most about 3/4 of brain metabolism occurs at rest, and this approach has the advantage that task performance is not a consideration, even if resting brain activity is less constrained than active brain and may amount to random episodic spontaneous thoughts. If one takes a data-driven approach using independent component analysis, noise and movement-related nuisance components can be separated out, leaving components of interest. Within the default mode network that is most active during rest is a common MRI finding in schizophrenia, as is reduced connectivity across others, including attentional, salience, and limbic emotional, network 77. 756 Symptoms. Another area of research where functional imaging has delivered consistent results is in localizing psychotic symptoms, especially auditory verbal hallucinations, AVHs. Early studies with SPECT and PET in those with AVHs showed activations of language production areas and a lack of activation of language reception regions, respectively, suggesting a failure of monitoring of inner speech. That is, self-productions are experienced as coming from external space 78-79. Al. 80 took this work forward by asking participants to press a button in the PET scanner when experiencing AVHs and reported activations in subcortical nuclei, thalamic, limbic structures, especially hippocampus, and regions and cingulate gyri, as well as cortex. In an elegant study, Al. 81 took advantage of fMRI by measuring spontaneous neural activity without requiring subjects to signal when hallucinations occurred. Approximately 50 individual 3/4S scans were acquired at unpredictable intervals while participants were intermittently hallucinating. Immediately after each scan, they reported whether they had been hallucinating, and neural activity was compared when patients were and were not experiencing hallucinations in each person and the group. AVHs were associated with activation in the inferior frontal insular, anterior cingulate, and temporal cortex bilaterally, with greater responses on the right thalamus and inferior colliculus, and the left hippocampus and cortex. These results have held up in meta-analyses 82. Activations in the medial temporal lobe highlight a role for memory intrusions in the provision of content for AVHs. Insula activation may relate to the involvement of awareness and self-representation, and activation in the region of medial PFC during AVHs is consistent with models implicating reality monitoring impairment in the of self-generated information as externally perceived. It should be noted, however, that very similar activations are seen in non-clinical voice hearers. L. 83 quantitatively reviewed 25 task-related fMRI studies and found small to moderate associations between specific symptom dimensions and regional brain activity. Negative symptoms were related to the functioning of the ventrolateral PFC and ventral striatum. Positive symptoms, particularly persecutory ideation, were related to the functioning of the medial prefrontal cortex, amygdala, and hippocampus region. Symptoms, although less frequently evaluated, were related to the functioning of the DLPFC. Surprisingly, no symptom domain had a consistent relationship with the middle or superior temporal regions, presumably because the early focus on tasks activating PFC precluded such findings. Delusions are arguably more variable than AVHs in form and content and correspondingly less amenable to group studies, but a recent narrative review suggests that the predictive processing framework discussed above, in reward and salience, can accommodate the 95 studies they synthesized. Aberrant prediction errors signaling during processing of social, self-generated, and sensory information could lead to inaccuracies in assessing the intentions of others, judging the self of ambiguous stimuli and of self-generated actions and unusual sensations, which could provoke delusional ideation with persecutory, referential, control, and somatic content, respectively. 84. 757 high-risk studies. FHR and CHR studies have consistently found altered PFC activation in those at high risk, as well as altered connectivities between PFC and thalamus, which are associated with positive symptoms and indeed transition to a psychotic disorder. 85-86. These alterations are usually increases on tasks and reductions on MRI. There are also intriguing reports of different patterns, such as increased amygdala activation in those at FHR of bipolar disorder. 87. Quantitative reviews have, however, not yet been able to find any clear results overall, probably as a result of the long-standing issues with small numbers, various tasks, and variable implementations. 758 specificity. Several massive reviews of hundreds of studies in thousands of patients have searched for common and distinct activation and connectivity patterns in schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, depression, anxiety, and substance use disorders (SUDs). Generally, the similarities are greater than the differences. A greater degree of left PFC was evident in schizophrenia in one such CBMA 88, but potentially attributable to more pronounced cognitive difficulties in psychosis. Another CBMA found an effective diagnosis for the amygdala and caudate nucleus, and an effective RDUC National Institute of Mental Health Research domain criteria, fundamental neuroscience domains, and constructs for the amygdala, hippocampus, putamen, and nucleus. 89. In terms of connectivity, MRI across the default mode network as well, salience and limbic networks, is substantially more evident in schizophrenia than other disorders. 77. 759 treatment, response, and illness course. Just as hyperactivity and on-PET are associated with positive symptom severity, predict treatment response to antipsychotic drugs, and are normalized by them, so does MRI of connectivity. 86-90. Indeed, the two are related. Several studies have found that a connectivity index, and indeed MRI connectivity, predicts antipsychotic drug response. Many of these studies show percent sensitivity and specificity in doing so, a figure that is sometimes sufficient for routine clinical use in medicine. What is needed, however, for clinical practice is to be able to predict treatment resistance, or better still, clozapine response. 7.6 Discussion. This review has taken an umbrella review approach in focusing on systematic reviews and meta-analyses, complemented by large-scale Enigma mega-analyses, and grading the overall strength of the evidence. By the standards of clinical epidemiology 6, a few of the SMRI differences between people with schizophrenia and controls, i.e., healthy people volunteering to take part in brain imaging studies, are convincing. Some of them and a few SMRI high-risk findings are highly suggestive, and some DMRI misses NAA and findings are suggestive. All of the fMRI results are weak, although this is partly due to difficulties combining the results from published data, and there are consistent bodies of evidence for altered memory, emotional, and reward processing in patients. Some of these findings would be strengthened by updated reviews and mega-analyses, by developing techniques to combine the three main SMRI data types, and by being able to pool more of the available functional imaging data. The main limitations of neuroimaging science generally are that there have been too many studies lacking clear hypotheses and or the power to test them, due to particular problems with small numbers and variable methods. Very few bodies of work come close to achieving N1000 and or P106 required for highly suggestive findings overall. As a result, the field has acquired a reputation for failures of replication, functional neuroimaging, and fMRI in particular. Such criticism has at times been rather excessive, such as people citing the famous dead salmon experiment as showing fMRI is. In actual fact, the brain of the dead salmon only lit up when the authors deliberately failed to adjust the statistical thresholds in their activation study 91. Most researchers do this and do not try to publish uncorrected results. A much greater problem is that fMRI requires additional processing and greater than SMRI or DMRI, and there is still no standardized analysis of functional or effective connectivity 92, although in recent years notable progress has been made with approaches to MRI. The variability in analysis pipelines, which is in the tens of thousands for fMRI, and the researcher degrees of freedom in being able to do multiple analyses with the same data set, are the main problems. The solution is to promote the use of open science principles of the pre-registration of study aims, hypotheses, endpoints, and analyses. Nevertheless, clear progress has been made over the past 30 years or so. Overall, 3 different approaches to analyzing SMRI, ROI, VBM, and in schizophrenia consistently point towards small reductions in ICV and SA, implicating neurodevelopmental processes, and greater reductions in WBV, GMV, and CT, particularly in prefrontal and temporal lobes. All 3 techniques have been validated against each other, and in other conditions such as aging and dementia 93. These compatible findings with different methods provide measurement validity and make it clear that the results are not an of-image processing or statistical approach, as some have argued. Diffusion MRI also finds consistent differences of a modest size for reduced FA and WM, related in particular to cognition. SMRI and DMRI have also been validated by macro and microscopic studies, providing further measurement validity and arguing against some alteration of the T1 signal. Further, some differences evident across SMRI, DMRI, PET, and fMRI are associated with key features of schizophrenia, especially positive symptoms in the SDG. Functional mapping of auditory hallucinations with fMRI and PET reinforces the SDMRI findings implicating SDG and can assay interconnected neuronal populations 94. 761 Potential causes and confounders. A key question arises for the field is the extent to which causal factors and potential confounders account for these results. Schizophrenia is highly heritable, as is brain structure and to a lesser extent chemistry and function, although showing clear associations between neuroimaging measures and known genetic risk factors has proven somewhat elusive, again, probably because the studies to date have been too small to have sufficient power to detect effects. Thousands of scans are required to find what are probably small effects. Some cutting-edge studies have taken advantage of the progress in identifying genetic risk factors for schizophrenia and used a technique called Mendelian, MR, in large combined neuroimaging and genetic datasets, such as the UK Biobank, to show possible genetic impacts on SMRI and DMRI. Equally, however, there is MR evidence that alcohol, coffee and tea, smoking and education alter brain structure 95. Environmental risk factors for schizophrenia with effects on brain development and/or function could also account for some alterations. A few studies suggest that obstetric complications impact on, for example, hippocampal volumes, but they are too small and underpowered to detect interactions. 96. A narrative review of 15 studies on the impact of childhood adversity reported that the most replicated result was an association with decreased total GM, particularly in the PFC 97, see also CHAP. 13. Any such effects on PET or fMRI have been much less frequently studied. Risk factors with ongoing effects or later exposure could also account for some of the differences between being at high risk and developing schizophrenia and any progression. An Enigma cross-disorder comparison of SMRI in substance use disorders, SUDs, showed alcohol-related brain changes, 7 studies, equivalent to those in schizophrenia in several subcortical and cortical regions. 98. More modest cannabis use disorder effects, 7 studies, overlapped with those findings, with a strong association with reduced CT of the MOFC. It is concerning that the impact of SUDs on brain structure and function can be as substantial as in schizophrenia, even though neuroimaging studies typically exclude people with SUDs, and brain changes associated with alcohol are concentrated on PFC and WM99. Alcohol, cannabis, and cigarette consumption is, however, generally greater in people with schizophrenia than healthy controls and should be controlled for in future studies. There is a long list of potential confounders of these associations. 9, 12. There are known effects from animal and human studies of pre- and perinatal stress on GM and WM100, low socioeconomic position on S and DMRI across the 101, and of childhood adversity on SMRI and DMRI, some with likely time and region-specific effects. 102-104. Although most schizophrenia scanning studies control for age, educational attainment, and socioeconomic factors in some way, residual confounding is likely. As a one-off scan, MRI is also vulnerable to such confounding, in a way that task-activated fMRI is not, as it has an internal control scan. It also indexes brain development. Cortical networks develop through processes of increasing integration and decreasing segregation, and the extent of these can be used to measure brain maturity. The promising and potentially specific disruptions on MRI of schizophrenia could therefore reflect, at least in part, the neurodevelopmental disruptions seen much more frequently in schizophrenia than most others. It is therefore complementary to task-based imaging, not a replacement. 7611 Antipsychotic medication effects. Early reviews suggested that antipsychotic medication may underlie increases in caudate and putamen volumes 10. On the other hand, clozapine may reduce these and increase PFC volumes. In the Enigma analysis, CT reductions were 2 to 3 times larger in medicated than patients, and associated with medication type and dose, but the overall effect was actually small, and associations were also evident with symptom severity and duration of illness. 15. L. 105 reviewed the SMRI ROI studies and found a small relationship between reducing GMV and cumulative exposure to antipsychotics, 0013, P0048, week. There was no significant association with duration of illness in that review, but even if one assumes the relationship with medication is causal, antipsychotic medication accounts for at most a few % of the variance in progressive GMV loss. It will be very difficult, if not impossible, to tease apart the relative contributions of illness severity and antipsychotics without data. The acid test would be to people with schizophrenia or at high risk to treatment or placebo with longitudinal neuroimaging, but the data available are from small studies prone to dropouts. Antipsychotic medication generally normalizes functional neuroimaging measures, with the notable exception of 762 towards neuroimaging biomarkers. Given the modest effect sizes of 0.5 between cases and controls, smaller differences between those at high risk who do and do not make the transition to psychotic disorder, uncertain rates of progression to poor outcome, and the non-specificity of such changes to schizophrenia, it is unlikely that current neuroimaging approaches will provide a diagnostic or prognostic test. Machine learning approaches have improved accuracy. 106, deep learning or AI techniques may do more so. 107, and multimodal neuroimaging may bring greater predictive power 108, but better results still are likely by including other clinical and cognitive predictors of schizophrenia 109. Neuroimaging biomarker studies have typically been conducted without clinical predictors, and vice versa, and both literatures tend to neglect truly independent external validation in building predictive models. Future studies also need to be much larger to build robust predictive models. These studies also need to be planned and powered, considering measurement reliability. Critical issues include the sensitivity of neuroimaging to biological variation subject variance, which is always higher in disease, and the precision or measurement error with which that can be measured 93. The class correlation coefficient, ICC, quantifies biological variation relative to measurement error and approaches 1 if the latter is relatively small. The ICC for global CT is very good at, but it is only moderate for smaller structures and TBSS global FA and dopapet, and very low for fMRI 86. One such obvious potential clinical application is for predicting treatment response to antipsychotics, but this would be more useful for drug development than clinical practice, where one is likely to treat anyway. It would be more clinically useful to predict treatment resistance, but there are as yet no clear neuroimaging associations for that or clozapine response 110. Novel PET ligands are likely required of, for example, or receptors. 763 Connectomics. One exciting, innovative approach is connectomics. This has the appeal that small world networks are a general organizing property across all of nature, and approaches can quantitatively map relationships across levels of explanation from genes and synapses to structure and function, to an experience. These may relate more closely to underlying neurobiology and could have stronger relationships with clinical measures and outcomes than current measures, but the best methods are still under development. In a meta-analysis of 48 SMRI studies, there was a significant decrease in network segregation with a large reduction in local efficiency, G086 in schizophrenia, but all results had very high heterogeneity, and factors altered the graph theoretical characteristics 111. Further, in an Enigma direct comparison of two network susceptibility models, highly interconnected hub vulnerability to cortical thinning, and mapping of connectivity profiles implicating temporal regions, there was evidence for both 112. Graph theoretical approaches have also been applied to fMRI connectivity data. These generally point to aberrant network properties, including reduced efficiency, disrupted hub connectivity, and altered modularity in schizophrenia compared to controls. These suggest an overall disruption in the balance of regional integration and separation, that is, reduced small 86. 2 fMRI connectomics meta-analyses are available. In 121 studies that reported both under- and overactivations in the same patients, in network terms, these abnormalities were located in close topological proximity to each other. Underactivation in a peripheral node was more frequently associated specifically with overactivation of core nodes than with overactivation of another peripheral node. In other words, abnormal responses are concentrated in hubs of the normative connectome 113. Finally, in a total of 13 small functional neuroimaging studies, 8 fMRI, 5 EEG, brain networks in patients with schizophrenia exhibited significant decreases in measures of local G056 and significant decreases in small G065, but with notable levels of heterogeneity between studies 114. 7.7 Conclusions. Neuroimaging in schizophrenia has established several robust and validated findings, including brain relations, but many associations are weak or nonspecific. Further progress will require targeted scientific research and clinical studies that should observe the principles of open science in terms of clear hypotheses, adequate power, reproducible methods, and analysis 115, while following guidelines for the conduct and reporting of diagnostic and prognostic studies if relevant. Meta-analyses and mega-analyses of structural magnetic resonance imaging, SMRI, in thousands of people with schizophrenia have shown reduced brain volumes, general or specific, relative to healthy controls, some of which are present before onset and consistently correlate with the severity of symptoms. Meta-analyses and mega-analyses of structural magnetic resonance imaging, SMRI, in thousands of people with schizophrenia have shown reduced brain volumes, general or specific, relative to healthy controls, some of which are present before onset and consistently correlate with the severity of symptoms. Enigma mega-analyses of diffusion MRI, DMRI, studies in hundreds of patients demonstrate a general reduced structural connectivity of white matter, which correlates with the severity of cognitive impairment. Enigma mega-analyses of diffusion MRI, DMRI, studies in hundreds of patients demonstrate a general reduced structural connectivity of white matter, which correlates with the severity of cognitive impairment. Mrs. reductions in N-acetyl-aspartate in some regions and reduced glucose uptake in the prefrontal cortex, PFC, on PET both suggest impaired cerebral mitochondrial metabolism. Mrs. reductions in N-acetyl-aspartate in some regions and reduced glucose uptake in the prefrontal cortex, PFC, on PET both suggest impaired cerebral mitochondrial metabolism. Mrs. studies also suggest abnormalities, while PET shows increased dopamine turnover in the striatum as the likely cause of psychotic symptoms. Mrs. studies also suggest abnormalities, while PET shows increased dopamine turnover in the striatum as the likely cause of psychotic symptoms. The functional imaging literature in schizophrenia suggests disrupted processing during memory, emotional and reward tasks and at rest with consistent network associations of psychotic symptoms, especially auditory hallucinations. The functional imaging literature in schizophrenia suggests disrupted processing during memory, emotional and reward tasks and at rest with consistent network associations of psychotic symptoms, especially auditory hallucinations. I would like to thank Mark, Cox, Job, McIntosh, Bill Moorhead, Liana, Danny Smith, and Heather for helpful discussions about neuroimaging data and their interpretation. SML has been paid by and for giving educational talks to their staff. SML acknowledges financial support from 218,493Z19Z, 223,615Z21Z, 324,532Z25Z, and UKRI App 4419. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License (ORG) licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: 1. Dr. R.L. R.J. Studies of Schizophrenia, a Selective Review. Bull. 1983 9-193 2-12 PubMed. 2 SSRB. Cerebral blood flow and metabolism in schizophrenia, the effects of barbiturate seminarcosis, insulin coma, and electroshock. M.J. Psychiatry. 1948 1-476570 PubMed. 3 E.C. Crow T.J. Frith Sidi, Husband J. L. Cerebral ventricular size and cognitive impairment in chronic schizophrenia. Lancet. 1976 9-24 6. 4S N. Structural brain abnormalities in the major psychoses, a quantitative review of the evidence from computerized imaging. Psycho Bull. 1991 893 108 PubMed. 5 Lewis S.W. Computerized tomography in schizophrenia 15 years on. J. Psychiatry Supple. 1999 1624. 6J v. JPA al. What causes psychosis? An umbrella review of risk and protective factors. World Psychiatry. 2018 1749 66 PubMed Central. 7 RV A. Alexander D.C. P. Brain Painter, a software for the of brain structures, biomarkers, and associated pathological processes. 2019, available from org abs 190508627. 8 RL GW IF MF Dr. Anatomical abnormalities in the brains of monozygotic twins discordant for schizophrenia. N. J. Med. 1993-22, 789-94 PubMed. 9 SM SS. Brain abnormality in schizophrenia. A systematic and quantitative review of volumetric magnetic resonance imaging studies. J. Psychiatry. 1998-172, 110-20 PubMed. 10 Wright IC, S. Woodruff PW, David A.S. Murray RM, E.T. Meta-analysis of regional brain volumes in schizophrenia. M.J. Psychiatry. 2157, 1625 PubMed. 11 J.P. Excess significance bias in the literature on brain volume abnormalities. Arch Gen Psychiatry. 2011 68 773 80. 12 Dr. E. Finding the elusive psychiatric lesion with 21st century neuroanatomy, a note of caution. M.J. Psychiatry. 2016 173 2733 PubMed. 13 SV Van N. W. PCMP Paul H.E. R.S. Brain volumes in schizophrenia, a meta-analysis in over 18,000 subjects. Bull. 2013 39 1129 38 PubMed. 14 Right Eye, E. Anatomy of Bipolar Disorder and Schizophrenia, a meta-analysis. Raise. 2010 117 112 PubMed. 15 Van TGM, E. DP, Al. Cortical brain abnormalities in 4474 individuals with schizophrenia and 5098 control subjects via the Enhancing Imaging Genetics through Meta-Analysis Enigma Consortium. Psychiatry. 2018 84 6 44 54 PubMed Central. 16 Van TGM, DP, JM, Al. Subcortical brain volume abnormalities in 2028 individuals with schizophrenia and 2540 healthy controls via the Enigma Consortium. Psychiatry. 2016-21 547-53 PubMed. 17 ME R Fa Al. Abnormalities of the left temporal lobe and thought disorder in schizophrenia. A quantitative magnetic resonance imaging study. N. J. Med. 1992 327 6 412 PubMed. 18 Sanjay J.J. L. P.B. Superior temporal gyrus volume change in schizophrenia, a review of region of interest volumetric studies. Brain Rays Rev. 2009 61 1432 PubMed. 19 Romeo Z. See Hearing Voices in the Head, 2 meta-analyses on structural correlates of auditory hallucinations in schizophrenia. 2022 36 10 3241 PubMed Central. 28 DP Van TG Al. Positive symptoms associate with cortical thinning in the superior temporal gyrus via the Enigma Schizophrenia Consortium. Acta scanned. 2017 135 439 47 PubMed Central. 21 E DP Van TGM Al. Prefrontal cortical thinning links to negative symptoms in schizophrenia via the Enigma Consortium. Cycle Med. 2018 48 82 94 PubMed. 22 ND F Al. Cortical morphology in patients with the deficit and non-deficit syndrome of schizophrenia, a worldwide meta and mega-analyses. Psychiatry. 2023 28 436 373 PubMed Central. 23 RJ Bacon C. Z. Al. Differences in the neural correlates of schizophrenia with positive and negative formal thought disorder in patients with schizophrenia in the Enigma dataset. Psychiatry. 2024 29 3 08 696 PubMed Central. 24 M. SB Oaths DJ Al. Identification of a common neurobiological substrate for mental illness. JIMA Psychiatry. 2015 72 3 05 15 PubMed Central. 25 Ra T X al. Shared and separate patterns in brain morphometry across dimensions. Ment Health, 2023 155-65. 26 SM HJN al. Magnetic resonance imaging of brain in people at high risk of developing schizophrenia. Lancet, 1999 353-33 PubMed. 27 CD PD al. Neuroanatomical abnormalities before and after onset of psychosis, a cross-sectional and longitudinal MRI comparison. Lancet, 2003 361-2, 81-8 PubMed. 28 Booz HB, A.W. Paul H. R.S. Brain volumes in relatives of patients with schizophrenia, a meta-analysis. ArchGen Psychiatry, 2007 64, 297-304 PubMed. 29 Luna LP, J. L. al. A systematic review and meta-analysis of structural and functional brain alterations in individuals with genetic and clinical high risk for psychosis and bipolar disorder. Prague Psychiatry, 2022 117 110 540. 30 SMC RMI al. The association between familial risk and brain abnormalities is disease-specific, an enigma-relative study of schizophrenia and bipolar disorder. Psychiatry, 2019 86 540 556, PubMed Central. 31A A.J. al. Cortical gray matter reduction precedes transition to psychosis in individuals at clinical high risk for psychosis, a voxel-based meta-analysis. Rays, 2021 232-98 106 PubMed. 32 Enigma Clinical High Risk for Psychosis Working Group. Association of structural magnetic resonance imaging measures with psychosis onset in individuals at clinical high risk for developing psychosis, an Enigma Working Group mega-analysis. JIMA, 2021 78 753 66. 33B Right Eye Macintosh AM Wood SJE SM. Are there progressive brain changes in schizophrenia? A meta-analysis of structural magnetic resonance imaging studies. Psychiatry, 2011 70 80 896 PubMed. 34 Vita A Piri G progressive loss of cortical gray matter in schizophrenia, a meta-analysis and meta-regression of longitudinal MRI studies. Psychiatry, 2012-2, E190 PubMed Central. 35 Harrison PJ, N. Jr. Meta-analysis of brain weight in schizophrenia. Rays, 2003 64 25-34 PubMed. 36 MJ C. S. Lewis IS. Hippocampal volume and hippocampal neuron density, number and size in schizophrenia, a systematic review and meta-analysis of post-mortem studies. Psychiatry, 2021 26 3524 35 PubMed. 37 Van A. Ch. al. Synapse pathology in schizophrenia, a meta-analysis of elements in post-mortem brain studies. Bull, 2020 46 374 86 PubMed Central. 38 Mr. Schizophrenia, susceptibility genes, dendritic spine pathology and gray matter loss. Prague, 2011 95 2 75 300 PubMed. 39A ICANN MRI measure myelin. Systematic review, qualitative assessment, and meta-analysis of studies validating microstructural imaging with myelin histology. Image, 2021 231 17744 PubMed Central. 40 KOM A EV A compromised white matter tract integrity in schizophrenia inferred from diffusion tensor imaging. ArchGen Psychiatry, 1999 56 3 67 74 PubMed. 41 IJL S abnormal brain white matter in schizophrenia, a diffusion tensor imaging study. 2001 12-22514 PubMed. 42 Burns J. Job D. ME HT ICSM. Structural in Schizophrenia, a diffusion tensor magnetic resonance imaging study. J. Psychiatry. 2003 182 439 43 PubMed. 43 M. CF Nestor PG al. Cingulate integrity disruption in schizophrenia, a magnetic resonance diffusion tensor imaging study. Psychiatry. 2003-54 117 180 PubMed Central. 44 G. WKW C. al. A comparative multimodal meta-analysis of anisotropy and volume abnormalities in white matter in people suffering from bipolar disorder or schizophrenia. Bull. 2022 48 69 79 PubMed Central. 45 PA J. A. al. The Arcuate in Auditory Verbal Hallucinations, a meta-analysis of diffusion tensor imaging studies. Rays. 2014 159 234 7 PubMed. 46 Kelly S. N. A. al. Widespread white matter microstructural differences in schizophrenia across 4322 individuals. Results from the Enigma Schizophrenia DTI Working Group. Psychiatry. 2018-23 12619 PubMed. 47 L. Kelly S. C. al. The relationship between white matter microstructure and general cognitive ability in patients with schizophrenia and healthy participants in the Enigma Consortium. J. Psychiatry. 2021 77 537 47 PubMed Central. 48 Su M. W. P. al. Structural connectivity associated with familial risk for mental illness, a meta-analysis of diffusion tensor imaging studies in relatives of patients with severe mental disorders. Brain. 2022 43 29 3650 PubMed Central. 49 K E M B J. Disturbances in white matter integrity in the ultra-high-risk psychosis state, a systematic review. J. Med. 2020 110 515 PubMed Central. 50 M. A. P. al. Diffusion magnetic resonance imaging for treatment response prediction in schizophrenia spectrum disorders, a systematic review. Psychiatry Rays Neuroimaging. 2024 342 111841 PubMed. 51 NV M. White D. al. In Schizophrenia and Bipolar Disorder, a systematic review and meta-analysis. Psychiatry Rays. 2012-2 311125 PubMed Central. 52 TS M. L. al. Proton magnetic resonance spectroscopy of N-acetyl aspartate in chronic schizophrenia, first episode of psychosis and high risk of psychosis, a systematic review and meta-analysis. Rev. 2021 19 2 55 67 PubMed. 53 T. S. Y. al. And metabolite levels in schizophrenia spectrum disorders, a meta-analysis of 1H magnetic resonance spectroscopy studies. Psychiatry. 2022 27 744 57 PubMed. 54 Ra. K. House OD. Dopamine and glutamate in individuals at high risk for psychosis, a meta-analysis of imaging findings and their variability compared to controls. World Psychiatry. 2021-24 0516 PubMed Central. 55 M. A. Van Ch. al. Single photon emission computerized tomography imaging of amphetamine-induced dopamine release in drug-free schizophrenic subjects. Proc. Acad. USA. 1996 93 9235 40 PubMed Central. 56 R. Beck K. S. House OD. Defining the locus of dopaminergic dysfunction in schizophrenia, a meta-analysis and test of the hypothesis. Bull. 2018-44 130 111 PubMed Central. 57 S. M. M. al. a test of the dopamine hypothesis of psychosis using positron emission tomographic imaging in bipolar affective disorder and schizophrenia. JIMA Psychiatry. 2017-74-120613 PubMed Central. 58 MO Jones B. U. al. A systematic review and meta-analysis of neuroimaging studies examining synaptic density in individuals with psychotic spectrum disorders. BMC Psychiatry. 2024-24460 PubMed Central. 59 Marks Tr. AHT al. Neuroinflammation in schizophrenia, meta-analysis of imaging studies. Cycle Med. 2019-49-218696 PubMed. 60A GD P Neuroimaging Studies of GABA and Schizophrenia, a systematic review with meta-analysis. Psychiatry. 2017-7 E1147 PubMed Central. 61DH G Distribution of Cerebral Activity in Chronic Schizophrenia. Lancet. 1974-27895-14846 PubMed. 62 MS LEHH al. Anteroposterior gradients in cerebral glucose use in schizophrenia and affective disorders. ArchGen Psychiatry. 1984-41-1159-66 PubMed. 63 Dr. KF-RF. Physiologic dysfunction of dorsolateral prefrontal cortex in schizophrenia. Regional cerebral blood flow evidence. ArchGen Psychiatry. 1986-43-11424 PubMed. 64 Frith Saidi KJS al. Regional brain activity in chronic schizophrenic patients during the performance of a verbal fluency task. J Psychiatry. 1995-167-3-43-9 PubMed. 65 Fletcher PC, PJ Frith Saidi PM KJ RJ. Brain activations in schizophrenia during a graded memory task studied with functional neuroimaging. ArchGen Psychiatry. 1998-55-100-18 PubMed. 66 Hill K. L. Laws KR CM Smith I PJ. In schizophrenia, a meta-analysis of functional imaging studies. ACTA Scanned. 2004-110-2-4356 PubMed. 67 LTPM F. How's brain glucose metabolism in schizophrenia, a systematic review and meta-analysis of 18 FDG PET studies in schizophrenia. Cycle Med. 2023-53-4888097 PubMed. 68 Raglan J.D. Laird A.R.C. R.S.S.M. D.C. Prefrontal activation deficits during episodic memory in schizophrenia. J. Psychiatry. 2009-166-863-74 PubMed Central. J.H.C. J.W. al. Of fear systems to neutral faces in schizophrenia. Psychiatry. 2008-64-73 PubMed. 70 JRN A. S. Limbic hyperactivity in response to emotionally neutral stimuli in schizophrenia, a neuroimaging meta-analysis of the hypervigilant mind. J. Psychiatry. 2019-176-102-19 PubMed. 71 Dong D. Y. X. al. Abnormal brain activation during threatening face processing in schizophrenia, a meta-analysis of functional neuroimaging studies. Rays. 2018-197-208 PubMed. 72 K. S. A neural correlates of theory of mind and empathy in schizophrenia, an activation likelihood estimation meta-analysis. J. Rays. 2021-2163-74 PubMed. 73 Murray G.K. P.R. Clark L. al. Ventral tegmental reward prediction error disruption in psychosis. Psychiatry. 2008-13-239, 267-76 PubMed. 74 J. A. S. al. Ventral activation during reward processing in psychosis, a meta-analysis. JIMA 2015 72 124351. 75 Yang X Song Y Li Y J neural correlates of prediction error in patients with schizophrenia, evidence from an fMRI meta-analysis. Cortex 2025 34 471. 76 HC JD P. Al. Connecting the Brain and New Drug Targets for Schizophrenia. Farm 2009 1526 1531 PubMed. 77 F. M. B. Al. Specific Substantial in Schizophrenia, a multimodal meta-analysis of resting state functional and structural magnetic resonance imaging studies. Psychiatry 2019 85 573 83 PubMed. 78 PK Shah GM Murray RM. Increased blood flow in this area during auditory hallucinations in schizophrenia. Lancet 1993 342 7036 PubMed. 79 PK DA Right Eye Al. Abnormal monitoring of inner speech, a physiological basis for auditory hallucinations. Lancet 1995 346 596 600 PubMed. 80 DA Stern A. Frith C. Al. A functional neuroanatomy of hallucinations in schizophrenia. Nature 1995 378 176 9 PubMed. 81 SS MJ Williams SC Murray RM PK. Mapping auditory hallucinations in schizophrenia using functional magnetic resonance imaging. ArchGen Psychiatry 2057 1033 8 PubMed. 82 L Garrison Jr. JJS. The Neural Mechanisms of Hallucinations, a quantitative meta-analysis of neuroimaging studies. Rev. 2016-69 11323 PubMed. 83 VM SR Mac Authored. The Functional Neuroanatomy of Symptom Dimensions in Schizophrenia, a qualitative and quantitative review of a persistent question. Rev. 2010 343 468 86 PubMed. 84 AN IS EV Romanov DV IS. Structural and functional alterations in different types of delusions across schizophrenia spectrum, a systematic review. Prague the Psychiatry 2025 136 111185. 85 HC E Marshall I Al. Functional in subjects at high genetic risk of schizophrenia. Brain 2005 128 2 097108 PubMed. 86 AN C NH Al. Functional magnetic resonance imaging in schizophrenia, current evidence, advances, limitations, and future directions. World Psychiatry 2024 23 2651 PubMed Central. 87 HC JAG Al. The neural basis of familial risk and temperamental variation in individuals at high risk of bipolar disorder. Psychiatry 2011 73 43 9 PubMed. 88 LM JDM YSB. A identification of common neural circuit disruptions in cognitive control across psychiatric disorders. MJ Psychiatry 2017 174 676 85 PubMed Central. 89 East A Goodman M. Al. Addressing reverse inference in psychiatric neuroimaging, meta-analyses of task-related brain activation in common mental disorders. Hum Brain 2017 38 1846 64 PubMed Central. 90 Li A UAW Al. A neuroimaging biomarker for dysfunction in schizophrenia. Med 2020-26 558 65 PubMed. 91 cm AA Miller MB GL. Neural correlates of perspective taking in the post-Atlantic salmon, an argument for proper multiple comparisons correction. J. Serendipitous unexpected results. 2009 115. 92R FCF al. Variability in the analysis of a single neuroimaging dataset by many teams. Nature. 2025 82 84 8 PubMed Central. 93 Tufts P. Quantitative MRI of the brain, measuring changes caused by disease. 2003. 94R A. Pins D. Thomas P. Cortical activations during auditory verbal hallucinations in schizophrenia, a coordinate-based meta-analysis. J. Psychiatry. 2011 168 73 81 PubMed. 95 OA GFL O OB. New insights from the last decade of research in psychiatric genetics, discoveries, challenges, and clinical implications. World Psychiatry. 2023 22 424 PubMed Central. 96 Costas A. C. B. are obstetric complications and brain imaging in schizophrenia, a systematic review. Psychiatry Neuroimaging. 2025 107784 PubMed. 97 Cancel A. S. Zine A. LW. E. Understanding the link between childhood trauma and schizophrenia, a systematic review of neuroimaging studies. Rev. 2019 1 7492 504 PubMed. 98X MHJ al. How do substance use disorders compare to other psychiatric conditions on structural brain abnormalities? A cross-disorder meta-analytic comparison using the Enigma Consortium findings. Brain. 2022 43 399 413 PubMed. 99 Bor OD LH RL. Adolescent substance use initiation and long-term neurobiological outcomes, insights, challenges, and opportunities. Psychiatry. 2024 29 22 1122 PubMed. 100 SKL Sandman CA TZ. Stressed out or in. Trends. 2002 25 5 18 24 PubMed Central. 101A AA JK al. Structural and functional brain correlates of socioeconomic status across the lifespan, a systematic review. Rev. 2024 162 105716 PubMed. 102 Winter A. Ms. K. al. Shared and distinct structural brain networks related to childhood maltreatment and social support, connectome-based predictive modeling. Psychiatry. 2023 28 4613 21 PubMed Central. 103 L. Els D. al. Interactive impact of childhood maltreatment, depression, and age on cortical brain structure, mega-analytic findings from a large multi-site cohort. Cycle Med. 2020 51 02 031 PubMed. 104 Alex A.M. F.K. al. A global study to map subcortical brain development and cognition in infancy and early childhood. 2024 27 176 86 PubMed. 105 P. R. MJ Ho BC NC S. Progressive brain changes in schizophrenia related to antipsychotic treatment. A meta-analysis of longitudinal MRI studies. Rev. 2013 37 1680 91 PubMed Central. 106 YNJ PG al. Using brain structural neuroimaging measures to predict psychosis onset for individuals at clinical high risk. Psychiatry. 2024 29 146 577 PubMed Central. 107 F. DAG al. Magnetic resonance imaging-based machine learning classification of schizophrenia spectrum disorders, a meta-analysis. Psychiatry. 2024 78 732 43 PubMed Central. 108 Porter A. S. KSF R. Grattan C. VA. A meta-analysis and systematic review of single Vs. multimodal neuroimaging techniques in the classification of psychosis. Psychiatry. 2023 2832 7892, PubMed Central. 109A, M. J. al. Improving prognostic accuracy in subjects at clinical high risk for psychosis, systematic review of predictive models, and meta-analytical sequential testing simulation. Bull. 2017 43 375 88, PubMed Central. 110E, R. House OD. Brain imaging studies of treatment-resistant schizophrenia, a systematic review. Lancet Psychiatry. 2016 3 451 63, PubMed Central. 111Z, Y. F. Tau B. W. S. The Whole Brain Connectome Landscape in Patients with Schizophrenia, a systematic review and meta-analysis of graph theoretical characteristics. Rev. 2023 148 105 144, PubMed. 112F. S. D. al. Connectome architecture shapes large-scale cortical alterations in schizophrenia, a worldwide enigma study. Psychiatry. 2024 29 1869 81, PubMed Central. 113 Crossley Na, A. C. M. E. T. P. Altered hub functioning and compensatory activations in the connectome, a meta-analysis of functional neuroimaging studies in schizophrenia. Bull. 2016 42 434 42, PubMed. 114 J. L. al. Aberrant functional whole brain network architecture in patients with schizophrenia, a meta-analysis. Bull. 2016 42, Supple 1 S 1321, PubMed Central. 115 Mr. B.A. Bishop D.V.M. al. A Manifesto for Reproducible Science. 2017 1002 1, PubMed Central. From Dementia to Autoimmune Psychosis, Diagnostic Challenges of the Schizophrenias. Keywords. 8.1 The History of Schizophrenia, a panoramic view of the conceptual problems. A theoretical understanding of schizophrenia must address issues around the historical evolution and the ontological status of this medical construct. If schizophrenia is a brain disease, or even a collection of diseases with clinical similarities, and thus can be regarded as a natural kind, a historical approach should be able to uncover descriptions of cases where the clinical pattern presented itself to human societies throughout history. In his conceptual history of schizophrenia, German E. refers to this perspective as the continuity hypothesis. This hypothesis suggests that schizophrenia has always existed and that psychiatrists gradually its pattern during the 19th and 20th centuries, with incremental refinements leading to the current clinical definition, as outlined by such as the World Health and the American Psychiatric Association 1. This view could be regarded as a strong form of naturalism too. However, also proposes a discontinuity thesis, according to which there is insufficient conceptual continuity between the foundational work of figures like Morel and. According to the discontinuity thesis, schizophrenia is not the result of one definition and one object of inquiry successively studied by various psychiatric teams, but a patchwork made out of clinical features plucked from different definitions. 1. The construction of the schizophrenia concept can be described as the history of a set of research running in parallel, rather than having a linear progression, as each of these programs was based on a different concept of disease, mental symptoms, and mental functioning. The discontinuity thesis is inconsistent with the idea of schizophrenia as a natural kind. If this is true, what are the ontological implications? Although a range of theoretical positions are available, we can simplify them as two varieties of constructivism. A strong constructionist thesis posits that a social process creates the notion of schizophrenia entirely, without reflecting any objective clinical pattern that pre-exists the construct 3. This form of constructionism is endorsed by critics of psychiatry such as Thomas, who regards schizophrenia as the sacred symbol of psychiatry, a means of social control artificially constructed by psychiatrists, rather than a legitimate medical diagnosis corresponding to an actual health condition. 1. This view can also be regarded as a strong two. Here, schizophrenia is taken as a theoretical fiction. But other theorists such as N. Peter also consider a moderate form of constructionism 3. In this view, schizophrenia is a cluster of clinical and neurobiological features, whose manner of recognition is determined in part by historical and sociocultural factors, and which can be regarded as a practical kind, allowing for clinical decision-making and scientific research. The concept has a significant amount of coherence, scientific meaning, and a significant part of its reference are real and relatively stable objects of inquiry, but the construct lacks an essence. The clinical phenotype of schizophrenia shows associations with various, such as family history, genetics, premorbid development, course of illness, and treatment response 4, but these associations lack specificity. They overlap with other clinical phenotypes such as bipolar disorder, don't point towards a distinct disease entity, and the phenotype lacks precision, resulting in an excessive number of borderline cases and a heterogeneous population of patients who exhibit varying degrees of resemblance to the clinical prototype. In this text, we aim to keep in mind the tension between the continuity and the discontinuity hypotheses and their significance to the epistemology and ontology of schizophrenia. We will provide a historical narrative of the concept from the earlier conceptions of psychosis and into the birth of the word schizophrenia. We will deal with the changes in the understanding of the clinical phenomenology and the current challenges to the scientific model. Finally, we will deal with the differential diagnosis, which will lead us to consider the concepts of secondary schizophrenia and schizophrenia-like psychosis. At this point, the problem of autoimmune psychosis and its scientific implications will be considered. 8.2 The genealogy of the concept of psychosis. The tradition outlined 5 categories foundational to the later emergence of modern psychopathology: lethargy, mania, melancholia, and paranoia. Of these, is most relevant to the conceptual ancestry of psychosis. Though the etymology of schizophrenia traces back to, originally thought to denote the seat of reason, its anatomical reference shifted over time from mind to diaphragm 5. The term, combining with the disease-indicating suffix, remained in use to describe acute mental disturbances accompanied by fever, by hallucinations, delirious states, loss of sleep, wandering talk, irrational talk. Patients are described as out of their minds, rambling, laughing, singing, with no power to restrain themselves, sometimes transitioning into a coma state and death 5. In Roman medicine, delirium emerged as a synonym, retaining an emphasis on fever-induced mental disarray. The classical reference for this term was written by Six. The term was still used in the 19th century by some European authors. Delirium was the more successful term, and it persists in the modern medical taxonomies. While melancholia and mania have garnered extensive historical philosophical analysis, and delirium have remained on the periphery. Yet, as notes, they are crucial to the conceptual lineage of psychosis. Distinguished furor mentis, madness as chronic delirium without fever, from acute febrile states, reserving for the latter 7. This distinction would prove durable. In the early 19th century, European terms for madness began to give way to the more technical psychosis 8. But prior to its medical, alienists relied on terms like insanity, alienation, and dementia. 17th century redefinition of insanity as a disruption of rational coherence laid the groundwork for later conceptions. 1801 taxonomy of included mania, generalized delusion, melancholy, partial delusion, idiocy, obliteration of faculties, and dementia, loss of intellect 9. By the mid-19th century, the term psychosis was used by Ernst to encapsulate disorders such as insanity, fixed delusions, and idiocy 10. Psychosis was as a chronic to delirium, delusions, and hallucinations without fever. Reiterated this point directly, acute delirium with fever must be distinguished from the chronic variety which is called insanity 11. This was less an innovation than a revival of Stoic and insights. The eventual split between organic and functional psychoses would anchor psychiatric taxonomies for the next century 8. In 1810, John published Illustrations of Madness, detailing the case of James Tilley. Often cited as the first clinical account resembling schizophrenia, story predated the term by nearly a century. A tea merchant detained during the French Revolution, claimed he was targeted by a gang employing a mind-controlling device powered by pneumatic chemistry. The machine, he said, enabled silent cerebral speech and forced facial expressions through the manipulation of magnetic fluids. 12. Delusions, chronic, bizarre, and systematized, bear striking resemblance to the modern schizophrenia prototype: persecutory ideation, thought insertion, and auditory hallucinations. Any retrospective diagnosis must be approached cautiously. It cannot be stated with certainty that schizophrenia would be the correct diagnosis for. Still, the case appears emblematic of a clinical pattern that psychiatry would eventually name and formalize. 8.3 on the construction of dementia. The 19th century was rich in descriptions of patients who were in the European asylums and suffered from severe mental illness. The old terms like mental alienation, the insanities, and the dementias were gradually substituted by the emerging concepts: maladies mentals, monomania, persecutions, negations. 13. At the end of the century, before shaping of dementia, and developed the notion of a chronic delusion with systematic evolution. This concept, reported in 1892, included 4 stages: 1. Incubation by a delusional mood, 2. Of the delusion of persecution, 3. Emergence of delusions of grandeur, and 4. Dementia. The analysis of the cases has resemblances to what later on were called schizophrenia, psychotic depression, and delusional disorder. 13. Developed the concept of systematized versus incoherent delusions. The best example of systematized delusions could be seen in cases of paranoia. Incoherent delusions could be related to intellectual disability of dementia. 13. This panoramic view of the pre-era reveals a vibrant landscape of emerging concepts. The construction of dementia was built on its own observations, but also with the previous studies of and his student. Between 1868 and 1874, the German psychiatrist described a syndrome relevant to the history of the schizophrenia construct: catatonia. According to it, is a state in which the patient sits quietly or completely mute, motionless, without anything causing them to change position, appearing to be absorbed in the contemplation of an object, with their eyes fixed on a distant point, and without any apparent volition, without any reaction to sensory impressions. 14. Some patients progressed to intellectual deterioration, while others experienced remarkable recoveries. Suggested to classify these cases as having a catatonic or madness of tension. 15. Supported the concept of catatonia, but suggested the term motility psychosis to the syndrome, which in his view was caused by a disruption of a psychomotor path. 16. Emphasis the presence of tonic or clonic convulsions. 16. This suggests neurological causes in some of his patients. Today we know that autoimmune encephalitis, e.g. NMDA receptor encephalitis, can cause catatonia, seizures, dyskinesia, and psychosis. 14, 17, 19. It is reasonable that at least some of the patients described as having catatonia would not meet current diagnostic criteria for schizophrenia. His taxonomy included mental disorders affecting only special psychological functions. He used the term partial or special psychoses to describe these cases, by dysthymia and paranoia. On the other hand, he included mental disorders affecting all psychological functions, total or complex psychoses, represented by typical madness, typical, general paresis of the insane, and tensional or tonic madness, catatonia. When classifying mental illnesses, stressed that some mental disorders can also be related to specific developmental periods. One of his students described in 1871 7 cases of a new entity, hebephrenia, which started during adolescence. In his monograph, clarifies that he cared for 500 patients in a 4-year period, collecting 14 patients with the hebephrenia pattern. The report only includes 7 cases, 2 women, whose symptoms started between 17 and 23 years. Analyzes the precipitating factors, their psychopathology, and the temporal course of the illness. 20. He included letters written by the patients, which allowed for an analysis of thought disturbances. These were chronic cases of adolescence, with intellectual deterioration and eccentricities in speech. And 20. 1. Dementia was a common disorder in psychiatric asylums. The greatest number of uncured patients who accumulate in insane asylums are dementia sufferers. 22. Dementia was a common disorder in psychiatric asylums. The greatest number of uncured patients who accumulate in insane asylums are dementia sufferers, 22. 2. The global psychopathological pattern is, by more or less advanced disintegration of the mental personality, with predominating emotional and volitional disturbances, 22. The global psychopathological pattern is, by more or less advanced disintegration of the mental personality, with predominating emotional and volitional disturbances, 22. 3. The pattern has an early onset. Dementia as a rule starts in youth, most frequently in the third decade, exceptionally already in childhood. In later years, the illness occurs more rarely, 22. The pattern has an early onset. Dementia as a rule starts in youth, most frequently in the third decade, exceptionally already in childhood. In later years, the illness occurs more rarely, 22. 4. A family pattern is common. Often a number of members in a family are afflicted in a similar way, 22. A family pattern is common. Often a number of members in a family are afflicted in a similar way, 22. 5. The prodromal phase is important. There gradually develops, more rarely rapidly, a transformation of nature, with erratic, idiosyncratic, withdrawn, agitated, 22. The prodromal phase is important. There gradually develops, more rarely rapidly, a transformation of nature, with erratic, idiosyncratic, withdrawn, agitated, 22. 6. Hallucinatory and delusional symptoms are common in the early phases. In many cases, hallucinations begin, especially auditory hallucinations, but also of the other senses, with delusional ideas linked to these, above all with a hostile or hypochondriacal content, but later also with a pleasurable content, 22. Hallucinatory and delusional symptoms are common in the early phases. In many cases, hallucinations begin, especially auditory hallucinations, but also of the other senses, with delusional ideas linked to these, above all with a hostile or hypochondriacal content, but later also with a pleasurable content, 22. 7. Thought disorder is frequent. The train of thought can initially remain ordered, but later in many cases displays leaps, becomes disjointed, sometimes reaches complete incoherence, 22. Thought disorder is frequent. The train of thought can initially remain ordered, but later in many cases displays leaps, becomes disjointed, sometimes reaches complete incoherence, 22. 8. The reduction in affective reactions is pervasive, as well as the decline in spontaneous cognitive and goal-directed, the so-called negative symptoms. Soon the weakening of emotional reactions is very conspicuous, with dull apathy, indifference toward relatives, the environment, their own fate, loss of mental activity, inattentiveness, silence about wishes, hopes, fears, 22. The reduction in affective reactions is pervasive, as well as the decline in spontaneous cognitive and goal-directed, the so-called negative symptoms. Soon the weakening of emotional reactions is very conspicuous, with dull apathy, indifference toward relatives, the environment, their own fate, loss of mental activity, inattentiveness, silence about wishes, hopes, fears, 22. 9. The reduction in psychomotor and interpersonal reactivity can be severe. Self-evident and everyday reactions, looking up when spoken to, taking an outstretched hand, answering a greeting, avoiding or defending against a threat, are absent. In some cases, catatonic signs appear. Automatism, the limp submission to external influences, the long maintenance of an applied posture, the repetition of words, echolalia, the imitation of movements, echopraxia. Especially important is the negativism, the impulsive, senseless resistance toward any influence. Sometimes less pronounced disturbances of action are stereotypy, and the mannered, incorrect convolution and alteration of simple actions. 22. The reduction in psychomotor and interpersonal reactivity can be severe. Self-evident and everyday reactions, looking up when spoken to, taking an outstretched hand, answering a greeting, avoiding or defending against a threat, are absent. In some cases, catatonic signs appear. Automatism, the limp submission to external influences, the long maintenance of an applied posture, the repetition of words, echolalia, the imitation of movements, echopraxia. Especially important is the negativism, the impulsive, senseless resistance toward any influence. Sometimes less pronounced disturbances of action are stereotypy, and the mannered, incorrect convolution and alteration of simple actions. 22. 10. According to the loosening of associations explains terms such as schizophrenia and psychic ataxia, and the experiences of control of their own will are common, often with a delusional interpretation. Often the patients themselves are aware of the feeling of inner lack of freedom, the dependence of thinking and actions on foreign influences, however, which then are interpreted as being due to persecution by means of telepathic and hypnotic effects. 22. According to the loosening of associations explains terms such as schizophrenia and psychic ataxia, and the experiences of control of their own will are common, often with a delusional interpretation. Often the patients themselves are aware of the feeling of inner lack of freedom, the dependence of thinking and actions on foreign influences, however, which then are interpreted as being due to persecution by means of telepathic and hypnotic effects. 22. 11. The most reliable subtypes of dementia are dementia simplex, hebephrenic dementia, depressive dementia, an agitated and circular form, catatonia or tension insanity, and dementia paranoids. The most reliable subtypes of dementia are dementia simplex, hebephrenic dementia, depressive dementia, an agitated and circular form, catatonia or tension insanity, and dementia paranoids. 12. The functional and psychopathological outcome is variable, often with a chronic, severe disability, but with some cases with complete recovery and frequent cases with moderate disability. The overwhelming majority of pronounced cases of illness end in chronic mental infirmity, often of a high degree permanent need for. Whether full, enduring recovery occurs in some cases is uncertain, but it cannot be with regard to a reliably observed improvement which resembles recovery and has lasted for more than a decade. Often the degree of change brought about by the illness remains moderate. 22. The functional and psychopathological outcome is variable, often with a chronic, severe disability, but with some cases with complete recovery and frequent cases with moderate disability. The overwhelming majority of pronounced cases of illness end in chronic mental infirmity, often of a high degree permanent need for. Whether full, enduring recovery occurs in some cases is uncertain, but it cannot be with regard to a reliably observed improvement which resembles recovery and has lasted for more than a decade. Often the degree of change brought about by the illness remains moderate. 22. It has been postulated that evidence for unifying hebephrenia, catatonia, and paranoid dementia was insufficient. However, the concept of dementia was decisive, giving rise to the idea that there were paranoid, catatonic, and hebephrenic forms of the same illness. 8.4 Schizophrenia, the neologism. While was establishing a psychopathological synthesis, something interesting was happening in Vienna. Dr. abandoned his neurophysiological research. After attending lectures in Paris, he laid the foundations of psychoanalysis through the interpretation of dreams, the psychopathology of everyday life, and 3 essays on the theory of sexuality. Developed the method of free association, believing, unlike Jean Martin, that a reliance on hypnosis was unnecessary. Influenced by, Carl developed a similar but more structured test, the word association test, while he worked with. The doctor would present lists of words and ask the patient to say the first response that came to mind. Assess the semantic content of the response, as well as physiological variables and reaction times. 23. And's work on the association of ideas and words was instrumental in the development of the concept of schizophrenia, which explicitly built upon dementia. 23. In 1908, publicly coined the neologism schizophrenia, which means division or split of the mind. 24. To justify this etymological choice, he wrote, "I call it schizophrenia rather than dementia because the splitting of psychic functions is one of its most important characteristics." 1. To explain the meaning of this statement, referred to the severe disturbance in associative processes. In all schizophrenic forms, even the mildest, we find a specific disturbance of thought by a looseness of normal associations. 25. In this way, it can be said that relied on the psychological framework of associationism coming from John, interpreted with the resources of the new psychoanalytical theory, but also with the concepts of dissociation coming from the French psychologist Pierre and's word association test. 26. The first academic thesis dedicated to schizophrenia, directed by, was entitled On the Psychological Content of a Case of Schizophrenia Dementia. It was presented in 1911 by, and it highlights the psychoanalytical influence on the early framing of the schizophrenia concept. Along with the loose association of ideas, Dr. affirmed the existence of other cardinal symptoms. In the affective sphere, we observe in severe cases a problem that can be very pronounced. For years, not a single sign of emotion is observed. 25. Clinicians refer to this as affective flattening. Sometimes even the instinct of self-preservation is impaired. In the case of a fire, patients remain motionless amid the flames and will let the fire burn them if no one comes to their aid. 25. He described a third cardinal sign, autism. In the early 20th century, this word did not refer to the verbal communication problems and social reciprocity issues later observed in children by Leo and Hans. See Chaps. 9 and 10. Autism was simply a verbal formula used to indicate that the patient's attention, intentionality, and effectivity were directed inward, toward their private world of experiences. Contact with the external world was inadequate and deficient. 25. Apparently was providing refined descriptions of the construct brought to light by dementia, but he likely did something else. He synthesized ideas from different paradigms into a psychopathological metaphor. It has been said that the Swiss master seemed destined to act as a mediator between opposing schools. On one hand, biological psychiatry, and on the other hand, Pierce's concepts on dissociation and the psychoanalytic approach to the unconscious. Schizophrenia combined mental disturbance arising from a disorder and clinical phenomena that would have a psychodynamic explanation. According to the cardinal symptoms, loose associations, affective flattening, autism, were the result of well-defined anatomical pathological abnormalities at the brain level, which are not observed in other psychoses. 25. Proposed the existence of secondary symptoms that emerged as psychological reactions to the disturbing experience of the cardinal symptoms, similar to the defense mechanisms described by psychoanalysis. He stated that delusions and hallucinations were secondary reactions to the cardinal symptoms. Their content was shaped by the patient's desires and fears, which could be repressed and unconscious. 25. This was not without the sexism characteristic of his time. In the schizophrenic woman, there is not a single delusional idea that is not essentially motivated by sexuality. 25. The metaphor of a division, separation, split, rupture, or fragmentation of the mind was part of 19th-century romantic psychology and became a part of literary culture, as seen in Story Doctor and Mr. This metaphor, which its supporters took as a reality, also penetrated the realms of philosophy, psychoanalysis, and popular culture. 1. This largely explains the almost immediate acceptance of the clinical neologism. It was not just a point of convergence between biological psychiatry and psychoanalysis. It was also an articulation between academic culture and popular culture. 8.5. The psychopathology of schizophrenia, phenomenological and neurocognitive views. At the beginning of the 20th century, Jaspers, a doctor and philosopher, at the crossroads of phenomenology and existentialism, formulated an ambitious general psychopathology and achieved a phenomenological description of delusions. 13. One of his students at the University of Heidelberg dedicated himself to the study of schizophrenia, following this disorder as the result of a triple psychological split, in the process of thought, in the development of voluntary activity, and in affective processes. 27. In a person without mental pathology, these psychological dimensions would be the pillars of an integrated sense of selfhood. In contrast, individuals diagnosed with schizophrenia suffered from the described by 19th-century French psychiatrists, experiencing their own mental activity as if it were foreign. 28. Believed that certain symptoms could have special diagnostic value. These are known as nuclear symptoms or first-rank symptoms, and they have been summarized as follows. 27, 29, 1. Delusional perception. 2. Thought echo or commentary. 3. Experiences of control and replacement of will, leading to delusions of control. 4. Thought insertion. 5. Thought withdrawal. 6. Thought broadcast. 7. Hallucinations of voices that speak to each other and comment on the patient's actions. The hostile, devaluing quality of the hallucinatory messages prompted psychodynamic interpretations, which attribute the genesis of the phenomenon to problematic relationships with the parents and violent communication styles in early development. This conceptual line culminated in the double bind theory postulated by Gregory and colleagues in 1956. The double bind refers to a style of communication in which a subject receives two or more conflicting messages as a form of control with covert coercion. Postulated that the symptoms of schizophrenia were reactions to conflicting demands in which no matter what a person does, he can't win. This can be particularly distressing in the context of early family relationships 30. More recently, a large meta-analysis has shown significant associations between childhood adversity and the development of psychosis, with an odds ratio of 2.8, 95% CI218, 3.6. The highest odds ratio was estimated for emotional abuse, 3.54, 95% CI304, 4.13, 31. Nuclear symptoms gave rise to influential research programs based on clinical neuropsychology and cognitive neuroscience. According to Chris Frith, the core feature of schizophrenic delusions may be related to a dysfunction in the systems that support self-monitoring. Normally, the brain predicts the sensory consequences of intended movements, allowing the effects of actions to be as self-generated and distinguished from external events. In patients experiencing delusions of control, the intention to perform an action remains unconscious, and they fail to anticipate the action at a conscious level. This unexpected action results in a feeling of not being in control. Such experiences can be as a disturbance in the sense of agency 32. According to the sense of agency, ownership, and presence are fundamental aspects of bodily self-awareness 33, 34. In recent decades, phenomenological psychopathology has offered a detailed account of the disturbances in self-awareness that constitute the lived experience of schizophrenia 35-37. These studies suggest that the core disturbance is a qualitative disruption of consciousness, often described as a loss of natural self-evidence. This refers to a breakdown in the basic, intuitive sense of reality that typically enables smooth engagement with the world. As a result, everyday experiences may appear strange or confusing. A key aspect of this disruption is diminished self-affection, the fading of the immediate, pre-reflective sense of being a conscious, embodied subject. This is often accompanied by an exaggerated self-focus in which normally implicit processes become objects of intense scrutiny 38, 39. The formulation of the so-called nuclear symptoms, or first-rank symptoms of schizophrenia developed by has been very influential as a diagnostic anchor and as a window into the neurobiology of schizophrenia. Timothy J. Crow postulated that these symptoms provide a window into the relationship between speech and thought. He suggested that the symptoms are universal and linked to a genetic variation as ancient as modern Homo, associated with the hemispheric of language. This formed the basis of his hypothesis that schizophrenia is the price humanity pays for possessing language 40. Crow also developed the influential division of schizophrenia into two categories: type I, by the so-called positive symptoms, delusions, hallucinations, etc., and type II, by negative symptoms, affective flattening, etc. However, it was soon observed that many patients had features of both types, so the categorical approach was substituted by an approach allowing for dimensionality. Nancy developed the scale for the assessment for the negative symptoms, SANS, and later the scale for the assessment of positive symptoms, SAPS. Soon, these instruments were replaced by the Positive and Negative Syndrome Scale, PANSS, constructed by K and 41. This instrument has remained as the standard for psychopathological and pharmacological assessment. It includes 7 items dedicated to positive symptoms, 7 items for negative symptoms, and 16 items of general psychopathology. The factorial analysis of these tools gave rise to different solutions to describe the symptom domains of schizophrenia. Peter F. proposed 3 dimensions: a reality distortion, delusions and hallucinations, B, formal thought disorder, and C, negative symptoms, lack of volition, poverty of speech, and flattening of affect 42. A 5-factor solution has also been used as a heuristic tool, including negative, positive, excitement, cognitive, and depression-anxiety domains of psychopathology 43. In the hierarchical taxonomy of psychopathology, HiTOP, the leading dimensional classification of mental disorders, the symptom domains are as extremes on 2 spectra, and detachment 44-46. Spectrum encompasses phenomena such as reality distortion and related traits like unusual beliefs and experiences, which appear by adolescence, showing moderate stability over time. Clinical high-risk states often involve reality distortion, with 15–25% progressing to full psychotic disorders. Detachment spectrum includes negative symptoms and traits, such as emotional detachment and social withdrawal. Detachment remains highly stable across the, correlating with long-term functional impairments. It is a stronger predictor of functional decline than. Within these spectra, the high-top model identifies 14 narrow components that capture more specific aspects of psychopathology. Cognitive impairment and functional decline are as auxiliary domains. From a dimensional lens, what we have traditionally called schizophrenia is a prototypical clinical profile of high detachment, cognitive impairment, and functional decline. Since different mechanisms are responsible for variation along different spectra, and people can show a variety of profiles, e.g. high and low detachment, or low and high detachment with or without cognitive decline, the resulting syndrome is unsurprisingly heterogeneous and fuzzy. This dimensional hierarchical structure helps explain both the co-occurrence and heterogeneity of schizophrenia symptoms, their overlap with adjacent disorders such as bipolar disorder, and the existence of symptoms and their progression to clinical disorders. Finally, the neurocognitive approach relies on three aspects of neuropsychological functioning. A. Basic cognition. The deficits are particularly pronounced in executive function, working memory, and sustained attention, though their severity varies considerably among individuals. These disturbances are present in antipsychotic patients 47-48. B. Social cognition. Individuals with schizophrenia often experience impairments in emotion processing, social perception, style, and theory of mind. This affects the capacity to interpret emotions and social cues and norms during interpersonal interactions 49. C. Metacognition. New clinical resources are being developed to assess explicit metacognition in clinical practice. Also, a model of implicit and explicit metacognition with heuristic value to understand psychosis has been proposed 50-51. 8.6 Current neuroscience perspectives on schizophrenia. Scientific developments over the last few decades have increased our understanding of the causes and mechanisms of schizophrenia, but they have also the very notion of schizophrenia as a distinct and discrete biogenetic disease entity. Increasingly, it is as a multidimensional phenotype existing on a spectrum with other psychotic disorders, with risk factors and mechanisms that are shared with many other psychopathological conditions. Relevant information is reviewed in detail in other book chapters, for example, Chap. 5 Evolutionary Psychiatry, Chap. 6 Genetics, Chaps. 7, 13, 14 Brain Imaging and Chaps. 23-25 Neurophysiology and Therapeutics. Here we will briefly summarize our understanding. The current picture of schizophrenia, which is still very much tentative and in the process of evolution, looks something like follows. Schizophrenia is a multidimensional and heterogeneous phenomenon. Aberrant information processing and structural and functional brain network alterations appear to be proximally related to the symptom profile of schizophrenia, and these disturbances occur as downstream outcomes of multiple pathways that involve synaptic pruning, immune dysregulation, brain, and altered neurochemical transmission. Sometimes a relatively circumscribed genetic or neurological process is sufficient to produce a schizophrenia-like syndrome, e.g. 22q11.2 deletion, psychosis in epilepsy, or anti-NMDA receptor encephalitis, much like congestive heart failure, which can be caused by a single autosomal dominant genetic mutation 4. In other cases, the causes are more distributed, with the exact combination and accumulation of causes varying from person to person. The hypothesis cascade of causes in schizophrenia goes from complement activation, synapse elimination, and cortical thinning to cognitive impairments and aberrant information processing, and these pathways are disrupted in different individuals through a combination of different factors, including prenatal infections, cannabis use, childhood trauma, and adversity in later life. 8.7 Schizophrenia-like psychosis and the problem of differential diagnosis. When examining the psychopathological and neurobiological heterogeneity of schizophrenia, some authors propose that the translational research program will eventually identify various diseases that are currently subsumed under the broad category of schizophrenia. This hypothesis is supported partly by the fact that, over the past century, many neurological diseases have been described that can produce clinical manifestations that resemble the schizophrenia phenotype. This pattern, referred to as schizophrenia-like psychosis, was by as secondary schizophrenia in his well-known textbook 52. The estimated lifetime risk of developing any psychotic disorder is approximately 3% in the general population 53. Among those who suffer from a psychotic disorder, the proportion of psychosis due to any underlying medical cause is approximately 5%, 95% CI, 39% 53. The best-known disease in which a pattern of schizophrenia-like psychosis appears is epilepsy. Psychosis develops in 5–7% of individuals with epilepsy, twice as likely as compared to the general population 54–55. In the case of temporal lobe epilepsy, the relationship is stronger, with a prevalence ranging from 10% to 15%. Other risk factors include poorly controlled seizures, hippocampal sclerosis, and a history of status 54. The most used taxonomy includes 4 primary types. 1. Ictal psychosis, in which the psychotic symptoms are a direct expression of the epileptic discharge. 2. Psychosis, where psychotic symptoms occur following seizures after a free interval during which the patient returns to normal functioning. 3. Psychosis associated with complete seizure control, a phenomenon known as forced. And 4. Psychosis, where psychotic symptoms are related to the presence of epilepsy but are not chronologically linked to the seizures. This form of psychosis is often regarded as schizophrenia-like psychosis, with chronic hallucinations and delusions, as well as cognitive dysfunction 54–55. Psychosis is also well established as a frequent phenomenon in some neurodegenerative diseases, although in these cases, a schizophrenia-like pattern is less frequent. In Alzheimer's disease, psychosis typically represents a symptom of disease progression, being more frequent as dementia severity increases 56. The current research diagnostic criteria for variant Alzheimer's disease, AD, include delusions and hallucinations as a supportive clinical feature of the variant Alzheimer's disease 57. Schizophrenia-like psychosis with paranoid features has been described as a prodromal manifestation in variant dementia, FTD 58–59. Visual hallucinations are very frequent in body dementia, LBD, sometimes with a lack of awareness, accompanied by delusional interpretations 60. Psychotic symptoms are also common in prion disease during the initial stages of the rapidly progressive dementia syndrome 61. In Parkinson's disease, the prevalence of psychosis is estimated to range from 16% to 23% 62. Psychotic symptoms appear gradually, involving visual illusions at earlier stages, and eventually visual hallucinations and delusions as the disease progresses. This may be observed in cases progressing to major neurocognitive disorder 63. Psychosis can be present in several diseases leading to intellectual disability, such as Down syndrome, X-Fragile syndrome, and syndrome 64. 22q11.2 deletion syndrome, a common syndrome, leads frequently to a schizophrenia phenotype 64. Huntington's disease, a genetic disorder with an autosomal dominant inheritance pattern, leads to neuropsychiatric symptoms, progressive motor disturbances, and severe cognitive decline 65. Delusions occur in 10% of patients and may have a chronic course 66. Metachromatic is a rare demyelinating genetic disease caused by an autosomal recessive mutation on chromosome 22q, leading to a near-complete absence of the lysosomal enzyme A and prominent psychotic features, sometimes resembling the schizophrenia phenotype 67. Psychosis can also be observed in patients with acquired brain damage due to cerebrovascular disease and traumatic brain injury. In a 10-year population-based study, psychosis was more frequent in participants with stroke 2.3% compared to participants without stroke 0.9%, with a fully adjusted HR of 4.98, 95% CI 2.55972, 68. In traumatic brain injury, the prevalence of psychosis is 2 to 3 times higher in individuals with a history of TBI compared to the general population 69–70. Finally, it is well known that some patients with and inflammatory conditions such as systemic lupus and multiple sclerosis develop states of psychosis and other neuropsychiatric symptoms 71. In recent decades, interest in psychosis of autoimmune origin has grown significantly, following the discovery of antibodies with pathogenic effects over synaptic receptors and against ion channels and other cell surface proteins 7275. In 2019, an international consensus recommended specific approaches to facilitate early recognition and treatment of psychosis of autoimmune origin. Clinical features that suggest autoimmune psychosis include severe cognitive disturbances, catatonia, and atypical patterns of psychosis 76-77. The most common form is anti-NMDA receptor encephalitis, which can cause psychotic symptoms in 80% of the cases, along with catatonia, severe cognitive impairment, seizures, and dyskinesia 78. Some patients may present with psychosis without overt neurological signs, which may cause misdiagnosis, diagnostic delays, and therapeutic errors in general hospitals or mental health services 79-80. It is difficult to estimate the frequency of autoimmune psychosis. According to some authors, autoimmune encephalitis could account for 6.5% of first episodes of psychosis and 1% of all psychotic disorders 53-81. A taxonomy of autoimmune psychosis has been proposed, including a psychosis associated with neuronal or synaptic autoantibodies, such as the anti-NMDA receptor antibody, B. Psychosis associated with classic autoimmune or inflammatory diseases, e.g. systemic lupus and encephalopathy, C. Psychosis in patients with probable encephalitis in which no antibodies are detected. Despite the lack of detectable antibodies, the presentation is highly suggestive of an autoimmune etiology due to the following arguments: clinical features as atypical psychosis, the presence of seizures and neurological signs, laboratory and imaging abnormal results, e.g. bands in cerebrospinal fluid, CSF, EEG, and MRI abnormalities, a reasonable exclusion of alternative causes, and the response to immunological treatment 77-80. Patients with autoimmune psychosis exhibit a polymorphic phenomenology, with speech, catatonic signs, and severe, disproportionate cognitive impairment. Visual hallucinations slightly outnumber auditory ones. Delusions are fluctuating in severity, usually with changing contents, including paranoid, grandeur, somatic, nihilistic, jealousy, and misidentification themes, and also with affective features such as delirious mania and psychotic depression 80-82-85. Current evidence suggests that a significant clinical improvement in psychosis, cognition, and overall functionality is achieved after immunotherapy, including steroids, IVIG, plasma exchange, and cyclophosphamide 80. Observational studies in anti-NMDA receptor encephalitis show that targeted treatment significantly impacts the longitudinal course of the illness, improving functional outcomes and reducing mortality 86. 8.8 Conclusion. This chapter has traced the evolution of schizophrenia as a diagnostic category, reflecting its enduring and puzzling complexity and heterogeneity. Iterative and overlapping clinical observations, theoretical frameworks, and research programs have shaped, fragmented, and challenged the concept. We examined two competing perspectives on the relationship between the concept of schizophrenia and its underlying reality: the continuity thesis, which views schizophrenia as a stable brain disorder, and the discontinuity thesis, which sees it as a historically shifting, culturally shaped concept. While the term schizophrenia has persisted for over a century, its referents have remained contested. The heterogeneity of its clinical presentations, the variability of its outcomes, and the multiplicity of underlying mechanisms all complicate efforts to define it as a natural kind or as a unitary disease entity. Clinically, schizophrenia remains a disorder of selfhood and persisting disruptions in cognition, perception, emotion, and social engagement. The heterogeneity that has long troubled clinicians and researchers may in fact be intrinsic to the condition, an outcome of a convergence of pathways, genetic, neurodevelopmental, inflammatory, environmental, that interact in complex and chaotic ways. Advances in neuroscience, genomics, and immunology have deepened our understanding of these pathways, offering new scientific models for how schizophrenia-like symptoms can emerge from disruptions in synaptic function, predictive coding, or immune signaling. At the same time, these developments challenge the traditional nosological boundaries of schizophrenia. The growing recognition of autoimmune psychosis and other neuropsychiatric diseases as being responsible for a subset of cases of schizophrenia-like presentations reminds us that distinct and treatable neurological diseases continue to hide amidst the heterogeneous and multifactorial syndrome. The future of schizophrenia research and clinical care depends on our ability to tackle complexity without collapsing the syndrome into a unitary disease entity nor abandoning the search for mechanistic coherence. This requires a commitment to conceptual clarity, empirical humility, and diagnostic pluralism. Dementia, schizophrenia, psychosis spectrum disorder, or whatever term we may use for it in the future, is best approached as a historically contingent and evolving family of clinical concepts. Schizophrenia is a historically unstable and conceptually heterogeneous construct, lacking a fixed definition across time. Schizophrenia is a historically unstable and conceptually heterogeneous construct, lacking a fixed definition across time. Continuity versus discontinuity. Historical perspectives reflect deeper philosophical disagreements about the nature of psychotic disorders as natural versus constructed kinds. Continuity versus discontinuity. Historical perspectives reflect deeper philosophical disagreements about the nature of psychotic disorders as natural versus constructed kinds. Core symptom clusters discourses have been shaped by diverse traditions, including biological psychiatry, psychoanalysis, and phenomenological psychopathology. Core symptom clusters discourses have been shaped by diverse traditions, including biological psychiatry, psychoanalysis, and phenomenological psychopathology. Advances in genetics, immunology, and computational neuroscience complicate the notion of schizophrenia as a single disease entity. Advances in genetics, immunology, and computational neuroscience complicate the notion of schizophrenia as a single disease entity. A pluralistic and multidimensional diagnostic approach is needed to account for overlapping syndromes and mechanistic heterogeneity. A pluralistic and multidimensional diagnostic approach is needed to account for overlapping syndromes and mechanistic heterogeneity. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License (ORG) licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: 1GERJM. Schizophrenia, A Conceptual History. J. Cycle. 2003 3211140. Stein DJ K. Hartford A.M. S. K. Al. Philosophy of Psychiatry, Theoretical Advances and Clinical Implications. World Psychiatry. 2024 232-21532, PubMed Central. 3Ks. The Nature of Psychiatric Disorders. World Psychiatry. 2016-15-1512, PubMed Central. 4R H.S. Carpenter W.T. L.A.W. Al. The Schizophrenia Syndrome, circa 2024, What We Know and How That Informs Its Nature. Rays. 2024 264 128, PubMed. 5 McDonald G.C. Concepts and Treatments of an Ancient Medicine. Newcastle upon Tyne, University of Newcastle upon Tyne, 2009. 6C Singer PN. Introduction. Disease Classification and Mental Illness, Ancient and Modern Perspectives. NC Singer PN Editors. Introduction. Disease Classification and Mental Illness, Ancient and Modern Perspectives, 2018. Page 132. 7S of On the Psychological Causes of Bodily Health. NC Singer PN Editors. Introduction. Disease Classification and Mental Illness, Ancient and Modern Perspectives, 2018. 8J. Historical Aspects of Psychoses, 19th Century Issues. Med Bull, 1987 43 34 84 98 PubMed. 9p Treatise on Mental Alienation, 1809. Oxford 2008 198 p10 Beer MD. Psychosis, From Mental Disorder to Disease Concept. Hist. Psychiatry, 1995 622 177 200 PubMed. 11 Ga. Delirium and Confusion in the 19th Century, A Conceptual History. J. Psychiatry, 1981 139 439 49 PubMed. 12 Carpenter P.K. Descriptions of Schizophrenia in the Psychiatry of Georgian Britain, John and James Tilley. Psychiatry, 1989 34 332 8 PubMed. 13 G.A.F. Valladolid Editorial 1996. 14 by P. Lowe's, Part 1, 1991 59 77. 15 J.A. The Diagnostic Perspective in Psychopathology by K. Hist. Psychiatry, 2007 18 22 31 3 PubMed. 16 J.C. S.C. A. Ludwig's Concept of Catatonia. Hist. Psychiatry, 1995 622 2 017 PubMed. 17 JFM, JJF, Corona T catatonia and syndrome in a patient with acute disseminated encephalomyelitis. J. Neuropsychiatry, 2015 27 2. 18 AFM, J. Catatonia and delirium, syndromes that may converge in the neuropsychiatric patient. Rev. 2017 46 2 8 PubMed. 19 MJGL MCAF LC. Catatonia in and psychiatric patients at a tertiary neurological center. J. Neuropsychiatry, Internet. 2016 28 2 124 30. Available from org 10117615090218 PubMed. 20A Hebephrenia. A Contribution to Clinical Psychiatry by Dr. 1871. Hist. Psychiatry, 2009 2077 187 106 PubMed. 21 R. L. Dell. Mexico 1997. 22 Ks. Final Views on Dementia. Bull. 2021 47 36 35 43 PubMed Central. 23 Saj. 2001. 24 P. and the Birth of Schizophrenia, 1908. J. Psychiatry, 2008 165 11 1407 PubMed. 25 E. In Regency, Jean G. Denis M. Editors. Anthology of French-language psychiatric texts. 1999. 26A. G's Dementia or the Group of Schizophrenias, 1911. A Centenary Appreciation and Reconsideration. Bull. 2011 37 34 71 9, PubMed Central. 27S. La Alemana, A. Madrid Editorial 1970. 28 JN HL Wylas Alala. Salad Internet. 2010 2132 0519. Available from org resource 2400 and 20101102 130 418609000. J. Nuclear Schizophrenic Symptoms as a Window on the Relationship Between Thought and Speech. J. Psychiatry, 1998 173 OCT 3 039 PubMed. 30 G. Jackson Dadi J. Toward a Theory of Schizophrenia. 2007 142 51 64. 31 Joel IEC Yangpi L Vanos J. RP Al. What do 4 decades of research tell us about the association between childhood adversity and psychosis? An updated and extended multi-level meta-analysis. MJ Psychiatry. 2025 182 4360 72 PubMed. 32 Frith See the Self in Action. Lessons from Delusions of Control. Conches. 2005 14 4 752 70 PubMed. 33 F Effective Bodily Awareness. Cambridge University Press, 2023. 34 F The Phenomenology of Bodily Ownership. In Self-Experience Essays on Inner Awareness, 2023. p. 269-90. 35 T 1 Century of Jasper's Psychopathology. Oxford University Press, 2013. 36 G. Mr. Psychopathology as the Basic Science of Psychiatry. J. Psychiatry. 2014 2 05169 PubMed. 37 Mr. On Jasper's General Psychopathology, Reflection. J. Psychiatry. 2013 2 032102. 38 J. M. Self and Schizophrenia, Current Status and Diagnostic Implications. World Psychiatry. 2018 17 22 0 PubMed Central. 39 Nelson B. J. SAS LA. Disturbance of Minimal Self in Schizophrenia, Clarification and Current Status. Bull. 2014 44 79 82 PubMed Central. 40 Crow Tai J. Is Schizophrenia the Price That Homo Pays for Language? Raise. 1997 28 127 PubMed. 41 KSR A. LA. The Positive and Negative Syndrome Scale, PANSS, for Schizophrenia. Bull. 1987 13 2 2 61 76 PubMed. 42 PF. The Symptoms of Chronic Schizophrenia. A Re-Examination of the Positive-Negative Dichotomy. J. Psychiatry. 1987 151, AUG 14551 PubMed. 43 JP, R. S. A New Five-Factor Model of Schizophrenia. Psychiatry Q 1994, 65 4 299 322. 44R KG Carpenter WT MN NR Forbes MK Al. Validity and Utility of Hierarchical Taxonomy of Psychopathology, High Top, I Psychosis. World Psychiatry. 2020 19 2 151 72 PubMed Central. 45 kg Canon TID ARD Gorarsi Al. Psychosis I Nosology, Etiology and Development. Psychiatry. 2024 29 4100 519 PubMed Central. 46A K ML Francis A Psychiatric Diagnosis, A Clinical Guide to Navigating Diagnostic Pluralism. J. Ment Dis. 2024 212 84 45 54 PubMed. 47 AJ DL Gorari DB LHP Al. Neuropsychological Deficits in Neuroleptic Naive Patients with First Episode Schizophrenia. Arch Gen Psychiatry. 1994 51 2. 48R FP Maya A Madrigal F. La C Cognitive Impairment in Never Medicated Individuals on the Schizophrenia Spectrum. JIMA Psychiatry. 2020 77 55 43 5 PubMed Central. 49 Green MF WP Lee J Non-Social and Social Cognition in Schizophrenia, Current Evidence and Future Directions. World Psychiatry. 2019 18 2 146 61 PubMed Central. 50 Flores Medina Y R J R Flores M on Metacognition, Overconfidence in Word Recall Prediction and its association with psychotic symptoms in patients with schizophrenia. Brain. 2024 14 9872 PubMed Central. 51 Frith U Frith See What Makes Us Social and What Does It Tell Us About Mental Disorders? In Neuropsychiatry, 2024. 52 PS. Secondary Schizophrenia. Cambridge University Press, 2010. 53 Blackman G. R. Gill N. J. B. Bell v. Watson C. al. How common is secondary psychosis? Estimates from a systematic review and meta-analysis. World Psychiatry, 2024 145. 54 M. Singh J. A. Epilepsy and Psychosis, A Practical Approach. 2018 18-21 614 PubMed. 55 B. Epilepsy and Psychosis. Rev. Paris, 2024 184 298 30 7 PubMed. 56 C. Kales H.C. C. D. Creasby Mills R. al. Psychosis in Alzheimer's Disease. Rep. 2020-2012 57 PubMed Central. 57 R. Singleton A. Groot C. A. W.S. W.W. al. Research Criteria for the Behavioral Variant of Disease, A Systematic Review and Meta-Analysis. JIMA. 2022 79 148 60 PubMed Central. 58 SYJD Huey E. Finger E. And Identifying and Diagnosing TDP-43 Neurodegenerative Diseases in Psychiatry. J's Psychiatry. 2024 32 198 113 PubMed. 59 ALC S. Mac J. Baker M. Brown P. al. Psychosis and Hallucinations in Dementia with the C9orf72 mutation, a detailed clinical cohort. 2013 26 3 146 54 PubMed Central. 60 IG TJ Thomas AJ FBF H. al. Research Criteria for the Diagnosis of Prodromal Dementia with Bodies. Neurology. 2020 94 17 743 55 PubMed Central. 61 B. N. PJ ML AM L. Disease presenting as psychiatric disorder, case presentation and systematic review. Front. 2024 15. 62 T. REN.M. AAFT al. Clearing the Fog, a review of antipsychotics for Parkinson's-related hallucinations, a focus on enclozapine. J. 2024 23-4. 63 J. H. Martinez S. J. Parkinson Disease Psychosis, From Phenomenology to Neurobiological Mechanisms. Rev. 2024 23 130 550 PubMed. 64 C. L. Psychiatric Phenotypes Associated with Disorders. North IM. 2009 32 115 37 PubMed. 65 Stoker TB Mason SL Greenland JC Holden ST H. Barker Ra. Huntington's Disease, Diagnosis and Management. 2022 22 132 41 PubMed. 66 H. J. Van M. Van E. Simpson SA F. al. Factor Analysis of Symptoms in Huntington's Disease. J's Psychiatry. 2011 82 44 11 2 PubMed. 67 TM JC Dr. Psychiatric Disturbances in Metachromatic, Insights into the Neurobiology of Psychosis. Arch. 1992 49 44 16 PubMed. 68 Richards Bell A. Pool N. DPJ Bell v. Longitudinal Associations Between Stroke and Psychosis, a population-based study. PsycleMed. 2023 53 16 7698 706 PubMed Central. 69 Lee L.M. Carson A. Dams K. Psychiatric Sequelae of Traumatic Brain Injury, Future Directions in Research. Rev. 2023 19 556 71 PubMed. 70 DE. I. Psychotic Disorder Caused by Traumatic Brain Injury. North IM. 2014 30 71 113 24 PubMed. 71 TG KAEPA Na al. The Spectrum of Psychosis in Multiple Sclerosis, a Clinical Case Series. Treat. 2017 13 3 318 PubMed Central. 72J, F. Antibody-mediated encephalitis. N.J. Med. 2018 378-9, 840-51 PubMed. 73 Pape K. R. M. F. Novel Perspectives on Brain Disorders. Rev. 2019 15-3, 1728. Springer U.S. PubMed. 74 Al Aaj, T.A. Iraniasar, B.R. Psychosis and Autoimmune Disease. Immunology. 2017 152-3, 88-401 PubMed Central. 75 F. MJ R. S. CGT Al. A Clinical Approach to Diagnosis of Autoimmune Encephalitis. Lancet. 2016 15-391, 404 PubMed Central. 76 TA BR S. ME H. Van L. Al. Autoimmune Psychosis, an International Consensus on an Approach to the Diagnosis and Management of Psychosis of Suspected Autoimmune Origin. Lancet Psychiatry. 2027 193, 108 PubMed. 77 S. J. A. K. A Clinical Approach to New-Onset Psychosis Associated with Immune Dysregulation, the Concept of Autoimmune Psychosis. J. Neuroinflammation. 2018 15, 118. 78 M. Martinez M. L. Florismontes E. V. S. Al. Neuropsychiatric Phenotypes of Anti-NMDAR Encephalitis, a Prospective Study. Cycle Med. 2022 53-19. 79 J. Martinez M. M. Martinez Angels v. J. C. L. E. Al. Examining the features of neuroleptic malignant syndrome in anti-NMDA receptor encephalitis, a case control study. J. Acad Consult Psychiatry. 2024 65-32, 22-30. 80 J. M. Martinez M. V. F. L. Al. Autoimmune Psychosis, Psychopathological Patterns and Outcome After Immunotherapy. Raise. 2025 280 110-9 PubMed. 81 MS, Iraniasar B. Waters P. Jones PB P. Al. Disease-relevant autoantibodies in first episode schizophrenia. J. 2011 258 686, 8 PubMed. 82 J. P. M. N. Menezes Martinez M. Al. Syndrome in anti-NMDAR encephalitis, 2 patients and insights from molecular imaging. 2021-27 164-71 PubMed. 83 Warren N. Siskin D. C. Refining the Psychiatric Syndrome of Anti-and-methyl-D-aspartate receptor encephalitis. ACTA scanned. 2018 138-4-18 PubMed. 84 Al A. Handel A. L. T. M.I. Harrison P.J. Al. The Psychopathology of NMDAR Antibody Encephalitis in Adults, a Systematic Review and Phenotypic Analysis of Individual Patient Data. Lancet Psychiatry. 2019 632-3546, PubMed Central. 85 Martinez M. J. L. M. Delirious mania as a frequent and recognizable neuropsychiatric syndrome in patients with anti-NMDAR encephalitis. Gen. Psychiatry. 2020-64, October 2019 55 PubMed. 86 MJ LITCT Al. Treatment and prognostic factors for long-term outcome in patients with anti-NMDA receptor encephalitis, an observational cohort study. Lancet. 2013-12 157 PubMed Central. 9. The Origins of Invention and its Link with Autism. Keywords. 9.1 Introduction. What are the origins of invention? And is there a link between our uniquely human capacity for invention and autism? And what are the implications for understanding the nature and significance of autism and its relation to human evolution and society? In this chapter, I present a personal review summarizing my decades-long research and some by others, and present an overarching perspective. 9.2 Evolution and Autism. 71,000,000 years ago, the rate of invention took off. From Barron 2020, The Pattern Seekers. The earliest, dated 75,000 years ago, made from shells thought to be a necklace, each drilled with a small hole. From Barron 2020, The Pattern Seekers. A cave painting dated 40,000 years old. From Barron 2020, The Pattern Seekers. The earliest musical instrument ever found, a flute made from the hollow bone of a bird, dated 40,000 years old. From Barron 2020, The Pattern Seekers. To me, this explosion in the archaeological record is a sign that modern humans alone had the capacity for generative invention, not just making one change and sticking with that for millions of years, but inventing unstoppably and in a myriad of different ways. By 32,000 years ago, we see the first sculpture. By 23,000 years ago, the first sewing needles. By 13,000 years ago, the first signs of agriculture. By 10,000 years ago, the first signs of star-gazing as we analyzed the movement and changing shape, and of the moon in relation to the sun. 5,000 years ago, the first signs of writing, mathematics, and the wheel. As historian points out in his excellent book, Humans over the last 13,000 years went through the agricultural, industrial, and now the digital revolutions. And we are still inventing unstoppably. Fast forward to the 21st century, we have invented the first vaccine targeting coronavirus disease 2019, COVID-19, and NASA are collaborating with to install 4G on the moon's surface so we can do live streaming when we take our holidays there. So what was this cognitive revolution in the modern human brain that occurred 100,000 to 70,000 years ago? In my new book, The Pattern Seekers 2, I argue for the evolution of two new circuits in the brain, and surprisingly both seem to have evolved around the same time. One was the empathy circuit that enabled a raft of new, including deception, teaching, self-reflection, advanced social cooperation, social chess, and flexible referential communication, including storytelling. These explain why modern humans could make stealth weapons, and as we were keeping track of what others might think, using a so-called theory of mind, and of what others might know, need to know and believe, including their false beliefs. The empathy circuit recruits a complex network of at least 10 brain regions, including the amygdala and the ventromedial prefrontal cortex. It was the subject of my earlier book 0 Degrees of Empathy 3. Empathy is also not a single module, but has at least two fractions. Cognitive empathy, also called or theory of mind, and which is defined as the ability to imagine another person's thoughts and feelings, and effective empathy, the drive to respond to another person's mental state with an appropriate emotion. Although we see some evidence of empathy in other non-human animals, there is no convincing evidence that other animals can attribute false beliefs to another animal and engage in flexible deception and teaching, for example, unlike even a 4-year-old modern human child. And our recent studies using molecular genetics show that empathy and theory of mind show associations with common genetic variants in our genome, combinations of single nucleotide polymorphisms, or SNPs, that are associated with where each of us falls on what I call the empathy bell curve of individual differences in this ability. Finding that empathy is partly genetic is a clue that it was the result of natural selection, and it is easy to see why it might have been highly adaptive, for example, to build traps into which your prey would fall, or to read the mind of your preverbal infant to attend to its emotional and physical needs, so that it survived to the age of reproduction to pass on your genes. This was impressive enough, and the empathy circuit could explain why we see musical instruments, sculpture, and cave paintings in the archaeological record. We were thinking about an audience and what they might be interested in, but by itself the empathy circuit cannot explain how modern humans were capable of invention. I argue that to fully explain the cognitive revolution in our capacity for generative invention, we also needed a second new brain circuit, the systemizing mechanism. The key steps in systemizing, using the terminology of engineers, input operation output, and logicians, if and then. From Barron 2020, The Pattern Seekers. Humans were looking for if and then patterns, which in engineering terms are equivalent of input operation output patterns. If I take an input and I perform or observe an operation on the input, then I see a change in the output. An operation could be a wide range of actions, and the most interesting of these would be a causal operation. And the job of the systemizing mechanism was not only to find such if and then patterns, but to confirm them through repetition, to confirm their truth, where truth is a regularity that is seen over and over again. Critically generative invention arises from playing with these if-and-then patterns, by changing the input, the if, or the operation, the, and to observe a change in the output, the then. Humans have become experimentalists, a skill that is still absent in any other living species today and was absent in our Homo ancestors. I call this the systemizing mechanism because the basis of any system is the if-and-then pattern, a powerful regularity or law, whether we are talking about a natural system like the weather, a mechanical system like a bow and arrow, an abstract system like music or mathematics, a social system like a business or an army unit, a motoric system like throwing a frisbee or skateboarding, or a collectible system like classifying plants and animals into a taxonomy. None of these are seen in non-human animals today. If I blow down this hollow bone, if I blow down this hollow bone, and I cover one hole, and I cover one hole, then I make sound A, then I make sound A if I blow down this hollow bone. If I blow down this hollow bone, and I uncover one hole, and I uncover one hole, then I make sound B, then I make sound B1. The invention of stealth weapons like the bow and arrow that could kill from a distance was based on if I attach an arrow to a stretchy and release the tension in then the arrow will fly. The invention of stealth weapons like the bow and arrow that could kill from a distance was based on if I attach an arrow to a stretchy and release the tension in then the arrow will fly. 2. The invention of mechanical systems such as how to move a heavy rock, explaining how Stonehenge was built, for example, involved if I have a heavy stone and I harness it to my ox, then the heavy stone will move. The invention of mechanical systems such as how to move a heavy rock, explaining how Stonehenge was built, for example, involved if I have a heavy stone and I harness it to my ox, then the heavy stone will move. 3. The invention of agriculture involved logic such as if I take a tomato seed and plant it in moist soil, then I get a tomato plant. The invention of agriculture involved logic such as if I take a tomato seed and plant it in moist soil, then I get a tomato plant. 4. The invention of mathematics involved logic such as if I take the number 3 and I cube it, then I get the number 27. The invention of mathematics involved logic such as if I take the number 3 and I cube it, then I get the number 27. 5. The invention of cooking involved, for example, that if I take an egg and put it in boiling water for 4 min, then the yolk will turn from soft yellow to hard yellow. The invention of cooking involved, for example, that if I take an egg and put it in boiling water for 4 min, then the yolk will turn from soft yellow to hard yellow. 6. The invention of medicine involved observing that if I have a headache and I eat the willow tree bark, then my headache goes away. The invention of medicine involved observing that if I have a headache and I eat the willow tree bark, then my headache goes away. 7. The discovery of astronomy involved logic such as if the moon looks white and the sun, moon, and earth lie in a straight line, then the moon looks red. The discovery of astronomy involved logic such as if the moon looks white and the sun, moon, and earth lie in a straight line, then the moon looks red. 8. Even the invention of public health involved the same beautiful logic. If the infection rate is doubling every week and we don't do lockdown, then 50,000 people will die this winter. Even the invention of public health involved the same beautiful logic. If the infection rate is doubling every week and we don't do lockdown, then 50,000 people will die this winter. Like the empathy circuit, there are individual differences in the drive to giving rise to the systemizing bell curve in the population, and there are common genetic variants that are associated with where each of us falls on this bell curve, whether we are barely interested in if-and-then patterns, though all humans are to some extent, or if we are average in systemizing, or if we non-stop so-called hyper. We know less about the brain basis of systemizing, but at least one brain region that is involved is the sulcus. Whilst the empathy circuit has been mapped in exquisite detail using functional magnetic resonance imaging over the last 25 years in the field of social neuroscience, the neuroscience underpinning the systemizing mechanism awaits more research. But the fact that where we fall on the systemizing bell curve is even partly genetic again means that this uniquely human ability was the product of natural selection. It is not difficult to see how hyper might have had some adaptive advantages, being the persons you would go to in your tribe when your child was sick, or to fix your gadget, and who could invent new and better ways of doing things, amassing significant resources. And we know from anthropology that fertility is associated with reproductive success, surviving long enough to pass on one's genes. The empathizing systemizing theory, showing 5 brain types in the population. From Barron 2020, The Pattern Seekers. In our big data study of 600,000 typical people and 36,000 autistic people, we find all humans fall into just 5 types of brain, a beautiful demonstration of neurodiversity. There are those whose empathy is at a higher level than the systemizing, those I call type E. They are about 30% of the population, and more females, 40%, than males, 20%, fall into this group. There are those whose systemizing is at a higher level than their empathy, those I call type S again. These comprise about 30% of the population, but this time the on-average sex difference is flipped over, more males, 40%, than females, 20%, falling into this group. There are those who show no difference in their drive to, or to, being equally good in both, who I call type B again. These comprise about 30% of the population. And then there are those of us who fall at the extremes 5, extreme type E, whose empathy circuit is tuned super high and who non-stop, but their systemizing mechanism is tuned to just average levels or below. These comprise about 3% of the population, with more females, 4%, than males, 1%, falling into this group. And then there are the mirror image, those who are extreme type S, whose systemizing mechanism is tuned super high and who non-stop, but their empathy circuit is tuned to just average levels or below. They also comprise about 3% of the population and the sex ratio is flipped over. More males, 4%, than females, 2%, fall into this group. I call these the hyper, and among these are inventors in history like Thomas Edison, Isaac Newton, and Nicholas Tesla, or modern-day inventors like Bill Gates and the musician. Each of these inventors showed that suggest they had a higher than average number of autistic traits, even though they did not have or need an autism diagnosis. We will come back to that intriguing connection to autistic traits. Why are these sex differences seen among the 5 brain types? A moderate proposal is that this reflects the interplay of prenatal biology, genetics, and the prenatal sex steroid hormones such as testosterone, and both of which shape brain development during a critical period, and shape interacting with social and cultural influences, such as how we unconsciously may treat our sons and daughters differently through our parenting styles, how teachers may unconsciously interact differently with male and female pupils, how role models influence our interests and aspirations, and how the media insidiously influences our studies of the correlations between prenatal sex steroid hormones such as testosterone levels in the womb and a child's later language development, empathy, systemizing, and pattern recognition skills were all laid out in what was the subject of another of my earlier books, The Essential Difference 6. 9.3 Autism and Neurodevelopmental Disability. So what is the link, if any, between the human capacity for invention and the neurodevelopmental disability of autism? I have been researching autism for almost 40 years. We found that the 36,000 autistic people in our brain type study were also more likely to have a brain of type S or extreme type S to B or hyper, and that this was true of both autistic men and women. We found that among the 600,000 people in the population we studied who did not have an autism diagnosis, those working in STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, had a higher number of autistic traits than those not working in STEM. In our studies of mathematicians in Cambridge University, we found an elevated rate of diagnosed autism among them in comparison with those in the humanities or in the general population. If we look at the question from the other perspective, we find autistic people anecdotally may be savants in systemizing. Has a mental age of a 3-year-old, is congenitally blind and autistic, but can play any jazz piece on the piano after hearing it just once. Daniel is autistic and has a mixing of the senses, and which we found is more common in autistic people than in the general population. He has learnt 10 languages because he loves syntactic patterns and the number pi to 22,514 decimal places. He can also multiply 3-digit numbers together faster than a hand calculator. But anecdotes do not add up to data, even if they are important clues that warrant systematic empirical testing. On average, autistic people outperform non-autistic people on tests of pattern recognition and on tests of mechanical reasoning, and are overrepresented in STEM subjects if they go to university. And this link between autistic traits, autism, and systemizing appears to be genetic. Among their fathers and grandfathers, we found a disproportionate number end up in the occupation of engineering. Mothers of autistic children are also overrepresented in STEM, and both mothers and fathers of autistic children show superior pattern recognition skills, reflecting assortative mating may be occurring. This led us to predict that autism should be more common in places like Silicon Valley, which we tested in the Dutch city of Eindhoven, the Silicon Valley of the Netherlands. We found that autism was more than twice as high in Eindhoven compared to two other Dutch cities, Utrecht and Haarlem, which have a similar population size and are matched on relevant demographic variables, but which are not information technology hubs 7. But to really prove that autism and systemizing are linked, we conducted a molecular genetic analysis to test if there was an overlap between the common genetic variants associated with autism and those associated with hypersystemizing. Sure enough, there was 8. The overlap was 26%. Some of the genes for autism are not just coding for autism, but for talent at systemizing. We had nailed the link. 9.4 Discussion. Autistic people have been stigmatized and excluded by modern society because of their social disability. We found that 2/3 of adults with autism have felt suicidal, 1/3 have attempted suicide, and the majority have poor mental health such as high levels of anxiety and depression. 9. Poor mental health is not part of autism, but I argue it is a sign of lack of support and inclusion into society. Unemployment levels of autistic adults are unacceptably high, and we know that in anyone, unemployment is bad for your mental health. It robs you of feeling you have a purpose in life, it makes you feel excluded from society, that you are not valued, and it robs you of your economic autonomy and independence. 9.5 Conclusion. It is time to respect and celebrate autistic people's difference, that their brain types are just one of the 5 forms of neurodiversity we find in any population, and that their brains and genes have driven the evolution of human invention for 70,100,000 years. It's time to support them into work, both for their own well-being, for societal productivity, and a civic duty towards anyone with a disability, and to the likelihood of future human innovation. Biologically evolved autistic traits have contributed significantly to the unique capacity for inventiveness of Homo, and therefore the shaping of science, technology, and societies, including contemporary ones. Biologically evolved autistic traits have contributed significantly to the unique capacity for inventiveness of Homo, and therefore the shaping of science, technology, and societies, including contemporary ones. Autistic traits can be divided into low and high systematizing dimensions, and these two are genetically dissociable. Some of the genes for autism are not just coding for autism, but for talent at systemizing. Autistic traits can be divided into low and high systematizing dimensions, and these two are genetically dissociable. Some of the genes for autism are not just coding for autism, but for talent at systemizing. Autistic people outperform non-autistic people on tests of pattern recognition and on tests of mechanical reasoning, and are overrepresented in STEM, science, technology, engineering, and medicine subjects if they go to university. And this link between autistic traits, autism, and systemizing appears to be genetic. Autistic people outperform non-autistic people on tests of pattern recognition and on tests of mechanical reasoning, and are overrepresented in STEM, science, technology, engineering, and medicine subjects if they go to university. And this link between autistic traits, autism, and systemizing appears to be genetic. The disability arising from autistic traits is determined through social exclusion, to which low traits may contribute, rather than exclusively from the inherently biological traits as such, and there is a need to address this and ensure equitable inclusion. The disability arising from autistic traits is determined through social exclusion, to which low traits may contribute, rather than exclusively from the inherently biological traits as such, and there is a need to address this and ensure equitable inclusion. Though there are genetic determinants of autistic traits which contribute to contemporary diagnostic practice in relation to autism, such practice presents fundamental challenges to the concept of mental health conditions understood as disease entities of the natural kind. Though there are genetic determinants of autistic traits which contribute to contemporary diagnostic practice in relation to autism, such practice presents fundamental challenges to the concept of mental health conditions understood as disease entities of the natural kind. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License (ORG) licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: 1y. Random House Harper, 2014. 2. Baron S. The Pattern Seekers, A New Theory of Human Invention. Penguin, 2022. ISBN 13-970-80-1419-82397. 3. Baron S. 0 Degrees of Empathy, A New Understanding of Cruelty and Kindness, 2012. 4. George, The Mathematical Analysis of Logic, Being an Essay Towards a Calculus of Deductive Reasoning, archived 11 May 2016 at The Machine, London, UK, and 1847. 5. D.M. Al. Testing the Empathizing Systemizing Theory of Sex Differences and the Extreme Male Brain Theory of Autism in 500,000 People. Proc. Acad. USA 2018 115-121527. 6. Baron S. The Essential Difference. Men, Women, and the Extreme Male Brain. Penguin, 2012. ISBN 970-802-4196-1353. 7. M.T. Ra C. Al. Are autism spectrum conditions more prevalent in an information technology region? A school-based study of 3 regions in the Netherlands. J. Autism. 2012 42 734-9. Org 101007 S10803011130221 PubMed. 8V Toro R1H CS FRWJB AD Grove J G Hines DA T. Baron S. Social and non-social autism symptoms and trait domains are genetically dissociable. 2019-2328. Org 101038 S42003 19055584. eCollection 2019 PubMed Central. 9mm Con N Sultana A Ma P ELJ HU N Prevalence of Comorbid Psychiatric Disorders Among People with Autism Spectrum Disorder, an umbrella review of systematic reviews and meta-analyses. Psychiatry Rays. 2022 87112-922. Org 101016J2020 112922. 2020 Mar 18 PubMed.